Chapter 61. Protecting you from the wind and rain can also keep you in the dark. Lu Yuan went all the way south. The monster levels in the south of the holy city were not high. He walked for a long time without meeting a suitable monster for him. However, Lu Yuan, who had reached level 35, was not in a hurry to upgrade his level. It seems that Lu Yuan has never had such a leisurely stroll since the server was launched. The scenery along the way south is picturesque, and it feels like there are more leisure players along the way. Following the mission prompts, Lu Yuan finally arrived at the Yangmei village. It was located at the foot of the mountain, and the houses looked pretty. It was quite prosperous. There were all kinds of shops on the street, and there were a lot of players. I randomly asked an NPC about the hoe, but I didn't expect it to be quite famous. Following the villager's guidance, I came to a house on the far side. Obviously, this family was not rich compared to the other households in the village. Lu Yuan approached and knocked on the door, but no one answered. But there was a voice behind him. "Who are you looking for, young man?" An old man with gray hair asked, holding a hoe. "Grandpa, I would like to ask if an old man helped you build a hoe before. Do you know where that person went?" "That man has already left. I really don't know where he went. But when he came, he seemed to want to climb the mountain. That is, the southern mountain died." After bidding farewell to the old man, Lu Yuan went straight to the mountains. There were quite a few mountains near Yangmei village, but the highest one was Nanshan Mountain. There are steps made of stones in the first half of the Nanshan Mountain, just like a scenic spot, and there are no wild monsters on the main road to disturb people's progress. There are some scattered monkeys and other monsters in the woods on the mountain, and their levels are not high. It seems that this is a place for people to relax and entertain. It has beautiful scenery and bright sunshine. If Lu Yuan really didn't care much before, after using the game warehouse, he seemed to be immersed in the game. He felt like he was on vacation. He logged in for more than one game. It was a strange week, and it was rare for Lu Yuan to enjoy the leisurely time. When they reached the second half of the mountain, there were no steps, and the complete mountain road was almost invisible to the player. Lu Yuan crawled all the way, and finally reached the top of the mountain when the sun was about to set in the game. Looking around, he didn't find anyone there. There was a house not far away. Lu Yuan didn't rush in to investigate. Instead, he stood on the edge of the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. It was like being at the top of the mountain and seeing all the small mountains at a glance. Thinking about it, over the years, apart from the hills around my hometown, I really haven't had the opportunity to truly see the great rivers and mountains of my motherland. The first time I climbed this mountain was in a virtual game world, which is really sad. Thinking of this, I simply sat down on the top of the mountain, looking at the sunset. I suddenly felt that it would be more enjoyable to drink some wine at this time. So I took out the remaining Shadozy wine in my backpack, because I had bought several jars before but only gave it to Zhang Feng. A mouthful of strong alcohol went into his throat, and he felt a little like drinking in real life. His body was a little hot. The strong smell of alcohol made Lu Yuan choke. He had an average amount of alcohol in real life, but he didn't expect to be able to enter the game. He shook his head helplessly, looking at this picturesque scene. Lu Yuan suddenly became heroic after taking a few sips of strong wine. Thinking of his dream of being a knight when he was a child, he unconsciously recited a poem. "The storm in the world is beyond my generation. As soon as you enter the world, time rushes by." Huang Tu Hegemony was chatting and laughing. "I can't bear the drunkenness of life. I have a lot of emotions at such a young age, but I feel a bit heroic." Lu Yuan turned around following the voice, and saw a man about his own age walking from behind, and saw the man continuing, carrying a sword and riding astride, wielding the ghost rein. The bones are as white as a mountain bird flying in fright. Earthly things are like tides and people are like water. I just sigh that a few people in the world have returned. Lu Yuan thought that a player was coming, but he didn't have a name on his head. He was about the same age as himself, but he spoke in an old-fashioned way, and said words like, young, as if he was older. "Hello." Lu Yuan said low and turned back. "Yeah." The man hummed casually, and came over to sit next to Lu Yuan. After all, there were too many rude players in the game, and Lu Yuan didn't care. Seeing that person staring at his wine jar from time to time, Lu Yuan didn't give him what he had drunk, but took out a new one. He handed over a jar and continued to stare at the sunset in a daze without speaking. When the sun went down, Lu Yuan turned around and saw that the person next to him had long disappeared. He just thought that the player had left. Lu Yuan got up and walked to the courtyard behind. After looking at the scenery for a while, he felt a lot more relaxed. So he quickly investigated. I'll go back and reply to Zhang Feng soon. The courtyard door was not closed. So Lu Yuan entered the courtyard directly, and saw an old man and the young man playing Go in the inner room. The jar of wine he had just given to them was still on the table. Lu Yuan was afraid that the old man was his ancestor, so he didn't dare to disturb him. So he just watched and waited. After a while, the old man was the first to speak. I'm ashamed. Lu Yuan also knew some Go. It turned out that the old man lost. Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at the young man with admiration. Obviously, his own level was not at the same level as those two people. And in general, the older ones would dominate in chess. The advantage of writing about experience is that, after all, young chess masters are not that common. After the two of them finished, Lu Yuan said to the old man, "May I ask if your senior is the ancestor of our lineage of craftsmen?" What kind of ancestor? Do you think my physique looks like a god of craftsmanship? Faced with the old man's rhetorical question, Lu Yuan had nothing to say. Zhang Feng asked him to find someone who had no appearance and no accurate information. He didn't even tell him the name of his ancestor. According to the rules, you are not allowed to call the ancestor by his first name. In the final analysis, even after that, they didn't even know the name of the ancestor. How did you find the Grandmaster here? The young man next to you asked. According to rumors, an old man helped the villagers at the foot of the Nanshan Mountain to build a hoe a few days ago. It can be used as a weapon. It has very strong properties and is beyond the reach of an ordinary blacksmith. So he came here to explore. Lu Yuan did not hide it either. If you can play chess with the old man, it is obvious that the young man is also an NPC. How can the players be so leisurely? I am your ancestor, the young man said. After speaking, he glanced at the old man and continued. I told you not to meddle in worldly affairs, but you will cause trouble for me. You are my ancestor? My ancestor is more than 1,000 years old. How old are you? Are you taking advantage of me? Lu Yuan said with a look of disbelief. I have already left a letter, telling my descendants not to look for me. This worldly reality is disturbing my heart. It seems that I have to change my residence again, the young man said. Since you don't want to be found, why did you admit it so easily? Lu Yuan still didn't believe it. After all, the young man in front of him was obviously the same age as him. But there was no need for the NPC to deceive the player. Right? When you went up the mountain, I saw that you were my descendant. I left just to avoid those troubles. And I didn't want to avoid my own disciples. I am your ancestor, and I show my cards. The young man's face did not change. Said. Lu Yuan looked at the young patriarch and felt a little awkward. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Although he had doubts, he didn't dare to express them. What if it was true? Being called disciple twice wouldn't be a disadvantage anyway. My master said that my ancestor was more than 1,000 years old. Why are you so young? Lu Yuan still asked his question. I made a medicine cauldron for the guy who made the medicine, and he gave me a life-extending pill. Who would have thought that after taking it, I would become younger year by year? How can this not be called longevity? Damn it. This is simply rejuvenation. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel happy when he heard that the patriarch was still cursing people, and continued to ask, who is this old man? This is the child I picked up. He has been with me for decades. Although I haven't forged for a long time, he has learned a lot. He made the hoe when he went down the mountain. At this point, I couldn't help but think again. I glanced at the old man. Actually, I don't know why my master asked me to come to Grandmaster, and he didn't seem to give me any hope of finding him. He just asked me to search casually. I thought it would be a lot of trouble, but I didn't expect that I would just search casually. Found it. Why bother bothering me when you have nothing to do? The patriarch muttered in a low voice. What did you say? Lu Yuan asked in surprise. The reason why our craftsman god lineage is called the craftsman god is because of the title given by the younger generations. Back then, I became famous for making swords. But this person was afraid of being famous, and pigs were afraid of being strong. Later, people from all walks of life came to ask for swords every day. I felt bored and left. The patriarch was good at interrupting, and Lu Yuan was also confused by this sudden recognition. Grandmaster, what's your name? How could Lu Yuan, a modern man, listen to Zhang Feng's words that he should not be called by his first name? I'm Muya. This Grandmaster really has no airs, and is more easygoing than his master Zhang Feng. Are you the legendary Oyezi? Lu Yuan must know the ancient swordsmith master. But he didn't expect that it was his ancestor who appeared in the game. That's my son. They said my name is Uya. I was making swords that year, and a servant came over and told me that I had a son. I was too lazy to name him, so I just called him Oyezi. Lu Yuan didn't expect that his grandfather was quite talkative. He even told Lu Yuan about naming his son when asked casually. That patriarch Uya. Now that I have found you, would you like to come back with me to see my master? He seems to miss you very much. Lu Yuan asked tentatively. I have observed him. He has good talent and works hard, but he likes to put on airs. He has good skills, but he lacks the most important thing. So he is still a little short of the peak of forging. Oh ye, the founder, commented. It seems that the Grandmaster still values our inheritance very much. So why don't you show up? Lu Yuan continued to ask. It's hard for the world to think that I'm dead. Why should I show up and let them bother me anymore? But it's really sad that we haven't trained a disciple who can catch up with our era in so many years. Oh Yi shook his head and sighed. Somehow, when Lu Yuan saw such a young man talking in such an old-fashioned way, he felt that it was a bit nondescript. You are already a god of craftsmen. Who can surpass you? Lu Yuan is not flattering you. Since you can be called a god of craftsmen, there must be something that others cannot match. How can you surpass him so easily? What is God? It's just someone else's name. Oh Yi shook his head in disapproval and continued. The reason why I left was because I felt that I had reached a bottleneck. I believe that there are no limits in the journey of a craftsman. I cannot live in the secular world. There was complacency in my eyes, so I chose to leave. Oh Yi said sadly. Master Patriarch, what is the most powerful equipment you have built? Is it an artifact? Lu Yuan continued to ask. Do you know what an artifact is? Uya became serious when talking about forging. I've never seen it. Master Zhang Feng said that he can only create an epic-level ring at best. Lu Yuan has indeed never seen the attributes of the artifact. Only one artifact is enough to match 10 pieces of epic-level equipment. No. How can epic-level equipment be compared with artifacts? In the past 1,000 years, I have only made one pseudo-artifact, which is far from a real artifact. Oh Yi fell into deep thought. Grandmaster, have you made any breakthroughs in these years? Lu Yuan also wanted to know whether his grandmaster had ever made a magical weapon. It's just a little bit off. Just a tiny bit off. It's already perfect. But I didn't know why until recently. How bad is it? Whatever you are protected will be restricted. What can protect you from the wind and rain can also protect you from the sun. Oh Yi looked at Lu Yuan and said thoughtfully. Before Lu Yuan could reply, the patriarch continued. What do you think of this world? I think it's pretty good. How does it compare to your world? I have lived in this world for thousands of years, and I have figured out the rules. Even if I try hard and have high talent, I still can't do it because we have our own limitations. But you are different. Oh Yi said like I saw hope. How am I different? Lu Yuan was surprised. Is this still an NPC? Perhaps you can break through this boundary. Otherwise, why do you think I am talking to you here when I have nothing to do? Oh Yi seemed to have already made up his mind. You are different from us. I have observed it recently. You are from another world. Like most of the people who have been coming in lately. Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed it before, and said that he was different from him. Lu Yuan found that the higher the status of the NPC, the more they knew. So you actually deliberately spread the news and lured me here? At first, the ancestor pretended to be discovered and was still making a show. It turned out that he had been secretly observing his disciples and grandchildren. It was obvious that his love for forging equipment made it impossible for him to give up making artifacts easily. It was probably the system settings limit their achievements. Maybe they have reached the level of strength, but they just can't do anything beyond the planned scope. Oh, he didn't explain when Lu Yuan exposed him. You have made rapid progress recently. And you look like a craftsman. Do you know what the one thing you and your master lack? What is it? Craftsmanship. A heart that purely loves forging. A heart that just wants to surpass itself and make stronger equipment. That persistence. Your master had it before, but then fell silent because of that woman. Uya seemed to know everything. How do you know everything? I think you disappeared. You are more terrifying than being followed. Lu Yuan expressed surprise that his master was so well informed, and even doubted that he couldn't get over the bottleneck because he only focused on gossip. Others have no intention of forging. Don't go anywhere these days. Seeing that your craftsmanship has just begun, I will help you consolidate it. I will ask you to rush back before the competition in a few days. How come you know everything? Do you look like someone who has lived in the mountains for a long time? Okay, stop talking nonsense. The special training begins. Is this the beginning? Chapter 62 Preparation before the game. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yuan was called out of the game by Fong Rou. Several hours had passed in real life, but several days had passed in the game. He had not undergone formal training since he became a disciple, and he was just groping by himself. Going back to this ancestor taught him a good lesson, and Lu Yuan also benefited a lot. You are really good at playing. You won't come out unless I call you. Right? Are you just waiting to eat ready-made food? Fong Rou said with some dissatisfaction. No. There's something going on in the game. So I'm playing until now. Lu Yuan explained. Okay. Come out. Lu Yuan came to the living room. It turned out that Li Jingbai knew that they were moving on the first day and brought some dishes ordered by the hotel to celebrate, while Li Tong and Fong Rou had just gone offline. Well, with this guy here, I don't have to worry about your safety anymore. I can't come here often, so I really don't worry about you two little girls living outside. Li Jingbai said when she saw Lu Yuan coming out of the bedroom. Sister Jingbai. Long time no see. Lu Yuan said Lo. It's only been a few days. Didn't I just have dinner on the weekend? Li Jingbai said with a smile. Well, it feels like many days have passed since I played games, which confused the game time. You haven't played the game for a long time. Lu Yuan patted his head and said, if we all play games, who will protect the real world? Although games are also very good, my ambition is to be a professional elite, not a game master. Li Jingbai said with a smile. During the dinner, the three women drank red wine. Lu Yuan said that he would not drink because he had special training. After all, he was not a good drinker. Unexpectedly, the three of them started to fight over wine while drinking. Lu Yuan sat next to him and had already eaten, but he couldn't just go back to the house to play, so he had to sit here and accompany him to the end. In the end, Li Jingbai and Li Tong both drank to the ground, but Fong Rou obviously still had some room. Ha ha ha. Drink with me. Lu Yuan is left to you. Get the two of them into the house. Don't take advantage. Fong Rou pinched her waist and shouted proudly at Lu Yuan. She was obviously a little drunk. After Lu Yuan settled the two people, he cleared the table, packed the garbage, and went downstairs to throw it away. When he got home, he saw that Fong Rou was still in the bathroom. So he sat down on the chair to wait for her because he was afraid that she would also drink too much. Come out and see what the status is saying. After a while, Li Tong came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel and walked towards Lu Yuan without going back to the bedroom. Lu Yuan's heart tightened. Could this guy have drunk too much? Fong Rou walked up to Lu Yuan, bent down, and put her hands on the back of Lu Yuan's chair. Her hair was still dripping. She leaned against Lu Yuan's ear and blew hot air into Lu Yuan's ear and whispered, You're pressing on my clothes. Lu Yuan was so frightened that his face turned red, and he quickly moved to the chair next to him, while Fong Rou had already returned to her room with her t-shirt and laughed. Lu Yuan was so amused that he blushed. He really didn't notice that he was wearing her clothes. She took off her t-shirt. What did she wear to enter the bathroom? Lu Yuan didn't dare to think about it anymore and hurried back to the house to continue the special training. A few days later. System prompt. The server will undergo a 1-hour system upgrade from 6 to 7 a.m. The system prompts. Congratulations on achieving unique luck and acquiring craftsmanship. Master Patriarch. I succeeded and finally learned the craftsmanship. Lu Yuan slumped on the ground and exhaled deeply. Oh, he also looked at Lu Yuan with admiration and said, Good boy. Yes. Your concentration and patience are rare. Coupled with your own talent, you may really be able to surpass me. Master Uya. Thank you for your cultivation these days. Lu Yuan said sincerely. Okay. Don't mess with the nonsense. And make a magical weapon as soon as possible. Who said that humans can't make magical weapons? So why can only those people have it? Oh, he said with some dissatisfaction. Master Uya. I might have to leave first. That 1 inch. Go ahead and remember that a true master always has the heart of a disciple. Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, the puzzling patriarch spoke. Lu Yuan returned home with breakfast after exercising and found that Li Tong and Fong Rou had also gone offline. After washing, they were sitting at the dining table waiting for Lu Yuan's breakfast. How is your training going? Li Tong asked. It's over. I've gained a lot these days. Maybe I can compete for the top few in this group competition. Lu Yuan said confidently. The official hasn't announced what the rewards are yet. I don't know how generous the rewards are. Fong Rose said, while eating the steamed buns in small bites. Did you find a suitable weapon? Li Tong looked at Fong Rou and asked. It can't be that easy. It looks like I have to use my current weapons to participate in the competition. Fong Rou said with some distress. How about I help you buy one first? Li Tong asked. Forget it. I'm only level 35. And there's still more to come. I can't rely on you all the time. In fact, most players will face such a problem. The supply of equipment exceeds the demand. Rich people buy it indiscriminately, resulting in equipment prices being inflated. Ordinary players are unlucky and cannot find the equipment they use. But they are not willing to spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to buy one. Equip your weapon. I have a rare purple dagger there. Take it and use it. And I have enhanced it to 12 stars. Lu Yuan replied after hearing this. Is it the one that was announced in the world announcement a few days ago? Fong Rou asked. Well, yes. Go back to the guild base as soon as you go online. If you need to strengthen it, I will help you strengthen it. Lu Yuan said confidently. Tell me, are you attracted to me? Are you going to give me something so expensive if you ask me to give it to you? Fong Rou was surprisingly rude to Lu Yuan. You guys are so speechless. You two eat. I'll play the game first. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he went back to the house. It's not that Lu Yuan is trying to please anyone. It's just that Lu Yuan feels that it's inappropriate to collect money from friends. And they also use other people's game warehouses. If Zheng Yu had been in contact with Lu Yuan for a few more days, he would probably have sold it to Zheng Yu. Lu Yuan will also not charge for the giant axe. Even though Lu Yuan plays games to make money, the people around him come first in Lu Yuan's heart. Without friends, what's the point of the game? Lu Yuan logged into the game and first sent a message to Zhang Yu and Zhao Xinghe, telling them that he had returned to the guild base and could help them strengthen. These two people had been grinding for several days, but he had been training. There was no time to come back. While waiting for the two of them, Lu Yuan looked at the results of his training and felt excited again. Not only did he learn the craftsmanship under the guidance of Grandmaster Uya, but he also personally created a level 40 Balian suit, and his Shadow Soul-Chasing Knife has been strengthened to 13 stars. This kind of improvement can no longer be measured in terms of money. Although the process is difficult, the result is perfect. The only regret is that Grandmaster Uya told Lu Yuan that his craftsmanship is not stable enough now, and he must focus on forging. Above all, don't forge for money. Otherwise you will be like Master Zhang Feng if you have impure craftsmanship, and it will be difficult to break through. Craftsmanship passive. The craftsman is focused on making better works. It can increase the success rate of forging top-quality equipment, increase the success rate of strengthening equipment, and reduce the chance of equipment damage. Due to his affinity for equipment, you can wear equipment higher than level 5. A craftsman must have ingenuity throughout his life. If the ingenuity is not pure, it will disappear over time. Although it may disappear, as long as you maintain your original intention, not for profit, and carefully make every piece of equipment, you can maintain your ingenuity. The ancestor also said, when your ingenuity is stable and the forging is complete, you will not worry about money. Silver treasure. Moreover, Lu Yuan also figured out the specific improvements brought about by strengthening the star rating. Each star from 1 to 5 increases attack power by 10 points, armor increases defense by 10 points. Each star from 6 to 10 increases attack power by 50 points, armor increases defense by 50 points. Each star from 11 to 12 increases attack power by 100 points, armor increases defense by 100 points. Each star between 13 and 14 increases attack power by 400 points, armor increases defense by 400 points. 15 stars increases attack power by 800 points, armor increases defense by 800 points. In other words, the equipment with 15 points in the whole body can increase the attack and defense by 2,100 points. Rings, necklaces, and bracelets are different. Since jewelry generally adds 4 or 5 dimensions, the 5 dimensions refer to strength, intelligence, endurance, spirit, and agility. When strengthened, these basic attributes will be increased at the same time, not attack and defense. The increase in basic attributes is much greater than the simple increase in attack and defense. This is also the reason why the explosion rate of jewelry equipment is low. Each star from 1 to 10 adds 10 points to the 5 dimensions. Each star from 11 to 12 adds 20 points to the 5 dimensions. Each star from 13 to 14 adds 90 points to the 5 dimensions. 15 stars adds 180 points to the 5 dimensions. In other words, if a piece of jewelry reaches 15 stars, it can add 300 points in terms of strength. 1 point of strength plus 5 attack. The attack power alone is increased by 1500. And there are also improvements in endurance, etc. Although it is useless for a warrior's mental intelligence. But more mana is better than less. Most jewelry does not improve agility. So 5-dimensional jewelry that improves agility can be said to be the best of the best. The bonus looks high. But how many can be strengthened to 15 stars? With Lu Yuan's current level of ingenuity, he can barely strengthen it to 13 stars. And for stability, it can only be strengthened to 11 stars. After all, the success rate of 12 stars is not high. If the equipment is damaged, Lu Yuan does not want it. What I saw was a blow I couldn't bear. Looking at the level 4000 refining equipment he forged. Although it does not have the effect of a set, it is still the first set of rare equipment made by himself. Lu Yuan is still very satisfied. For this set of equipment, Lu Yuan spent more than 100 yuan that he had already earned. 10,000 yuan was put into the game, and another 50,000 yuan was put into the game to buy materials and strengthening stones before the production was completed. Plus 1100 refinements Tianwei helmet. Rare level 40 warrior. Physical defense plus 1020, plus 400. Magic defense plus 1020, plus 400. Strength plus 108. Intelligence plus 24. Stamina plus 108. Spirit plus 24. Additional. Reduces headshot damage by 20%. Additional. Reduce the time of being stunned by 10%. Additional. The blinding effect is invalid. Plus 1100 refinements Wrath armor. Produced by player Budao Huan. Rare level 40 warrior. Physical defense plus 3600, plus 400. Magic defense plus 3600, plus 400. Strength plus 130. Intelligence plus 100. Stamina plus 130. Spirit plus 100. Additional. Increase own defense by 30%. Additional. The heart guard protects the heart. And the heart will no longer be considered a weak point for attack. Players, not happy, production. Plus 1100 refinements Heavenly Jealousy Belt. Rare level 40 warrior. Physical defense plus 2400, plus 400. Magic defense plus 2400, plus 400. Strength plus 100. Intelligence plus 70. Spirit plus 70. Stamina plus 100. Additional. HP increased by 30%. Additional. Add 10 spaces to your own backpack storage basket. Additional. Increase own weight by 20%. Players, not happy, production. Plus 1100 refinements, Heavenly Tribulation leggings. Rare level 40 warrior. Physical defense plus 2400, plus 400. Magic defense plus 2400, plus 400. Strength plus 100. Intelligence plus 70. Stamina plus 100. Spirit plus 70. Additional. Enemy knockdown effect reduced by 20%. Additional. Received attribute damage reduced by 20%. Additional. 20% additional resistance to lightning damage. Players, not happy, production. Plus 1100 refinements Tianju boots. Rare level 40 warrior. Physical defense plus 1200, plus 400. Magic defense plus 1200, plus 400. Strength plus 80. Intelligence plus 50. Stamina plus 80. Spirit plus 50. Additional. Movement speed increased by 30%. Additional. Increase 10% dodge rate against bow and arrow damage. Additional. Tianju. When the blood volume is less than 5% of the health value, the dodge probability is greatly increased. Players, not happy, production. Looking at the equipment with his name on it, Lu Yuan was very satisfied. Every piece of equipment was so powerful. He was even more excited when he thought about the Shadow Soul Chasing Knife that he had strengthened to 13 stars. When the weapon is strengthened to 12 stars, it will emit a shining white light. When it is strengthened to 13 stars, it will emit a red light. And when it is strengthened to 15 stars, it will emit a golden light. And his own Shadow Soul Chasing Knife, with its mainly black blade exuding a red light, looks even more handsome. Plus 13 Shadow Soul Chaser Knife. Rare level 40 warrior. Attack power, 2500 and 62,680, plus 900. Strength plus 360. Stamina plus 90. Additional, corrosion. Dark attribute attack. Reducing the defense of the damaged enemy. Passive. Additional, shadow. Damage bonus to non-dark monsters by 15%. Passive. Additional, soul chasing. Every 2 normal attacks. The third normal attack will cause 3 times the damage. Passive. The attack power is increased by 900 at once, and combined with the additional 3 times the damage of the third sword. It can even deal explosive damage with a flat slash. The most important thing is your own Pope's thumb. Plus 11 Pope's authority finger. Rare quality level 40. Ring. Strength plus 400, plus 120. Intelligence plus 400, plus 120. Stamina plus 400, plus 120. Agility plus 400, plus 120. Spirit plus 400, plus 120. P.S. The ring worn by the Pope of FTY to show his authority. The high-cost 5 dimension was already added. And after strengthening 11 stars, it was increased to 120. The improvement is not too big. The only thing I haven't changed is my necklace. Air Motz's Big Baby. Rare quality necklace. Available at level 20. Strength plus 40. Intelligence plus 40. Stamina plus 40. Spirit plus 40. Additional attributes, HP increased by 20%. There is also the zombie bracelet given by Jean Malu in the mission to save the villagers. Since it is level 30 equipment, Lu Yuan also enhanced it to level 11. Plus 11 zombie bracelet. Rare quality level 30. Strength plus 60, 120. Stamina plus 60, 120. Agility plus 60, 120. Intelligence plus 60, 120. Spirit plus 60, 120. Additional skills. Summon zombies. You can summon 2 zombies to help you fight. The zombies' combat ability is affected by the player's attack power and defense power. The cooling time is 30 minutes. Lu Yuan, who was all dressed up, clicked on his attribute bar. Player, not happy. Level, 35. Occupation, warrior. HP, 24,225. Attack power, 11485, 11565. Defense, 16,406. Strength, 1,605. Endurance, 1,239. Agility, 625. Intelligence, 885. Spirit, 885. Skills learned, Slam. Charge. Something Blood Armor. Whirlwind Slash. Lightning Slash. Waning Moon Slash. Death Slash. Special skills, Thousands of Army Kill. Mystery, Shura Slash. Passive skill, Ingenuity. Seeing Lu Yuan's current attributes, thinking about how he was chased by a coyote half a month ago, he felt as if he was in another world, because of his acquired craftsmanship. Even though he was level 35, he was still wearing a level 40 suit. The basic attribute growth is only a few levels different from those of high-level people, and the equipment attributes have even surpassed them. After talking, Zheng Yu and Zhao Xing had dealt with the matters at hand, and went directly to the guild base to meet Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had promised to help Zheng Yu strengthen his weapons before, but he was dragged to special training the next day, so he didn't fulfill his promise. Why don't he just call everyone over while there is still time in the day? Who needs it? The strengthened Lu Yuan was immediately satisfied. Originally, Lu Yuan had already caught up with the main force, but the special training level in the past few days had dropped again. Zhao Xinghe and others were already at level 37-38. But Zheng Yu, a pervert on the ranking list, was actually level 39, which was said to be close to 40. The level is not far away either. I guess that forbidden method Xiao Lui has already reached level 40. Right. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think. Zheng Yu still uses the earth-shaking axe, due to the high strength and endurance bonus of this axe, and an active control skill. It can be said that level 40 will not necessarily be outdated. The axe has been used by Zheng Yu, it has been strengthened to 10 stars. But I don't dare to try to strengthen it to 11 stars. After all, if it fails, the axe will be gone. Lu Yuan took the equipment and strengthening stones, and immediately opened the strengthening options in the forging. Lu Yuan, who has gone through 4 days of special training, is equivalent to half a month of special training in the game. Looking at the success pointer swinging left and right, Lu Yuan now felt that it was extremely slow. He didn't know whether it was because his level had improved, or because he had experienced too many times of strengthening 11, and was used to it. There was no suspense about the 5 hammers. Dropped equipment successfully. When Lu Yuan asked Zheng Yu if he wanted to try to strengthen 12 stars, Zheng Yu said that he no longer had any strengthening stones and used them to strengthen his equipment. Can you still lack some strengthening stone money? Lu Yuan asked. It's not that I'm short of money, boss. It's just that I can't buy it, Zheng Yu said with a depressed look on his face. Can't buy it? The strengthening stone, which was on the verge of collapse a few days ago, can't be bought anymore? Lu Yuan couldn't believe it. Zhao Xing heard this and said, Didn't you read the forum? One person actually used 5 high-level strengthening stones to synthesize a special strengthening stone, and then posted that when the special strengthening stone strengthens equipment above 10 stars, the equipment will not be damaged. But if it fails, the equipment will automatically drop back to 0 stars. So rich people from all walks of life started to buy goods. Preparing to win by quantity? Use high-value strengthening stones to increase the success rate. Lu Yuan said clearly. Yes, that's it. Reinforcement stones are even more expensive now than they were at the beginning. There are already many players who do nothing but make a fortune by grinding enhancement stones. Zhao Xing replied, and then handed over his weapon. Passed. Lu Yuan took Zhao Xing's weapon, which was a metal staff, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Staff, and helped strengthen it without saying much. Chapter 63 Taoyuan First Martial Arts Conference. Zhao Xing did have some stocks. Lu Yuan helped him strengthen to 12 stars. Now it was a bit stressful to strengthen Lu Yuan to 12 stars. However, Zhao Xing has said that it didn't matter even if he failed. He still had spare weapons. So Lu Yuan felt confident and boldly strengthened him. It worked. Zheng Yu, who was watching from the sidelines, stamped his feet in envy and kept nagging that when he got the strengthening stone, he would also help him reach 12 stars. Li Tong and Fang Rou also came online one after another. Lu Yuan didn't want Fang Rou to be embarrassed. After all, he had promised to give her the weapon. So he submitted a transaction application as soon as they met before the other party could say anything. After the transaction was over, Ho Rou put on the plus 12 sacrificial suicide dagger, looking at the weapon with the shining white light in her hand. She couldn't put it down. Moreover, the weapon had 2 top-notch properties, 1 death and 1 blinding. It is to make Fang Rou understand the preciousness of weapons. Thank you, Lu Yuan, Fang Rou said in a rare serious tone. Fang Rou, who was usually wild and unrestrained and loved to joke, was so serious that Lu Yuan didn't know what to say. This was already the second time he said thank you so seriously. Lu Yuan didn't reply, but Li Tong next to him was a little unhappy for some reason. After everything was prepared, it was time to wait for the arena match in the evening. Lu Yuan opened today's update content and took a rough look. 1. The system mall has updated costumes. Players can buy them directly in the mall or give them to others. The costumes do not conflict with their own equipment. There are no attribute bonuses except appearance. There are also fashion magic balls from which you can draw limited costumes. 2. In view of the fact that some players have reached level 40 or above, Taoyuan has launched a mount system. Players can explore and capture it on their own. Everything that can be ridden in the game has a chance to become your mount. 3. Details of the first martial arts conference. 1. Players must register before 1800 hours PM. Those who have not registered before the deadline will be disqualified. 2. The game will start on time at 1800 hours. Players are required to be online. If the player is not online when playing, he will be automatically disqualified. 3. After the start, the system will automatically match opponents for a random competition based on the number of applicants. The loser will be eliminated directly. When the number of remaining participants reaches 128, the group competition will begin. The arena competition is broadcast live to the public, and players can also go to the Holy City Arena to watch it live without any admission fees. 4. You are not allowed to use any drugs during the competition, and you are not allowed to bring any other professional buff except your own skills. For the sake of fairness when entering the competition arena, to ensure that players can exert their maximum strength, all skills and cooling will be restored. 5. In view of the rapid PK of the game, registration will start after the game is updated. The competition will start at 1800 hours that night. Today, the top 128 will be directly competed. The next day will be eliminated to the top 4. The finals will be held on the 3rd day. The top 3 will win. Rewards given by the system. 6. The first place will be rewarded with an epic weapon, equipment that meets the needs of one's profession. The second place will be rewarded with a rare level special equipment. The third place will be rewarded with a rare level jewelry. After reading the update content and the rules of the arena competition. The most attractive thing should be the epic equipment for the first place. The special equipment for the second place is also good. Until now, I haven't heard of anyone with special equipment. In the equipment column, the 3 special equipment slots have always been empty. And there is no description of which part of the equipment they are. Have you all signed up? Lu Yuan asked. Not yet. Prepare to report now. 17:50 p.m. Are you all ready? Come to the square and gather. It will start in a moment. Don't be left behind. Looking at the excited figures around them, Lu Yuan and others were also infected. After all, it was the first large-scale event of the game. The influence of this game, that has driven tens of millions of people crazy, has already exceeded that of any previous online game. With so many people participating online at the same time, nearly 10 million people have to be eliminated to select 128 players. This elimination rate is really cruel. The system prompts. The event starts in 5 minutes. Players who have signed up are asked to gather at the arena plaza. Lu Yuan has already made preparations and put on his most powerful equipment. Since his strength is already here, there is no need to hide it. If the boat capsizes in the gutter, the gain will outweigh the loss. As the time came, the event started on time. At this time, a barrier visible to the naked eye was formed, covering the players who had signed up and came to participate. Since there were more people in the initial elimination round, the elimination rate was relatively high, and participants are randomly matched together. So unless those who have not signed up specify which player to watch, the rest will be sent to a separate arena for direct PK. The first World's Best Martial Arts Conference begins. With the arrival of the system sound, a random match lights up in everyone's perspective and starts timing. In less than 5 seconds, the people in the square disappear instantly and are all transferred to a separate PK space. 3.2.1 Start. Lu Yuan was teleported to a closed arena. As the countdown ended, Lu Yuan's first PK officially began. Lu Yuan stood on the ring and did not see the enemy. He turned around and still couldn't find him. Lu Yuan thought that he must have met an assassin and became invisible as soon as he entered. Lu Yuan simply stopped moving and waited for the assassin to show up. He didn't believe that he would be able to encounter a master who could kill him instantly in the first game. The opponent probably also saw that Lu Yuan's equipment was extraordinary. He waited for almost half a minute and still didn't appear. Isn't this a waste of time? Lu Yuan simply used Whirlwind to move around slowly. And suddenly 2 big yellow characters appeared in front of his eyes. Victory. System prompt. Congratulations on defeating your opponent and successfully entering the next round. Lu Yuan was a little confused. Is this the end? Are you going to be killed if you let yourself be careless? How many dishes are there? When he returned to the place, he saw that Zhao Xinghe and others had come out a long time ago. So he asked, How are you doing? I met a CK who didn't see anyone the whole time. And then I won. The opponent is very good, and I can defeat him with 2 skills in seconds. Zhao Xinghe said proudly. Don't be careless. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan went directly to the second scene. As the countdown ended, Lu Yuan finally saw someone this time. Opposite was a female doctor. The female doctor summoned a butterfly on the spot and flew towards Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan ignored the butterfly and charged directly towards her with a blood-burning slash. Red in color, the Black Shadow's soul-chasing knife drew a perfect arc. 1211-24561. The damage in the front was caused by Lu Yuan's burning blood slash, and the damage in the back was caused by hitting the opponent. 2 big yellow words appeared in front of him. Victory. Congratulations on defeating your opponent and successfully entering the next round. Lu Yuan originally wanted to use a few skills, but he didn't expect to kill the opponent in just 1 blow. There was no way that the gap between ordinary players and himself was too big. If Lu Yuan hadn't updated his equipment before, he might not have been able to do it before. It would be so easy to win. But Lu Yuan, who has already put on level 40 equipment, cannot be matched by these ordinary players. It may be that the player base is too large, or that Lu Yuan is too strong. Until the last 128 winners were selected, Lu Yuan did not meet an opponent who could make his second attack. Zhao Xinghe, Li Tong, Fang Rou, and Zheng Yu also entered the 128th place. But it is said that the elimination round of the 4 of them was not as easy as Lu Yuan, due to the large player base. The first knockout match lasted for more than 3 hours, and did not end until after 9 o'clock in the evening. The rest of the competition didn't start until the next day, and everyone was rushing to level up in order to become stronger, and strive to achieve better results in the next round. Chapter 60 for the second day of the martial arts conference. After walking out of the competition ground, Lu Yuan noticed that among the people rushing back and forth in the city, many people were already wearing fashionable clothes. Of course, most of them were female characters. There were all kinds of ancient robes and long skirts. But there were no modern fashions. It was probably because they were afraid of affecting the game style of. Although Lu Yuan won easily on the first day of the competition, Lu Yuan knew that he was lucky and did not meet a too strong master. However, the 128 people left behind can be said to be the elite among the elite. In fact, many people won after hard battles, and there were also many strong people who had bad luck and encountered those perverts on the rankings. After a game, everyone was still excited and didn't want to run around. They decided to go back to the guild to deposit today's escort car, and then everyone would find a place to practice leveling together to prepare for the next day's game. Especially at someone like Zhang Yu who is approaching level 40. If he can reach level 40 before the game the next day and change into level 40 equipment, his chances of advancement will obviously be much greater.
Boss, do you still remember the Wolf Warrior Guild who robbed our escort car last time?
As soon as Zhang Yu said that he would escort the escort, he started talking again.
Remember? Didn't we win the battle later? We haven't participated in guild activities very much recently. And are you looking for trouble again?
Lu Yuan asked back.
It's not that we are looking for trouble, but we are about to be broken up. Our guild's flag is hung in front of our names. Later, some people wanted to take revenge and killed our guild members to wash away the flag. Although there was no guild war, there was still a lot of trouble. After a lot of friction, we later guarded them and killed anyone we saw. Finally, the Wolf Warriors Guild finally posted an apology. But the situation was over. Most of the players quit the association one after another, and they are probably about to break up,
Zhang Yu said with excitement. Pile. Lu Yuan didn't respond after hearing this. After all, he didn't pay attention to such an opponent from the beginning. After everyone finished suppressing the escorts, they found a healer in the gang, and a team of 6 people went to find a place to brush monsters and level up. 1740 on the second day. There were only 20 minutes left before the start of the second day's competition, and the remaining 128 players all arrived at the training ground early. After all, no one wanted to be disqualified for being late. The surrounding stands were already filled with players watching the fun. Although you can watch it through the official live broadcast, there are still many people who like the atmosphere of the scene.
Lu Yuan, you have to work hard. I think you are the only one in our guild who has the strength to compete for the top 3.
Li Tong looked at the contestants around him and found that there were no longer those wearing miscellaneous equipment. Some were already wearing fashions hidden in the mall. Just looking at them already put a lot of pressure on him.
Yes, Lu Yuan.
You have to work hard.
Fong Rou followed suit and blinked at Lu Yuan. Before Lu Yuan could reply, he heard a cold voice coming from the side.
Why are you still at level 35? What have you been doing these days?
It turned out to be Xiao Lui walking over. No one except Lu Yuan recognized her, but no one knew the name of the number 1 in the ranking list.
Boss, do you know all the forbidden laws that are number 1 in the level rankings?
Zhang Yu said with admiration. Zhao Xinghe patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile.
You kid. You actually provoke a beautiful woman.
Lu Yuan ignored the 2 men's teasing and replied to Xiao Lui.
I have some things to do in the past few days, so I haven't been leveling up. See you in the ring? I hope you won't be eliminated too early.
Xiao Lui glanced at the people around Lu Yuan. His eyes lingered on Li Tong and Fong Rou for a moment, then turned and walked aside.
Boss, are you bullying others? Why is she so looking forward to competing with you?
Zhang Yu always seems to have endless questions. At this time, another male doctor came to several people and said to Li Tong,
why don't you go home for the holidays? Pay attention to safety outside.
It turned out to be Li Tong's brother Li Wei.
I know, brother.
Just as Li Tong finished speaking, another cold voice came from the other side.
It's really you guys. Please pray that you don't meet me in the ring again.
He glanced at Fong Rou coldly and said,
let's forget the last time. You're lucky. I gotta get what I want. Lin Han, you are a big man. Why are you embarrassing a group of children?
Li Wei looked at Lin Han and said mockingly,
hey, Li Wei, don't worry. I won't touch your sister.
After Lin Han said that, he turned around and left. Li Wei looked at Lin Han, who had walked away, and said to everyone,
have you offended him? He is used to being domineering. He is still very upright, and he will not use any despicable means. But you must also pay attention to safety. The Lin family is quite powerful. Brother, you have to work hard too.
Li Tong ran over and hugged Li Wei's arm and said. This was beyond Li Yuan's expectation. He thought Li Tong wanted to prove that she had a bad relationship with her brother. But he didn't expect that there was no conflict between the two. It seemed that Li Tong just wanted to prove to her elders.
Are you Li Yuan? Thank you for taking care of my sister recently.
Li Wei stretched out his hand and said to Li Yuan. Li Yuan also stretched out his hand to shake Li Wei's hand and said.
I don't care about anything. It's just friends helping each other. The competition is about to begin. Please prepare for the competition.
As the system prompt sounded, everyone stopped talking and adjusted their state to prepare for today's competition. Only 4 of the 128 players can enter tomorrow's finals. This kind of competition among all top players is undoubtedly cruel. I saw that the venue, that was originally a large arena, was suddenly divided into 4 parts. It seems that it is
okay
to have 4 games at the same time. After all, there are too many people to compete one by one. Even if the duel without taking medicine is faster, it will not be able to hold up more games. Each person automatically has an additional number plate in their hand, with number 1 versus number 128, number 2 versus number 127, and so on. Lu Yuan got a number 10, which meant that Lu Yuan would appear in the 3rd round. Zhao Xinghe was lucky enough to get a number 128, so he had to appear in the 1st round. Everyone was lined up in the middle, so everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhao Xinghe. As the system prompt started, the person who was standing at the edge of the ring disappeared in an instant and was teleported to the field. Zhao Xinghe was level 39 at this time, holding his plus 12-9 Heaven's Divine Thunderstaff, and wearing a light blue rare level cloth armor, which gave him a slightly dusty feeling. Zhao Xinghe's opponent was a warrior, holding a 2-handed giant sword. Judging from the equipment on his body, he looked like a rookie, but his level was indeed 1 level lower than Zhao Xinghe's. When the countdown ended, the soldier rushed directly towards Zhao Xinghe. But Zhao Xinghe did not move in a hurry, because he knew that the soldier's skill charge would not be able to dodge even if he ran again,
and he could only use a backhand. Sure enough, the warrior moved to the casting distance and charged towards him. Zhao Xinghe was already prepared and released a thunder cloud in the area under his feet in advance, striking thunder while he used the mage's invincible skill, Ice Cube. The warrior directly hit the Ice Cube, and the stun effect was naturally unable to be triggered. Within a few seconds, because the opponent was frozen, he could not do much damage. Faced with a range of thunder, he didn't dare to stay inside and take damage, so he had to run out of the thundercloud range. Zhao Xinghe unblocked the ice block and fired several electric balls from his staff. The soldier dragged the sword and ran towards Zhao Xinghe again while carrying the electric balls. Although the damage is not very high, it is obviously unwise to take advantage of the mage's skills. As expected, Zhao Xinghe did not retreat. The electric ball was actually just an introduction. Zhao Xinghe chanted a spell, and a huge thunder ball dropped from the sky. And it actually collided with. There was a slight connection between the thunderballs that hit the warrior before. The huge lightning seemed to be tracking, and it hit the warrior's head directly, causing a critical hit. Then 2 small skills took the warrior away. It took less than a minute in total, which was pretty neat. In the 2nd round, 2 acquaintances appeared. One was Xiao Lui, the top-ranked Forbidden Law, and the other was Li Tong's brother LJ Li Wei. The 2 of them were in 2 venues. Xiao Lui was facing a guardian. At the beginning of the battle, the guardian ran towards her with a big hammer. As if Xiao Lui was too lazy to move, he directly launched a fire tornado to control the guardian. Then a fire phoenix hit the guardian and seemed to have a stun effect. The ground was also covered with a layer of wall of fire, followed by a string of fireballs, chanting skills for 2 seconds without stopping. Meteor fall. A huge meteor hit the ring, and the guardian was so big that he was KO'd without even reaching the mage. Everyone present was amazed. After all, this arena match was the first time everyone had such a close look at the legends on the list. As expected, their abilities were extraordinary. Li Wei's opponent was an assassin. People standing in the stands could see that the assassin was invisible. Li Wei didn't move. He stood directly in front of him with something like a totem, and placed a pool of toxins under his feet. Skills. Just stand there regardless. As soon as the assassin was about to get close, the totem automatically held him with a green line, and began to lose blood continuously. However, the damage was not very high, and the poison continued to attack, since the PK did not allow him to increase blood. So the assassin was in a dilemma. The assassin made up his mind and rushed forward to cut the neck, shoot the head, shave the ghost, and kill the ghost with a series of assassin skills. Li Wei stood still and gave himself a boost of blood, and his blood volume instantly returned to full. The main thing for doctors is to grow their health and mana in a balanced way. So in this kind of arena competition where potions cannot be used, as long as a set of skills can't kill the doctor in seconds, most of the time, the fate will be grinded to death. The poor assassin was tortured to death. In the third round, it was finally Lu Yuan's turn. And Lu Yuan finally faced his first strong opponent. The opponent is actually Lian Hongchen on the ranking list, which is also a warrior profession. Two people of the same profession are piking each other. It is obvious that they are comparing details, equipment, and the strength of their respective skills. Of course, they are also inseparable. Release of basic skills. When the countdown ended, Lu Yuan and Lian Hongchen, who was opposite him, ran towards the middle of the competition field together. Chapter 65 Fong Rou's disastrous defeat. Lu Yuan and Lian Hongchen both rushed towards each other and activated their charging skills almost at the same time. They were both knocked unconscious at the same time. The two people who were relieved of the stun released their skills at the same time. Of course, Lu Yuan used his strongest skill at full health, Blood Burning Slash, while Lian Hongchen swung his sword from bottom to top and used the move Fong Slash, being injured and entering a bleeding state. 1211, 6630. Minus 2100. Minus 100. Minus 100. Lu Yuan hit Lian Hongchen with more than 6,000 health points with one move. But combined with the health loss from his skills and the damage from Lian Hongchen's skills, he also lost 4,000 health points. Lu Yuan continued to slash horizontally, and Lian Hongchen's body skills seemed to be dexterous enough to dodge. When he counterattacked appropriately, Lu Yuan either used his weapon to block or moved to dodge. Lian Hongchen didn't have as much health as Lu Yuan in defense and attack, so he didn't dare to fight head-on. Lu Yuan chased him and wandered away, and for a while, he was in a deadlock. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry, waiting for his charge skills to cool down. As long as he could control the opponent, he was confident that he could complete the kill within a few seconds. According to Lu Yuan's calculations, the opponent's health should not be as high as his own. He should have lost a quarter or even a third of his health just now. Just when Lu Yuan was thinking about how to kill Lian Hongchen in seconds, the opponent's charge skill had finished cooling down and rushed over. But Lu Yuan's charge still had a 2-second cooldown. It was obvious that the opponent had equipment such as skill cooldown. Lu Yuan was stunned in place, although the helmet came with a helmet that could reduce the duration of the stun effect. But Lian Hongchen obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity. It was another bottom-up skill, but it was obviously not the Fong Slash just now, but the most common challenge. Lu Yuan was actually judged to be lifted off the ground. Lu Yuan, who was floating in the air, could only let himself fall in love with the world. He was slicing down below, consuming his blood volume one after another. Lu Yuan was very annoyed because his carelessness was taken advantage of by the opponent and consumed thousands of his health. This was because he used Song Feng blood armor in the air to increase his defense. Lu Yuan obviously would not let others take advantage of him. Obviously, the opponent relied on using the two-handed giant sword to catch the weight of the sword, so that he could be beaten passively in the air. However, the biggest drawback of the two-handed giant sword was that the shooting speed was too slow. Lu Yuan saw it on time. When the opponent continued to hit him with his sword, he used his own weapon to block, used his strength to turn around in the air several times, and stood on the ground again. Lu Yuan, who was still frightened, did not dare to be careless anymore and directly used the charge skill, causing Lian Hongchen to faint on the spot. The opponent had obviously expected it and had already activated Song Feng blood armor to increase his defense. But there were only a few seconds in front of Lu Yuan, enough for him to deal super high damage. Lightning Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Waning Moon Slash, and Death Slash were released all at once. And then he jumped 2 steps back and lunged sideways. He held his own shadow soul-chasing knife in both hands. The blade was glowing red, but it couldn't suppress the Black Death aura. Lian Hongchen recovered from the dizziness and saw that the opponent's explosion was so high in just a few seconds. He knew that he was unable to defeat him, but he had no choice but to release his charge again to see if he could float the opponent into the air and kill him with his own power. This move will kill Lu Yuan instantly. But when Lian Hongchen charged at Lu Yuan also moved. It turned out that Lu Yuan was not posing there, but was accumulating strength. waiting for him to crash into him.
Thousands of armies kill.
The two met each other. Lu Yuan stood there, but Lin Hongchen fell on the ring with all his blood. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel frightened when he exited the ring. It could be said that he almost lost. If he hadn't had some kung fu skills and rich fighting experience, he would have never been able to get down after being hit in the air. It was obvious that the opponent had that strength. Immediately after the next round began. This time both Fang Rou and Li Tong entered the competition. Unfortunately, they were not grouped together. However, Fang Rou was somewhat unlucky to meet the God of War Tyrant, also known as Lin Han. Professional is a guardian.
Little girl. What a coincidence. You are unlucky to meet me.
Lin Han seemed to be talking to himself in the air. Because Fang Rou had already become invisible at the beginning of the game, Lin Han also chose to stand still, obviously very confident in himself. Otherwise, when fighting an assassin, even if he didn't know his whereabouts, it would be better to run to avoid being attacked from behind. Fang Rou carefully walked around behind Lin Han, who stood there with a sledgehammer in his hand. Fang Rou waited for a few seconds and saw that the other party had not noticed her. So she jumped up and cut Lin Han directly on the back of the neck. The moment Fang Rou appeared, a yellow light shield lit up on Lin Han's body. The blow that Fang Rou thought she was determined to win turned out to be invalid. Fang Rou, who did not believe in evil, then released several skills in turn, but they were all invalid. Lin Han raised a sledgehammer and hit Fang Rou, who was very close at hand, and hit the ground. Some cracks appeared on the ground, and Fang Rou was thrown into the air by the blow. When Fang Rou landed, she was dizzy again. Skill. Fang Rou was shocked and fainted on the spot. Just when the dizziness was about to end, there was another shaking the ground, and Fang Rou floated into the air again. Lin Han had a smug smile on his face, obviously teasing Fang Rou, and the golden light just now was obviously invincible. Although it only lasted for 5 seconds, these 5 seconds were too fatal for a high-explosion profession like assassin. Fang Rou was helpless and had no choice but to use the blood escape move. As the name suggests, it consumes one's own blood and forcibly enters the invisible state. The first attack after appearing will inevitably hit a critical hit. The disadvantage is that the invisible time is only 15 seconds. Fang Rou regained her freedom and took the time to look for an opportunity. Seeing that Lin Han still hadn't moved, she knew that the cooldown of the invincible skill would definitely be very long. She mustered up the courage to launch an attack again. This time, the damage was not ineffective -4,650. -2,100. The first critical hit damage is still very high, but unfortunately it is still insignificant for a profession with high health growth such as the Guardian. Lin Han's God of War Tyrant has a health volume of more than 38,000. This damage seems a bit insignificant. The character using the taunting skill Fang Rou automatically slashed Lin Han uncontrollably. For this Guardian with high defense and thick blood, the slash obviously couldn't cause much damage. In this battle, Fang Rou lost, and she lost miserably. Lin Han exited the competition field and looked at Lu Yuan and others provocatively, smiling evilly. Zheng Yu was so angry that he jumped up and said he wanted to avenge Fang Rou. What Li Tong encountered was a warrior profession. Archers seemed to be naturally capable of restraining low-agility melee combatants, such as warriors and guardians. The warrior charged forward and attacked Li Tong, but Li Tong used the skill of walking on the wind and directly stepped on the warrior, who was charging forward. He did a backflip to widen the distance, and when he landed, whoosh whoosh, he shot 2 arrows. Got out. The soldier was stepped on and stopped in place and was hit by 2 more arrows. He was helpless and had no choice but to run towards the archer instead of charging. And Li Tong had already activated Quick Step. His movement speed increased dramatically, and he pulled the warrior to fly his kite. He couldn't catch up with him, but couldn't run away. A warrior who hadn't learned any special skills was undoubtedly like a living target, shot alive. Li Tong was the exact opposite of Fang Rou and won easily. At this time, Zheng Yu took out his earth-shaking mountain axe and said excitedly,
"It's finally time for me to appear."
Chapter 66. Are there really Taoist priests? Zheng Yu looked excited with a big axe and was ready to kill. But when he saw the opponent on the opposite side, Zheng Yu was confused. He turned out to be a player dressed as a Taoist priest, carrying an iron sword behind his back and holding a whisk in the dust, wearing a Taoist robe. I've never heard of mall fashions having such a look. I have never seen anyone change jobs and become a Taoist priest. The name of this Taoist priest is quite similar to Cheng Chunzi. Lu Yuan, who was watching the battle, was even more surprised. She remembered that a few days ago she and Xiao Lui had pretended to be a fortune teller. She once said that there was no such bluffing Taoist priest in the game. But she didn't expect that there really was one. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Lui in the distance, and saw that she was also looking towards him. The two looked at each other. Lu Yuan smiled at her, but she turned her head directly towards the arena. When the countdown ended and the game started, Zheng Yu ran directly towards the Taoist priest Chang Chunzi without any hesitation. Who would have thought that Chang Chunzi would not move either? He held a yellow talisman between the index and middle fingers of his left hand and flicked it towards Zheng Yu. Facing this floating piece of talisman paper, Zheng Yu didn't take it seriously at all. He was directly hit by the talisman, while causing damage. Lu Yuan was also slowed down. The guardian profession, which was already very low in agility, ran away at this time. It's even slower. The Chang Chunzi hit it with one blow, then took out a piece of paper and threw it out. When Zheng Yu saw this, he didn't know what special effect this time had, and he didn't dare to hide directly to the side. He was already a relatively large professional, and coupled with the deceleration, he couldn't avoid the spell flying at high speed. So he was hit again. This time it was no longer slowing down, but an explosion occurred at the moment of contact, and Zheng Yu was knocked down with the explosion. Taking advantage of the time when the enemy was knocked down, Chang Chunzi took out a writing brush and drew symbols in the air, and actually summoned 4 little ghost-like things, which rushed directly towards the fallen Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu got up and had no choice but to continue running towards the Chang Chunzi. As long as he got close and hit the fragile skin with a set of control skills, he could almost control him to death. Chang Chunzi didn't give him a chance to get close. Although both the deceleration and explosion charms were cooling down, Chang Chunzi still had a backup plan. He took out a bell from his arms and threw it into the sky. He pointed the whisk at the bell with his right hand and pinched it with his left hand. Tactic. The bell instantly grew bigger and moved directly towards Zheng Yu, while Zheng Yu walked in the opposite direction as if he was frightened. Zheng Yu was tricked around, and there were 4 little ghosts chasing him behind him. The damage was not particularly high, but Zheng Yu continued to lose health. Zheng Yu was very upset after being bitten. He had no choice but to just run towards the enemy.
As long as you let me get close, you will look good,
Zheng Yu shouted through gritted teeth. As expected, Chang Chunzi had no extra control skills this time. Zheng Yu finally got close, raised the ground-shaking axe, and directly shake the ground. If this skill stuns Chang Chunzi, it can basically be said that he will be dead. But Chang Chunzi calmly took out another talisman in his left hand. When the hammer fell to the ground and Zheng Yu was about to take the attack, he found that the person in front of him was gone. It turned out that Chang Chunzi was using the Earth Escape talisman and had moved behind Zheng Yu to distance himself. Zheng Yu felt powerless, gritted his teeth, and had no choice but to run towards Chang Chunzi again. When he saw the Chang Chunzi spell, Zheng Yu was slowed down again.
Ah!
Zheng Yu shouted in collapse and directly chose to admit defeat. Zheng Yu, who exited the venue, jumped angrily and said to Lu Yuan,
"Boss, have you seen it? He is so annoying." I collapsed. How can I have such a cheap career? Where did this come from? Maybe I received the inheritance somewhere. As far as I know, this is possible in the game.
Lu Yuan gave his own thoughts based on his own experience. Lu Yuan jumped up in anger, and Fan Ro cried angrily, because not only did he lose, but he was teased to death by Lin Han on the opposite side. And he also said a lot of unpleasant things. After about half an hour, this round of elimination was finally over. The system prompt also came.
The first round of elimination is over, and irrelevant personnel will retreat to the audience.
In an instant, the number of contestants on the edge of the ring was reduced by half, and it was obvious that the enemy they would face next would be more powerful. This round, Lu Yuan did not encounter any powerful enemy. The opponent was an assassin. However, Lu Yuan was defeated in one set of bursts, and even half of his health was not hit. His fate was doomed. Lu Yuan's victory was very simple. But Zhao Xinghe was miserable when he met CK Yin, the president of the exclusive assassin family, who was at the top of his class. It was obvious that his level of assassin was at the top level. He only appeared for less than 10 seconds in the whole process. These 10 seconds were completely a one-sided massacre. Zhao Xinghe was beaten to the point where he was unable to fight back. Zhao Xinghe just stopped at the top 64. What's even more outrageous is that this CK Yin actually advertised.
CK Paradise Guild undertakes revenge, investigation, pursuit and other services in various games at preferential prices. Contact the QQ group at 175.099.132 for a private chat group if you have any questions. Lord, anyone who takes the initiative to chat with you privately is a liar.
This advertisement caused an uproar at the scene.
This advertisement is too real. This Assassin's Guild is quite funny.
Various comments emerged one after another. The enemies Li Tong encountered were also very strong. The leader of the first guild in the Myth Yaoyang server was also an archer. Li Tong's level has not reached level 40. And his equipment and skills are far inferior to that of the mythical Yaoyang. Moreover, it is obvious that the opponent did not try his best. He simply moved left and right to dodge the skills. And then, the two archers exchanged shots with each other. Li Tong ended up failing. As there were fewer and fewer people left, the game progressed very quickly. The system prompted the loser to exit. In an instant, half of the people around the arena were gone, leaving only 32 participating players. Since the competition field was divided into 4 areas before, and there were many participants, most people watched to see who was famous among the people playing at the same time. Only a few people paid attention to some masters, who won the competition silently. The remaining 32 players can be said to be elites. For Lu Yuan, this has just begun. After all, his goal is towards the highest reward. Since the top 4 will be eliminated today, the pace of the game is very fast, which also highlights the cruelty of game competition. Although the top 3 in the game will receive rewards, no one will remember the second and third place. Glory will always belongs to the first. The competition stage also automatically refreshed from 4 blocks to 1 block, and the numbers were reissued. Lu Yuan's number was number 15, which meant that this time Lu Yuan could take a good look at who the masters were among the remaining people. While he was thinking, a player on the stage attracted Lu Yuan's attention. He was wearing white armor and holding a spear in his hand. He looked like an ancient general. The player's name was Yang Yanzhao.
Isn't this guy time travel?
Chapter 67. Everyone shows their magical powers. Yang Yanzhao is also a warrior. Although the weapon is a spear, the basic skills of a warrior, such as charge and lightning slash, have the same effect. It's just that the attack method has been changed. If it weren't for the fact that the special effects of the skills would be the same, I really can't recognize it from afar. However, the normal attacks are different. They are mainly stabbing, with various picks, thrusts, and sweeps. At first glance, they look like Lian Jiazi. His marksmanship is methodical. Once a shot is hit, it will be followed by several shots, and the skills will be released. The opponent was hit so hard that the Guardian was unable to fight back, and he knocked him to the ground in a short time. Another incident that caught Lu Yuan's attention was that a wind mage named
Zheng Feng Piao Lang
actually learned the evil winged birdman's
Sky Flying Gale Slash.
It can be said that Lu Yuan is very familiar with this move. He was almost instantly killed by that skill. When used by the player, it is not as high as Birdman in the air, but it still jumps. It is emitted by the staff. If there is a substantial half-moon-shaped wind blade, the space seems to be divided. The wind mage has the wind element to increase the movement speed. Soon, the gameplay was very elegant, and although it was not easy to win, I successfully advanced. Lu Yuan's opponent was an archer. This archer was really good at melee combat. Windwalker could restrain himself from charging. All kinds of slowdown arrows could prevent him from getting too close. Lu Yuan could only try his best to dodge the incoming arrows, but there was a heavy rain of arrows. He also suffered a lot of injuries. Lu Yuan had no choice but to use the skill attached to his zombie bracelet to summon 2 zombies and intercept the archer separately. Finally, he cornered the archer. Lu Yuan was no longer something he could deal with when he got close. It was not difficult for Lu Yuan to win in the first battle, but it was very troublesome. This round ended quickly, and there were only 16 people left on the field. Numbers will be randomly issued by the system in no particular order. 1. God of War Tyrant Professional Guardian. 2. Not a Professional Warrior. 3. Forbidden Law Professional Mage. 4. You look so beautiful when you smile. Professional Mage. 5. LJ Liwei Occupational Physician. 6. CK Hidden Professional Assassin. 7. Professional Warriors in Troubled Times. 8. Mythical Yaoyang Professional Archer. 9. Mob Bowl Professional Warrior. 10. Night Sting Professional Assassin. 11. Taishan Shirdan becomes a Professional Guardian. 12. Half-Drunk and Half-Worldly Professional Doctor. 13. Riding the Wind and Waves Professional Mage. 14. Jianshan Professional Warrior. 15. Changchunzi Professional Mage. 16. Yang Yanzhao Professional Fighter. After taking a look at the list of the top 16, Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that Chang Chunzi's career information showed that he was still a mage. Maybe it was just like what the career instructor said at level 30. The direction of development is different. The legal profession is still a mage, but the skills being inherited makes him different from ordinary mages. There were fewer games on the second day than on the first day, but every game was an elite duel, so it was still very energy consuming. There were still 2 games at most, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but cheer up. Hundreds of miles are half 90, and the efforts made before falling here will be meaningless. The game never stops. Lin Han, the God of War, in position 1, vs. Yang Yanzhao, in position 16, exited the field at the same time. I have to say that the use of that spear is really superb. But the game still depends on comprehensive attributes after all. Before the level 40 mark, the attributes of the equipment cannot keep up, and it is difficult to use the gorgeous moves. Then Lin Han activated his invincible skill, instantly neutralizing the opponent's attack, interrupting the opponent's attack, and then started a control and combo of his own, directly turning defeat into victory. It can be said that the victory in this game was entirely due to the attributes of the equipment. The second game, Lu Yuan vs. Chang Chunzi. Lu Yuan had seen him fight Zheng Yu, and knew that he mainly used spell control, and then wandered around to consume. The one that could best distance himself was the earth escape. Thinking of this, when the countdown is over, Lu Yuan directly accumulates his strength on the spot, preparing to close the distance with thousands of army kill, even if he can't reach another charge. As long as he is fast enough, Chang Chunzi may not be able to release his skills in time. When the Chang Chunzi saw that Lu Yuan was not moving, his attack range was obviously not as far as that of an ordinary mage. He could only move a few steps forward when the other party was immobile.
Anyway, he is a process attack and can't touch me at all,
Chang Chunzi thought confidently. Lu Yuan saw that the opponent was actually moving forward, and knowing that the time had come, he directly released the long charge 1000 army kill. His attributes had already greatly increased, and the thrust distance had also increased, and he actually hit Chang Chunzi with one blow. Chang Chunzi didn't expect that this move was so far away, and the damage was very high. If it weren't for his substitute, which could use part of his mana instead of blood consumption, he would probably only have one layer of blood skin left. After being attacked, Chang Chunzi could only pinch the talisman and use the escape skill Earth Escape. Lu Yuan had already known that the opponent had displacement skills, so he charged directly and stunned Chang Chunzi on the spot, and executed the blood-burning slash with full health. Chang Chunzi fell directly to the stage, without even touching Lu Yuan until his death. The battle was as fast as thunder, and he was famous for his low skills. The other eliminated players instantly burst into cheers. The third match was between Forbidden Law Xiao Lui and Jian Chen. Xiao Lui was wearing a red magic robe, and the staff was replaced by a metal staff like a torch. The staff was red, and had obviously been strengthened to 13 stars. There was also a strange flame burning in the middle of the torch on the head of the staff, standing there on stage, ready to go. Xiao Lui seemed to be a ball of flame. As a warrior, Jian Chen only wore cloth clothes and carried an iron sword of no apparent grade behind his back. He was simple and unpretentious, but it was obvious that if he was not a strong man, he would not be able to reach the top 16.
I only have 3 swords. If I can't defeat you, I will admit defeat.
Xiao Lui was slightly startled when he heard this, but he didn't say too much and waited intently for the opponent to draw his sword. Jian Chen put his 2 fingers together, raised his arm, pointed at the iron sword behind his back, and drew upwards. The iron sword flew out of his body automatically and flew behind Jian Chen. He drew 2 circles in the air with his 2 fingers and then pointed forward. The iron sword surrounded Jian Chen, turned around twice, and then flew straight out. A simple sword strike seemed nothing special, but the iron sword was 1 meter away from Jian Chen and disappeared as if breaking through space. Xiao Lui's staff raised the mysterious fire shield, which was not big on one side, and flew out with a round shield solidified by fire. The next moment, the iron sword appeared and pierced the fire escape, but was not broken. In the end, this sword stopped half a meter in front of Xiao Lui. Jian Chen raised his hands above his head with a move, and the iron sword spun and flew backwards. A sword shadow was formed from Jian Chen's hands. The 20-meter-long sword shadow was condensed. It was obviously meant to be cut down with one sword, in a straight line. It's also very big, so this sword is not easy to dodge. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lui didn't want to hide at all. When the iron sword was recalled, The skill had already begun to chant, "Meteor fall." And a huge meteorite hit Jianchen. The sword shadow had just condensed into shape. And Jianchen was too late. After thinking too much, he could only slash the falling meteor in front of him with one sword. Jian Luo actually cut the oncoming meteorite in half. But the shadow of the sword was still condensed. While everyone was still staring at the meteorite in the sky, a fire phoenix below had already hit Jianchen head-on. This powerful sword also dissipated as the releaser was stunned. A sea of fire. A fire tornado. And large and small fireballs followed one after another. The elegant figure of Jianchen fell down.
Come up with 3 swords? At this speed? Are others waiting for you to fight? Childish.
Xiao Lui left a cold sentence. And the person disappeared long ago. Chapter 68 Taoyuan Top 8. Everyone was shocked by Jianchen's skills. And what was even more shocking was the calmness and neatness of the forbidden method in the face of battle.
I wonder what this Jianchen's third sword is like.
Lu Yuan was a little curious. Seeing so many strong men was beyond his expectations, and beyond his knowledge of the game. It seemed that he was not the only one who was affected. Inheritance. Other people's professions are also very powerful. Game 4. You're so beautiful when you smile vs ride the wind and waves. In the duel between 2 mage professions.
You are so beautiful when you smile.
Was an ice mage. While
riding the wind and waves.
Was a wind mage. Both of them have their own merits. The main control of the ice system and the consumption of the watering main of the wind system are not high explosive. But the continuous damage is sufficient. The mage profession is the most diverse in this game. There are many ways to play it, and most of them are proficient in one system. The skills are easy to match with the equipment. If there are multiple attributes, the advantages of the equipment cannot be fully utilized. Maximum. At the beginning of the game, the 2 of them released their small skills at the same time, hiding and attacking each other at the same time. Because the big skills took a long time to cast, no one dared to be hit by the other party. If they were caught, they would be at a huge disadvantage. The duel between 2 mages still depends on their positioning. And it all depends on who is controlled by the other side first. In the end, it turned out to be the ice rain of.
You're so beautiful when you smile.
Due to its large range, the wind wave was frozen in it and turned into an ice block. I couldn't let people cast a spell and continue to shoot out a lot of ice at a 30 degrees angle in front of me. The blade flew with the knife and then pressed the ground with both hands. A large area of the ground froze, and ice edges emerged from the ground to attack Chunfeng Piaolang, who was still an ice block. Riding the wind and waves was anxious that he would definitely die if this continued. At this moment, he resumed his movement and activated his acceleration skills to quickly escape from the ice circle. You're so beautiful when you smile. Knowing that the other party could only escape from his extreme ice bloom skill in a straight line, he directly chanted his most powerful skill, Ice Explosion. This skill looks inconspicuous. Just a rhombus of ice. The block flew towards the enemy's path and directly entered the enemy's body the moment it hit. Just when Chunfeng Piaolang thought he had escaped and was about to fight back, his body suddenly stiffened. And in the next moment, spikes of ice cubes, like hedgehogs, burst out from his body. Then the ice cubes continued to support his body and grew bigger. The third ice attack when the block expanded. It had already wrapped Chunfeng Piaolang in the ice, and then exploded directly. The toughest guardian might be able to resist this series of attacks. But the opponent is a fragile mage, and it is obvious that he will not escape death. In this battle, the remaining power of ice magic is control. Lu Yuan watched the fierce competition on the stage and kept thinking about how he should deal with such a controlling enemy. Game 5 LJ Li Wei versus Half Drunk and Half Mortal. The battle between 2 doctors almost made everyone fall asleep. Li Wei released a totem pole. Standing in it can restore his own blood and attack the enemy. The half-drunk, half-worldly man released a butterfly that spread pollen toxin everywhere. Both of them continued to consume blood, and then recovered their own blood. In the end, Li Wei's equipment advantage made it to the end. After a series of tense duels, this one can be regarded as relaxing everyone's tense nerves. Game 6 CK Ian vs Dark Knight Stinger. Just after watching the PK between 2 doctors, 2 more assassins came. As soon as the game started, both of them entered a state of invisibility. No one knew where the other was. They had to rely on their senses to find their position. When the other party showed up, the assassin's invisibility skill was 60 seconds. When the invisibility time was about to end, everyone held their breath. The Dark Knight Stinger appeared first and became invisible again in just 1 second. However, in this short second, a dagger flew and hit the Dark Knight's stinger. Prick. Although he fell into invisibility, it left a mark. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared and stabbed the air. Immediately afterwards, the Dark Knight's stinger was broken. Before he could react, he was beaten to the point of clearing his health. Zero fell to the ground. 1 minute the two were playing hide and seek. And then, they started fighting, and the fight ended in 5 seconds. The assassin's outburst was truly unparalleled.
The CK Paradise Guild undertakes revenge, investigation, pursuit and other services in various games. The price is favorable. Contact the QQ group at 175.099.132. If you have any questions, chat with the group owner privately. Anyone who takes the initiative to chat with you privately is a liar.
The Cheap Assassin Guild president actually took the opportunity to advertise again. But it did have an effect. Some people in the audience silently remembered this QQ group, waiting for them to place orders when they have enemies. Game 7. Heroes of Troubled Times vs Taishan Shirgondang. The battle between warriors and guardians has finally ushered in a close combat game between two people. The intersection of swords is the showdown that everyone wants to see. Two archers stand on both sides and jump around shooting arrows. Although it is gorgeous, it is always enjoyable to watch. Too low. The guild in Troubled Times is the guild that Lu Yuan has dealt with the most. There have been conflicts before the guild was founded. We know that the Zhao Xinghe incident was also caused by this guild in Troubled Times. However, the president of this guild has always been very mysterious, and his style of doing things is also surprising. It's hard to guess, but he seems to be a person who puts interests first, and his strength has always been ranked second on the level list. Although level does not mean everything, the hero of the Troubled Times charged forward, expecting to stun the opponent on the spot. But the Taishan Shirgondang actually took out a huge stone from behind and stood in front of him. The stone instantly grew bigger and directly blocked the opponent's charging skills. The hero of Troubled Times bumped into a rock. The other party was not stunned, but he fainted on the spot. Taking advantage of his illness, Shirgondang grabbed the boulder and jumped up on the spot. When he fell, he hit the hero of the Troubled Times heavily. Just when the Taishan Shirgondang was about to raise the boulder and smash it down again, the troubled hero still regained consciousness, jumped and rolled directly to the right, and turned around without stopping to strike with his sword. The hero of Troubled Times just saw that the stone was too heavy to be used as a weapon, and his movements would definitely be affected. So he did not fight hard and chose to attack from behind. When Shirgondang turned around, the Tycoon of Troubled Times jumped behind him again, unleashing two skills to deal high damage. Even though Shirgondang was angry, he didn't panic. He seemed to be used to his slow movement speed. He raised the huge stone and used the sweep skill to spin in a circle. The hero of Troubled Times did not dare to resist, so he quickly rolled back and hid far away. If you are thrown straight away, you might get stunned again. The most feared thing about piking with a guardian is being stunned in a chain, and there will be no room for counterattack. The two of them were going back and forth on offense or defense. The hero of Troubled Times did not dare to use his charging skills anymore. The two of them closed the distance by moving. When Shirgondang saw that the opponent was no longer charging at him, he picked up the boulder and used another heavy drop move. He jumped up high and quickly threw it at the location of the hero of Troubled Times. Although he was dodged, the ground around him was still bulged. Xiong didn't knock him back. Seeing that Shirgondang had succeeded in the attack, he picked up the boulder and launched an upward attack, intending to lift the opponent higher so that he could continue to unleash his powerful skills. The hero of Troubled Times is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Although he was shaken into the air, he still controlled his weapons to block Shirgondang's pursuit, and used his strength to roll around and land firmly on the ground. Shirgondang's pursuit failed, and he had no time to stop. He could only watch the opponent charging towards him. The skill effect triggered, and he was stunned and unable to move. After several skills, Shirgondang knew that the stun time was about to end, but he did not expect that the opponent would not move. Without retreating, he raised his weapon and struck down. Secret Open Heaven. With a critical strike from the knife, Shirgondang fell to the ground unwillingly, and the hero of Troubled Times also narrowly defeated him. It can also be said that it was because of his carelessness at the beginning that he fell into passivity. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. It was another secret skill. This sword should also have a killing effect. It is estimated that the less blood, the higher the damage. Otherwise it would not be used until the end. Game 8 Myth Yaoyang vs Ma Dadao. I have seen more than one match between archers and warriors before. It can be said that the warriors are at a very disadvantage. I don't know how Ma Dao, who has entered the top 16, will respond. The moment the countdown ended, Ma boldly rushed towards the opponent. He was holding a broad-back machete and had a strong figure. He could only dodge most of the arrows shot in the direction. When he was within casting distance, he charged towards the opponent. Rush away. Ordinary archers know that walking on the wind can break a charge. How could the president of the mythical guild not understand this? And Ma Daring seems to know that the opponent will use this skill. Facing the opponent, he just dodges the arrows shot by the skill, and directly the sword flew away. And in the blink of an eye, a javelin appeared in his left hand. He threw it directly, and hit Shin Yaoyong. The javelin penetrated his body, and directly controlled him in place. There was a burst of cheers from the audience. No one expected that this unknown boy would have such a brilliant performance. This was the first time that a warrior could control the archer so neatly. Ma boldly accelerated and ran in front of Shin Yaoyong, taking advantage of the opponent's control to quickly attack. Once the archer got close, he couldn't use it at all. Fortunately, in the game, being pierced by a javelin would only cause you to lose health points if you hadn't been nailed to the ground in real life. After being charged for 4 seconds, Myth Yoyong's health was less than half. It was better to rely on his own equipment, as his defense was higher than half of the archers. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he turned on his own acceleration skills and ran away quickly, flying a kite, a flurry of arrows, a slowdown arrow, and a rain of arrows, and released them in turn. And that horse's bold javelin is obviously not thrown casually. Without the blessing of skills, it can only deal a little damage when thrown. Not to mention that it may not be able to hit, although its own position is not bad and it can dodge some arrows. But the blood volume is still being consumed. Finally, when the skill cooled down, Ma Daring was about to repeat his old trick. Who would have thought that the mythical Yaoyong had suffered a loss before? So he had already been on guard against his attack and dodged the javelin. With the outcome already decided, Shinhua Yaoyong did not dare to delay any longer and directly used his newly learned special skill, Divine Arrow Crescent Moon. Mythology Yaoyong stood firm with a bow. The long bow in his hand had already been drawn into a full moon. The arrow had long since disappeared. Only the arrowhead part had turned into a crescent-shaped sharp blade. The murderous aura exuded by the sharp blade showed its extraordinary power. The skill released the waning moon. Spin and fly towards the horse boldly. Ma Dada dared not hesitate when he saw the waning moon flying towards him, and hurriedly blocked it with the broad-backed long sword in his hand. However, who would have thought that the waning moon turned and flew past as if it was telepathic? And it was so fast that it was too late to block it with the second sword, and hit the target with one blow. It didn't end yet. Zangetsu flew back from behind and hit Ma Dada's vital point again. He struck 5 times in a row and had no time to block him. He finally managed to withstand this skill, and he only had a trace of HP left. When he looked at his opponent with luck in his heart, what he saw was a string of arrows shooting at him. So he had to close his eyes unwillingly. The third round is over, and the loser retires. At this time, there were only 8 people left on the field. It would not be an exaggeration to say that these 8 people had the highest combat power of Taiyuan. The semifinals will be played by War God Tyrant Guardian vs Bu Daohuan Warrior. Forbidden Mage vs You Are So Beautiful When You Smile. Mage. LJ Dr. Li Wei vs CK Hidden Assassin. Heroic Warriors of Troubled Times vs Mythical Sun Archers. Chapter 69. The way he treats others comes back to him. After several rounds of fierce battles, today's last crucial match finally came. The 4 players who won this round will enter tomorrow's finals to compete for the top 3. As the saying goes, enemies never get together. When Lu Yuan met the god of war tyrant Lin Han, it seemed destined that sooner or later there would be a winner between the two. Lu Yuan looked down on men who bullied women. Not to mention the bullies were his friends. Fang Rou looked wild and bold, but Lu Yuan felt that she was actually very fragile inside. Not even as strong as Li Tong, who looked gentle on the outside. Zai's performance is just to cover up himself. The two of them stood face to face on the ring, but without taking action directly. Lin Han actually started to say something risque. Hey, boy, you are really unlucky. It's great to be able to reach the quarterfinals, but when you meet me, you are destined to stop there. You're really good at talking nonsense. If you could win the championship just by talking nonsense, you would have won already. Lu Yuan didn't care about the opponent's inner tactics. Ha ha. Boy, I admire you a little. How about becoming my subordinate? You can talk about money and everything. Not to mention that kind of girl
I can satisfy you even if you are a better girl.
Lin Han unexpectedly surrendered on the spot and said, seduced by money and beauty.
Are you here to chat?
Lu Yuan was unmoved. A good bird will choose its tree to rest. Lu Yuan will not join in the same trap with people who have different views. This is the teaching from his family since he was a child. And it is also the principle of Lu Yuan's life.
I don't know how to appreciate it.
After saying that, Lin Han attacked Lu Yuan. Although there were flaws all over his body while running, Lu Yuan did not charge to get close because Lu Yuan knew that he had invincible skills and deliberately leaked the flaws to lure Lu Yuan away. Far and near body. Then backhand control. Lu Yuan held the Shadow Soul chasing knife with one hand and his expression became focused. This was the first time since he entered the game that he seriously wanted to win. This battle was not only about winning, but also about winning beautifully. He didn't run like Lin Han, but slowly walked towards the opponent. His agility was much higher than that of the opponent, especially since the Pope's finger twisting had greatly increased the 5 dimensions. After a while, the two met in close combat. Lu Yuan did not rush to use skills, but used normal attacks to attack Lin Han minus 1,120, minus 1,250, minus 3,610. Lin Han's skills are not very fast. Lu Yuan deliberately dodges without using any skills. He only relies on the third basic attack of his weapon to double the attack. The damage is also good. If Lu Yuan's attack power is used, the damage that ordinary players may suffer is higher than this. Although Lin Han had a lot of blood and useless invincible skills, he couldn't withstand such consumption. And the opponent didn't even use the skills. Lin Han had no choice but to use the taunting skill. Although the effect was to make the opponent hit him with normal attacks, which was no different from now. It had the effect of controlling the opponent's movement for 2 seconds. He could only use this skill to take control. This is his only choice. Lu Yuan seemed to have expected to be ridiculed when he saw Lin Han raising one foot and stamping on the ground. Lu Yuan directly used Sunfen blood armor to increase his defense, and then let out a roar from Lin Han's mouth. And he couldn't help but it is indeed good to stab the opponent in a controlled manner. Every skill has a starting position, even if it is an instant skill. And the starting position of taunting is to stamp your feet and roar at the same time. Taunting was obviously just a starting move, followed immediately by skills such as Earth Shaking, Earth Splitting, and Guardian Strike. Lu Yuan had expected that the opponent would use taunting skills from the beginning, so he was already prepared for the following. He was knocked away by the ground shaking, and before the earth crack could attack him, he directly summoned 2 zombies. Although the zombies in the zombie bracelet are not very useful for leveling up, there are 2 summons that affect the opponent's movement and absorb damage during PK, so the effect is naturally different. Lu Yuan was knocked away, and 2 monsters had just been summoned, standing behind Lin Han to attack. Since Lin Han was eager to attack while Lu Yuan was floating in the air, he had no time to worry about the 2 summons, so he simply let the 2 of them hit themselves at will from behind. The damage was very low anyway, but what they didn't expect was that the 2 zombies didn't resist when Lin Han didn't move. They actually hugged Lin Han and bit him. The zombie bite also had the blood-sucking effect to recover itself if the other party does not resist. It will even be sucked dry. Lin Han was entangled in his body, and his already slow movement caused the release of his skills to be even slower due to this harassment. He had to activate the tough armor to increase his defense, and then tried his best to throw away the 2 zombies on him. Lu Yuan, who had bought some time over there, had already regained his freedom and continued to slash Lin Han flatly without using any skills. Without the taunting skill, it would be difficult for the other skills to work in front of Lu Yuan, who was willing to dodge. Lin Han was in an awkward situation. Although the invincible skill Stone Spirit Body Protection had not been used, it could not be used to block normal attacks. After all, it only lasted for 5 seconds, and the cooldown time was a full 5 minutes. He couldn't retreat either. Otherwise it would be humiliating to be beaten passively, which would be equivalent to committing suicide slowly. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to use the skills to press the bottom of the box. I wanted to retain my strength and use it at the critical moment in the finals. Lin Han thought about it in a flash and no longer hesitated. He released a range-wide stun skill, but Lu Yuan had already noticed it and pulled away. Lin Han was not surprised and had no intention of hitting Lu Yuan with this skill. I saw Lin Han lifting the giant hammer above his head with both hands and leaping high. The sky dimmed for a moment, and several big characters appeared above his head. Mysterious meaning earth shattering and heaven collapsing. The hammer that hit the ground was centered on Lin Han, and the ground thorns spread out to the outer circle layer by layer. The height of the attack was so high that it was impossible to avoid it just by jumping up, and the scope was so wide that it kept spreading. Even if there wasn't, the arena limits will be larger than this. Facing this kind of skill, Lu Yuan had no choice, and it was too late to retreat. He had no choice but to activate that Song Feng blood armor to resist. Finally, he was knocked up and flew towards the outer circle with layers of ground stab attacks. After the ground cracking was over, the broken stones began to fall from the sky, causing a lot of damage. Lu Yuan was finally blocked by the arena barrier and fell to the ground. After the attack ended, the arena returned to its original state after a cloud of dust. Lu Yuan looked at his blood volume, smiled slightly, and said to Lin Han in the distance,
"The thunder was loud and the rain was small. So did it only cause so much damage?"
It's not that this skill is not powerful. It also knocked out 1/3 of Lu Yuan's health. After all, it is a master control skill, and the damage amount is still somewhat insufficient. Facing such cool skills, the audience was instantly excited. After all, in the eyes of onlookers, damage is important. But being handsome is a lifetime thing.
Ha ha ha. He is lower than me in level, but his damage and defense are not worse than mine. And his fighting consciousness is so strong. He is worthy of being a kid with martial arts skills. Apart from summoning 2 zombies, he didn't use any of his skills. I, Lin Han, am not a loser.
You can't afford it. You win this game.
Lin Han also recovered from the action of releasing skills, analyzed the battlefield, and took the initiative to admit defeat. So as not to lose too ugly, Lu Yuan became the first player to advance to the semifinals. And Lin Han made everyone forget the fact that he was passive because he unleashed a gorgeous secret skill. On the contrary, he dared to admit defeat and admit the excellence of his opponent, which made the audience feel very proud and could afford to put it down, which in turn attracted a wave of fans. Lu Yuan was also surprised. Faced with his taunts, Lin Han did not refute, but admitted that he was very strong and even admitted defeat. He could be so calmly analyzing the battle situation at this moment, and he was considered a famous figure. The two exited the ring. Lin Han still smiled, as if the person who lost just now was not him. He came to Lu Yuan and said to Lu Yuan,
"You are very strong. Let's forget about that little girl. I look forward to meeting you next time.
Fight. Consider my proposal. There is a shortage of talents like you around me."
After saying that, he turned around and left the field. Lu Yuan somewhat admired this kind of person. Today's game was over, so he stopped staying in the field and walked out of the competition area to chat with everyone in the auditorium.
"Boss, you are so handsome. You beat him to defeat without even using your skills."
Zheng Yu complimented Lu Yuan when he saw him coming out.
"Lu Yuan, why don't you use skills? It would be easier to win if you use skills." "Right."
Li Tong did not compliment him, but analyzed it calmly. After all, winning the game is the most important thing. After hearing this, Lu Yuan explained,
"Didn't he play tricks on Fong Ro before? I originally wanted to play with him and make him lose more embarrassingly. But he is really strong. It's not just the equipment attributes that are strong, but his ability on the battlefield. Analysis. Knowing that you will lose, but minimizing the loss, so that your loss is not ugly."
Fong Ro obviously heard the first sentence, but not the rest. When she thought that Lu Yuan was just trying to vent her anger, she was so moved that she ran forward and kissed Lu Yuan on the face. She didn't feel embarrassed after that. Said,
"Thank you. Tell me, do you have a crush on me?"
Lu Yuan touched his cheek with his hand and saw Fong Ro blushing. Li Tong next to him turned his head unnaturally to the side, wondering what he was thinking. Humph, there was another person who also saw this scene and said in an unyielding voice. Chapter 70: The Birth of the Top 4. The second game of the semifinals. Forbidden Law vs. You Are Beautiful When You Smile. A fire spell and an ice spell can be said to restrain each other. It depends on who has stronger attributes and more reasonable skill release.
Long time no see. How are you?
You look beautiful when you smile. When you went on stage, you didn't choose to make the first move but said low first.
I don't have time to chat with you. If you don't want to fight, surrender immediately.
Xiao Lui replied.
Well, I won't show mercy. Lei Bing, you're still working hard after all these years. Do I need your mercy?
Xiao Lui replied mercilessly. It turns out that the real name of
You Are Beautiful When You Smile
is Lei Bing. The Xia family and the Lei family have a very close cooperative relationship, so the two have known each other for many years. Lei Bing stopped talking after being verbally attacked, and directly released a big move that he had never used before. Perhaps because he knew how powerful his opponent was. Snowflakes began to fall on the entire arena. Domain Ice and Snow. Enemies in this ice and snow field will slowly and continuously lose blood, and the effect and attack power of the user's ice skills will be increased. The only drawback is that they continue to consume their own mana. The powerful field skills show respect for Xiao Lui. Xiao Lui did not dare to neglect, and actually used a skill that he had never used before. He saw a giant fireball rising in the sky, and its effect was almost the same as the sun. The ice and snow on Xiao Lui's half of the arena disappeared instantly, and the ground was actually covered by that the big fireball was roasting and cracking, showing the high temperature in this half. Domain Scorching Sun. Obviously Xiao Lui didn't dare to resist the ice and snow field. His own Scorching Sun is also equivalent to a field skill, which can increase his own attack power and skill effects, although it also consumes mana continuously. The two mages are probably most indispensable for magic. Worth it. The audience in the audience was already excited and shouting. The duel between mages is always the most gorgeous. The two of them released their domain skills without stopping, and neither dared to enter the other's area. Because of their attribute restraints, it was undoubtedly irrational to enter the other's area. The confrontation between two high-damage mages was destined to be a fast-paced game. Both of them released their own group attack skills, and the strengthening range of their respective fields became much larger. However, the attack effects of the skills that entered the other's field were weakened a lot, and single-target attacks were also released continuously. Obviously Xiao Lui has some advantages. Due to the special effects of attributes, the fire burning effect can cause some additional damage. The ice system mainly focuses on control effects. But after entering the opponent's Scorching Sun field, even if Xiao Lui is frozen, it will be unblocked in the next moment, and the effect is greatly reduced. The blood of both of them was consumed a lot. At this time, both of them used their strongest single-target attack skills, Meteor Fall and Ice Explosion. The skills hit each one, and the meteorite falling from the sky caused a certain amount of damage. After the hit, Lei Bing still had a few hundred HP left and was not instantly killed. The Ice Blast here did have 3 levels of damage. Seeing the 3rd level of damage burst out, Xiao Lui was about to clear his health and failed. The huge fireball in the sky instantly slid down towards Lei Bing, causing huge damage. A Gourd Shield was activated on Xiao Lui's side, but the Ice Blast caused damage from the inside out, so the Gourd Shield did not have much defensive effect. Both of them fell, and the system determined that Lei Bing's blood volume was cleared first, so Xiao Lui won. Lu Yuan only knew that Xiao Lui was very strong, but he didn't expect that. "You are beautiful when you smile," was so strong. But the competition was cruel. If he met someone else, or if his 3-stage attack skill could explode quickly, then the result may be different. Although Xiao Lui won, he was not happy. In a sense, he had lost. If there was no system to determine whether the winner or lose was just a PK between two people, and the blood volume was cleared and they died together, then it would be a defeat. There was no time to give everyone much time to think, and the third game started immediately. The third game, LJ Li Wei vs CKE, with the strongest battery life and the highest explosion. It cannot be said that doctors have no skills in practicing PK, but the characteristics of the profession are destined to focus on battery life consumption. Assassins can be said to be the most restrained people in the doctor profession. After the game started, Li Wei no longer only released a totem and waited for the opponent to show up as he did every time. This time, after releasing the healing totem, he directly released a skill he had never seen before. Secret Poison Spring. The arena was suddenly filled with green toxins, with Li Wei as the center. For poison springs with a diameter of 1 meter spewed out. The venom quickly spread over most of the arena and spread to the entire arena. Everywhere was filled with poison. It will definitely continue to lose blood as long as it is encountered, which is undoubtedly fatal to the fragile assassin profession. Li Wei has also seen through the semifinals promotion match. It is foolish to retain strength, facing the invisible assassin. Only those who strike first can have a chance of winning. Otherwise, he may not be able to withstand the explosive attacks of this top assassin before he can sustain his battery. Li Wei, who had released his secret skill, stood within the range of his totem, waiting for CKE to appear. This skill lasted long enough to poison him, and he had no other choice but to wait quietly. A sudden change occurred in the next second. and the arena filled with green poisonous gas suddenly went dark. No one was seen. Only a few big characters appeared on the arena. Must kill dark prison shadow killing formation. Outside the arena, I just felt that the space above the ring was dark. But the surroundings of Li Wei inside were already dark. A figure passed by. Before Li Wei had time to react, a critical hit appeared on his head. And then the third sword cut him 7 times in total. However, Li Wei's use of health-increasing skills was far behind CK Yin's explosion. In the end, the dark prison shadow killing formation ended, and Li Wei only had 1/5 of his health left. While CK Yin's skills were still there are many, and the attacks are constantly
cutting the neck
and ghost killing. Li Wei had no choice but to fall down because his recovery skills were cooling down. And this time, CK Yin was poisoned to death by the poison that was still going on before he could even let out some sexy words to advertise. However, CK Yin won this battle. The audience thought that the PK with the doctor would be another boring battle of attrition. But they didn't expect that this one would end so quickly. The two of them started to use their moves. If they could drag it out for about 10 seconds, the winner would undoubtedly be the doctor, Li Wei. But in the face of an absolute explosion, any reply is ineffective. As long as the assassin reaches the kill line, no one will be able to stop him. The fourth game starts without any interval. Heroes of Troubled Times versus Myth Yaoyong. The two of them didn't talk nonsense at the beginning of the game. As the presidents of two well-known guilds, this duel is not only about whether they can advance, but also about the reputation of the guild. Whichever side wins will boost the morale of the guild and be more powerful for the development of the guild. The hero of Troubled Times came on stage and charged directly towards the Myth's son. Although he knew that he would be controlled by the skill, he used it early and cooled it down early. Moreover, the distance opened by Windwalker was not as far as the charging distance. After Shinhua Yaoyong used the wind-walking skill to pull away, he then shot a slow-down arrow at the troubled hero who was already running towards him, and then directly used his own special skill, Divine Arrow Crescent Moon. As the arrow turned into a waning moon, the entire arena seemed to turn into a black sky. The focus was all on the waning moon, the master of the night, and the waning moon spun and flew towards the hero of the Troubled Times. The hero of the Troubled Times saw the waning moon coming and did not continue to pursue him. He stood firm and activated that something blood armor to increase his defense while concentrating on swinging his sword. The hero of Troubled Times who has seen this move knows that the waning moon itself has a certain chance of evasion. So his only chance is to knock it away when it is so close that it can hardly change direction. This is very difficult because the flying waning moon is really too fast. The hero of the Troubled Times did not lose his position because of the fast speed of the waning moon. When it was about to attack his head, he instantly raised his weapon to block his face. The waning moon was only a millimeter away from his eyes. Unfortunately, he was still caught. It was knocked away, flying in a circle and attacking behind him. When he immediately attacked the back of his neck, the sword was put behind him at the right time to block the attack. In this way, he blocked 2 more attacks, because there are only 5 attacks in total by the waning moon, which he has already seen in previous games. The Chaos Heroic Hero did not even intend to defend in place for the last attack, because he found that the mythical Yaoyong also needed to stand there to control the flight of the waning moon. So he tried his best. He took damage from a blow and rushed straight towards him. Shinhua Yaoyong's first release of the waning moon skill was blocked, and he was controlling his 5th attack to Presley when he saw the hero of Troubled Times rushing towards him. He knew that even if his last attack hit a critical hit, he would not have a chance to kill him instantly. But once he got close, he would definitely die. So he had no choice but to give up commanding Zongyu's flight, activate his acceleration skills, and run away quickly. The waning moon could not pose a threat without a command. So the two began a tug-of-war. The best thing about an archer is running and consuming it. In the past, it was easy to say that the equipment was not as good as mine, and the awareness was average in melee combat. But now, standing on the mythical side, in front of Yaoyong were the top warriors in the server. No matter in terms of equipment or consciousness, they were no weaker than him. The arena was obviously not big enough. It would be great if this was in the wild. But a game is a game. The hero of Troubled Times walked in a straight line around the inner circle, although his speed was not as fast as that. In the end, he seized the opportunity to catch up with Shinhua Yaoyong. Shinhua Yaoyong had no choice but to use Windwalker again to distance himself. But once this skill was used, it meant that he had no chance to dodge the charging skill. The hero of Troubled Times charged, and Myth Yaoyong was stunned on the spot. the troubled hero of troubled times, who was made angry by flying a kite, finally found a breakthrough. He released his skills all at once. When the stun time was about to end, he also used his own killing skills. Secret Open Heaven. The long sword in his hand drew a semicircle and was raised above his head. He swung his hands down hard. White light flashed, and a huge amount of damage appeared from the top of Shin Aoyong's head. The victory of this war was due to calmness and the fighting spirit to block the 4 attacks of the moon. At this point, the second day of competition ended, and the top 4 of Taoyuan were born. After several rounds of competition, everyone is very tired, especially in such a high-intensity competition. Each round is harder and harder, but there is no rest time for everyone in the middle. The game on the second day was cruel, and the game on the second day was also exciting. The finals of the first Taoyuan No. 1 Martial Arts Conference will be held on time at 2000 hours tomorrow night. The battle situation is as follows. Budaohuan vs. CKEN. Forbidden Law vs. Heroes of Troubled Times. Chapter 71 Weaknesses of Mysterious Skills. At the end of the second day's game, Lu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really tired from today's rounds of PK. Zhao Xinghe was very happy for his good brother. He put his arm around Lu Yuan's shoulders and said, "Xiao Yuanzi, I didn't expect him. He turned out to be so strong after not seeing him for a few days. Boss, their secret skills are so cool. Do you have such skills? I haven't seen you use them before." Zheng Yu also echoed from the side. "Well, I also learned something. The people I fought against before were not particularly strong, so I didn't use it." Lu Yuan didn't hide it from his good friend. "These first few all have special skills, and I don't know where they came from. Aren't such powerful skills invincible?" Li Tong said with some emotion. Lu Yuan thought for a while and answered their questions. "This skill is very powerful, but it does not mean invincibility. There will be some shortcomings when used. The most obvious one is the waning moon skill of Mythical Sun. After you get out, you have to stay put and control the waning moon, and there is a chance of being blocked. It's okay in a one-on-one fight. But what if it's a group battle? If you just stand still, the other players will have already attacked him." Everyone felt enlightened upon hearing this. All kinds of skills and professions are interfering with each other and making up for each other. There is no strongest profession, only the strongest players. They are also players. Then the heroes of troubled times can block the waning moon. In attack, the same players' positioning and conscious choices will be different. But the domain skills of those mages are really too abnormal. Zhao Xinghe, who is also a mage, knows how terrifying it is to have the range and effect of a mage's skills increase. If I guess correctly, domain skills should be skills that continuously consume mana. Even if the mage has more mana, the mage has less health. Regardless of the magician of each department, there will be skills that convert mana into health. And losing mana is equivalent to losing health. Not to mention the cost of releasing skills is very large. So domain skills are not the first choice for long-term combat. However, with supplies and support, the role in group battles is immeasurable. As expected of my boss, your analysis is so thorough. What about your skills? What type are they? Zheng Yu couldn't help but ask. My skill is to kill a single target. After one blow, I will fall into a weak state, and all attributes will be greatly reduced. In other words, I will not be able to kill the opponent. The 10 seconds of weakness is enough to kill myself. I guess it is the same as that of the heroes of troubled times. Kai Tian has almost the same effect. Lu Yuan revealed the weakness of his Shura Slash. What about CK Yin's Dark Prison Shadow Killing Formation? Zhao Xinghe still felt a little uncomfortable because he was defeated by him. After all, he didn't use all his strength when he hit him. The Dark Prison Shadow Killing Formation is nothing more than restricting the field of vision and then performing quick slashes. If you react quickly enough, it won't be impossible to block it. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said. Everyone was a little surprised. Block it? Haven't you discovered it yet? Except for some specific skills with tracking effects in the game. The rest of the skills can be avoided if you are conscious, including fighting boss. If you want to improve your level, you can't stand like monsters to upgrade. Although the staking skills are limited by some attributes in the game, they can be even more powerful than in reality. What do you mean? Several people were so fascinated that they asked in unison. That is the ever-increasing attributes. Maybe you are a powerless person in reality, but your attributes in the game can make you a high-strength warrior. Proper use of attributes will be the future development trend. After Lu Yuan finished explaining, he suddenly remembered something and added. The professional instructor only taught basic skills before level 30. After level 30, you have also seen that the skills seem to be more open and full of infinite possibilities. Although some moves there is no skill attribute bonus. But it seems that it is very good to use it as a normal attack to combo. Remember the powerful Yang Yanxiao with a spear? If the equipment attributes are the same, he may not lose.
Xiao Xinghe is also a veteran of the game, and he understood it as soon as he heard.
Equipment is basic. On the basis of equipment, enriching your own moves and combat awareness is the key. Equipment is also a part of strength. And level advantage is also a part. And the moves are gorgeous. But it's useless if your sword can't break my shield. You can defeat 10 with one force. After all, a game is a game. And equipment is the most critical. When the top players meet each other, the equipment gap is very small. What matters is the skills, combat awareness and details.
After explaining it to everyone, Lu Yuan also had an idea in his mind. Suddenly, he wanted to build the strongest studio. Because Lu Yuan had realized that the power of one person was very little. Although he might be able to change the situation of the battle, he was still too small in the face of absolute manpower. Each of these people at the top of the rankings is served by a group of people. There may be a superior-subordinate relationship between them. They themselves are the leaders of a certain group, and their subordinates are naturally indispensable. Lu Yuan was not interested in setting up a guild alone, because the individual players recruited by the guild had mixed feelings. They were all individual players who wanted to gain benefits by relying on their influence. In the internet age, there was no loyalty at all. What Lu Yuan wants is like-minded masters. People who can show their sincerity to each other, to explore together, to create miracles together, and even to make a fortune together through this popular game all over the world. He did not express his inner thoughts, because Lu Yuan currently does not have this ability and must make a name for himself in this game. This determination also strengthened Lu Yuan's determination to win the championship. Let's go. Let's find a place to upgrade. Suddenly, it feels like killing monsters is a relaxing thing, Lu Yuan said with a smile. In order to maintain the state, become more proficient in game positioning. Lu Yuan always dodged left and right when spawning monsters. Xiao Xinghe once thought that Lu Yuan was in a daze. Zheng Yu also learned to dodge left and right. But the hatred did not hold back, and the monsters ran towards Xiao Xinghe and others. Everyone was so angry that after clearing the monsters, they collectively beat Zheng Yu. 1950 the next day. After a day of adjustments, Lu Yuan has regained his spirits and is determined to win today's game. I said, "Kid, don't make any trouble with this. You can just abstain from voting later, lest others say I bully the small." Aren't you afraid of damaging your CK Paradise's reputation by saying such rubbish? The Troubled Times hero said to CK with a smile. Then turned to Lu Yuan and said, "How about it? Come to my guild. Although before there is some misunderstanding, but I appreciate your ability. If there is a chance, let's work together." Lu Yuan neither agreed nor refused. Don't let that wretched uncle defeat you. I'll be waiting for you in the finals. Xiao Lui said to Lu Yuan with a smile. The Tycoon of Troubled Times is very strong, so you should pay more attention. Lu Yuan replied. As a few people chatted, the finals of the first Taoyuan No. 1 Martial Arts Conference officially began. On the stage, Lu Yuan was holding his shadow soul-chasing knife and facing the empty stage. His body was trembling. Of course, it was not fear, but excitement. Chapter 72 4-1 Finals. 4/1 Final Bu Dao 1 vs CK. Lu Yuan stood on the wide arena. His opponent had already become invisible. Lu Yuan simply closed his eyes and quietly felt the flow of the air around him. After these few days of PK, Lu Yuan discovered that the assassin's stealth will not make footsteps by default when walking. Because it is just invisible, it does not disappear, so it will have a slight impact. Movement of air. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Lu Yuan instantly activated that Sanfeng Blood Armor defense. Because the opponent's attack was so fast, he had no time to lock the target and had to passively take the blow. Minus 4,230. The first attack launched by the assassin after becoming invisible has movement speed, attack speed, and critical hit bonuses. If it is a normal slash, Lu Yuan is confident enough to avoid it, or even directly block it. The damage of this knife was really not low. But Lu Yuan didn't care about resisting this force and charged directly to stun CK. Just when Lu Yuan was about to deal more damage, a flash of blood appeared. minus 1,233. That CKE actually lost blood on his own, and then entered the stealth state again. Blood escape consumed his own blood volume, ignored dizziness and other control effects, and forced himself into the stealth state. Obviously this choice was correct. Otherwise Lu Yuan's blood-burning slash, or just a flat slash, would have cost more blood than his blood escape. Lu Yuan no longer stood still this time, and used whirlwind slash and crescent moon slash to hit the air in turns. Obviously it is unrealistic to hit CKE like this, but it can affect the opponent's movement. Lu Yuan, who was blessed with defensive skills, did not dare to resist the enemy's attack. The invisibility time of blood escape is only 15 seconds. So CKE is also hurrying to find an opening. There is not much time, but he is not in a hurry. A top killer must look for opportunities. Being anxious will only lead to failure. Finally, when the invisibility was about to end, Lu Yuan's whirlwind slash had just finished turning. With his back turned to him, a ghost flash struck Lu Yuan's back. Ding. This stab was actually blocked by Lu Yuan. He didn't dare to stop after missing the blow. He used the force of forward motion to kick his legs on Lu Yuan, kicking Lu Yuan back 2 steps. With the help of the reaction force, he pushed back 2 steps. A somersault opened the distance. Lu Yuan's charge skills have not cooled down well, and the only thing that can close the distance is the straight line thrust skill of 1000 Army Kill. After blocking the opponent's attack, he took 2 steps back to stand firm, and then directly entered the charging state. There is still half a minute left for the CK invisibility skill to cool down. At this time, he does not dare to fight in close quarters. Seeing Lu Yuan accumulating strength, he has already studied Lu Yuan's skills, and already knows what the opponent is going to do. Sakura stood in the distance waiting for Lu Yuan to come and kill him. Although Lu Yuan was also curious as to why the enemy didn't dodge at a greater distance, he had no better choice, and didn't dare to delay any longer. The opponent would be even more difficult to deal with once his stealth skills were improved. The release speed of thousands of army killing was very fast, leaving a string of figures stabbed out. But CKE seemed not to have seen it. When Lu Yuan reached him and killed him, the surroundings suddenly darkened, and it was pitch black around him, and he could not see his fingers. Must kill dark prison shadow killing formation. Lu Yuan had seen this skill before, but only when he was actually there did he realize how terrifying it was. The space around him was shrouded in darkness, and he couldn't see the enemy at all. It would be unsafe to run around at this time. So Lu Yuan had to use all his strength to sense which direction the attack would come from. After waiting for 2 seconds, the opponent did not attack. He obviously wanted to use this skill to delay the attack for a while. But any skill had a time limit, so Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. The sound of breaking wind sounded. Lu Yuan was a little slow with the first strike, and did not guard against it. The second strike did not come immediately. He must have been adjusting his position to prevent the attack route from being peaked. The sound of breaking wind sounded again, and this time Lu Yuan grasped the direction of the attack. Ding. After blocking 1 slash, there was the next one. Lu Yuan blocked 5 of the 7 slashes. When the last slash ended, the surroundings returned to brightness. Charge. After the surroundings returned to normal, a figure rushed towards CKE, who had just landed. Lu Yuan was hit deliberately in the last blow so that he could judge his landing point. He was stalling for time to wait for the stealth skill. So Lu Yuan no longer waited for the charge skill. CKE was stunned in place, with only 3 seconds left. If he didn't die in 3 seconds, he was confident that he could definitely kill Lu Yuan in seconds next time. Blood burning. 3. Lightning slash. 2. Death. 1. A smile appeared on CKE's face. Sure enough, he still couldn't lose himself. Boy, you are definitely going to lose. Mysterious Azura slash. Since CKE has equipment that reduces the dizziness, the dizziness is over. The moment he regains his freedom, he directly activates the invisibility skill. But his smile gradually solidified. He did enter the invisible state, but he couldn't move. A golden sword light from bottom to top solidified in the air for a long time. And CKE, who had disappeared in the next second, slowly appeared and fell on the ring. Lu Yuan fell into weakness. As expected, his movements became very slow, and his attack and defense dropped a lot. But it didn't matter anymore because it was over. Congratulations to Bu Daohuan for successfully advancing to the finals. The cheers were left to the crowd, and the second game started right after. The second game of the 4-1 finals, Ban FA versus Heroes of Troubled Times. At the beginning of the battle, the two of them started moving without any nonsense. They both knew that the other side was very strong,
and they had to seize the opportunity. Domain Scorching Sun. A big fireball rose above the arena, and the ground was roasted and cracked. After releasing his domain skills, the heroes of troubled times have already sprinted towards him. Phoenix on fire. A fire phoenix was seen fluttering its wings and crashing into the troubled hero. Although it rushed in front of Xiao Lui, the stun effect was triggered on both of them. The dizziness time ended quickly, and Xiao Lui launched a fire tornado. The troubled hero was already controlled and pushed back, but he jumped forward forcefully and jumped out. There was no time to think about why, because the opponent's sword had already attacked. Xiao Lui had no choice but to retreat, dodging while releasing some instant release skills to consume each other. Although the damage of skills with domain blessings would be higher, but the skill failed to control the enemy, so it would be too much to consume mana. So I had to end the domain skill. The big fireball in the sky instantly lost its support and fell towards the two people's position. The hero of troubled times did not dare to resist and had to retreat passively. Although he avoided the highest damage in the center, he was still affected a little. The hero of troubled times, who was only attacked by the aftermath, had already lost a lot of blood. If this was in the center, I'm afraid my skin will be shed even if I don't die. Finally closing the distance, Xiao Lui also breathed a sigh of relief. He released various range-based skills, thinking that the distance was a little far and it would be difficult for single-target skills to hit such an expert. So he had to rely on the large range to consume the opponent. Xiao Lui is not in a hurry, because the burning effect of fire magic will continue to cause damage for a while, as long as a skill touches the opponent. Although it is not fatal, as long as you keep the distance, your chance of winning will be greater. Calculating that the cooldown of the opponent's charge skill had ended, he simply placed a sea of fire at his feet, then added a ranged skill meteor shower, and then continued to use small skills such as fireballs to consume it. The hero of troubled times did not dare to rush forward directly when he saw this, but being consumed like this was no solution. He had to wait for the meteor shower skill to end and rush forward against the sea of fire skills on the ground. This time, because Xiao Lui was chanting skills, although the skills were released, there was no fire phoenix to stun the hero of the troubled times. But he was stunned. Meteor falls. The skill that Xiao Lui chanted before was her strongest single target attack skill, and the position where it was released was right under her feet. She was betting that the opponent would not be consumed anymore, and that he would rush over after the meteor shower ended. Obviously she made the right bet. But she also fell into a crisis, because a single skill was not enough to kill the tycoon in an instant, and she was stunned. It was up to her to resist this set of attacks. The hero of troubled times has no intention of evading, because he is confident that he can withstand the damage and kill her instantly with one set. Because his secret skill has not been used yet, but it has a killing effect. The lower the enemy's health, the higher the damage. The hero of troubled times, who had already revealed a victorious smile, attacked confidently. Xiao Lui's health and mana were also rapidly decreasing. The huge meteorite hit, causing high damage, but it could not kill the troubled hero in an instant. When the stun time was about to end, the hero of troubled times used his secret skill, Secret Open Heaven. All the focus was on the sword of the troubled hero. He drew a half circle from his side and raised it above his head, and cut it down with a streak of white light. At first, everyone thought the outcome was decided, but a fiery red gourd suddenly appeared and was cut in half. It was this gourd cover that blocked most of the damage. Xiao Lui's health could not even withstand a normal attack. But he has no chance. After using the secret skill, the hero of troubled times fell into a weak state, and the stiffness after releasing the skill also caused him to have no ability to add another normal attack. A fire tornado appeared, blowing the troubled man backwards. Phoenix on fire. Meteor shower. Sea of fire. Fireball continuous release. Congratulations to the player Bantha for successfully advancing to the finals. System prompt. Due to CKE abstaining, the finals will start in 10 minutes between players Bu Dao Huan vs Ban Fa. Xiao Lui won this battle. It could be said to be a gamble, or it could be said to be the control of the battle situation, the consciousness of fighting, or it could be nothing but luck. But those are no longer important. What is important is that the outcome has been decided, and that CKE retired from the competition without any reason. Must he have reached some agreement with the hero of the troubled times? Right? Chapter 73. The first place in Taoyuan. 10 minutes later. On the stage, one person was wearing a dark red armor suit, holding a sword wrapped in death energy that should have been black, but exuded blood red light. Standing there like a god of war, The other side was wearing a bright red magic robe, wrapping Ling Ling's body. Her thin body looked a little frail standing on this large arena. But everyone present knew that she was not a frail woman. She was holding a metal torch in her hand. The head of the staff is burning with a strange flame. And the body of the staff is also emitting red light due to the 13-star enhancement. The whole person standing there is like a ball of flames.
I've finally waited for this duel. You have such a strong desire to win. With so many masters out there. Do you really have to beat me? Let's do it.
After a brief conversation, Xiao Lui said no more. Lu Yuan also knew that continuing to chat would affect his concentration in the battle. Domain Scorching Sun. Xiao Lui took the lead and released his domain skills, followed by a series of fireballs. On the other hand, Lu Yuan didn't seem to be in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he dodged the incoming skills left and right. When faced with the opponent's ranged skills, he just ran away to the edge, preferring to suffer some damage rather than launch an attack. Unlike before, Thunder, the style of quickly resolving battles, is quite different. Xiao Lui saw that Lu Yuan was avoiding him blindly, and knew that the other party was not afraid of him, but that his domain skills would consume his mana, wasting time and consuming his strength in disguise. Knowing that this was not the way to go, Lu Yuan made it clear that he would not charge forward. The single attack range was too far, and it was difficult to hit. The group attack damage was low, and the opponent would run away after only 2 hits. It can be said that Lu Yuan had not made a move in the first round. He already had the advantage. The fireball in the sky fell downwards. Xiao Lui, who had no better way, could only end his field skills to prevent himself from being consumed too much by this field. Lu Yuan's domain was over, and he knew that the power of the fireball was not small. So he no longer avoided it, and ran directly towards Xiao Lui. Regardless of the damage caused by the falling fireball, he activated the Sanfeng blood armor and charged towards Xiao Lui. Rush away. The reason why he activated the defensive skills first was because Lu Yuan concluded that Xiao Lui would use the Blood Phoenix to stun him. Sure enough, he collided with the oncoming Fire Phoenix, and both of them were stunned by the opponent's skills. However, Lu Yuan underestimated Xiao Lui's casting speed. The location where the two of them were was already filled with a sea of fire, and the sky was also filled with fire. Meteor showers continued to fall downwards. It could be said that during these few seconds of dizziness, I took full damage from the 2 skills. Fortunately, I used defensive skills in advance, and the damage of group attack skills is relatively low. Of course, this low damage is only relative. After the dizziness ended, a huge fire tornado struck. Lu Yuan seemed to have expected it. A short-term charge of 1,000 army killing caused damage to Xiao Lui, and at the same time, he successfully rushed out of the fire tornado. Due to the charging time short, the damage is not very high, but the key is that Lu Yuan is already close. Blood burning. I used burning blood slash with half of my health, and if it hit, the damage would be pretty good. Xiao Lui also knew Lu Yuan's skills very well. He knew that this move would cause high damage to a single target, so he actually used the gourd cover to defend it. The hit missed, and Lu Yuan fell into an embarrassing situation. If he stood in the sea of fire, he would continue to be hurt. If he ran, the next time he wanted to get close would probably be a minute later. And the gourd cover's own ordinary skills were also if you can't defeat it, you can only wait for it to end automatically. In these short 10 seconds, the two of them were attacking and defending. Lu Yuan was at a disadvantage this round. Lu Yuan had no choice but to resist, and used Whirlwind on the spot so that Xiao Lui could attack her as soon as the defense ended. After the defense ended, Xiao Lui was hit twice, and then the staff issued a circular motion. The shield was pushed towards the landing. Whirlfire shield. The damage was not high, but it had a knockback effect. When Lu Yuan turned sideways and wanted to catch up, Xiao Lui had already run backwards and released a fireball attack. He had no close range skills, so he could only dodge and pursue. Lu Yuan used the zombie bracelet attached skill. 2 zombies appeared, one on the left and one on the right, and ran forward to double team Xiao Lui. The 2 zombies looked inconspicuous, but if Xiao Lui attacked the 2 zombies, he would definitely be caught up by Lu Yuan. Although the group skills were released very quickly, they always had to stop. Xiao Lui was already in a dilemma. He made up his mind to stop and cast spells directly on the spot. First, he shot an instant fire phoenix towards Lu Yuan, and then began to read and cast spells. Lu Yuan deftly rolled sideways and forward this time, avoiding this control skill, and came to Xiao Lui in a few steps. Lightning slash slam death slash. After 3 skills in a row, Xiao Lui's skills were also released. A spin fire shield at close range pushed Lu Yuan back a position, and he ran back again. A huge meteorite fell from the sky. It turned out to be Xiao Lui's strongest single-attack meteor fall. Lu Yuan did not dare to rely on it, seeing that the distance was widened and he could not catch up. He could only retreat, but he was still caught by a huge meteorite hit. And 2 poor little zombies were killed by the meteorite as soon as they ran here. Both sides didn't have much health left, and Xiao Lui's defensive skills had all been used. So Lu Yuan was already sure of victory. Mysterious Azura slash. Xiao Lui was instantly restrained. Although she could release skills at this time, she no longer had the skills to kill Lu Yuan with one blow. Lu Yuan's move had taken shape. But at this moment, he saw a ball of black energy emerging from Xiao Lui's body. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered the self-destruction of the FTY Divine Cult Priest. It turns out that Xiao Lui used the sacrifice skill when he saw that he was bound to lose. As long as Lu Yuan attacked him, he would detonate instantly, and at least they would both die. If he was lucky, he would hit him first, and the system would judge him as the winner. Lu Yuan also understood Xiao Lui's thoughts, interrupted his secret skills, and directly chose to admit defeat.
I admit defeat. You win. Why don't you attack?
Lu Yuan ignored it and walked straight to the audience.
Congratulations to player Forbidden Law for winning the first Taoyuan Martial Arts Conference and becoming the champion. Congratulations to the player Bu Daowan for winning the first Martial Arts Conference in Taoyuan. Runner-up. Congratulations to the player The Heroes of Troubled Times for winning the first martial arts tournament in Taoyuan.
Third place.
The rewards will be sent to everyone through the system email. Please pay attention to the 3 winning players to check it. The system will build statues of the 3 players at the entrance of the arena to commemorate this honor until new players appear in the next competition.
As expected, Lu Yuan received an email from the system. When he opened the email, it turned out to be a cloak. He was blocked before he could take a closer look.
Why don't you attack?
No reason.
I just don't want to see you blown to pieces,
Lu Yuan said calmly. Chapter 70 for the audience with the Taoyuan Divine Envoy. Although Xiao Lui didn't want to admit it. In fact, he should have lost this game. Shura Slash was a skill that the 2 of them exploded together. He had also seen the power of the boss when it was used, and he was forced to use the self-destruction skill. No matter what the decision is, you lose. From
You are beautiful when you smile,
with Bing FA2,
the hero of troubled times,
to Lu Yuan. These 3 people are all very strong. But what about the people who were eliminated by them? Isn't it strong? Can he withstand the assassination of a top assassin when he encountered CK'en? Xiao Lui was a little disappointed. She thought she was the strongest, but she was not much stronger than everyone else. Sometimes it was just luck.
This epic weapon is worth a sky-high price even if you don't wear it. Don't you care? Why don't you attack?
Xiao Lui was very disappointed. If the 2 of them died together, she would think it was a fight. It's a tie. But this is the result.
I care and want it very much. But you gave me the skill, and you gave me this weapon. I had already fallen to the ground at that time. If you didn't send someone to rescue me, all these things would be yours. I can't defeat you without these. So I'll consider this as a favor to you.
Lu Yuan really wanted epic weapons. And he also wanted to win the championship to increase his fame so that he could easily establish a studio in the future. However, Lu Yuan did not want to owe anyone, even if he came to share a house. He also said that he would bear the room fee, although he did not pay directly. But for that plus 12 rare level dagger, I'm afraid I can even buy the holographic ecological simulation warehouse I use.
I don't care who asks for your favor and asks you to give you this stupid reward.
After Xiao Lui said that, he threw over a staff, turned around and walked out of the field. Lu Yuan took the staff with a confused look on his face, hurriedly chased after it and said,
Why are you giving me your reward? I don't need this staff. So take it back quickly. I don't want it. But I will return the favor to you. The poor will not be fed by the grudges. If you want to consider me a poor person, then I can't even be considered a beggar. You 2 warriors, please stay. The Lord of the City invites you 2 to the City Lord's mansion for a chat.
The NPC with the name Butler Zhang of the City Lord's mansion above his head said to Lu Yuan and the other 2. Lu Yuan and the 2 followed Butler Zhang all the way to the City Lord's palace. No matter how Lu Yuan tried to return the staff to Xiao Lui, she didn't want it. She didn't even want it when it was thrown on the ground. Lu Yuan was afraid of being picked up by others, so he could only give it to her. I picked it up again and put it in my backpack. Soon the two were led to the back garden of the city lord's mansion. The interior of Chingju's mansion is very grand, with carved dragons and painted pillars like a royal palace. It is much larger than it looks from the street.
Lord City Lord, 2 adventurers have been invited over,
Steward John said slowly, bowing to the city lord.
You go down.
After Butler Jean finished speaking, he left. There were 2 people sitting in a small pavilion in the garden. One of them was dressed in fine clothes, with bright eyes. He was sitting there without anger or authority. At first glance, he was the lord of the holy city. The other man was dressed in powerful attire, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He looked very powerful. At first glance, he looked like a decisive person who had been fighting and killing all year round. The city lord was the first to speak.
Congratulations to the 2 brave men for their excellent results in the martial arts competition. Let me introduce to you. This is Momonosuk, one of the 4 ambassadors of Taoyuan Temple and the leader of the 4 ambassadors. You can call him the ambassador.
Good. Lu Yuan clasped his fists and saluted as an expression of respect.
I wonder why the 2 adults came to us. Originally, we would only meet the brave man who won the first place. But the Lord Messenger thought that both of you were qualified. So he called you 2 together. The Lord Messenger will tell you 2 the specific details.
The city lord was not accurate. After answering, he signaled to the Taoyuan divine envoy to speak. Momonosuk glanced at the 2 of them, and motioned Lu Yuan and the 2 to sit down without any official tone, and then said,
The reason why this martial arts conference is held in the holy city is mainly to select the best among you adventurers. The strongest person comes to help Taoyuan Temple. Our strength is still far inferior to yours. What you can't do, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to do it.
Lu Yuan glanced at Momonosuk's upper level, and there were a series of question marks. It was obvious that he was many levels higher than him, so he couldn't see what the divine envoy couldn't do. He probably wasn't strong enough either.
Taoyuan Temple maintains the balance of this world. Although you are relatively weak now, you can do things that we cannot do,
Momonosuk explained unhurriedly.
Because we are not restricted by this world. Right.
This was not the first time Lu Yuan heard such words. Momonosuk glanced at Lu Yuan appreciatively, and then said,
Exactly. Although our Taoyuan Temple is powerful, it can only limit evil, but it cannot eliminate it.
He paused for a moment and continued to say to Lu Yuan,
You have entered the hidden space of Gale Valley, and you should have known about the existence of Taoyuan Temple for a long time. We sealed the evil winged birdman in, but it was you adventurous people who really destroyed it.
Bye.
But after we destroy it, won't it still be refreshed? Although it will appear again. In a sense, it is already dead. After being eliminated by you once, they no longer have souls. Not only you 2, but also adventurers like you have this ability. So the things dropped when we kill some monsters for the first time are generally better?
Lu Yuan asked. Momonosuk did not answer the question and continued.
The continent that seems to be balanced is actually not peaceful. Thousands of years ago, monsters were raging. Demons were rampant, and civilians suffered. Fortunately, the demons and monsters were not united. Although the monsters also harmed people, they knew how to coexist and did not kill them all. Humans always harassed them, which led to the monsters' counterattack. The demons are different. They use human greed to make humans fall into the devil's path, use hatred and jealousy, kill for the sake of killing, and exist for destruction. They believe that only the demons are worthy of living, and only the demons are the noblest. Of course, Taoyuan Temple cannot watch the demons be destroyed, but it can only restrict them and open a space to seal them in. We call that place the demon world. He also reached an agreement with the monsters to coexist peacefully with each other, and divided the largest virgin forest of the human race for them to survive. This was how peace was maintained for thousands of years, without the intrusion of foreign races. There were internal battles among the human race for interests, resources, land, and even women. These practices are no different from those of the demons. The seeds left by the demons in the human world began to germinate, and people began to become possessed by the demons. The seals of the demon world also began to loosen.
After thousands of years, the demon clan may have greatly increased in strength. On the other hand, humans are enjoying themselves peacefully and only thinking about internal battles. I am afraid they are no longer opponents of the demon clan. Even the power of Taoyuan Temple is limited. Your arrival is both a good thing and a bad thing.
Momonosuk briefly told a 1,000-year history of this continent. Lu Yuan was not surprised because he came into contact with many relevant clues.
What's a good thing? What's a bad thing?
Chapter 75 The Mission of Taoyuan Temple.
What's a good thing? What's a bad thing?
Lu Yuan asked curiously. Xiao Lui had been listening carefully and said nothing, as if what Lu Yuan said could represent himself. Momonosuk explained.
The good thing is that you can break the current deadlock and do what we can't do. The bad thing is that a large number of adventurers enter our world, causing the balance between humans and monsters to be broken again. I'm afraid the same mistakes will happen again soon and a war will break out.
Lu Yuan suddenly thought of the golden-haired dog. And before leaving, he said,
the world is about to be in chaos.
It seemed that he was referring to another conflict between humans and monsters.
Then is there anything we can do to help?
Lu Yuan asked the most critical question.
It's still too early to talk about monsters and demons. The most troublesome thing is the war between Bright Moon Country and Lai Sun Country. These two countries have a long history of grievances. Even now, I don't know why they are fighting. But we are still calling back and forth. And our Taoyuan temple has also tried to mediate many times. But there is still no effect.
Momonosuk said with some helplessness.
You are so powerful. Why can't you use force to subdue them?
Lu Yuan suddenly felt that this might be the saddest power organization in the world. Momonosuk continued.
We appear to protect the human race. We can only guide and dissuade them, but cannot restrict what they do. Over the years, only the Holy City has truly supported the Taoyuan Temple. The ones we worry about most are the Burning Sun Kingdom and the Bright Moon Kingdom. There are other small countries that do not participate in the struggle and can develop peacefully without us having to worry about them. To deal with the monsters and demons, we can also use force to trap them. The internal fighting among the human race is really a headache for us. The main purpose of coming to you this time is to let you stop the internal fighting between humans. We'd be happy to help, but we just don't know how to stop it. Then it depends on your own efforts. No matter what you do, even if you sacrifice some people from the two countries, as long as you successfully prevent the two countries from continuing to fight, you will be considered successful. As for rewards, epic equipment, and the like are trivial matters.
Tao Nosuk gave the bottom line of Taoyuan Temple.
Sacrifice part of the human race to achieve the goal.
Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of the victorious general in the Skull Cave. I'm afraid that's the so-called sacrifice. Lu Yuan thought for a while and decided to ask.
I wonder if the skeleton cave north of the Holy City is known to the Divine Envoy. Well, we can't see any country perish. Although the Holy City is a neutral party, a domination of one family is not good for the Holy City. So, since you mentioned it, you should already know it. But I didn't expect to be tricked by the demons. If there is a loophole, the soldiers inside have become puppets.
Momonosuk did not shy away from anything. Although this is not a glorious thing, but for his character, it is the right thing to do.
You will receive news soon. The Lai Sun and Bright Moon countries are already recruiting troops, and will start a new round of war. You adventurers will be an important target of their recruitment this time. A large number of adventurers will participate in the national war. That's why I'm so anxious to find the strongest among you to do things for us. We will do our best for world peace.
After chatting for a while, Lu Yuan and the two left the city lord's mansion. Xiao Lui still looked unhappy. Lu Yuan asked again to return the staff to her, but she unexpectedly went offline.
Looking at the new mission he received.
Resolve the conflict between the Bright Moon Kingdom and the Burning Sun Kingdom so that the two countries will no longer be at war. There is no time limit. The mission reward is unknown. If one of the two countries is destroyed, the mission will fail. There will be no penalty for failure. It is estimated that Xiao Lui has also received the same task. This is the first time Lu Yuan has received such a task. Success will be rewarded, and failure will not be punished. This is simply a free gift. Looking at the epic staff in his hand, Lu Yuan was a little confused and didn't know what to do. The tense arena competition was over, and I didn't even know what to do for a while. Open your backpack and take a look at your cloak first. Aquamarine Star Whisper Cloak.
Special equipment.
Rare level 40, any profession. Additional attributes, increase magic value recovery effect by 30%. Additional attributes, reduce the cooldown time of all your own skills by 10%. Additional effect, reduce the damage from water and fire attacks by 20%. There is no attack and defense bonus, nor any basic attribute bonus. There are only 3 additional attributes added. Lu Yuan, who was coming into contact with special equipment for the first time, didn't know whether the equipment was good or bad. Because of his passive ingenuity, he directly put on the cloak. The blue cloak, like the sea, glowed in the sun. Despite the layers of waves, the appearance is still cool. Since the last update, the character's helmet and special equipment slots have added small eyes next to them. Selecting them can also hide the corresponding equipment. Lu Yuan took out the epic level staff again. Although it did not belong to him, Lu Yuan was also curious about how powerful the epic level equipment was. The staff is made of wood, and its surface is crystal clear, round and full, as if it has been worn for many years. The upper part of the staff is in the shape of a flame, and the head of the staff is wrapped in a forked flame with a red gem the size of a fist. The deep red color of the gemstone is not eye-catching. But if you look closely, you will see that there is a raging fire burning inside, which shows that it is extraordinary. 9 Heaven's Mysterious Fire Staff. Epic Level 40 Mage. Spell Attack, 3360 to 3580. Intelligence plus 450. Spirit plus 450. Additional attributes. The attack power of all fire skills increases by 20%. Additional attributes. The burning effect of fire skills is doubled. Additional attributes. Increase the attack range of all fire skills by 50%. Additional attributes. 9 Heaven's Mysterious Fire. Blessed by 9 Heaven's Mysterious Fire. Has a natural restraint effect on water attributes. A suppressive effect on other fire attributes that are not as good as itself. And a double damage effect on wood attributes. Passive. Lu Yuan was shocked after reading it. Not to mention these 4 additional attributes. But this attack and defense is almost the same as his plus 13 Shadow Soul Chasing Knife. The additional intelligence and spirit are even more terrifying. The quality of equipment of the same level is only the difference is 1 level. And there are so many different attributes. Lu Yuan remembered what his patriarch Uya said. That one artifact can be as good as 10 epics. So what kind of attributes can the artifact achieve? No wonder his ancestor spent his whole life and wanted to create an artifact. I'm afraid it wasn't just his love for forging, but he also wanted to see how powerful the legendary artifact was. Right. You have a new system email. Please check it. Lu Yuan received an email from the system. When he opened the email, he saw that it was signed by the head of Lifeng Village. The content of the letter was as follows. Dear Lord Budaohuan, thanks to your help, our Lifeng Village has returned to prosperity, and the villagers can have a full meal. Now there is an endless flow of people to Lifeng Village, and our lives are getting better and better. Wealthy, I once promised to reward you, but I am really embarrassed that I have delayed it until now. Today I especially offer the specialties of Lifeng Village. Please don't dislike it. In addition, we have specially built a statue for you in the center of the village. The descendants of Lifeng Village will always remember this kindness. Lu Yuan finished reading the content of the letter. In the attachment below, there are 500 pieces each of rich tin ore, rich mercury ore, noble gold and primary reinforcement stone. I didn't expect that I would receive such a generous reward for my unintentional help. And it seemed that it was not just this time. Some of the ores were not produced in their village. I don't know how they got so many high-grade ores. After reading the email, Li Tong sent another message. Lu Yuan, the exam is tomorrow. Why don't you review it? After the exam, let's go buy some daily necessities. Okay, it's time to relax and have a big meal. Chapter 76 The Hero Zhao Jiuzhou. For Lu Yuan, the exam was easier than playing games. So the school simply concentrated all subject exams on 2 days. It was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the first day of exams ended. Lu Yuan, who had handed in his papers early because they had agreed to go purchase some daily necessities together, had nothing to do but sit on a chair outside the teaching building in a daze. It's so difficult. I'm probably going to fail the class again. Zhao Xinghe was heard shouting from a distance. Yeah, it's so difficult. If I had known earlier, I would have reviewed more. Feng Rou also cried with a sad face. I think it's okay. They are all knowledge points that have been taught before. It's because you don't pay attention to class that you find it difficult. Feng Rou said with a smile on her face. Zhao Xinghe saw Lu Yuan sitting in a chair in a daze, and shouted loudly. Xiao Yuanzi, you are not a human being. You actually handed in the paper so quickly. Don't you know how to help your brothers? What are you thinking about? Feng Rou ran over and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and asked. I forgot whether to write my name or not. Lu Yuan faintly said. Zhao Xinghe became interested when he heard this. It's time to make up for the exam with my brothers. We are brothers in distress. Friendship will last forever. It seems I wrote. Let's go. Where can we go shopping? Lu Yuan stood up
and ignored Zhao Xinghe.
Friends are gone.
Zhao Xinghe burst into tears.
Are you coming with us?
Lu Yuanyan had to ask Zhao Xinghe.
Forget it. I won't disturb your family's happy life. I'm going home to play games.
Zhao Xinghe looked at the three of them with a wicked smile and said,
Goodbye.
Before Zhao Xinghe could answer, the three of them had already turned around and walked out of the school.
You guys are good. Those guys who value sex over friends.
The three of them drove to the urban shopping mall. The two of them were not buying daily necessities, but clearly wanted to go shopping. Lu Yuan followed the situation and had no choice but to follow behind them. If a man and a woman were shopping together, they would easily be misunderstood by the salesperson. But since the two women and the man were walking in front of and behind each other, the salesperson automatically thought Lu Yuan was carrying a bag. Lu Yuan felt at ease. After many days of special blacksmith training and 3 days of intense arena competition, Lu Yuan was also a little tired. He felt relaxed after taking a stroll. Not to mention having a beautiful woman accompanying him. Lu Yuan didn't follow too closely. Anyway, the two of them had to look at each store for a long time. So it was time for them to walk slowly by themselves. But when he walked to the door of a shoe store, he heard an argument happening inside. And the voice was Fong Rou. A strange woman. The two of them were arguing and fighting. Li Tong was arguing at the side. Unexpectedly, he was pushed by the strange woman and threw himself forward. Seeing this, Lu Yuan quickly threw the shopping bag on the ground and rushed over with a quick stride. Fortunately, he had time to hug Li Tong before she hit the ground on her face. The huge inertia, even with Lu Yuan's practiced skills, was still hanging by the quilt. Take a somersault.
Li Tong, are you okay?
Fong Rou ran over to greet Li Tong without bothering to continue arguing. Lu Yuan helped Li Tong up. The heel of his right high-heeled shoe was broken, and his foot was twisted and slightly red and swollen.
What's going on?
Lu Yuan asked.
The pair of shoes that we both took a fancy to first.
This woman came over and wanted this pair, since it was a limited edition, and this was the only pair in the store. She also made rude remarks. Li Tong didn't want to talk to her and told her to give it to her. Instead, she said we were poor. Damn it. I can't afford a place like this. Why is it an eyesore? I was so angry that I started to argue with her. She was the one who made the first move.
Fong Rou said angrily. It would be okay if he was bullied by a man, but he didn't know how to intervene in a fight between these women.
You really can't come to this kind of place anymore. It's too low class. First two shrews came, and then a poor boy came. What are you looking at? Are you going to hit me?
The strange woman said with a look on her face that she didn't deserve a beating. Lu Yuan frowned. It was really unlucky to meet such a person. As a big man, he couldn't curse at a shrew.
Baby, what's wrong?
A middle-aged man walked over, followed by several bodyguards.
You are here. If you don't come, I will be bullied to death. Look at the three of them bullying me.
The strange woman hugged the middle-aged man's arm and said in a sweet voice. The clerks in the store were disgusted when they heard it, but they couldn't interrupt. The middle-aged man glanced here, his eyes lingering on Li Tong for a moment. And then he turned his eyes back to the strange woman.
Forget it. Honey, there are a few kids. Let's change to a store. You can choose whatever you want. No, they bullied me. You must give me an explanation.
The strange woman began to yell. A person behind the middle-aged man whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, the middle-aged man took 2 steps towards Lu Yuan, stretched out his right hand and introduced himself.
Hello. I am Zhao Jiuzhou. And you are Lu Yuan, right?
Lu Yuan was stunned. When did he become so famous? Although he was confused, he stretched out his hand to shake the other person's hand, and then said,
I am Lu Yuan. Do you know me? My name in the game is the hero of troubled times. Oh, Lo. I didn't expect to meet in this way.
Lu Yuan glanced at the man behind Zhao Jiuzhou, and it was obvious that the man recognized him.
Yes, there is something wrong. My women lack discipline. Waiter, wrap them up with whatever they like as an apology.
Zhao Jiuzhou said calmly.
No need.
After Lu Yuan said to Zhao Jiuzhou, he reached out and took out his bank card.
Swipe this card to get those shoes.
The waiter was very quick, since he had already tried it before. He installed it in 3 clicks. 5 divided by 2. And quickly swiped the card.
Sir, the total is 18,888. Here are your cards and receipts. Please keep them.
Lu Yuan gave the shoes to Fong Rou, motioned to help Li Tong put them on, and then said to Zhao Jiuzhou,
Since it is a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Uh-huh. You are not old. But you are very broad-minded. What a good boy. Do you want to cooperate with me? I will give you the strongest support and make you the strongest. As long as you are used by me.
Zhao Jiuzhou smiled.
Said.
Lu Yuan has never had a good impression of this troubled world guild. But he doesn't want to be too disrespectful.
If we have the chance, we will definitely cooperate together. So let's leave first.
Then he said to the waiter,
Please help me throw away a pair of broken shoes.
After saying that, the three of them walked out directly.
Why are you so polite to them? Didn't you see they bullied me?
The woman still refused to let go.
Paw.
A hard slap. And several fingerprints instantly appeared on the woman's face.
I don't know who you are. You are making noise and ruining my affairs. Get out of here.
Zhao Jiuzhou scolded without changing his expression. The man behind Zhao Jiuzhou hurriedly came over and took the woman away.
Mr. Zhao asked you to go to another store to pick things up. Why do you have to be upset with a few kids? It's nothing at all. Who made you unlucky? That kid is what Mr. Zhao wants to win over recently.
People. How did I know? He usually dotes on me. Even if that child is not the person that Mr. Zhao wants to win over. Mr. Zhao will think that you are too embarrassed to be like this. Leave quickly, or I may not be able to leave in a while. Mr. Zhao, send her away. What do you think will happen next? If you can't win over, it will be ruined. Contact Hidden Dot.
After Zhao Jiuzhou said that, he turned around and left the shoe store.
Lu Yuan, are you soft?
Fang Rou asked with a smile.
What's soft? Don't you know where you grabbed Li Tong just now? Well, it's pretty soft.
Lu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly, as if he remembered something. Chapter 77 An Inexplicable Windfall.
Are you two done?
Li Tong was so scared that he didn't pay much attention before. But now he calmed down. After Fang Rou reminded him, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. In addition, the force of the pour was too great, and there was some pain in his chest.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Lu Yuan quickly apologized.
I don't blame you. I will give you the money just now.
Li Tong said with a blushing face.
Forget it. Let's pay for the room. I won't be paid for using your game room. Let's go. Go to the supermarket to buy some food and go back early. I'll drop off my things at the shoe store later.
Lu Yuan said, remembering what he had brought earlier. The shopping bags were all thrown in front of the shoe store.
I didn't expect that Lu Yuan is usually indifferent. He looks like he doesn't have much money. But he spends money very aggressively. He's so handsome.
Fang Rou said while looking at Lu Yuan, who ran to get something.
Yes.
Li Tong's eyes were a little dull, not knowing what he was thinking. Fang Rou saw her wandering and said with a smile,
Come on. Can I touch her softly?
The three of them bought a lot of food and planned to stay there for a few days after the exam. On the way home, Li Tong wanted to return the shoe money to Lu Yuan many times, but Lu Yuan insisted not to give it back. So the matter just ended.
I have paid off my room fee this time. Fortunately, I made some money in the game before. Otherwise today would be really embarrassing.
Lu Yuan thought to himself. Back home, Lu Yuan made 3 dishes and 1 soup. Braised prawns, braised pork ribs, lettuce with sauce, and radish soup.
The craftsmanship is really good. It's delicious.
Fang Rou praised while eating with relish.
It's pretty good. It tastes better than the takeout we ordered.
Li Tong also praised Lu Yuan's craftsmanship.
You guys haven't eaten properly for too many days. You're so hungry. You are so good at studying. Why do you still have time to learn how to cook? I have been practicing Kung Fu since I was a child. After practicing hard every day, my mother also forcibly taught me how to cook. She said that when she leaves us, she must be self-reliant outside. Isn't it early to tell a 7 or 8-year-old child? I was still slow afterwards. I slowly accepted this fact. And later I learned that before I left home for college, my mother had never cooked again.
Lu Yuan recalled. After dinner, Li Tong and Fang Rou went to review. Lu Yuan felt that there was nothing to review, so he logged into the game directly. As soon as I went online, there was a private message.
Are you online? I heard that you have an epic level staff. I sincerely buy it. Pay first and then buy the goods. Please make an offer. How do you know I have a staff?
Lu Yuan never mentioned the staff to anyone.
You don't have to worry about it. If you sell it, I'm willing to buy it for 2 million.
Although this is the only epic weapon and equipment on the market now, 200W is indeed a high price. Lu Yuan is also a little tempted, but he cannot sell it because this staff does not belong to him.
This staff doesn't belong to me, so I can't sell it. That person said that what she gave you is yours. If you don't accept the money, you can keep the staff for yourself.
The stranger sent another letter. Lu Yuan was a little helpless. Are all these rich people so boring? Spending money to buy your own things is all that matters. Of course Lu Yuan knows who bought this staff.
I don't need 2 million. If I have to buy it, I'll give it 200,000.
Lu Yuan didn't want to charge so much money. After all, it was someone else's thing.
Nothing less.
Who is buying things? The seller lowers the price. The buyer is not happy for less. And Lu Yuan is not troubled by the money. Since he insists on giving away, he just accepts it. After the transaction was completed, Lu Yuan was considered a millionaire. He made a fortune out of nowhere. Thinking about the 18,000 he spent today. Is this something he can only gain by giving up? Lu Yuan went to the blacksmith shop and told Zhang Feng the news about his ancestor. Zhang Feng was very upset. Why didn't he go there in person? If he had been inherited, he might have been able to break through.
Don't call me master from now on. Since the ancestor passed it down to you personally, I have to call you ancestor from now on.
Zhang Feng actually cupped his fists and saluted.
That won't work. Once you are a teacher, you will always be a teacher. Besides, you are older than me.
Lu Yuan hurriedly supported Zhang Feng.
The sect has its own rules, and the seniority must be clear.
Zhang Feng insisted. Lu Yuan couldn't resist. So he simply said,
let's do this. From now on, we will treat each other as brothers. If you are older than me, I will call you Brother Zhang. If I meet your younger brother Zhangli, I will call you second brother.
Zhang Feng pondered for a while, and then agreed. The two discussed some forging details and techniques taught by their ancestors. And Lu Yuan left. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lu Yuan decided to look for the locations of the Bright Moon Kingdom and the Burning Sun Kingdom first. Judging from the plots Lu Yuan had come across, he was more inclined to the Bright Moon Kingdom because the story of the Pope made Lu Yuan feel the leader of the Lai Sun Kingdom is very fatuous. After taking a look at the friend list, Xiao Lui was indeed online. Since the two of them took on tasks together, Lu Yuan decided to ask her what her plans were.
How are you going to do the Taoyuan Temple's mission?
After a while, Lu Yuan received a reply.
Upgrade first. Didn't it mean that both countries are recruiting troops? Let's take a look and then talk.
When Lu Yuan heard that Xiao Lui was upgrading, it was hard to imagine how fast she could level up with the epic staff. He should find a place to level up himself. Lu Yuan saw that Zhao Xinghe and others were also online, and decided to ask everyone to find a place to chat while practicing. Soon the three of them gathered in the city. And just as they were about to set off, Li Tong and Fang Rou also came online, thus forming a team of 5 more people.
Where should we go to level up? How about we go catch a horse or something and ride it?
Fang Rou looked extremely excited today. Seeing this, Zheng Yu whispered to Lu Yuan.
Boss, what's wrong with her? She's usually so cold that it's hard to say another word. But she's so excited today.
Lu Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't know.
Let's find a monster area above level 40 and attack it first. A new plot may happen recently, and the national war is about to begin.
Lu Yuan said to everyone.
Okay, let's just find a place. There's still an exam tomorrow. Let's go exploring after the exam.
Zhao Xinghe also suggested. Just when everyone was getting ready to set off, Lu Yuan received another message. From Xiao Lui.
We discovered the world boss. Do you want to come over? I still have friends here. There are 5 people in the team now.
Lu Yuan knew that Xiao Lui was unwilling to form a team with strangers. So he said low in advance. If the other party didn't like it, he would not abandon his friends to fight the world boss. About 10 seconds later, Xiao Lui sent another message.
Come here together.
Then he sent the coordinates.
Let's go fight the world boss. The Forbidden Law discovered the world boss and asked us to fight it together.
After Lu Yuan made the decision, he suggested changing the direction with everyone.
I'm afraid you're not inviting us. But you? Right.
Fang Rou pouted and said with disdain.
Boss, when did you hook up with such a great god? You're so awesome.
Zheng Yu said such words at an inappropriate time. Li Tong and Fang Rou glared at him, turned around and walked away. Zheng Yu glanced at old Lu Yuan with a wronged expression. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan shook his head and walked forward. Zhao Xinghe came over and patted Zheng Yu, then followed the others without saying anything. Zheng Yu looked confused and helpless, not knowing what he said wrong. Chapter 78, Bulldozer-style monster spawning. Everyone quickly arrived at the agreed coordinates and saw Xiao Lui already waiting there, with several players standing around.
Don't you have a team?
Lu Yuan asked after approaching.
It's okay to form a team of 30 people and divide it into several small teams. However, we can't gather that many people at once. We can barely fight with more than 10 people.
Someone as proud as Xiao Lui actually wants to form a team. It seems that this boss must be very strong. A 30-person team is a form of team that specializes in fighting world boss and multiplayer raids. A large team is divided into 5 teams, with 6 people in each team. The experience shared equally will be much less, and the things that are revealed are distributed by the team leader.
We have to hurry up and fight all the way. Otherwise, if other forces' intelligence gathering personnel discover that there is a world boss, this place may be overcrowded.
Although the matter felt very urgent, Xiao Lui said it lightly. The world boss has the opportunity to explode epic equipment. If it is the first kill, the chance of explosion will be even greater. No one who finds out can join in the fun. There are only 2 professions on Xiao Lui's side, guardian and physician. They are obviously all for holding back hatred and recovering. When they were divided into teams, Zheng Yu was also a guardian, so he was assigned to another team. After everyone reorganized, they were divided into 2 teams. One team was mainly for fighting monsters, and consisted of a total of 5 guardians and a doctor. The second team was Lu Yuan's team, and Xiao Lui and a doctor were assigned. To say that this Dr. Lu Yuan also had some impressions. He was the like spring breeze, who helped him resurrect in the God's Cult Tower. Lu Yuan simply said Lo, and the other party responded with a smile, but did not say anything.
The world boss is in the innermost palace of this ruined city. The mobs along the way are also very powerful, so we specially found some more monsters to resist. We pushed all the way over. There are 2 platforms in the middle, and there are 2 mini bosses respectively. Time is limited, and we don't have much information. So let's analyze it while fighting.
After Xiao Lui divided the teams, he simply said to Lu Yuan,
Is the people over there okay?
Everyone was a little unhappy when they heard each other's doubts. And Xiao Lui also noticed it, and then said unhurriedly,
It doesn't mean anything else. I just don't like failure. We always cooperate with each other, and there is no hindrance. Don't worry.
Lu Yuan is very confident in everyone. Xiao Lui glanced at everyone, and then directly announced their names.
Li Tong, Fang Rou, Zhao Xinghe. The one who keeps talking is Zheng Yu. Right. Do you know us?
Fang Rou said first.
I found out by the way when I was investigating Lu Yuan.
Xiao Lui did not shy away from investigating Lu Yuan's personal information.
Why are you investigating me?
Lu Yuan was a little surprised. But through Zhao Jiuzhou's incident, he also understood that in this information age, it was really not difficult for them to investigate who they wanted to investigate. Not to mention that he had not deliberately concealed his appearance in the game.
Nothing else. I have to know who I am playing with,
Xiao Lui explained, obviously knowing that it is impolite to investigate people privately. Zhao Xinghe always looked indifferent, but Li Tong and Fang Rou were somewhat unhappy.
Let's open monsters. The people on my side will not participate in the allocation. Equipment suitable for you will be given priority to you,
Xiao Lui said simply, and gave the order to open monsters to a group of guardians. This place is an abandoned palace built on the mountain. The area and the buildings that have not completely collapsed show the glory of the year. Most of the roads leading to the main hall are mainly upward steps, with 2 blocks in the middle. The wide platform should be where the 2 mini-bosses are. Naga Watcher level 45 HP 400000. Naga Patrol level 45 HP 250,000. Naga Archer level 45 HP 350000. The Naga soldiers are all monsters with snake-shaped lower bodies and human upper bodies. The Watchers hold 2 knives in their hands. The patrols all have one-handed swords. And the archers, needless to say, all have bows and arrows. A team of 5 guardians quickly ran back with a small group of monsters. The monsters had hundreds of thousands of health, and their attacks were also very high. The wet nurses of the second team also helped the first team of guardians recover their health. A team of several guardians pulled the monsters together as much as possible, and then saw the attacks of sea of fire and meteor showers falling, which were also mixed with lightning and thunder. The combination of thunder and fire was very spectacular. Lu Yuan saw the staff in Xiao Lui's hand, and it turned out that she had sent someone to buy it. He was not idle, and rushed over and started to fight. Li Tong also stood behind and released group attacks such as arrow arrays. Fong Ro also rushed over and fired darts in a spinning manner. Although the number of output was small, everyone was an elite. These dozens of mobs were wiped out in a short time, and everyone continued to move forward. When he reached the first platform, Lu Yuan finally reached level 36. Among more than 10 people, he was the only one with the lowest level, which was somewhat embarrassing. The boss on the first platform is a rhinoceros. This rhinoceros actually does not stand on 4 legs, but walks like a human. If it weren't for the name of the monster and the rhino horns on its head, no one would be able to tell the difference. It has strong muscles all over its body, and wearing strong leather armor. He can be considered a powerful boss anywhere. Petrified Rhino Spirit level 45 boss. HP 15 million. The blood volume of this rhinoceros spirit has reached 15 million, which is really astonishing. It seems that although it is wearing leather armor, its defense is definitely not too low even if its skin is rough and fleshy. If it met ordinary players, it would probably be able to kill everyone. But it was a pity that it met a group of people that could be ranked in the entire server. As a boss, its attacks are a bit monotonous, except for sprinting, which will knock players away and cause a lot of damage. The other skills are difficult to cause fatal damage. However, it has many abilities to increase defense. It is worth mentioning that since this is a semi, there is a platform on the mountainside. So if this rhino spirit pushes him to the bottom of the platform, he will definitely fall to death. Needless to say, everyone destroyed it in a short time. I exploded a rare piece of Guardian heavy armor, as well as some junk equipment and potions. Xiao Lui didn't even consider the people she brought and directly gave the equipment to Zheng Yu. I have to say that after wearing the epic staff, Xiao Lui's skill attack has been raised to a new level, and the range is much larger than before. It feels like if he can withstand the mobs that have doubled the size, he can easily kill them. Everyone experienced a bulldozer-style clearing of troops. The mobs were very dense. Even if more than 10 people divided the experience, everyone gained a lot. The second boss is the adjutant of the Naga King. He also has a snake on his lower body and a human-like monster on top. He is holding a trident in his hand and is very big. Naga King's adjutant. Level 45 boss. HP 15 million. The only annoying thing is that it absorbs mana. After being hit by a skill, a tube of mana will disappear immediately. There is also a skill with a bubble. If the character is hit, the character will be surrounded by a bubble and cannot move. If it is broken by force, there is also a high amount of magic damage. However, bosses like this are small bosses in the wild, and can be easily eliminated by a team of 12. A pair of mage's rare level pants were exploded, as well as a large amount of magic potion. It was estimated that all the blue that had been sucked out was blasted out. The real main course is the world boss Naga Lord above. When everyone came to the main hall, there was no need to look for it. A boss about 5 or 6 meters high stood in front of the collapsed palace. Chapter 79 World Boss Naga Lord. When everyone came to the collapsed palace, they saw a huge Naga Lord from a distance. The lower body was still a snake, but the skin was obviously full of spikes, and its uneven surface showed its. He is tough, and his upper muscles are even more angular. He holds a big trident in his hand, and there is actually a huge bow and arrow on his back. His hair is as curved as a poisonous snake, and his face is fierce, as if he is ready to kill anyone who offends him at any time. Go home. This boss has not tested his skills, so you have to be careful when fighting, Xiao Lui explained. It has a bow and arrow on its back. It is probably capable of long-range attacks. The fork in its hand is similar to the one in the boss's hand just now. It probably also has water-type attacks. Lu Yuan analyzed the possible attributes of the boss through its appearance. Everyone sat there and took some anti-combat medicine, mainly for the additional attribute buff. Open the monster. A team of guardians rushed forward together. Since Zheng Yu's equipment was among the best among them, he acted as the main tank. Naga Lord level 45 world boss HP 30 million. As soon as he opened the monster Naga Lord, he opened his arms, and an invisible wave of air pushed several people around him away. He muttered, "I'm back. I saw it. I conquered it." The few people who were pushed away rushed forward again, and Lu Yuan also closed the distance with the boss, while inflicting damage with thousands of troops. Lord Naga raised the sea fork in his hand high. The pure sea cleanses the soul, and the whirlpool of water helps me defeat the enemy. As soon as the words fell, nearly 20 waterspouts appeared on the square, each more than 2 meters high, while blocking the line of sight. If the player is hit, he will be accused of continuously losing blood inside and needs the help of teammates. Break free. These waterspouts move slowly and irregularly on the field, causing great trouble for doctors to increase their health. Everyone's output skills also need to have line of sight. Otherwise, they will not be able to aim at all. After the Naga Lord released the waterspout, he took out his bow and shot arrows into the sky. He was able to shoot more than 10 arrows at a time. The attack frequency was extremely high. Arrows rained down from the sky. The range was very large, and the damage was considerable. Fortunately, there will be some shadow prompts on the ground. Otherwise, you will really be shot to death by these random arrows. Your field of vision will be blocked, and the arrow rain will restrict your movement. This boss did not wait for much HP to be lost before he brought it to everyone. Enormous pressure. In fact, the most difficult thing is for doctors. They have to take into account the health of their teammates while avoiding attacks. In addition, in order to avoid attacks, the players on the field cannot control their position at any time.
Everyone, please pay attention. When moving, try to get closer to the doctor. Don't let the doctor waste treatment time moving.
Lu Yuan quickly shouted to everyone present. Everyone worked together and finally stabilized the rhythm. But the waterspout lasted for a long time. The waterspout didn't disappear until everyone defeated the boss by 10% of its health. Divine arrow piercing the heart. After this martial arts competition, everyone is no longer unfamiliar with special skills. When they saw several big characters appearing on the head of boss, the arrows on the long bow in their hands had turned into bright gold.
No, I'm marked,
Zhao Xinghe shouted.
Guard the block.
Xiao Lui, a guardian, ran out of one team, and instead of running towards the boss, he ran towards Zhao Xinghe. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xinghe also hurriedly ran towards the opponent. A yellow light flashed. Minus 33,333. After more than 33,000 injuries, the guardian only had a trace of blood left. If Zhao Xinghe had been hit by this arrow, he would have died. After launching the one-hit second skill, the Naga Lord fell into weakness. Everyone took advantage of the boss being unable to move and quickly used various powerful skills. Domain Scorching Sun. Domain skills are released, and various powerful single-target attacks continue to attack. To say that the attack is the highest, it must be Xiao Lui, equipped with an epic staff. She has an additional restraint effect on water monsters. The epic staff shows at the value of Mysterious Azura Slash. After Lu Yuan released a few skills, he simply released his strongest single-target secret skill, although he would enter a weak state after releasing it. With the help of a doctor and his own drug addiction, he only needed to avoid it for 20 seconds. This is the wilderness. The difference from the arena competition. When the Naga Lord recovered, he waved the sea fork in his hand, and a waterspout appeared in the square again. This time, Xiao Lui's restraint effect on the water attribute seemed to have disappeared. It seemed that the sea fork in the boss's hand was also at an epic level. This time, Lord Naga did not take out his bow and arrow. Instead, he used the sea fork in his hand to continuously stab Zheng Yu in front of him. The attack frequency was very fast, and the damage was very high. Fortunately, there were 2 doctors in the team to increase blood. Otherwise, this normal attack is enough for Zheng Yu to drink a pot. Everyone has become accustomed to the harassment of this waterspout, and began to deal with it in an orderly manner. When the boss reached 80% health, he opened his mouth and spit out some green poisonous mist, and the surrounding players collectively entered a state of poisoning. This time, the doctor was extremely busy with the release of the 3 flowers gathering skill and the single target treatment. He didn't dare to stop. This poison dropped blood very frequently. After releasing the poison, the boss continued to rain arrows. He was worthy of being a world boss. Most of his skills were focused on large-scale damage. He might have already expected that a group of people would hit him. The toxin was poisoned for 30 seconds, and just after it returned to normal, the boss seemed to be tireless and used a special skill again. Divine arrow piercing the heart. This time everyone has gained experience, and the guardians are helping to block it. After some testing, everyone understood the mechanism. Every time the Naga Lord loses 10% of his health, he releases toxins. Every time he loses 20% of his health, he releases a special skill. The waterspout is almost non-stop. Before releasing the toxins, use the sea fork, attack, poison, and then launch a hail of arrows. After understanding the monster's mechanism, it is not particularly difficult for everyone. According to the previous rules, the boss has only 30% health left. After the Naga Lord released the poison again, everyone thought it was the turn of the arrow rain. But unexpectedly, this time they changed their tactics. I saw Lord Naga rotating the sea fork 180 degrees and inserting it directly into the ground. A wave of 5 meters high and 4 meters wide rose directly behind him. No one expected the sudden change of moves. It was too late for the Guardian to run away, so he had to activate his strongest defensive skills to resist. The waves appeared quickly and moved forward quickly. Lu Yuan used his wits to move and used Qianzhenshi to rush towards the boss in the opposite direction, thus escaping the disaster. During this wave of tsunami, Zhao Xinghe and others who were far away ran away. The worst thing was the guardians around them, since every time after being poisoned, several guardians took turns to resist damage, so everyone's health was not high. It's very full, and the only one with relatively healthy health is the main tank Zhengyu. Except for Zhengyu, the others could not withstand the damage caused by the poison and the tsunami, and were instantly killed and lay on the ground. The wave has rushed out to a distance of 10 meters. The damage of the wave itself is not high, but if it is hit from the source, it will be pushed to 10 meters away, and this continuous damage is enough to instantly kill any squishy profession of the same level. I thought that the Naga Lord would fall into weakness after releasing his ultimate move, but not this time. He still released the rain of arrows normally. It seemed that the move just now was not a special skill. With the remaining health, Naga Lord was at the end of his rope and had no new tricks to play, so he fell to the ground unwillingly. With a flash of golden light, the fork in Lord Naga's hand fell out, along with a skill book and some advanced equipment. The output of potions and gold coins was much higher than that of ordinary boss. It is worth mentioning that this boss actually directly released 15 pieces of advanced strengthening stones. You must know that the usual boss produces only elementary strengthening stones. 15 high-level strengthening stones are equivalent to hundreds of elementary strengthening stones.
This fork is actually an epic level equipment, and it does not limit occupations,
Zhengyu shouted. Chapter 80 Crazy Leveling Plan. There is a chance that the world boss will reveal epic equipment, but I didn't expect to be so lucky. After Zhengyu yelled just now, everyone also fixed their eyes on the fork. Imitation, Poseidon's Poseidon Fork. Epic quality level 45. No occupation limit. Attack power, 3,780 40-10. Strength plus 550. Intelligence plus 550. Additional skills, Tsunami. Releases the energy stored in the weapon. Releases a tsunami attack, and causes damage to enemies within 10 meters in front of you. The damage depends on the character's attack power. Cooling time 30 minutes. Additional attributes, Poseidon's Blessing. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 20%. Passive. Additional attributes, the normal attack speed is doubled. Attacking the same enemy 3 times will cause a tearing effect, causing the target to continue to lose blood, and the recovery effect will be reduced. Additional attributes, being affinity to sea water. The magic recovery speed is doubled, and the magic value required to release skills is reduced by 20%. P.S. It was forged after the Poseidon Fork. The original was at the level of an artifact, so although the imitation had many flaws, it was still very powerful. The maker threw it into the sea because he was dissatisfied with the work, and was later killed. The Naga people obtained it, and their strength increased dramatically, and they became the lords. Divine Arrow Heart Piercing, a special skill that turns one's own arrow into a golden arrow. It aims briefly, and then shoots towards the target's heart. It will definitely hit a critical hit, and cause additional damage. This arrow can be blocked and no skills can be used within 10 seconds after use. Unable to perform basic attacks. Cooling time 12 hours. Needless to say about the skill book, there was only one archer in the team, and he was assigned to Li Tong without hesitation. Since this weapon can be used by all professions, it is a bit difficult to assign. Xiao Lui spoke first.
I am a fire attribute. This is not suitable for me, and I don't need these people. You decide who to give them to.
Everyone said that although it had good attributes, it was not suitable for them. In the end, this epic weapon was assigned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed. He felt that although he dealt a lot of damage to the world boss this time, his contribution was relatively low. But he got the best loot.
What are you going to do next?
Xiao Lui asked Lu Yuan.
Reach to level 40 first. Otherwise it may be difficult to complete the mission.
Lu Yuan was also a little helpless because his blacksmith's special training was delayed for a few days, resulting in his level being 4 or 5 levels behind the frontline troops.
I really don't know what you do all day.
Ha. Lu Yuan didn't know how to answer. Xiao Lui thought for a while and said to Li Tong,
We have accepted a mission to facilitate our actions. Please drag me into your guild.
It should have been a happy thing to have a strong person join her guild. But seeing Lu Yuan being so close to her always made her feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, hesitation is hesitation. And he will naturally not refuse such a top expert. Who would think that his guild has too many masters?
Do they need to join in?
Li Tong pointed at Xiao Lui's men and said,
They have a guild. If you need help with anything, I can let them enter your guild.
Xiao Lui said with a smile. Li Tong was quite envious of his subordinates like Xiao Lui. But he really had nothing to help with.
There is nothing we need help with. You can tell us if you have anything. After all, we are all friends.
Li Tong also replied with a smile. Zhao Xinghe saw it nearby and couldn't help but poke Lu Yuan and said,
Do you smell something? What? What's the smell?
Lu Yuan looked confused.
The smell of gunpowder. Both of them were smiling. It felt good. I didn't see any contradiction.
Zhao Xinghe shook his head and stopped talking.
Go straight ahead from the north gate of the holy city. A little to the west is the Bright Moon Kingdom. It takes about 2 days to walk in the game. The southeast of the holy city is also about 2 days away in the game, and is the Burning Sun Kingdom. You all should hurry up and upgrade. Once you reach level 40,
you can accept their solicitation. The two countries have been feuding for a long time, and are about to go to war again.
Xiao Lui briefly talked about the direction after level 40. It was obvious that he had sent someone to check the information, and even knew the specific march time.
After level 40, you can buy war horses in these two countries. The war horses themselves are relatively common, and there is a chance that special horses will be refreshed in the stables. However, the best ones are the mounts caught in the wild. Of course, they are also divided into types and attributes. You know so much,
Zhang Yu said after listening. After all, he was already level 40, but he didn't know anything about these things.
If you communicate more with NPCs, you will know a lot of things. Although there is no official information released. The clues are hidden in the game, and others told me after investigation.
Xiao Lui explained patiently. Lu Yuan was a little surprised. When he first met her, she didn't even want to form a team with him. And she rarely talked. How come she suddenly had the patience to explain the game content to everyone? Lu Yuan also had some feelings after hearing this. It seems that the level 20 dungeon is the entry level. The level 30 dungeon mainly focuses on gang orders and gang wars. The level 40 dungeon should be mainly about the national war. I don't know how to prevent the war between the two countries.
Then where should we go to level up next?
Fong Ro didn't care much about this information. Anyway, if she followed the large army, she would know it sooner or later.
I have made an upgrade plan for Lu Yuan. He will be upgraded to level 40 within 3 days. So you may have to upgrade yourself.
Xiao Lui said calmly.
Upgraded to level 40 in 3 days? Upgraded by more than 1 level in 1 day? I still have to take a test during the day tomorrow.
Lu Yuan was a little surprised. After all, upgrading to a level in 1 day was already considered the limit. But he still had to make breakthroughs on this basis.
Well, I'm going to take you to a place where my output can be maximized.
Zhao Xinghe looked at Lu Yuan's back and murmured.
This woman is a bit strong. I don't know if Lu Yuan, a novice, can withstand this. TCH, this worthless guy just followed another woman.
Fong Ro said angrily.
He can go anywhere. If you miss him, just go to his house and drag him out.
Zhao Xinghe said with a smile.
Go away. No one misses him.
Li Tong pulled Fong Ro over and said.
Ignore him. He is very talkative. Let's go and upgrade. Wait for us too. Zhang Yu and I will go too.
Lu Yuan followed Xiao Lui all the way. The guardians he had called before also left. But the Dr. Ru Mu Chun Feng did not leave. The three of them walked in a team to the southwest of the holy city. It is surrounded by mountains and densely forested. And the woods are filled with heavy fog. Fortunately, the game map can be used. Otherwise you will definitely get lost in this forest. Passing through the forest, the painting style suddenly changed. And a lifeless mountain appeared in front of the three of them. Xiao Lui looked ahead and said,
It's close here. There is a crack here. And the breath of the devil is constantly emitting from it, causing the surrounding animals to become demonized and the plants to wither. The monsters here seem to be very afraid of fire. And they all gather together
around the cracks. They are very dense and easy to attract monsters. How's the monster attack here? I don't know if I can handle it,
Lu Yuan said, looking at the monster that was about 10 levels different from himself.
So I brought a doctor. She can increase your offense and defense. She also has a shield skill that can be used to restore blood. Plus, you should be able to resist by taking blood medicine yourself. Well, a dozen should be fine. Put this on.
Xiao Lui handed over something in the shape of a mask. Sarcastic face. Chapter 81 Born with a sarcastic face. Lu Yuan took the mask. And it turned out to be a special equipment mask with no basic attributes and only one additional attribute. Naturally sarcastic face. Rare level. No level limit. Additional attributes, after wearing the mask, it will automatically produce a taunting effect on surrounding wild monsters, causing the monsters to attack crazily until the wearer dies. After looking at the appearance of the mask, it does look like it's a bit beaten up. A bit like a popular emoticon on the internet. Lu Yuan put it on without much thought. As soon as he put it on, the monsters more than 10 meters in front suddenly froze. Then, they all turned their heads towards Lu Yuan, blinked neatly, and rushed straight away in the next second. Coming over. The speed was like Lu Yuan digging their ancestral graves.
Get on the buff and prepare to increase blood.
Xiao Lui quickly ordered. Lu Yuan was shocked. There were not just a dozen, but dozens of monsters rushing over. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and put some distance between himself and Xiao Lui to avoid accidental injury. However, Lu Yuan was overly worried. There seemed to be no one else in the monster's eyes. Only his mocking face. And soon, he was surrounded by water. Demonized Ape level 45 HP 200000. After adding the defense buff, my defenses reached more than 20,000. And with someone adding blood, I can withstand the monsters even though there are many. But my health bar is like a roller coaster, rising and falling. The most tiring thing was actually not Lu Yuan or Xiao Lui, but the like spring breeze who kept adding blood. Always keeping an eye on Lu Yuan's buff in case he sees it, and having to keep adding blood. He has to maintain a high level of concentration at all times, which is a challenge for a female player. Every time they cleared a batch of monsters and waited for them to be refreshed, the three of them sat down to eat some out-of-battle supplies, which would somewhat increase their recovery during battle.
Thank you for your hard work. You've been looking at the blood boost, and you haven't had time to rest.
Lu Yuan said to Ruma Chunfeng. Ruma Chunfeng smiled, glanced at Xiao Lui, and then said,
I don't work hard. Our lady does. I have never seen her care so much about anyone.
Hearing this, Xiao Lui glared at Ruma Chunfeng.
What nonsense are you talking about? We have a common mission, and I'm afraid he will hold me back.
Ruma Chunfeng pouted at Lu Yuan and stopped talking. After a while, he seemed to have remembered something and snickered to the side.
Since you have investigated so much information, do you have any specific plans for this mission?
Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Lui and said. Xiao Lui suddenly couldn't help laughing.
You turned your face away and were talking.
It turned out to be Lu Yuan's mask. I didn't look at it much when I was fighting monsters before, but suddenly I got closer and couldn't help laughing. Xiao Lui calmed down and said,
Join one force first, and then act according to the situation. War is the best way to end the war. Besides, after level 40, national war will be the main focus, and there will definitely be many rewards. If you don't participate, I'm afraid you will lose a lot. Are you optimistic about which force? I have a good impression of the Bright Moon Kingdom. After reading the story of the Pope, I have always had some opinions about the King of the Burning Sun Kingdom.
Lu Yuan said.
Then join the Bright Moon Kingdom. In fact, it doesn't matter which side you join. In terms of national strength, the Burning Sun Kingdom is stronger. But in terms of terrain, the Bright Moon Kingdom has the advantage. The final result depends on the players who join both sides. I'm afraid that in the end, we will defeat the Burning Sun Kingdom. But the Bright Moon Kingdom will kill them all. By then, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop it at all. And the mission will fail.
Lu Yuan has no problem with ending the war with war. But he is a little worried.
Anyway, there is no penalty for failing the mission. Maybe you will just get less rewards. Have you ever felt that Taoyuan Temple is somewhat similar to an organization that maintains the fairness of the game? It can also be understood as a set of codes that balance the game system. It feels like being on good terms with the system should bring more than just benefits.
Lu Yuan's analysis was reasonable, and Xiao Lui nodded in approval.
Level up first. If you're at your level and want to join others, they won't want you.
Xiao Lui mocked when he saw the wild monster spawning. Lu Yuan wasn't angry either. He was so arrogant when he came into contact with the opposite sex. To put it bluntly, he still wanted to catch up with the big army. In the early morning of the next day, I had to take an exam, so I went offline early to cook some porridge. After calling out Li Tong and Fong Rou, the two of them finished washing and sat at the dining table. They both ate silently but ignored Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan broke the silence and asked,
"Have you all finished your review? Oh, you still know how to care about your roommate,"
Fong Rou said in a weird voice. Lu Yuan was a little confused. He was fine during dinner last night. But why did he suddenly become so weird after playing games all night? Lu Yuan could only smile to ease his embarrassment.
"Yesterday, I touched Li Tong's breasts, and then he left with another woman that night." "Humph! You're a scumbag,"
Fong Rou continued.
Fong Rou, what are you talking about? I knew I wouldn't cooperate with you. Hurry up and eat. Who's talking is a puppy."
Li Tong patted Fong Rou twice with a red face. After speaking, he lowered his head and stirred the porridge in the bowl. It turned out that Fong Rou colluded with Li Tong and agreed to ignore Lu Yuan, who asked him to leave on his own and not level up with everyone. Li Tong also wanted to see Lu Yuan's reaction, so he agreed. Who would have thought that Fong Rou would actually make fun of herself about what happened yesterday? Lu Yuan finished his meal in agony and hurriedly urged the two of them to take the exam at school. The last day of the semester passed peacefully like this. After the exam, some people were always happy and some were sad. It had no impact on Lu Yuan at all. They simply finished dinner outside, and the three of them returned home and started playing games. Originally, Li Tong and Li Tong were not in a hurry. But Lu Yuan's upgrade plan was really crazy, and the time was tight. Heavy. The two had to cooperate. In the next 3 days, Lu Yuan felt like a bunch of apes were hammering him even when he was eating. And Xiao Lui seemed to be tireless.
Like a spring breeze.
Also tirelessly repeated adding blood without a single complaint. Lu Yuan also had to admire the perseverance of the two of them. During this period, Lu Yuan asked Xiao Lui,
"It was like this last time at the FTY Tower. Aren't you tired?"
The answer Lu Yuan got was,
"Don't you even have this kind of determination? I really don't know how the two of them can live with you and not be afraid of you."
Xiao Lui did not continue. But Lu Yuan already understood.
"What does upgrading have to do with Dingli? We are just renting together, not living together."
Lu Yuan was a little helpless.
"Whatever it is, a man should have stronger concentration. Looking at you like this, not only is your concentration not good, but your endurance is also not good."
After Xiao Lui finished speaking, Ru Muchenfeng beside her actually covered her mouth and snickered. Lu Yuan stopped talking. Although he was a little unconvinced, he couldn't refute it. What if they were talking about upgraded endurance? Chapter 82 Disciple. Are you enlightened? 3 days later. With a flash of white light, leveling became boring.
"It's finally level 40. It's so hard. I really don't know what I will do if I upgrade in the future."
Lu Yuan stretched and sighed.
"Neither of us said we were tired. But you started complaining. By the way, you don't need to pay me for your weapon. It's yours to begin with."
Lu Yuan had forgotten to mention money in the past 2 days.
"I'm going to go offline and take a rest. We'll gather in Bright Moon Country tomorrow."
Lu Yuan saw that it was still early, so he went back to the city to deal with the things that had been exposed these days. However, as soon as he entered the town, he was surrounded by players. It turned out that he had forgotten to take off his mocking face mask. It seemed that this mask was not only taunting monsters and taunting players. After a wave of supplies, I decided to talk to the ancestor to see if I could improve my forging level. After all, I could only make rare level equipment, which was no longer enough to meet my needs. There is also the enhancement level. If the level can be further improved, every star after 13 stars is a hurdle. And the difficulty is not just a little bit. This is why the enhancement stones in the auction house are monopolized. But there is no enhancement beyond 13 stars. Lu Yuan hurriedly went to the restaurant in the game and bought some good wine and food. Although the ancestor said,
"I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and I have never tasted any delicacies from the mountains and seas.
Every time I see what he eats, it tastes delicious." This is the legendary law of true fragrance. We walked all the way south to Nanshan and climbed directly to the top of the mountain. After a while, we saw the courtyard on the top of the mountain before our eyes. The courtyard door was still unlocked and wide open, but there were still no players coming up. When I came to the main hall, I saw the founder Oyi still playing Go with the old man. This may be the only entertainment for the two of them.
"Master Patriarch, I'm here to see you,"
Lu Yuan said with a smile.
"What kind of master teaches what kind of apprentice? Why do you deliberately let the competition slip?"
Oyi said seriously.
"I feel I owe her a favor, and don't want to see her explode on the spot.
Lu Yuan explained briefly, took out the prepared food and wine and said,
Master Yi, come and have a drink with us. I guess you have a heart.
After putting away the chessboard, the three of them set out the food and drinks and started drinking.
Grandmaster Uya, I came here this time to improve my forging skills again and break through the limits earlier.
Lu Yuan knew that he, the patriarch, was obsessed with forging and was ambitious, so he was eager to train him.
Oh, it's rare that you are motivated. Let's go to the backyard. Don't want to eat? When can't you eat? Inspiration is the most important thing.
As expected, Lu Yuan was dragged to practice before he even finished his meal. When he came to the backyard, Uya said directly without any hesitation,
Last time, because of time constraints, I asked you to do it quickly and forge some rubbish. It will be difficult for you to reach the finals.
Even though he is a rare person and is called rubbish. Is this patriarch really not too crazy? How many players have yet to wear all the rare equipment? It would be good to have 1 or 2 pieces all over the body.
Master Uya, how should we train this time?
Lu Yuan asked sincerely.
What are the most critical points in building equipment? Let's talk about it.
Uya did not start training directly, but asked a question first.
The basic material or the refining of the material, the heat during smelting, and the strength of the forging?
Lu Yuan expressed his opinion.
It's not wrong, but it's too simple.
Yi nodded first, then shook his head and said,
Please ask the ancestor for advice.
Yi became serious when he talked about forging.
Of course, there is no need to talk about materials. If you don't have materials, you can't make anything. Refining is something you do when you first start, and you can't put it on the table. Heat is one of the most important conditions for forging. If the heat is not enough, the material will not melt. If the heat is too high, the metal will melt into liquid. In terms of strength, half of it is experience, and the other half actually depends on eyesight. The amount of strength is not actually controlled by your hands, but how much strength you need to use to transfer the equipment you see to your hands. So eyesight is what matters. The most critical thing. In fact, fire also relies heavily on eyesight and experience. Experience can be improved through failure, but not everyone can pass the level of eyesight. I think my eyesight is pretty good. How can I improve my eyesight? You sit here and look at this wall now. I will come and ask you questions every once in a while. When I am satisfied, you will be considered successful.
Yezi pointed at the wall in the backyard and said. Lu Yuan took a closer look and saw a landscape painting on the wall. The mountain was majestic, with a waterfall rushing down from the top of the mountain. There was also a small pavilion halfway up the mountain. There seemed to be people drinking tea in the pavilion. There were splashes of water in the pool at the foot of the mountain. And there was a pool of water. It is very clear. There are relatively few trees in the whole mountain. The whole painting gives people a vigorous and powerful feeling. The waterfall always feels like it is about to come out. Lu Yuan didn't ask any questions. Just let him see it. But it looked like it was just a painting. And he didn't see anything strange. Time passed minute by minute. And about half a day of game time had passed. Uya returned to the backyard and asked,
What did you see? The majestic landscape and waterfalls are about to come out, but they are suppressed by the entire mountain in this painting.
Lu Yuan told the truth what he saw. Uya nodded and said,
That's not enough. Keep reading.
After half a day of playing time, Uya came again and asked,
What did you see? It's still the same. I didn't see anything else. Keep watching.
In this way, Lu Yuan spent the rest of the time looking at this wall, except for going offline to eat. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, Uya came to the backyard again and asked,
Did you see anything new? I only see black and white now. Black has always been a foil to white, and it is the white that makes black stand out.
Lu Yuan has regarded landscape paintings as pure black and white.
Well, keep reading.
Uya nodded and said. A few hours later, it was about 7 o'clock in the morning. Lu Yuan had already gone to exercise at this time every day. But today Lu Yuan was still bothered by that landscape painting in the game. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and the lines in the landscape painting became clear. Lu Yuan laughed after understanding. Yi heard the sound and came over and said,
What's going on? What did you see? Master Yi, I think this is a landscape painting, and I also saw a few words from this painting.
Lu Yuan said with a smile.
What word?
Uya asked expectantly.
If my guess is correct, this landscape painting should have been painted by you, Patriarch Uya. Your intention is not in the landscape, but in the texture of it.
Ouya nodded and said,
Yes, I drew it for you. As the saying goes, mountains are mountains when you look at them, and water is water when you look at them. Just like the first time you asked me, I only saw landscape paintings. Mountains are not mountains when you look at them, and water is not water when you look at them. Just like the second time you asked me, I just saw landscape paintings. I see black and white. I see mountains as mountains, and water as water. In fact, the mountains and rivers have not changed, but my heart has changed. And these are all appearances. What you really want me to understand are just those few words.
How could Lu Yuan, who is well read, not know this illusion? But the illusion is just a cover.
What you really want me to see are the words disciple. Have you realized it? Hidden in the texture of the landscape.
Lu Yuan said with a smile.
Yes, you can see it in such a short period of time. You really have some talent. You have a little bit of vision. But you have to rely on experience next.
Yi said with some appreciation. Chapter 83 The Texture of Ore.
Experience? Do you want me to start building equipment?
Lu Yuan asked. Yi shook his head, took out a piece of ore, and said to Lu Yuan,
Have you seen this ore? There are many such ores, but the texture of each ore is different. Just like the leaves of a big tree cannot be found. It's the same thing until the second piece. The patterns on the ore?
This is the first time Lu Yuan knows about this kind of thing.
Yes, everything in the world has its own texture. For forging and refining, you need to master the texture of the metal. If you don't master it well, then the weapon will not be a high-quality product, but will easily become a defective product.
Lu Yuan said confused.
How can the same ore be defective as long as it is successfully forged? Have you carefully observed the weapons and armor you forged? Even if it is the same equipment and is forged by the same person, the attributes will still fluctuate a bit.
He explained more patiently than Zhang Feng. Lu Yuan nodded.
That's really the case. Isn't this a normal fluctuation? Of course not. Let me tell you something you can understand. If beef is cut horizontally, the texture will be better. But if beef is cut with a knife,
the teeth will have to be blocked, no matter how good they are. Do you understand?
Lu Yuan understood this. Because beef has a lot of tendons. So if you don't cut off the tendons, your teeth will get clogged.
I understand. Master, forging weapons is just the opposite of cutting beef. You cannot destroy the metal texture, so as to maintain the toughness of the equipment.
Lu Yuan suddenly realized.
Yes, a piece of equipment will be synthesized using many pieces of metal ore. How to make these materials into one piece with continuous lines. So the smaller the thing, the harder it is to make it. I asked why the explosion rate of jewelry is relatively low.
After hearing these words, Lu Yuan felt enlightened. He never thought that there were so many details in the game. Yi paused for a while and continued.
The rarer the metal, the more difficult it is to smelt. So the materials used for burning are also very particular. It is simply impossible to use ordinary charcoal to smelt the materials of the artifact. Master Ouya, where can I find high-quality ore? And how can I obtain charcoal? The monsters we fought have never exploded the things you mentioned.
Lu Yuan certainly knows that rare materials are effective. But unless the monster explodes, there is no way to obtain it.
Geniuses are hard to come by. Some people spend their entire lives collecting materials and end up with regrets. But people with deep blessings always encounter surprises. Grandmaster Ouya, I still have tasks today, so I can't continue studying.
Although Lu Yuan really wanted to continue studying, he had a mission and didn't want to miss the national war. Besides, he had made an agreement with everyone.
What task? Can it be more important than forging?
In Ouya's life, there is nothing that can be compared with forging. Lu Yuan told Yi about the mission of the Taoyuan Divine Envoy and the upcoming national war. After hearing this, Yi shook his head and said,
The two countries have to fight every few years. How can it end in a day or two? If you go by like this, will it have any effect?
What do you mean, Master? Lu Yuan asked.
What you are doing now is nothing more than to improve your own strength. Obtain equipment and upgrade your level. Otherwise you would be involved. And now you are learning something that will benefit you for life. How can it be their reward? Can be replaced?
Lu Yuan thought about it, and this was the case. His current equipment could be said to be top-notch, but it was only on par with most first-tier players. Although epic-level weapons were one of his advantages. If there were too many players participating in the national war, this would, I'm afraid, it's not obvious when you click on the game.
I understand. Patriarch Ouya, Let's continue practicing. I must first have the foundation to establish myself in the world before I can be qualified to stir up trouble. Well, you are a wise boy. Even my son has not given you such guidance in thousands of years. This time you come to observe the metal ore.
Sure enough, there was nothing more attractive to Yi than forging. Lu Yuan could not leave. He, the founder, had a cool mouth but a childlike smile on his face. When he went offline for dinner in the morning, he told Li Tong and Fang Rou that he might not participate in the national war and asked them to join the Bright Moon Kingdom first. He might join the battlefield later in the national war. Each type of ore has a different structure. Most low-grade ores have more obvious textures, and the textures are not dense and easy to identify. The higher the level, the denser the lines, even densely packed, even invisible to the naked eye. According to Lu Yuan's understanding, it is nothing more than the density of metal. The higher the density, the rarer it is, and the more complex and tough the lines are. So the equipment made is better. After identifying the textures of various types of ores, they began to refine the ores according to the techniques taught by Yi. Sure enough, the essence carefully extracted according to the texture of the ore, and the equipment made with it will have a great bonus on the basic attributes. And the minimum is blue high-quality equipment. After a day of forging practice, the output of rare quality armor and equipment, as well as weapons and equipment, increased significantly. Immediately, I understood what the Grandmaster meant when he said that he was wearing such rubbish to participate in the competition. As a lineage of craftsmen, they naturally attach great importance to weapons and equipment. In the eyes of the ancestor, the rare level should be regarded as the representative of the entry level. By the way, Patriarch Uya, I have discovered materials when I defeated many monsters before, including wolf fangs, scorpion tails, and lizard carapace. Can they be used to make equipment?
Lu Yuan suddenly remembered his backpack. Materials that have been thrown away for a long time.
Those things can add additional attributes to some equipment, but it depends on the level. The materials produced by monsters of which level can be applied to the equipment of the current level. These things in your hand are of no use to you now. You can collect higher level monsters in the future. Materials.
Uya answered all questions. Yi thought for a while and added,
the materials produced by some high-level monsters can also be used as the main body of weapons or armors. And the effect is more obvious. If you have a dragon tooth and use it to make a dagger, it will naturally be extremely sharp. If with a dragon tendon, making bows and arrows will get twice the result with half the effort.
When talking about dragons, Lu Yuan naturally knows that in the 5,000 years of history, dragons have always been mythical existences. Dragons in the West are generally symbols of evil, while Chinese dragons are symbols of imperial power and nobility, and also symbolize auspiciousness.
Why didn't you come? Didn't you agree to meet in the Bright Moon Kingdom today?
Xiao Lui suddenly sent a message.
I have something very important. Maybe I won't be able to get through these few days.
Lu Yuan said, a little embarrassed.
Okay. Now they are all about investigating intelligence tasks. The meritorious service obtained in the national war can be exchanged for many things. Don't miss it.
Xiao Lui sent a message and stopped talking. Lu Yuan has decided that he must make a breakthrough this time before leaving.
Master Uya, do you think the ore can be refined to this purity?
Lu Yuan had done his best to remove the impurities.
Yes, the foundation is very good. So once I mention some points, I have made significant progress and can stop.
Yi still recognized Lu Yuan's basic skills. Lu Yuan put down the refined ore in his hand and asked,
Master Uya, are you going to start teaching me forging?
Lu Yuan had also forged rare-level equipment, and it was a set, although it did not have set attributes. It was only after this experience that Lu Yuan realized how far behind his level was. Now it is no longer difficult for Lu Yuan to make rare-level equipment. Thinking about the last special training, it was just training basic skills. I don't know how much materials were wasted before he made 5 rare pieces of equipment.
Don't rush into forging this time. Just go find some materials. Ordinary ores can't make more advanced equipment, so it's of little significance for training. What material? 5 mountains of cold iron essence, Lyoha of gold, and 10 circles of wood dot.
Chapter 84 9-Color Divine Deer. Lu Yuan had never heard of these materials. Where to find such a large game world? He couldn't help but feel confused.
Master Uya, these materials are not common. Do you know where to find them? Naturally, I won't let you search aimlessly. The yield of the 5 mountains cold iron essence in the cold cave on the top of Mount Huashan is not high. Only 1 piece can be produced in a year. However, It is inaccessible there. There should be quite a few there over the years. But my mining skill is only level 4. I don't know if I can collect it.
Lu Yuan had no time to practice except for practicing mining at the beginning.
It doesn't matter. This kind of special ore is extremely hard. You just have to smash it out. You don't have to worry about it being damaged.
Ouya said, as if he had already thought of everything.
What about Yohano Jining? You don't have to look for it specifically. You just need to refine it from the nugget gold ore. Of course, if there is pure gold, the refining effect will be better.
Ouya paused and continued.
The 10 surrounds of trees is a little more difficult. In the largest peak forest in the southeast of the mainland. The so-called 10 surrounds just means that the thicker the trees, the better. The thicker the trees, the better.
The older the year, the better the burning effect of the charcoal produced. The reason why this is the most difficult is because there are many spiritual animals around the old trees. Should I cut down trees? Is it a pity to cut down such old trees?
As a contemporary college student, I naturally have a strong awareness of environmental protection. Even in the game, I think it is not easy to grow for so many years.
If you go to the peak forest, you will understand that it's not a big deal to just take one. Remember, the thicker the better. One is enough. Don't take more.
Lu Yuan said goodbye and was about to leave, but was stopped by Yi.
Put this ring on. If you have anything in the future, put it in here. If any old friends see this ring, they will probably give me some noodles. Grandmaster Ouya, it sounds a bit awkward for you to call yourself an old man with your appearance.
Lu Yuan said with a smile. I took the ring and put it on my hand, and found that it did not occupy my equipment slot, and it was not considered as special equipment. With a thought, many storage compartments opened like a backpack. It seemed that this was a high-end storage ring. Craftsman God Inheritance Storage Ring.
Epic quality.
No level restrictions. Bound, cannot be dropped. Additional attributes, does not occupy the equipment slot. Comes with 600 storage spaces. And similar materials can be stacked infinitely. Postscript, all things are created by me. And they are all wonderful in their different shapes and forms. The symbols of the Craftsman God lineage can only be obtained by inheritors recognized by the Craftsman God lineage. The quality of this kind of storage ring doesn't matter. The most important thing is that it is bound. So will the things you put in the storage ring not fall off? It seems that valuable items should be put into the storage ring first in the future.
Thank you, Master Patriarch. Why didn't my master give me this ring?
Lu Yuan remembered that Zhang Feng had accepted him as his disciple a long time ago, but he never mentioned the ring of inheritance of the Craftsman God.
At that time, your level was too low to be recognized. But what I gave you was naturally better than what he gave you.
Patriarch Ouya said and waved his hand.
Go ahead. Go back early.
Lu Yuan left the courtyard and followed the approximate direction given by Yi without stopping. Because his location was relatively close to the peak forest, Lu Yuan planned to look for the 10 surrounded trees first. Bright Moon Kingdom. At the same time,
I asked you to hold on tight. Okay? You are the slowest every time.
Zhao Xinghe urged Zheng Yu impatiently.
It's so annoying. Every time I'm not escorting food and grass, I'm surveying the terrain, or delivering a message to a certain general. Only those who run around every day get so much merit.
Zheng Yu said a little discouraged. Fang Rou stepped forward and kicked Zheng Yu, who was lingering on the ground, and said,
If you are lazy like this, I will tell your boss that you are holding you back and kick you out of our team.
When Zheng Yu heard this, he jumped up from the ground.
Don't say goodbye. Can't I just leave?
Li Tong looked amused from the side and asked,
I heard from Lu Yuan that you are a pure rich man. I don't understand why you are so afraid of him. It's not fear. It's respect. When we first met, I just wanted to make friends. People in the circles I came in contact with thought I was a nouveau riche and didn't like to play with me. Only my boss didn't dislike me. Later, I was really attracted by it. I am impressed by the strength of the boss.
Zheng Yu said seriously.
Really? How come I heard that you have always been by Lu Yuan's side?
Fang Rou said unceremoniously.
Don't talk nonsense. My relationship with the boss is fine. Pinnacle Forest.
Lu Yuan kept marching all the way and finally arrived at the outskirts of the peak forest. It is indeed the largest virgin forest in the entire continent, and the trees on the outside are much thicker than those in other places.
It is not as flat as the forest that I walked through before. There is no clear path here. You have to break through the vines and thorns on your own along the way, although the surrounding trees are also quite thick. Lu Yuan will naturally not be satisfied, the ancestor said. The thicker the trees are, the better the carbon burns made. Lu Yuan could only move forward as hard as he could, because there were trees all around, and it was difficult to tell the direction. There were many monsters in the forest, and they were extremely ferocious. Lu Yuan had to try his best to avoid them. After all, now was not the best time to level up. After searching for a long time, I didn't see any particularly strong ones, so I could only continue moving forward. After entering a little deeper into the forest, the system map no longer worked.
Special area. System map cannot be displayed.
Lu Yuan was also walking dizzy when he suddenly heard the weak cry of an animal nearby. Walking in the direction of the sound, a clearing a few meters wide appeared not far away. In the center of the clearing grew a large tree that was much thicker than the surrounding ones. The large branches are lush and leafy. If it were in reality, it must have been a protected tree species that was fully fenced. The few meters of open space around it also showed that it was unique. Just as Lu Yuan was about to go over and study the big tree, another weak moan of an animal came over. Lu Yuan walked towards the big tree without hesitation. When he got closer, he noticed blood stains on the ground. He followed the blood stains to the other side of the tree and found that a deer was giving birth. What surprised Lu Yuan was that this deer was no ordinary deer. It had dark antlers on its head, and its body was snow white without a trace of hair. There were 9 special symbols on the deer's body. The 9 colors were different, and there were also sudden signs on its body. Lights of various colors flicker, bright and dark. Lu Yuan was originally afraid of monsters. He was holding the epic Neptune fork he had obtained before. The 9-color sacred deer opened its big eyes and looked at Lu Yuan warily. Lu Yuan couldn't help but put down the weapon in his hand, because he found that the 9-colored deer was giving birth, and it seemed to be difficult to give birth. Although it was in the game, Lu Yuan still felt pity and wanted to help but didn't know how to start.
Human, what do you mean by coming to the peak forest?
The 9-colored divine deer actually spoke human words.
I'm here to look for some materials. Is there anything I can help you with?
The two fell into a brief silence. Chapter 85 Peak Timber Wolf.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
Lu Yuan stopped talking and asked again.
If you can, can you help me pull it out?
Lu finally made up his mind and made his request. Although Lu Yuan has never experienced it, he also knows that he cannot delay it. After all, there may be a critical moment where one person is killed and 2 people are killed. After walking around behind the 9-colored divine deer, it turned out that the deer's head had come out. One of its front hoofs was stuck. Lu Yuan gently helped pull it out. The fawn was still unsteady when it came out, but after struggling a few times, it stood up and leaned towards its mother. Lu Yuan was also affected by this heartwarming scene and looked at the mother and son with a smile. The 9-colored sacred deer licked the fawn's body lovingly, and the fawn also nestled in its arms and sucked milk. A wolf howl broke the beauty. Many eyes appeared in the surrounding woods first, and then the wolves came out one by one. They grinned with fierce eyes, drooling from the corners of their mouths, and their wolf hairs were like steel needles. The roots are standing upright, and I don't know how many times more ferocious than the coyotes outside the city gate. Peak Timber Wolf level 50 HP 500000. The leader was a wolf with a scar on his face. He actually said something human.
Little deer, you can't run away this time. Right. You usually look down on people with a high air. I didn't know you would eat such tender venison.
Can one bite prolong your life?
The 9-colored divine deer stood up with difficulty,
protected the little deer under him, and said in a weak voice,
Do you want to take advantage of my weakness? There are rules in the peak forest. Don't touch my 9-colored divine deer. Hands! Have you forgotten? Hey, who would know it was us who ate you?
After that, the Wolf King took the lead and pressed forward. Although Lu Yuan has seen animals turn into spirits and speak human words in movies and TV shows, he always felt a little weird when he met them here. The golden retriever he saw last time at least looked like a human. Unable to bear to see this beautiful sacred deer injured, Lu Yuan raised his weapon again, preparing to help protect the weak sacred deer. Seeing this, the 9-colored divine deer sighed and said,
Human, you are still too weak. I am very grateful to you for helping us mother and child. This wolf pack will only gather more and more. If you can help me bring my child to safety.
Is there a place? I will fight to the death to win the opportunity for you to escape.
Lu Yuan shook his head firmly.
I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape. It's better to fight to still have some chance of survival.
The forest seems to be a special map. Lu Yuan's recall skill has always been gray and unusable. even if it can be used. Recalling to the city during battle is unrealistic. But where can you run? There are no roads around. Can't run fast at all. How can it avoid the wolf's attack? Lu Yuan simply put on his special equipment. The natural mocking face. As soon as he put it on, it really worked. Except for the scarred Wolf King. All the forest wolves set their sights on Lu Yuan. Even the 9 colors beside him, the sacred deer couldn't help but glance at it. But it was obviously more intelligent and did not attack Lu Yuan. The surrounding forest wolves swarmed up and rushed towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had no choice but to activate his defense skills to fight hard. He used various skills to fight against these evil wolves. Fortunately, there was still a lot of instant recovery potion left, and he could not die despite the difficulty. The Scar Wolf King was not affected by Lu Yuan's equipment and walked towards the 9-colored divine deer step by step. It seemed that he was usually no match for the divine deer. Otherwise, he would have attacked him long ago. Our 9-color sacred deer has always symbolized the auspiciousness of the pinnacle forest. If you touch me, other monsters will not let you group of evil wolves go. The 9-color sacred deer's body lit up with light, and it was obvious that it had concentrated all its strength to resist. Haha. Other monsters? When have they ever been soft on us? If we hadn't been united, we would have been exterminated long ago. I just want to go against the rule of this forest. And I just want to eat the auspiciousness of your forest. Lu Yuan managed to kill several forest wolves with great difficulty. He had to say that he had crossed a large level. The attack and defense of these monsters had been improved too much, especially with their blood volume. If he hadn't brought a level 45 epic weapon, he would probably have beaten him. It's really hard to do, but the experience here is much higher than the monsters outside. Seeing that the Scarred Wolf King over there had already charged towards the 9-color sacred deer, Lu Yuan was afraid that it would be defeated. So he charged towards the Wolf King. Although the 9-color divine deer is weak, it is not so easy to eliminate. A golden light shield appears around its body. The Wolf King pounces and hits the light shield, just like hitting a strong wall. But the light shield also dims. Shenlu took a few steps back before steadying his steps. Lu Yuan also attacked the Scar Wolf King at this time. The Wolf King was not stunned by the charging skill, but jumped far back with the force of his limbs. The forest wolf that had been pulled away started to chase after him again. The 9-colored sacred deer saw this and also came to help. When his hoofs rose and fell, a fan-shaped ice skill was released. When it came into contact with the forest wolf, it was directly frozen in place. Lu Yuan Scarred Wolf King was looking for opportunities in the distance and did not move forward. He simply charged up the 1,000 army kill 300% damage bonus on the spot. After Lu Yuan's attack, each one suffered nearly 40,000 points of damage. Harm. The equipment bonus has a 30% skill cooldown. It seems that he can only buy time and use his own high damage group attack skills such as 1,000 army kill. Lu Yuan uses Whirlwind to slowly move closer to the 9-color divine deer. At this time, the 9-color sacred deer stepped on its hooves again, and the fire element with itself as the center spread instantly, and a large amount of damage appeared above the forest wolf's head. As the number of wolves became smaller and smaller, Lu Yuan's pressure became much less. But the Scar Wolf King roared, and soon a group of wolves came around from around him. Lu Yuan and Jishinlu both had expressions of despair in their eyes. It would be great if there was a doctor here at this time. It would be great if Xiao Lui's fire technique was here at this time. But it's a pity that there is no if. Lu Yuan had an idea and took out the token given to him by the golden-haired tiger from his backpack. Although Lu Yuan was originally asked to stop the zombies, the token did not disappear after the mission was completed. One of the 4 ferocious beasts of the demon clan, the reputation is big enough. I wonder if it can deter these evil wolves. Sure enough, as soon as the token came out, the wolves around him that had been rushing forward to bite all stopped, as if they were afraid of the aura on the token. Is this the breath of the golden retriever? How come you have its token? The 9-colored divine deer also whispered in surprise. I just had a chance to help it do a small favor, so I gave it to me as a gift, saying that I would reveal it when encountering problems in the peak forest. Lu Yuan shouted deliberately and nonsense. Ordinary forest wolves didn't understand, but they were too afraid to come forward. After hearing this, the Scar Wolf King thought for a moment, and with a roar, the ordinary wolves retreated like a tide. The Scar Wolf King just looked back, although reluctant but not saying any harsh words. He left directly. The surroundings returned to calm. Lu Yuan carefully looked around and found that the wolves had indeed retreated.
He had to sigh with emotion at the clear hierarchy among the monsters. Chapter 86: The Cause and Effect of the Nine-Colored Divine Deer.
Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably die today.
Seeing the wolves retreating, the nine-colored divine deer lay weakly on the ground, lovingly protecting the fawn in its arms.
It doesn't matter. I can still be resurrected even if I die. But it stands to reason that you monsters won't kill each other like this. Right.
Lu Yuan didn't expect that the monsters in the game would actually fight like this. He thought that only players would hunt monsters. The beast is upgraded.
The jungle of the peak forest is dominated by the weak. In order to keep the monsters from losing their wild nature, the Demon King never restricts fighting. However, no one has ever taken action against our lineage of nine-colored sacred deer, because we are passed down from generation to generation, and each generation is nurtured and born by nature. It symbolizes peace and auspiciousness. It seems that the wolves have been grudges for a long time and are not very friendly to other monsters in the forest.
Lu Yuan also analyzed the words of the Scar Wolf King just now. The nine-colored divine deer said slowly,
because they live in groups and have violent temperaments. Most monsters are not necessarily their opponents even if they are powerful. So everyone avoids them and does not get close to them. Monster beast cultivation, it's not easy. No one wants to lose their lives inexplicably. And over time, they feel that the monsters in the peak forest are targeting them. So they want to take advantage of your weakness to break this peace and auspiciousness and challenge the peak forest? That's about it. The Demon King hasn't appeared for a long time. And the 4 demon generals don't care about forest affairs. Many ambitious demon beasts are starting to make a commotion. I'm here to look for some wood. I think this big tree meets the standards. Although I don't want to destroy your homes. I do need it.
Although it was in the game, Lu Yuan still couldn't bear to destroy the primitive forest. But now he had an urgent need, which made him feel somewhat conflicted. Jusulu saw the ring on Lu Yuan's hand and said with some surprise,
"Are you a descendant of the line of God of Craftsman? Your line of God of Craftsman once helped the Demon King build magic weapons.
So you can come and pick them up every once in a while. Some trees. This is the Demon King's permission. Do monsters also use weapons? Real monsters that have been cultivating for many years can transform into human forms. Naturally, they need to use weapons. However, the strongest form is still the monster form. But it is not as flexible as the human form."
The nine-colored divine deer said to Lu Yuan, "I have a good impression and don't show up."
"What are you going to do next? We monster beast cultivation pays attention to cause and effect. Since you saved our mother and daughter, I should repay your kindness. However, I don't like killing. So I will ride with you. But you must agree to one request of mine."
Nine-colored divine deer said with determination.
"It's okay to agree to your request. But can you leave this peak forest?"
Of course Lu Yuan is willing to have such a good mount.
We monster beasts must cultivate cause and effect. Otherwise it will be difficult to make progress. This is also our calamity. If we survive this calamity in the long years, we can extend our lifespan and increase our strength. If we cannot survive it, we will die with time. My request is very simple. Keep it. My child is safe. And it will be fine when it reaches adulthood and is released into the pinnacle forest.
Explained the nine-colored sacred deer.
Let's do this. When your child grows up, you will return to the forest with it. What do you think? I'm not doing you any favors. You and I can forget about your karma for a while.
Lu Yuan didn't want to seeing their mother and daughter separated.
Actually, the reason why we are of the same lineage is because when the new generation grows up, our previous generation will age and die. But because of the cause and effect of meeting you, maybe I can live a few more years. You are also a kind-hearted person. I heard that the artisan god's lineage is upright. And today I saw that it is indeed well-deserved.
The nine-colored divine deer said softly.
Ding, the nine-colored divine deer offers to be your mount. Do you accept it? Accept? Your body is still very weak. You can go into the mount space to rest. What do you usually eat? I will prepare some when the time comes.
Lu Yuan seemed to have forgotten that he was in the game.
Grass, wild fruits, etc. are all fine. You can take my child in too. I'm still a little weak and can't ride yet. Please give me a few days to recuperate.
The nine-colored sacred deer said slowly. Lu Yuan took the mother and daughter into the mount space. Since his Neptune fork was not suitable for cutting down trees, he took out his Shadow Soul Chaser knife and chopped down the thick tree one by one. The progress of cutting down one knife at a time was too slow, so I simply used Whirlwind Chop, and the efficiency was indeed improved a lot. After unremitting efforts, I finally chopped it down, and with my thoughts, I took the big tree into my Craftsman God storage ring. The lush tree pattern only occupies one grid. It is indeed the best storage ring. After taking a 10-surrounded tree, Lu Yuan was not too greedy and walked directly out of the forest along the path he had opened. This forest always gave people an indescribable sense of depression. And after the return to the city, skills were eliminated. They are not allowed to use it, saying it is a special map. After leaving the peak forest and reaching a safe area, Lu Yuan took a look at the attributes of the 9-color sacred deer. 9-colored sacred deer. Top spiritual beast. Level 40, decreased due to player level. HP 2 million. Magic value 2 million. Additional fire attribute, set ablaze with fire, centering on itself and emitting fire attributes to attack surrounding enemies, causing a large amount of damage. Cooling time 30 seconds. Additional water attribute, thousands of miles of ice. Launching ice attribute attacks at an angle of 120 degrees in front of itself, causing a small amount of damage and controlling the enemy. Cooling time 30 seconds. Additional wood attribute, wood affinity. In forests or places with many trees, various attributes are strengthened. Eating wood food will restore one's own health. Passive. Additional metallicity, metal light shield. A golden light shield appears around itself, resisting a large number of attacks. The metal light shield lasts for 15 seconds and will be shattered if it encounters an irresistible attack. Cooling time 1 minute. Additional earth attribute, blessing of earth. Blesses a single target to increase its defense by 10% for 30 minutes. Cooling time 30 minutes. P.S. The 9-color sacred deer symbolizes auspiciousness and peace, because it has all 5 elements. It has 7 colors of light, plus black antlers and hooves, and a pure white body. So everyone calls it the 9-color sacred deer. The presence of the 9-color sacred deer can bring good luck to those around you. 9-color divine deer itself is level 70, because it became a private mount. Its level was reduced to the same level as that of the player. It will gradually recover as the player grows. This 9-color sacred deer is really powerful, and I am glad that I helped it, although it was not impossible for me to kill it at that time. But with the equipment that exploded, I definitely did not get such a top-notch mount with high-cost performance. After all, the thing that I will probably lack most in the future is equipment. Searching for the 10 surrounded trees has already delayed me for most of the day. I didn't dare to stop anymore and headed straight towards Huashan Mountain. As long as I found the 5 mountains cold iron essence, I could go back and do my job. As Lu Yuan hurried on, he asked Zhao Xinghe and others, "How are you doing over there?" After a while, Zhao Xinghe sent a message. Right now, they are still doing tasks such as transporting food and sending messages. The merits obtained are not too many, but they have accumulated a lot. Both countries are constantly recruiting players, and the condition is that they are above level 40. A large number of players have reached level 40 recently, and it is estimated that the national war will begin in the next few days. Okay, I understand. It may take a while for me to get there. I don't know when I can get there. Can you help me buy some gold nuggets from the auction house when you are free? Lu Yuan didn't want to delay for a moment. Okay, no problem. I'll mail it to you when the time comes. Zhao Xinghe agreed. At this time, Lu Yuan also came to the foot of Huashan Mountain. Huashan Mountain covers a large area and towers into the clouds. The mountain itself stands here like a sword. Just looking at the mountain, you can feel its steepness. Lu Yuan took one look and walked directly to the mountain. Chapter 87. The artisan god lineage does not need sleep. Climbing all the way up the mountain, there were also many wild monsters spawning on the mountain. Lu Yuan tried to avoid them as much as possible. The mountain here was obviously undeveloped. There were no man-made steps, and the players could not see any of them. It seems that although there are many people participating in the game, most of them are either leveling up or participating in the battle between the two countries. It is cleaner to have fewer people. Of course, Lu Yuan knows about Huashan, but he doesn't know if it is the same in the game as in reality. Huashan Mountain is famous for its dangerous peaks. As expected, when we approached the top of the mountain peaks were as sharp as a knife, making it difficult to climb. In addition, the temperature on the mountain dropped, and the peak walls were frozen, making it extremely smooth, and there was no place to stay. Lu Yuan searched for several times, and finally found an iron chain. He followed the iron chain, and finally climbed up the dangerous peak. After climbing the dangerous peak, he was blown to pieces by the fierce cold wind. The top of the mountain is not as narrow as expected. There is a small section further in.
There is obviously a large cave at the top of the mountain. The cave is not deep, about 20 square meters. When I approached the cave, I found a big bird hovering inside, as if guarding the entrance of the cave to prevent people inside from coming out. If I looked carefully, it turned out that there was a player hiding in the corner of the cave. Strangely enough, the big bird just flew back and forth, but did not attack the players in the corner. Lu Yuan shouted loudly,
What's going on? Do you need help? I'm trapped in a cave by this big bird. If you can, help kill it.
The player replied. Lu Yuan estimated that the cold iron spirit he was looking for was also in the cave. It seemed that he would not be able to get the materials without killing the big bird. Andean Condor level 50 boss HP 5 million. It turned out to be a separate boss. It turned out to be a big vulture with a wingspan of about 3 meters. It looked very fierce. But I don't know why it didn't attack the player in the corner. Lu Yuan had an idea and directly blocked the entrance of the cave. He sent an invitation to form a team. The other party was a level 37 doctor. After the two formed a team, they began to attack the boss.
I'll hold on to the hatred. You go around the outside of the cave and help me increase my health,
Lu Yuan said and started to attack the boss. The player named Yuanzi rushed out of the cave without hesitation after hearing Lu Yuan's instructions. He first added various buffs to Lu Yuan, and then started to increase his blood. Lu Yuan also had an idea when he was blocked at the entrance of the cave. This boss is a bird, with a wingspan of more than 3 meters, so it cannot exert its due strength in this narrow cave. If it is allowed to go out, the sky is high and the bird can fly. I'm afraid it would be difficult to fight on my own.
I'll give you some potions. Maybe I can beat him faster.
Yao Wanzi stood outside the cave and was no longer afraid. He handed Lu Yuan some potions while the blood was increasing. Lu Yuan took a look. Lu Yuan was very familiar with special attack potions and special defense potions. The attack doubled and the defense doubled in 15 seconds. He had exploded it in Gale Valley before. He didn't expect that this pill would give him dozens of pills at once. Individual. Lu Yuan was not polite and started to eat. Although the boss was at level 50. Except for a higher attack, higher agility, and a skill that allowed him to spin like a top and swoop down to attack with his mouth. The rest was really useless. What kind of abnormal skills are there? Due to the proper fighting style, it is estimated that the boss was killed by the two of them before he showed his due strength. And some gold coins were released, as well as a rare level 50 longbow.
You should keep it all. If you hadn't saved me, I don't know when I would be able to come out.
Yuanzi didn't seem to be tempted by this rare equipment. Lu Yuan was not polite. Although it was not necessary to keep the money for selling. It was good? After putting away the things? He asked curiously.
Then the boss blocked you in the cave. Why didn't he attack you?
Yuanzi raised his finger and pointed at his 4-leaf clover ring and said,
Because of this, I am the descendant of the god of medicine. If I wear this ring, as long as I don't take the initiative to attack monsters, ordinary monsters will not take the initiative to attack me. Then how did you mess with it? Because I picked a snow lotus on the mountain, and this snow lotus was guarded by the boss. I guess it wanted to wait for the snow lotus to mature and take it. But it was picked by me, and I didn't attack it. But he refuses to give up and chases me. I can't even log off,
Yuanzi said distressfully. Lu Yuan also showed the ring in his hand and said,
I am a descendant of the god of Craftsman lineage. Our two lions seem to have a good relationship. Nice to meet you.
The two shook hands, and Lu Yuan searched for the 5 mountain cold iron essence in the cave. Sure enough, there were some ores scattered in every corner of the small cave. Without further delay, he directly attacked the ores with weapons. And after a while, they were all smashed out. What surprised Lu Yuan was that each of the 5 mountain cold iron essences was the size of a wash basin. It seemed that although only one piece was refreshed every year, but the portion was still quite substantial. I dug out a total of 23 yuan, and couldn't find it again.
Where are you going next?
Lu Yuan turned around and asked.
I plan to go back and continue practicing medicine. This time, I came out to find some precious herbs.
Yuanzi was admiring the picked snow lotus.
That's a coincidence. I've been practicing blacksmithing recently, and I came out this time to find some ores. Let's make friends. Maybe we'll have a chance to cooperate in the future.
After Lu Yuan said this, he sent a friend application. Yuanzi smiled and said,
Okay. I also heard from the master that your lineage of craftsmen is top-notch in forging. I might ask you to make a medicine cauldron or something in the future.
After the two became friends with each other, they went back to the city. Going back to the city was obviously the fastest option to go to the ancestor's place. Unfortunately, it was a pity that the 9-colored divine deer could not be ridden yet. Otherwise it would have been faster. It's no wonder that Lu Yuan is anxious. He doesn't know how many days it will take to go back to training. And the national war has begun over there. It is said that the meritorious service gained has many uses, and can be exchanged for gold coins, equipment, titles, and even experience points. His own level was not at an advantage to begin with, although he could be ahead in terms of equipment. If his level fell too far behind, it meant that he had no chance to take the lead. After all, the first kill reward was so generous, and Lu Yuan benefited greatly from it.
Master Uya, I'm back!
Lu Yuan shouted loudly as he entered the door. After a while, no one answered, so Lu Yuan ran to the backyard.
Master Uya, I'm back!
When the door opened, a gloomy-looking Oyi came out. Without saying anything, he knocked Lu Yuan on the head and pointed to the sky.
Look what that is!
Lu Yuan looked up in confusion.
Moon? If you don't sleep, don't others have to sleep?
Uya seemed unhappy to be woken up. Although Lu Yuan was embarrassed, he still took out the tree of 10 surrounds he found, and then placed the 5 mountains cold iron essence on the ground. The nugget gold that Zhao Xinghe and others helped to buy had already been mailed. Come over and put them on the ground together.
Master Uya, are you satisfied with this? When will we start forging?
Oya's eyes lit up and he said,
Start now. Follow me. Are you not sleepy anymore? The lineage of the Craftsman god does not require sleep.
Chapter 88 Real Forging. Oyi saw the materials all over the floor. Although they were not particularly rare, he still couldn't restrain his excitement. He suddenly lost all sleep. He pulled Lu Yuan and walked into the forging studio.
I said before that the heat is very important. The direct use of cut trees is not effective. The wood must be made into charcoal, which is more conducive to heating.
Oyi explained enthusiastically.
I understand this. It's just to carbonize the wood so that the wood is not fully burned and turns into charcoal.
Anyone with some common sense will understand this kind of thing. Not to mention Lu Yuan, a college student. Oyi glanced at Lu Yuan appreciatively and said,
I observed it when you were forging last time. Although your forging process seems to be similar to mine, it is bound by something, and you have been forging according to that rule. Well, since you know that I come from another world, I won't hide it from you. We call that rule a system. It will stipulate how we forge and strengthen it. If we are asked to make it directly like you, I am afraid that people without professional training will. I can't learn it all.
Lu Yuan said it truthfully, and there was nothing to hide.
Do you still remember what I told you? Whatever you are protected will be restricted. What can protect you from wind and rain can also make you dark.
Oyi said seriously, as if he was also saying tell it to yourself.
Then what should we do?
Lu Yuan really never thought about how he would forge without systematic assistance.
I haven't taught you to watch fire with your eyes before. What you lack is experience. Your own proficiency is enough. Now don't use your so-called skills and just start building.
Oyi said what Lu Yuan said words of surprise.
No skills? How should I do it?
When it comes to making a test paper, Lu Yuan is not afraid. Apart from using skills, he has never tried to make it himself.
If you are confident, it will happen naturally. If you have divine help, it will happen naturally.
Oyi said 4 idioms. Lu Yuan thought about it, and it was not difficult to understand. Before painting, you must first think about the layout, where to paint what, and the same goes for forging. You must know what you are making, and then it will come naturally. However, the realm of the last 2 words should be more difficult.
I can understand the first 2 idioms, but although I know the literal meaning of the last 2, I don't know what they have to do with forging?
Lu Yuan asked humbly.
Only when you are confident can the water flow smoothly. Since you understand, I won't explain more. As for the last 2 sentences, it is a feeling of entry. It is the same as practicing Qigong. When you enter that subtle feeling, you will feel as if there is a God, just like helping you forge. The equipment created in this realm is completely natural, and it is the best of the best. Okay, let's get started. I'd better make some ordinary equipment first to practice my skills. After all, I'm not very familiar with making it directly without using skills. Then I'll refine the nugget gold. I'll thank the ancestor for his troubles and give me more tips.
Lu Yuan quickly made a simple plan. For Lu Yuan, who always makes study plans, it was easy to sort out the order. Only practice makes perfect. And Lu Yuan has always understood. Oyi looked at Lu Yuan with admiration.
You can make any piece of equipment, and I'll take a look.
Lu Yuan took out a few pieces of iron ore, and then began to identify the grain according to what he had learned before, and began to refine the ore. Only by removing impurities can we create excellent equipment. Good basic materials are the basis of excellent equipment. Yi watched from the side, and nodded repeatedly. He was very satisfied with his disciple. He had good qualifications, and was smart. He understood the dignity of others, and was well educated. He was also very knowledgeable. In short, he had countless advantages. What Lu Yuan made was a long sword. From the refining of the ore to the synthetic texture, everything was perfect. As Yi said, his proficiency was actually enough. Although he did not use skills to make it, his skills proficiency is still real. The sword body has been roughly formed. After being fired in the forging furnace, it is taken out with tongs and placed on the anvil for final forging, and finally placed in the cooling pool.
Grandmaster Uya, what do you think?
Lu Yuan was somewhat excited as this was his first time making a sword. Yi walked closer and flicked his index finger, breaking the sword into 2 sections. Lu Yuan looked at it, and saw if it was embarrassing. How could such a weapon be used on the battlefield? Yi did not blame him, and directly stated the problem.
Before, when you forged, the system reminded you that the heat, strength, shape, etc. were all prescribed, and the materials were also restricted. Let me give you some popular science of creation. Speaking, a sword is divided into several parts. The sword body, the blade, the tip, the sword face. If it is a single-edged sword, there is also a sword back. The point where the sword body connects to the hilt is called the sword tongue. The sword tongue, the point where it intersects the sword blade, is called the shoulder. When forging the sword body, you should consider the length. The blade is the cutting edge of the sword body. Decide whether to make a single-edged sword or a double-edged sword. The tip of the sword is even more important, because the sword is mainly used for stabbing, and the sword surface is the blade. Both sides need to be forged flat with a flat hammer. The sword body sometimes uses grooves, usually called blood grooves. The grooves are narrow strips that almost run through the sword body. They usually speed up the flow of blood and make it easier to pull out the sword. Some swords are simply used to reduce the use of the sword material to make the sword lighter. Although the sword body is important, the hilt is also indispensable, which is divided into guard, hilt, and pommel. The hilt is the handle of the sword. Comfort will definitely affect its use, so it should not be underestimated. It is usually made of leather, cord, or wood, but also made of bone or jade. The handguard is a metal part that prevents the opponent's sword from sliding down the sword body and cutting the hand. Some light swords integrate the sword body and hilt in order to reduce the weight of the sword body and omit the handguard. The pommel has a unique shape and luxurious decoration. It can be said to be the unique essence of the sword. It is not only tough, but also beautiful. This is a high-quality product. It is generally larger than the hilt.
After Uya finished speaking, he reached out and took out a set of tools. The tools were wrapped in rolls of animal skin, and various tools were spread out and hung neatly on the animal skin.
If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. I prepared this set of tools for you. It has many shapes, holes, and even some fine details. It cannot be done with just your forging hammer. Yes, that was what you called system simplification before. But now we have to rely on these tools to complete it.
Lu Yuan saw that there were many hammers in this tool, including a spherical hammer, a straight hammer, a sledgehammer, a one-handed hammer, a flat hammer, a profile hammer, and several small pointed hammers, which were probably needed for making jewelry and the like. There are also some shaping tools used to make the shapes of weapons and armor, such as molds, grooves, tips, etc. This was the first time for Lu Yuan to see so many professional things. Each thing had its own use. He still didn't know it yet.
Only with the combination of various tools can we forge peerless products. Knives and swords are the most common weapons. Once you learn how to forge swords, the rest will be the same.
You seem to remember something again and said,
the oil in the quenching tank and the water in the cooling pool will also affect the toughness of the weapon.
Lu Yuan suddenly felt that if he could make an artifact in the game, he could become a master swordsmith in the real world. Chapter 89, Sword Name Yilin.
Master Uya, how can we add attributes to weapons? Can't they only be sharp when forged like this?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Yi nodded and explained.
That is probably the rule of our world. As the equipment and weapons you make become higher level, The moment of success will be based on the forger's mood, environment, and process. A series of comprehensive attributes appear randomly. Sometimes, even for rare-level equipment, the attributes are very practical.
Lu Yuan suddenly realized that this place was different from his own world after all. It was a game world after all. Oh, he added.
Of course, you can also find some materials from monsters and add them when forging, which will also produce some special effects, such as poison, fire, etc., and even attributes such as attack, defense, and speed. Opportunities arise. Master Uya, I have another question. Can we make cloth and leather armor for mages and archers?
Lu Yuan has been thinking that since blacksmiths make equipment, clothes cannot be made of metal.
If it is cloth armor and leather armor, then we have no way to make it. But if we are making some armor for mages and archers, we can definitely make light armor. No one stipulates that mages must not wear metal armor. And light armor is it can be made very light. And its defensive power is stronger than cloth armor. The only trouble is that the attributes may not be easy to master. What about weapons? Wooden staffs and long bows.
Lu Yuan felt a little magical about forging after being exposed to it in depth, and his thirst for knowledge became stronger. Oh, Yi saw that Lu Yuan kept asking questions, and he was not impatient. Instead, he admired his apprentice even more.
Every master craftsman must be able to forge and carve, and must understand various phenomena and the placement of each item. The changes along the way are not only to make tough weapons and armor, but also to be beautiful. The wooden staff can be carved. The most important thing is the inlay of gems on the staff. As for bows and arrows, there are too few real wooden bows. Most of them require a tough bow made of metal. The toughness of the metal depends on how well it is refined. And the bow string is also critical. Why did the sword I just made break so easily?
Lu Yuan was also very upset about the failure of his first work.
I will make a sword. If you observe carefully, some things can be learned without theoretical knowledge.
After Uya finished speaking, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Lu Yuan stood aside without disturbing him and waited quietly. Yi opened his eyes and said,
Wushon cold iron essence costs 2 yuan, and nugget gold costs 50 yuan.
Lu Yuan hurriedly handed over the materials and stood aside without saying anything. After all, this was an opportunity for the craftsman to demonstrate, so you can imagine how rare it was. Yi took the materials and took the lead in picking up the gold nugget. He didn't know how hard he used it, and smashed the 2 pieces of gold nugget together in 2 clicks. After a while, the gold nugget became one large piece. Yi kept knocking and folding again. The gold nugget that was originally the size of a basin was knocked into the size of a fist, and the metal was full of golden patterns. Putting the forged gold nugget aside, he picked up the 5 mountains cold iron essence and began to beat it as well. However, this cold iron essence was obviously very pure, and did not shrink much until the beating was completed. Then the 2 materials were mixed together, beaten until the gold was no longer visible, and only the dark cold iron essence remained, and then placed directly in the forging furnace for smelting. Maybe the wood he took from the peak forest had not yet been carbonized. So Uya threw a few pieces of his own charcoal, and the fire in the stove instantly became bright. Uya pulled up the bellows himself. Lu Yuan wanted to go over and help, but was stopped by his hand. As the bellows pulled, the fire in the furnace became more and more intense. Uya carefully observed the metal in the forging furnace. After a while, Uya picked up the fire tongs, took out the red-hot mixed metal, placed it on the anvil and beat it into a long strip, and repeatedly fired it in the forging furnace several times. After a while, the sword body was roughly formed. The sword made by Uya was not separate from the sword handle and the sword body as he described, but was made into one piece, and the general shape did not have a pommel. After repeating it several times, the sword blade was formed, and then used a flat hammer to flatten the sword surface, and then put it into the oil in the quenching tank. This is what Oyi said.
Quenching is very important. It can enhance the strength of the sword. And the cooling pool of the water is also very important. Try to avoid impurities.
When the sword was taken out of the cooling pool, Lu Yuan could see clearly that the sword was completely black. The hilt and body were integrated, and the middle guard was arched. The total length of the sword was about 1.2 meters. The blade was about 1 centimeter thick, and the blade was the slope with the sword surface is perfect. Although it is not sharpened, it seems that its sharpness has been felt. Yi then used something like a carving knife to carve some lines on the sword surface. There was a thin line-like groove in the middle of the sword surface, and several circles were carved at the back. A faint golden color came out of the grooves, making the sword body look better. It is more artistic. And the hilt is also engraved with cross-cut patterns to increase friction and prevent it from slipping. Yi took a whetstone and skillfully picked up the forged sword and polished it. After a while, he saw a golden light flashing from the sword. And Yi stopped.
It's done. Do you understand?
Yi handed the sword to Lu Yuan and said,
I saw it, but I don't dare to say that I understand it. I need to practice more.
Lu Yuan took the sword and looked at it carefully. He couldn't help but feel that it was perfect. In terms of appearance and attributes, it can be said to be the best among the best. Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask said,
Master Ouya, what is the name of this sword?
Ouya looked up at the moon in the sky and said,
Let's call it Yilin. It is made according to the level you can use it. This sword will be given to you. You will make the next weapons yourself. You practice first.
I'm going to rest, and I'll see your results tomorrow.
Lu Yuan watched Yi leave the forging room, and then carefully looked at the Yilin. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Not to mention its attributes. The handsome appearance alone was enough to attract people's attention.
Night comes. Epic.
Level 45 Warrior. Attack power, 3,980 4360. Strength plus 550. Stamina plus 550. Additional attributes, freezing. There is a 30% chance of freezing the enemy into ice blocks when attacking, making them unable to move. Additional attributes, increase own strength by 15%. Additional attributes, increase own endurance by 15%. Additional skill, biting chill. The attack person's healing effect is reduced by 30%. Passive, Forger Ouya. Compared with the Poseidon Fork, this Yilin was obviously more suitable for him.
And its attributes were also prepared for warriors. Lu Yuan played with it fondly. And after a while, he reluctantly put it away in his backpack. After thinking about Yi's process just now, he didn't want to waste the materials he had worked so hard to find. So he started practicing with ordinary ores. That night, the entire Nanshan mountain echoed with the sound of ding ding dang dang. Chapter 90 Great Disparity in Strength.
How are the preparations of the two countries over there?
Lu Yuan asked while eating breakfast.
The attack may start within a day or two. The frontline troops of the two countries have already camped not far from each other.
Li Tong put down the chopsticks in his hands and replied seriously. Fang Rou also interjected.
When will you come to join the war? Each of us has 1,000 or 2,000 meritorious deeds. I may have to wait. I can't say the specific time.
Lu Yuan really didn't know when he would be able to complete this training. Fang Rou couldn't help but ask curiously.
What exactly are you practicing? Life skills?
Li Tong on the side also cast a curious look.
Well, it's about life skills. I will rush there as soon as possible. Anyway, both countries are recruiting players during the war. I plan to make a set of epic equipment when I go. Otherwise, I will just go with the flow, and it will be difficult to affect the war situation. Oh, then come on.
Fang Rou replied calmly at first, then thought of what she was about and said in surprise.
What did you say? A suit of epic equipment? Still working hard. I don't know what the result will be.
Lu Yuan thought of the process of contacting him, and he was indeed not too optimistic. Seeing that Lu Yuan was worried, Li Tong cheered.
You can do it. We are waiting for you to return victorious.
After breakfast, Lu Yuan did not waste time and went online to continue contacting the forging. This time he learned much more than the last special training. It felt like the last time was just to let him contact the basic skills. This time he has really improved. Lu Yuan still uses the ores he can buy to forge online, and he feels that his forging is getting better and better. At the same time, the meeting hall of the Lai Sun Kingdom.
Judging from the map, there are roughly 3 roads that can connect troops between the two countries. One is the official road that goes straight through the middle. Needless to say, the second is heading north, passing through Pingshan and passing 2 checkpoints to attack the Kingdom of the Moon. The third path is the Skeleton Mountains in the northwest, turning north to the Bright Moon Kingdom. There are also 2 checkpoints.
The speaker turned out to be Zhang Yaoyang, the president of the Mythical Guild.
We have several major guilds joining together. I really can't figure out how to lose.
Xiao Jiuzhou, the president of the Troubled Times Guild, said with a smile.
Judging from the results of their missions such as escorting grain and grass in the past few days, as long as they are bound to the resurrection point of a certain country, players who participate in national war missions will have a resurrection time every time they die. And the more deaths they have, the more time They will have to resurrect. The meeting will be longer. So the main force must pay attention to the number of deaths and not be taken advantage of. Although our guilds are strong, there are still many people in the national war. And we need to unite with individual players to play.
Zhang Yaoyang calmly said analysis. Seeing how serious he was, Zhao Jiuzhou also analyzed the war situation seriously.
I sent people to investigate, and found that the number of players recruited by the two countries is almost the same. Our overall strength is stronger than the enemy. As Brother Zhang said, the national war is fought tactics and troop strength. Although the enemy has a few individual soldiers who are very strong, they are nothing to be afraid of. Mr. Zhao, what is the best way to arrange the troops?
Zhang Yaoyang asked.
The upper and lower roads are mostly dominated by mountains, which is suitable for surprise troops. The official road in the middle is the closest in a straight line, and the enemy will definitely send heavy troops to guard it. Therefore, I think it is better to attack from both sides
and send an appropriate amount of troops to defend the middle road.
Zhao Jiuzhou expressed his opinion.
There is another time that must be included, and that is the marching time. At the speed of the current war horses, it will take about 10 minutes to run from the town to the center of the battle, plus the resurrection time. If you lose a wave, you may be defeated by the opponent. To pursue victory, the defense support of several strongholds should also be well connected.
CKE, the president of CK Paradise, said from the side.
Both sides have 2 checkpoints on each road. They are definitely the focus of defense. Relying on the archery towers of the checkpoints can greatly damage the enemy's troops. But how to defeat the opponent when attacking is also a science.
Ares, the president of the God of War Guild Tyrant Len Han, also told the key.
Let's go. Go to the towns and call the small guilds together. The unified command will be more effective.
Zhang Yaoyang took the lead and walked out of the hall after saying this. Bright Moon Kingdom.
Guild leaders participating in the national war, as well as individual players, can gather in the meeting hall to discuss battle strategies.
Players from the LJ Guild were shouting everywhere in Bright Moon City.
Oh, the name is Garbage Guild, and they still want to lead us.
Passerby A said to Passerby B.
That's right. The reason why I came to the Bright Moon Kingdom to sign up is because there are too many great guilds in the Burning Sun Kingdom, and I can't be ranked for anything. I came here just to be free. Is there anything to discuss?
Passerby agreed.
Chamber. Brotherly. Tell me, what is the wrong name for your guild? If you insist on calling it LJ, will you be criticized this time?
Zheng Yu was obviously familiar with Li Wei, and he started talking nonsense again.
If everyone has their own ideas, what can they do if they insist on saying that? Being complained about is also a way of publicity. The trademark of Shaw Brothers movies is still SB.
Everyone didn't expect that Li Wei would also joke with Zheng Yu, and they couldn't help but be a little surprised.
It seems that our side is not very optimistic. They are all small guilds, and they are scattered. How can such a team go to the national competition?
Fan Rou said with some worry.
Hey, don't worry, little girl. I asked my master to do a fortune-telling for me, and he said that the chance of victory lies in the north. And the north must be the Bright Moon Kingdom. Otherwise, why would I appear here?
Everyone looked at the Changchunzi who was dressed as a Taoist priest and felt even more headache. Ever since he appeared in the kingdom of Bright Moon, he has been telling people's fortunes for a very high fee.
Why don't you see the forbidden law? I only came here after hearing that she was here. The arena didn't even let me release the 3rd sword. I already have the 4th sword. I want to prove myself.
Jian was dressed in cloth, carrying an iron sword on his back. His eyes were wandering, as if he was always looking for someone.
I, the general of the Yang family, am not afraid of strong enemies. So let me use this spear to bring peace to this troubled world.
Yang Yanzhao said passionately.
Brother, is it too late for us to go and seek refuge with the Burning Sun Kingdom?
Li Tong really couldn't stand these people, and said to Li Wei speechlessly.
It's okay. There's still our Treading the Waves guild. Our guild is very united, and we always advance and retreat together.
Chung Feng Poan said.
How many people are there in your guild?
Zhao Xinghe asked as he happened to be standing next to him.
Well, there are 10 for now. But I just want to take this opportunity to promote the guild. So the rise of our guild on the waves is just around the corner.
Chung Feng Poan said nonchalantly. Everyone in the meeting hall of the Bright Moon Kingdom fell into silence.
Nanshan Courtyard. Master Uya. Come and see. I succeeded.
Lu Yuan shouted while holding a sword.
What are you shouting for? Is it worth being proud of making such a crappy thing?
Uya took one look and said coldly.
This is the first rare quality weapon I made without using forging skills.
Lu Yuan's voice became softer and quieter, until he was almost inaudible in the end. It's not even close.
Lu Yuan had already received a message from the Bright Moon Kingdom. Zhao Xinghe and others said that the war situation was not optimistic. The forces joining the Bright Moon Kingdom were too weak, and he did not know when he would succeed. Chapter 91, leading you into the urn. 3 days later.
Boss, you're not here yet. The national war has begun. Unexpectedly, our side actually took the initiative and defeated the enemy steadily.
Zheng Yu sent a message excitedly.
Do you have the initiative? The other major guilds shouldn't be that weak. Right.
Lu Yuan couldn't believe it.
Really? I didn't expect it. An attack like Lu San can actually suppress the opponent.
Zheng Yu couldn't hide the excitement in his tone.
It feels wrong. Are you with Zhao Xinghe and the others? Tell them not to pursue.
Lu Yuan is an outsider now, but he can see more clearly. How can the combined forces of several major guilds be defeated so easily?
Why are you in a daze? Don't stop your rhythm. Keep practicing.
Oh, Yi urged from the side. After these days of intensive training, Lu Yuan has made great progress. If it were not for his energy constraints, he would have made a roomful of purple rare equipment by now. The forging after entering the country is indeed very energy consuming. I remember that when I first entered that state of strengthening, I only succeeded 2 or 3 times before running out of energy. After a series of exercises, my energy seemed to have grown a lot. In short, it was more durable than before.
Grandmaster Uya, I plan to start forging armor. I have found some feeling in these days. Please correct me.
Oh, Yi nodded and said calmly.
Well, it's time to try. You can start at any time. No one can disturb you while I'm here.
Lu Yuan closed his eyes and thought back to Oye's teachings to him in the past few days, as well as the experiences that each failure brought to him, and the insights that each success brought to him. What is the best? Several people surrounded the thick tree, and it took a lot of effort to cut out a section. Uya only took out a short knife more than half a meter long, and it was like cutting tofu, without using any force. The trees were broken down piece by piece. What is the limit of or refining? Ordinary or Lu Yuan could easily cut into 2 pieces with one strike of his sword. However, ordinary or refined by Uya's folding method could only leave a sword mark on it with a full blow. This was just ordinary or refined, and I have been able to practice all aspects of refining almost perfectly these days. Although it has only been a few days in real time, nearly half a month has passed in the game. Oh, Yi saw his disciple closing his eyes and thinking, and nodded secretly. During this period of contact, he became more and more satisfied with Lu Yuan. His understanding was even higher than his own. If he forged it over time, he would definitely surpass his own level. Lu Yuan instantly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a light in his eyes. He picked up the gold nugget and used the folding forging method, and began to refine 1, 2, and 3 pieces, until all 50 pieces were smashed together. And then he kept compressing and folding them. After a while, the nugget gold was compressed to the size of a fist, so that there was no longer any impurity. The metal ball extracted from the nugget gold was covered with gold thread-like lines, but there was no gap. Oh, Yi saw Lian nodding from the side, and even his own hands were trembling, as if his desire for forging was aroused. Lu Yuan planned to forge a coat of armor first, so he took out 5 pieces of 5 mountains cold iron essence and prepared them according to the law. He continued to fold and compress them, and soon put the successfully refined cold iron essence aside. Open the forge, put in some charcoal that has been made, and then put the 2 pieces of metal into it for smelting. Lu Yuan pulled the bellows while observing the changes in the fire and metal. When the 2 metals were burned until they were red, he took them out and placed them on the anvil. He continued hammering until the 2 metals were forged into one, regardless of you and me, and then put it into the forge. After repeating it many times, the shape of the clothes gradually came out. Use a hole drill to prepare the holes for the head and arms. Open the 2 sides under the ribs and fix them with buckles for easy wearing. The arms are made in 2 sections, molded. The joints fit tightly and feel seamless. He took out the plastic surgery tools and began to carefully carve out the collars, lines, etc. of the clothes, using a small hammer to create abdominal muscles and chest muscles. A separate breast shield was made and mounted on the chest. It took a full day in the game to create this series. After forging, put it into the quenching tank. This step is also very critical. It can increase the hardness of the forged object. Finally, put it into the cooling pool. As a puff of white smoke came out, Lu Yuan's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he fainted. Country of the Burning Sun.
Ha ha. As expected, those people on the other side really thought they were very strong and pursued us all the way to the first level.
Zhao Jiuzhou smiled and spoke on the National War Channel.
Mr. Zhao, you are indeed a veteran, and you have studied the art of war.
Zhang Yaoyang said flatteringly.
Secure the troops ambushed on the mountain path. The opponent's doctor depends on your guild.
After Zhao Jiuzhou issued the order, all the players on the mountain paths and the Lai Sun Kingdom who were hiding everywhere were dispatched. Players from the Bright Moon Kingdom were still attacking the arrow tower in front of the level. They saw a commotion in the rear, and the doctors and mages in the army were also assassinated on a large scale. In the level, all the players from the Burning Sun Kingdom were also killed. The Bright Moon Kingdom was defeated like a mountain. Just like this, the players from the Bright Moon Kingdom who were chasing before were all wiped out unexpectedly and returned to the town of the Bright Moon Kingdom to enter the resurrection state. Death on the battlefield in the national war also drops items, and equipped weapons also have a chance to drop. This time a large number of players were wiped out, and the Bright Moon Kingdom suffered heavy losses. However, the Burning Sun Kingdom did not take advantage of the victory to attack the first level of the Bright Moon Kingdom.
Brother Zhao, shall we take advantage of the victory to attack the enemy's checkpoint?
Lin Han looked extremely excited after winning the battle.
The national war has just begun, and the resurrection time is still short. If the opponent is riding a war horse, they will be able to reach the battlefield quickly. Now, marching over will leave the opponent waiting for work.
Zhao Jiuzhou analyzed.
Yes, based on my observation of the battle and the reports from the gang members just now, the main people of concern were not found on the battlefield.
Zhang Yaoyang also sent information.
Then what should we do next?
Lin Han was obviously young and had always been calm, but he became the most restless one in front of these old people.
Ping Shan in the north. The terrain is not that dangerous, and the main focus may be on attack. Xiao Yulin, you are the guardian, so you will lead the guild members and add some other guild members to garrison.
Zhao Jiuzhou said to Lin Han.
No problem. Leave it to me.
Lin Han readily agreed.
The skeleton mountains below have a more dangerous terrain and rugged roads. Most of them are mountain roads and canyons, which are suitable for archery mages. Brother Yaoyang, you will lead the guild members and add some other small guilds to guard the lower road.
Zhao Jiuzhou continued. Said.
Well, leave it to me.
Zhang Yaoyang responded neatly.
The middle official road has the widest road and the shortest straight line distance. The war will be fierce. I will be stationed in the middle official road and try to attack mainly from both sides.
Zhao Jiuzhou thought for a while and said to CK.
Assassination and interception. Intelligence aspect, it's up to your guild. Try your best to provide support from all walks of life. And don't expose your position if you're not absolutely sure.
After waiting for a long time and receiving no response, Lin Han said,
Isn't CK Paradise all offline? I'm here. From now on, don't ask me if I'm here. The best concealment is that even your own people don't know if I'm here. Leave assassinations to us.
CK disappeared after saying that. Everyone in the Burning Sun was speechless for a while. This guy was probably too into the drama. Chapter 92 Extreme Cold War Armor. Bright Moon Kingdom.
Hey, these idiots! Tell them not to chase them. Every one of them will die if they see someone with meritorious deeds.
Zheng Yu said to a few people around him.
If Lu Yuan hadn't told you, wouldn't you have been shouting, Kill that turtle, grandson? You were the only one who rushed the hardest and accused others.
Zhao Xing had directly exposed Zheng Yu.
Okay,
what's the use of bickering? Such a scattered attack won't work at all. What should I do?
Li Tong said worriedly.
The opponent is indeed powerful. I ambushed some people around the checkpoint, but the opponent did not pursue me at all.
Li Wei said helplessly.
This is the trick they use, so naturally they won't be fooled. Why can't I contact Lu Yuan? Even the usually impressive woman is missing. Isn't it because she is hiding because she is afraid of losing?
Fong Ro pouted and said angrily.
Do you think I am someone who is afraid of losing?
A cold voice came from behind everyone. It turned out that Xiao Lui finally arrived, followed by more than a dozen people, mostly guardians. Zhao Xinghe and others were no strangers. They were the same people who had defeated the world boss Naga Lord together before. You are beautiful when you smile. Lei Bing is also among them. The two magicians, Ice and Fire, have been famous in the Martial Arts Association, although their personal power cannot change the situation of the battle too much. They are inspiring.
I'm sorry. Something has delayed me recently. I hope it's not too late.
A man and a woman also walked in afterwards. They also shined in the arena competition.
Lian Hongchen, and, half drunk and half red dust. We, Shao Hongchen Guild, are all in place.
Lian Hongchen said with a smile.
We have some decent teammates. Look at the forces that have joined the Bright Moon Kingdom. There are really all kinds of people.
Zheng Yu said excitedly when he saw several experts coming.
Most of them are scattered people. Naturally, they don't want to be manipulated by others. It's normal.
Lian Hongchen is very aware of the current situation.
Come on. Let's discuss the countermeasure seriously.
Li Wei said. In the Nanshan courtyard.
Where am I?
Lu Yuan woke up in a daze.
You are now awake. You can make a piece of equipment and be comatose for a day. That's really cool.
Oh, you said with a wry smile.
Yes. Why are you in a coma? The mental energy consumption is too great. But you should have achieved some breakthroughs through this time.
Lu Yuan suddenly remembered his equipment and asked.
Grandmaster Uya, how is my equipment made?
Oh, he casually threw over a pitch-black armor, which was exactly the one made by Lu Yuan. After taking possession of the armor, the surrounding air actually dropped a lot. The sharp-edged armor was very delicate and handsome, with specially built muscles. There are traces of gold lines hidden in the lines, and the arm joints are also tightly fitted. But the flexibility is not restricted.
Please give the equipment a name.
The system prompts. Lu Yuan thought for a while, but couldn't think of anything special. So he just called.
Extreme Cold War Armor.
Extreme Cold War Armor.
Epic quality.
Level 50 Heavy Armor Occupation. Physical Defense plus 7,200. Magic Defense plus 7,200. Strength plus 720. Stamina plus 720. Additional attributes. Increase own strength by 20%. Additional attribute. Increase own endurance by 20%. Additional attributes. Cold Iron. Reduces the attacker's attack speed by 10% when attacked. Additional attributes. Increased resistance to fire and water attributes by 10%. With high defense power. High basic bonuses. And 2 additional percentage bonuses for additional attributes. One is a gain effect, and the other is an effect that debuffs the opponent's attack speed. It is indeed an epic level armor, and its effect is really powerful. The only pity is that at level 50, even if I have the passive skill of ingenuity, I can only wear level 45 equipment. Lu Yuan didn't have time to feel disappointed, because at this time, he saw everyone's messages to him, saying that the war situation was in crisis, and he was not optimistic about it.
Grandmaster Uya, let's continue. I have to hurry up. If I faint from the next piece of equipment, I don't know how long it will be before I can help my friend.
Lu Yuan was a little anxious. Oh, he shook his head and said,
You can't make perfect equipment with this kind of mentality. Don't be impatient. Lu Yuan also realized that his mentality had indeed been affected, and he immediately calmed down. The most important thing for him now was to practice forging to perfection. If he could arrive at the battlefield wearing epic level equipment, he might really be able to turn the tide.
Grandmaster Uya, the lesson is that I was too impatient. The situation at my friend's side was not very good. So, after adjusting your mentality, come to me in the forging room.
After Uya said that, he turned around and walked out. Lu Yuan stood up and calmed down. After all, it was a game, so it didn't matter if he missed one activity. He comforted himself and walked towards the forging room. Bright Moon Kingdom frontline level.
Your Hongchen Guild will be stationed at the Pingshan level. The LJ Era Guild will be stationed at the Middle Official Road. Anyway, there will be some individual players in each level. Although we can't command them, they can still be regarded as part of the combat power. The Forbidden Law is beautiful when it smiles with you. Just go to the level in the Skeleton Mountains below and try to hold on as hard as you can. There is no other good way for the time being.
It was Li Wei who made a simple tactical allocation, and everyone had no objections, so they went to implement it individually. Since the two countries will send out several batches of systematic soldiers from the main city every day to attack the other country. When the soldiers of the two sides fight, it becomes an opportunity for the players to fight each other. After all, no one is willing to let go of this free merit. Sometimes, the two countries will send some generals to the front line and issue some tasks to players, which are nothing more than killing enemies and detecting intelligence. Obviously, with the intervention of players, NPCs are no longer the key figures dominating the battlefield. The Bright Moon Kingdom suffered heavy losses in the first wave of the war. Some players dropped some medicines, but it was nothing. However, not everyone who dropped equipment could spend a lot of money to replace it. Undoubtedly, this national war is an activity to make money for some players. But it is undoubtedly a disaster for some players, making them even worse off when they are not already wealthy. The system's armies met on the battlefield again, and players came out one after another to take the opportunity to earn some merits so that they could go back and exchange for needed things. However, the deployment of the Burning Sun Kingdom was really powerful. The players stationed in the level by the three major guilds were all elite troops, and they were under unified command. When fighting each other, the Bright Moon Kingdom suffered much greater losses than the Burning Sun Kingdom. Once the arrow tower on the checkpoint is destroyed, the stronghold will almost lose its defensive significance, thanks to the large number of strong individual soldiers coming from the Bright Moon Kingdom. Otherwise, the national war would have ended in a day or two. In the Nanshan courtyard,
I found that this time the forging was much easier, and I didn't feel tired at all,
Lu Yuan said excitedly, holding up the newly made helmet.
Well, we have made great progress. He is much better than your master. When he was your age, he was obsessed with emotions and did not want to make progress. He was the most careless generation in our lineage of god craftsmen. Well, the main thing is that I have the guidance of my ancestor, and they all have to rely on their own exploration. So there is still a big difference. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, and have a bright future. By the way, there's something else I forgot to tell you. I'm in the Peak Forest.
Lu Yuan told Yi about the nine-colored sacred deer.
What? The nine-colored divine deer has become your mount? The nine-colored divine deer is the most arrogant person. How could it be willing to be ridden by your kid?
Yi did not hide his surprise this time.
Well, what do you mean by being ridden by me? Grandmaster, you are serious.
Chapter 93 Crisis in the Bright Moon Kingdom. Lu Yuan summoned the nine-color sacred deer and fed it some food. Although it did not consume energy in the pet space, it was still a high-level spiritual beast and had just given birth. So Lu Yuan did not dare to neglect it.
Nine-colored Lu has met Senior Craftsman God.
Geo-colored Lu felt something in his heart as soon as he came out. Lu Yuan also released the fawns to reunite their mother and daughter. The fawns were already running all over the ground. Lu Yuan simply decided not to take them back and just played in the yard.
Grandmaster Uya. Even Jusula calls you Senior.
Although Lu Yuan knew that his grandmaster lived a long time, he didn't expect that even spiritual beasts would respect him so much.
The demon kings of the Peak Forest all call me brothers and sisters. Remember that in order to gain respect, you must have a certain skill.
Yi said calmly, as if he didn't care at all about these things that others could use to brag about.
I will work hard too,
Lu Yuan said firmly.
Remember, everything in the world will only respect valuable things.
Yi thought for a while and concluded. Lu Yuan was deeply touched after hearing this. Especially for humans, it cannot be said that it is snobbery. You have no value, ability, and can't help with anything. Why should others respect you? Even in the animal world, aren't those at the top of the food chain the ones who are respected? Pigs will always be on the table. If cows can't produce milk and can't plow the land, aren't they just reduced to food?
What the ancestor said makes sense. I've learned from it.
Lu Yuan didn't expect what else he could learn from a system NPC. Yi did not reply, but took out a pill for the nine-colored divine deer to eat, saying that it would restore its vitality. Then he walked into the forging room, followed closely by Lu Yuan. After all, he was pressed for time. Scorching Sun Country War Channel.
Attention everyone. We will launch the attack at 12 noon. Try to arrange your own time.
Zhao Jiuzhou sent the message 3 times in a row. In fact, I have considered choosing this time for a long time. If it is evening, most people will have irregular meals, and the number of people online will be at its peak. Most people will not necessarily eat breakfast, but most people will not miss lunch. And in terms of game time, a group of system troops will arrive on the battlefield at exactly 12 o'clock, and they will be troops with siege vehicles. Protecting the siege vehicles will speed up the damage to the arrow towers. Compared with the Kingdom of Bright Moon, the Kingdom of Burning Sun has stricter management. All tasks such as running errands and transportation are left to players who are mainly engaged in daily life. The battles on the front lines are done by players with relatively better equipment. Speaking of equipment, most players who come to participate in the national war have mediocre equipment. In-game equipment and materials are all exorbitant by wealthy players. Most people still have to live in reality, so there is no way they can invest so much money in games. The earliest Shenhao in the gaming industry once said the most classic saying,
"Don't use your annual salary to challenge my pocket money."
the battlefield in the game that had been calm for 2 or 3 days suddenly became intense. When the players of the Bright Moon Kingdom were still thinking that they could get a wave of meritorious deeds, the Burning Sun Kingdom almost came out in full force, catching the Bright Moon Kingdom by surprise. The unprepared players were all sent back to the town to resurrect, and some managed to run back to the level, only to face the endless taunts from the Burning Sun Kingdom outside the level.
"Look! These cowards don't even dare to leave the house. Ha ha! Look at each of them. They were beaten like dogs and ran away with their tails between their legs. I don't know what else they can hold on to. So they should just abandon their weapons and surrender."
The endless taunts at the bottom of the level, coupled with successive failures, caused many casual players to lose their fighting spirit and log off one after another. There are also many players who originally planned to just enjoy their achievements, but were ridiculed and inspired to fight to the death with the Burning Sun Kingdom. The first checkpoint was easily breached by the Burning Sun Kingdom. I thought it would be a long war, but within a few days, all 3 of our first lines of defense were breached. Some of the players who play the game are not bloody at all. They can lose, but being insulted is another matter. The players of the Bright Moon Kingdom, who were originally a mess, slowly united and stopped running around and started to communicate.
"Navigating the sea depends on the helmsman. We really lack a big brother to take the lead. If we continue like this, losing an event is a trivial matter. It feels really uncomfortable to be laughed at."
Finally, a player spoke on the National War Channel of the Bright Moon Kingdom.
"There are 4 major guilds in the Burning Sun Kingdom, plus many small and powerful guilds. Even if we work hard, we may not be able to compete with them."
A frustrated player complained.
"I don't know about you. Anyway, I don't join the Burning Sun side because there are too many restrictions and all the good things are taken over by the big guild. I joined the Bright Moon Kingdom just to be quiet. I can lose. If I insult people there, I will be fully equipped. Even if you lose everything, you will still fight them to the death."
For a while, the channels of the Bright Moon Kingdom were in chaos, and there were all kinds of things. Even Xiao Lui, who won the first place in the martial arts competition, looked helpless. She was fine fighting alone, but in this national war, thousands of players often fought together. In fierce battles, tens of thousands of people even fought together. The damage is indeed high, but it can't kill so many players. The advantage of the Kingdom of the Moon is its strong individual soldier ability. Although there are many players on the battlefield, it is difficult for thousands of people to focus fire on one person and attack at the same time. So it still has some effects. The most important thing is that a good tiger cannot hold it down. A pack of wolves beat the old master to death with random punches. And these people are not fools. They retreated when the battle situation was unfavorable, and they did not use their full strength. Although it felt uncomfortable to be ridiculed by the opponent, if the equipment on them was lost, their own strength would be greatly reduced. Who are you willing to take that risk?
"The 2 biggest guilds here are LJ Era and Xiao Hongchen. Why don't we all just listen to their orders?"
The discussion on the National War Channel continued.
"Come here. Look at those names. One is trash, and the other is a monk."
One player complained.
"That's right. Not only the name is rubbish, but the real-life products are also rubbish. And they sell all kinds of junk."
Some players even slandered LJ Company in real life.
"Can you all be responsible for what you say? LJ is also considered a leading company in the country in terms of communications, and its products are still very good. You can just talk nonsense in the game." "Right."
Some righteous players also stood up and condemned those who talked nonsense.
"I think you are just a drag. Are you a troll from someone else's company? Here to clear your name?" "That's right. That's right."
The channel's initial discussion of countermeasures turned into a war of words, and eventually it got involved in regional issues. Even family members couldn't escape the greetings from the trolls. Li Wei shook his head when he saw this and said to the people around him,
"There are really keyboard warriors in all eras. What should we do if this situation continues?"
Li Tong said anxiously. The system prompts.
"Our second line of defense is being attacked by the Burning Sun Kingdom. Adventurers, please hurry up and defend."
Chapter 94 Three-Way Melee. The Moon Kingdom players and NPCs who retreated to the second line of defense received notifications that the level was being attacked at the same time.
"Fight! If this line of defense is breached, I'm afraid the national war will be lost,"
Li Wei said with determination. Li Wei led the people in his guild to kill him directly, and many individual players rushed out with him. Li Wei was protected by the guild members in the middle and ran towards the player's center of the Burning Sun Kingdom. In the eyes of the players in the Bright Moon Kingdom, it was undoubtedly a death attempt. Secret Poison Spring. For pillars formed by venom spray appeared in the center of the battlefield. The venom quickly spread, and green letters appeared above the heads of the players from the Burning Sun Kingdom, who were obviously poisoned. Players who have watched the arena match are familiar with this skill. The toxin is very strong. Although there is a doctor to increase blood, there are too many people poisoned. The middle of the battlefield is cleared for a while, and Li Wei's attack and defense even increased the blood effect. Everything is greatly reduced. But this is no longer important, because the middle area has been cleared. Players from the Scorching Sun country immediately joined in the surrounding area. Although Li Wei recovered from his weak state, it was already difficult to retreat, because he walked too far forward and was now gradually surrounded. Some shadows flashed past, and the teammates who were protecting him fell down one after another, and some figures gradually revealed their original shapes. It turns out that the people from CK Paradise have been squatting around for a long time, specifically picking out the main force of the Bright Moon Kingdom for assassination. Li Wei added a skill that continuously replenishes blood, and then retreated toward his level. He was a doctor, and without a big move, he couldn't withstand the siege of so many people. During this period, he was hit by some attacks, but fortunately his blood volume grew high, and there was no fatal danger after a few health attacks. However, after running more than 10 meters, the surroundings suddenly darkened. Must kill dark prison shadow killing formation. It's a familiar scene again, and it's the person who eliminated him in the arena. This time there is no limit on the venue, no limit on the number of people. The moment he is trapped by the skill, he is no longer a knife shadow, but more than a dozen people launched an attack together. But Li Wei fell down unwillingly, and even dropped his weapons. Li Wei naturally didn't care about a rare weapon, but he couldn't save his face. He had no choice but to be alone just now. A group of high-explosion assassins came to intercept him, and there was no way to survive. Li Tong watched helplessly as his brother fell from a distance, and directly aimed at CK Yin, who picked up his brother's weapon. Divine arrow piercing the heart. A mark instantly appeared on CK Yin's chest. When he discovered it, he instantly became invisible. However, he found that the locked mark had not disappeared. And then he shouted, "Block!" A golden arrow was shot out, leaving a trace of golden thread in the air, directly piercing through a guild member blocking CK's stealth, killing him instantly.
Help him pick up the things he dropped and kill that bitch for me.
CK Yin was obviously covered in cold sweat, and shouted angrily to the men around him. A group of people instantly became invisible. Li Tong used his ultimate move, and could not use any skills within 10 seconds. He could only run to the next level. Fortunately, he was not far from the level, so he escaped death. If he had been slower for a few seconds, will end up like her brother Li Wei, at the level of the Skull Mountains. Xiao Lui and Lei Bing were also locked in a tough battle. The two realms of ice and fire spread out, each of them non-stop releasing group attack skills. Although the enemy could not attack for a while, their own consumption the quantity is also huge. Moreover, they were facing Zhang Yaoyang from the mythical guild. Archers themselves had a longer range than mages, so they had many arrow blockers and health boosters around them to deal with a group of long-range archers on the opposite side. Jian Chen, who was defeated by Xiao Lui, also helped guard here. In order to show his strength, he rushed to the front alone. The first move is sword control. The iron sword flies out in the air and flies quickly, attacking the player in front of him at an extremely fast speed. The damage is very high but not fatal. The second move, Sword of Heaven and Earth, was the 40-meter long sword that gathered together, slashing down fiercely. Players in a straight line in front of them received high damage. The third move is Immortal Guiding the Way. After slashing with the sword, the iron sword split into many pieces behind him. Point forward with one hand, and the iron sword shoots forward like a bullet. There are 99 and 81 swords in total. After 3 moves, almost all the players in a straight line in front of him were instantly killed. Players on both sides saw that he was very lethal, and all attacked him. The fourth move,
Kindu Scattering Flowers.
The iron sword split into many pieces directly in front of the body. A circle around the city stopped in midair, and then a rain of swords began to fall in the circle. This move blocked the player who was charging towards him, and he turned around and ran away.
Why are you running? You've used up your skills. Are you waiting to be beaten to death? Just hold on. I'll be here soon.
Jian Chen swept away his calm and handsome look before, and quickly ran to the Bright Moon Kingdom checkpoint.
Those who are about to fight all march forward in formation. The monsters and imps obey the orders and beat them.
Chang Chunzi pinched a handful of talismans and muttered something. Throwing out a talisman, some puppets were summoned and ran towards the players from the Burning Sun Kingdom. The player next to him was a little surprised when he heard Chang Chunzi reciting a spell.
You have to recite a spell to use skills. It's such a weird profession. Ha. I'm just busy reading the skill bar. I added the spell myself, so it's more handsome.
Chang Chunzi didn't pretend to be mysterious and told the truth. The surrounding players burst into laughter upon hearing this, and then were hit in the head by an arrow shot from a distance. At the level of Pingshan Mountains, Lin Hanshan led the players of his guild to resist the attack. Lin Han, the president of the God of War Guild, took the lead and rushed in front. He was dressed in the best equipment and followed by more than a dozen doctors. He rushed to the players of Jiao Yuefang with a big move. Mysterious meaning earth-shattering and heaven collapsing. With Lin Han as the center, thorns shot out layer by layer and spread outwards. All players within a radius of 20 meters were knocked away, although they were not killed instantly. This cool visual impact was definitely among the many that had been discovered. The most handsome among the secret skills. The leader of his own guild was so powerful that the morale of the guild members was greatly shaken. For a time, the Laughing Hanshan Guild suffered heavy casualties, and the individual players were even more difficult to resist and were retreating steadily. Among the people who were retreating one after another, there was a player riding a white horse, wearing white armor, with a bright silver gun in his hand, swimming upstream. The spear danced like an airtight weapon, protecting his whole body while not missing his attack. He was in the enemy's position. They started killing each other, and it was none other than Yang Yanxiao who claimed to be the successor of the Yang family's marksmanship. Lin Han was a little unhappy when he saw this. He managed to attract all the attention to himself. But before he could enjoy the praise, the boy stole the limelight.
Keep him in check. Use taunts when you meet, and limit his speed.
Lin Han gave the order, because the taunting skill already weakens the player. Even if Yang Yanxiao is ridiculed while riding a horse, the mount beneath him will pull him away. But being targeted by a group was different. A group of guardians blocked his only way and intercepted him after a while. Yang Yanxiao fell off his mount and was instantly submerged in the sea of people. After 1/3 of the health was wiped out at the second level, the Burning Sun Kingdom suffered a considerable loss and immediately stopped attacking. Although they were able to defend themselves this time, everyone knew that the next attack might be even more fierce. Chapter 95 Ingenuity is accomplished.
Ding congratulations to player Bu Daohuan for your great ingenuity. Ding congratulations to player Bu Daohuan for observing every detail during the forging process, improving his eyesight, and acquiring the eagle eye skill.
Lu Yuan finally made 5 epic suits, feeling like he was dreaming. And after the last piece of equipment was successful, his ingenuity was actually completed. Craftsmanship passive.
The craftsmen are dedicated to making better works. It can greatly increase the success rate of forging top-quality equipment, greatly increase the success rate of strengthening equipment,
and greatly reduce the chance of equipment damage, due to the affinity for equipment, and allowing oneself to wear equipment higher than level 10. With great craftsmanship, the bonus to forging is greatly increased.
Eagle Eye, passive improves the field of vision, can observe things from different angles, can see ordinary sneaking enemies or monsters, and can break simple illusions, can be learned through skill books, or can be obtained through special training. Improved eyesight can for a stronger effect. Lu Yuan briefly looked at these 2 skills. After mastering his craftsmanship, there is no need to say more about the benefits of his forging. The key is that he can wear equipment that is level 10 higher than himself. This is simply like mana comes after a long drought. Meet old friends. Hawkeye was even more surprised than expected. It seemed to be closely related to Ouya's training. He first let himself look at the mural, and then let himself observe various texture structures. What makes Lu Yuan happiest is the epic suit he made himself. The extreme cold suit he named after himself. Extreme cold war helmet.
Epic quality. Level 50.
Physical defense plus 2040. Magic defense plus 2040. Strength plus 230. Stamina plus 230. Additional attributes, increase own strength by 10%. Additional attributes, increase own endurance by 10%. Additional attributes, headshots and neck cuts from bows and arrows reduce damage by 20%. Additional attributes, blinding. Instant death. Effect invalid. Forger, Bu Daohuan. Extreme cold belt.
Epic quality. Level 50.
Physical defense plus 4,800. Magic defense plus 4,800. Strength plus 200. Stamina plus 200. Additional attributes, increase own strength by 10%. Additional attributes, increase own endurance by 10%. Additional attributes, increase resistance to fire and water attributes by 10%. Additional attributes, when attacked, reduce the attacker's critical hit chance by 10%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Extreme cold leg armor.
Epic quality. Level 50.
Physical defense plus 4,800. Magic defense plus 4,800. Strength plus 200. Stamina plus 200. Additional attributes, increase own strength by 10%. Additional attributes, increase own endurance by 10%. Additional attributes, increase resistance to fire and water attributes by 10%. Additional attribute, 30% chance to resist when attacked with knockdown effect. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Extreme cold boots.
Epic quality. Level 50.
Physical defense plus 2,400. Magic defense plus 2,400. Strength plus 160. Stamina plus 160. Additional attributes, increase own strength by 10%. Additional attributes, increase own endurance by 10%. Additional attributes, increase movement speed by 35%. Additional attributes, increase agility by 35%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Extreme Cold War Armor.
Epic quality.
Level 50 Heavy Armor Occupation. Physical defense plus 7,200. Magic defense plus 7,200. Strength plus 720. Stamina plus 720. Additional attributes, increase own strength by 20%. Additional attributes, increase own endurance by 20%. Additional attributes, Cold Iron. Reduces the attacker's attack speed by 10% when attacked. Additional attributes, increase resistance to fire and water attributes by 10%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Looking at my masterpiece, I feel a sense of accomplishment. The water and fire resistance has been increased by 30%. And the strength and endurance have been increased by a full 60%. In addition to the high basic attributes. If I strengthen it, then I am afraid that I will be a humanoid boss. Right.
Master Ouya. My master Zhang Feng has just created an epic level ring. So can I be on par with him now?
Lu Yuan is not proud, but just wants to know his current level.
First of all, jewelry is more difficult to make than armor. How to compress the material to the size of a ring? It requires more effort. And the higher the level of equipment, the more difficult it is to collect materials. And the forging also consumes more energy. We are just close to his level. But we still need to work hard to surpass him.
Oh, he can be said to be quite satisfied with Li Yuan's recent performance. So he doesn't want to overly suppress his confidence. Only with confidence can he do stronger.
Oh, Yi paused and said,
no matter how much you forge the equipment, you can only make one artifact in your life. So you can also be called the god of craftsmen. And there is no need to do low-level things to prove yourself.
Lu Yuan bowed respectfully and said seriously,
thank you, Grandmaster, for training with me tirelessly.
Ouya waved his hand slightly and said,
forging is the love of my life. Even in the past more than 1,000 years, this passion has not retreated. I am also very satisfied to see you study hard and become more and more diligent. Remember, a true master will always be a master.
With the heart of an apprentice. When you meet people who are better than you in all aspects in the future, learn with an open mind. And don't look down on others just because you are from the lineage of the god of craftsmen. There are many unknown masters. Yes, disciple, keep this in mind. I originally wanted to ask you about strengthening, but my friend's side may not be able to hold on for long. I need to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible.
It's not that Li Yuan doesn't want to strengthen now. The auction house has almost run out of strengthening stones. And there are people who have been hoarding goods maliciously. One reason is that there is really not enough time. If you don't go, the event may be over. Lu Yuan walked out of the forging room and saw a long-haired beauty in white sitting in front of the stone table in the backyard with a deer in her arms. Her long black hair hung down to her waist. She was wearing a white robe like a fairy descending to earth.
Who are you?
Lu Yuan didn't see the 9-color divine deer. Seeing this woman holding her and running away would be detrimental to the deer. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. And then said,
I am Jusalu. Thanks to the pill that Senior gave me, my recovery speed became faster. You can also transform into a human form?
Lu Yuan asked in surprise.
Before, I couldn't transform, because my body was weak and my vitality was severely damaged. I'm ready to go.
Lu Yuan said that Jioselu had turned into a beautiful woman, and he really couldn't say anything about riding her to the battlefield. The 9-colored divine deer reacted and said,
"Oh, okay. Put the little deer away. Let's set off now."
After saying that, it directly changed back to its original form. He took a set of saddles, put them on Lu Yuan's back and said,
"I made a saddle specially for you. It's more convenient for riding, and good for both of you.
Let's go." Lu Yuan stopped being polite and said goodbye, deciding to return to the Holy City first, and then set off for the Bright Moon Kingdom, which would be closer.
"Xinghe, how's the battle going?"
"I'm here." Lu Yuan sent a message to ask as he hurried on. After a while, I received a reply.
"Not very good. The second level has been defeated. All 3 routes have been opened. Only the main city of Bright Moon Kingdom is left. It is estimated that the opponent will launch a general attack soon."
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was not very optimistic and said,
"I'll be there soon. It's over. They're coming."
Zhao Xinghe sent a message. Chapter 96, He's coming. Outside Bright Moon City, a large group of players who had joined the Kingdom of the Burning Sun came over in a mighty manner, each carrying their weapons and walking lazily. They looked unhurried and confident of winning. They stood on the city wall. The players from the Kingdom of Bright Moon were very angry.
"The boss of our Troubled Times guild is really powerful. He can use just a few tricks to defeat them without any resistance. Hey, those people on the wall. Surrender. Don't lose all your equipment just because of one activity." "What? Not convinced? Come down and beat us."
Faced with the ridicule of the players from the Burning Sun Kingdom, everyone on the city tower became even more angry and clenched their fists one by one. However, the disunity at the beginning led to an almost irreversible situation. Although they were angry, no one wanted to go out and die.
"Let's go down and fight. If they occupy the city wall in advance, we can only watch the siege vehicles break through the city wall."
Xiao Lui said to the leaders around him.
"This is the last chance. I have to fight tooth and nail to get a few backers. The LJ Era Guild will follow me out of the city to meet the enemy."
Li Wei shouted with full of fighting spirit. All members of the Laughing Hanshin Guild, follow me out of the city.
Lian Hanshin followed closely behind.
All members of the Red Flower Club, fight to the end.
Li Tong also shouted to his guild members.
Talking Guild, come and kill me.
Chufeng Polon shouted to the people behind him. Since there were 10 people in total, and one of them was not online because of something, the scene was somewhat awkward. The city gate opened, and a group of people walked out of the city gate one after another. However, most of the individual players did not choose to fight. Before, almost all of them failed to win. Now, going out with fewer enemies and more enemies is obviously a way to die. No one wants to explode the equipment they have worked so hard to build. Go out.
The guardians and warriors line up in front of the formation. The assassin is invisible and waiting for an opportunity. The doctor stands in the middle to support. The mage prepares group attack skills. The archer stands at the end. And whoever rushes the fastest will focus on attacking.
Li Wei issued a final decision: basic tactics. When the Scorching Sun country saw their opponents coming out of the city to fight, they put away their laziness, as if they had received some order, and all those with war horses came to the front of the team. The leaders were obviously the presidents of several major guilds, with the name Heroes of Troubled Times. Myth Yaoyong and War God Batian are arrows, forming a charge formation. Although there are individual players who have joined in the Bright Moon Kingdom, and there are also some small guilds who plan to fight to the end, the number of people is still about 1/3 lower. Seeing that everyone in front of the opponent's formation was well equipped and their horses were neighing with high morale, even the main force here had lost some confidence.
All fire mages gather here, and ice mages gather near. You are beautiful when you smile on the other side. And let's release skills together within our domain.
In order to maximize the effect of his domain skills, Xiao Lui quickly deploy it. Zhao Jiuzhou stood at the front of the team and took a rough look at the opponent's layout. He was already sure of victory, but he did not forget to chat privately with CKEN.
Pay attention to those people on the list, and leave the rest to us.
Zhao Jiuzhou didn't receive a response and didn't care. He glanced at the players behind him who were all ready, and then shouted, "Charge!" The horses were galloping, and the dust was flying. Both the attackers and the defenders were shocked by this scene. Before, the lines were scattered. How could so many people have fought together? The echoes brought by the mountains on both sides were mixed with their own heartbeats. At that time, both sides seemed to have returned to the ancient battlefield. When the two armies met, due to the rapid attack of the Liang side, a hole was instantly opened in the Haoyue defense line.
The soldiers charged and stunned them. The guardians repositioned to block the ones behind, and the doctors released the poison.
Li Wei hurriedly issued the order.
The mage throws skills into our field.
Lei Bing shouted after releasing his field skills. Domain Scorching Sun, Domain Ice and Snow. With the release of 2 realms, 1 ice and 1 fire, players also began to release their skills inside. As the guardians of the Bright Moon Kingdom made up for the gap, the players who were not riding horses behind were blocked. Although the elite players who rushed up first were well equipped, they were also in crisis for a while. It was useless to show off on the battlefield. War horses worth hundreds of gold coins were obviously not popular at this time. But the passivity was only temporary. When the players behind them caught up, the players from the Bright Moon Kingdom who were guarding the front were the ones who felt the most uncomfortable. The leaders of several major guilds relied on their superior equipment and excellent horses to rush back and forth on the battlefield. Their role was not to kill many people, but to protect their own safety and boost their own morale.
Their most lethal ones are mages. Give priority to killing enemy mages in seconds.
Xiao Jiuzhou gave the order. Although the doctor should be killed first at normal times. But now all the vanguard troops have rushed into the enemy's formation. So it is better to kill the ones with the highest damage first, so that they can safely wait for the follow-up troops to support them. In such a chaotic scene, it was impossible to say who should be protected mainly. Xiao Lui only had a few of his own men surrounding him to ensure that he would not be assassinated by local assassins. However, as Zhao Jiuzhou issued the order, he, who was in the limelight in the arena competition, naturally became the enemy's primary target. Lei Bing's side wasn't having a hard time either. After all, domain skills had a too strong effect on spell enhancement. Divine Arrow Crescent Moon, a symbol of a secret skill, appeared on the heads of the sprinting crowd in the Burning Sun Kingdom. And then the waning moon flew towards Xiao Lui. In such a chaotic battlefield, it was too difficult to find the archer's identity, and he knew that avoiding it would be ineffective. Yes, it can only be blocked, but the surrounding players blocked their view. During the crisis, he had to release his life-saving skill Gourd Cover and order the guardians around him to gather and surround himself. At this time, he had to be cautious, because there must be assassins from the other side around him. As expected, Kenyu's remaining attacks all chose to attack the guardians around Xiao Lui. As Kenyu's attack ended, several assassins suddenly appeared and took advantage of the moment when the blood did not recover, and directly attacked Xiao Lui. These guardians were killed instantly. After the assassin completed his mission, he was instantly eliminated by the skills of the surrounding Bright Moon Kingdom players. When the cold light appeared, Xiao Lui knew that he had nowhere to hide and that he had finished using his life-saving skills. He had no choice but to release a range attack skill, Meteor Shower, hoping to force out the assassins who were still hiding around him. Even if he was killed instantly, a golden light flashed, and the assassin who attacked Xiao Lui was instantly killed. Xiao Lui looked in the direction of the attack. It turned out that Li Tong had used his secret skills to help Xiao Lui resolve the crisis. He just nodded to express his gratitude. Then his expression changed and he shouted, "Be careful! Dark Knight Sting!" The assassin who reached the top 16 of the arena competition appeared in front of Li Tong with a dagger already drawn. Li Tong had closed his eyes in despair. He couldn't use any of his skills. Even if he could use them, he couldn't dodge this sudden sneak attack. A flash of blue light flashed, and the Night Stinger was nailed to the ground by a blue fork, killing him instantly. Li Tong opened his eyes, and when he saw the familiar Neptune fork, he shouted in surprise,
"Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan is here!"
Sure enough, a player wearing black armor and riding a handsome 9-color deer rushed out of the city. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lu Yuan? When Lu Yuan passed by Li Tong, he picked up the fork on the ground and said to Li Tong,
"Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me."
Chapter 97, Playing a War Song. Lu Yuan was dressed in black armor. The edges of the armor were wrapped with golden lines, giving the entire armor a noble feel. The sacred deer was even more eye-catching when he sat down. Its white body was faintly emitting colorful light, and it was much faster than a war horse. Lu Yuan passed by Li Tong and comforted him. He picked up his fork and rushed forward. His first target was the advancing assassin, because of the effect of his newly learned passive skill Eagle Eye. Lu Yuan, the ordinary assassin who was sneaking, can see clearly. wearing a level 50 epic suit. Lu Yuan's attack and defense have already surpassed any player present. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a boss. Lu Yuan was running all the way, and when he saw an invisible assassin, he just struck out with a fork. The high attack speed and the speed of rushing forward were enough to kill the crispy skin in one blow. When he came to Xiao Lui, he stretched out his hand and said, "Come up." Xiao Lui stretched out her hand with a strange light in her eyes, followed Lu Yuan's strength, and sat down behind Lu Yuan. "Hold on to me in a moment, and try to enlarge the range of your attack skills," Lu Yuan said to Xiao Lui. "Oh, I see." After Xiao Lui recovered, he ended his domain skills. The huge fireball in the sky hit the place where the players from the Burning Sun Kingdom gathered, causing a lot of damage, and was then swallowed up by the players from the Bright Moon Kingdom. "Brother Wei, I'll leave this to you while I go outside," Lu Yuan said smoothly as he passed by Li Wei. "Oh, be careful," Li Wei replied a little awkwardly when he heard the name. Lu Yuan takes the lead and rushes directly towards the large number of troops from the Burning Sun Kingdom outside. Lu Yuan's skills such as charging on the mount cannot be used, but skills such as Half Moon Slash and Burning Blood Slash that do not require forced movement of the body are still available. "Can use," Lu Yuan said to the 9-color sacred deer under him. "Help my friends behind me add the blessing of earth to avoid being attacked and killed instantly." A burst of earth yellow light merged into Xiao Lui's body, and as expected, the defense increased by 10%. Most of the players from the Lai Sun Kingdom, who were rushing forward from behind, were not very well equipped. Lu Yuan was like a god descending to earth, almost one fork at a time. Xiao Lui, who couldn't be beaten to death, added a skill. When it comes to combat awareness, the two of them are ranked high in the entire server, so they naturally have a high degree of tacit understanding when working together. 1,000 miles frozen. The 9-color divine deer directly released his control skills, controlling a large area of the players from the Burning Sun Kingdom in front of him. Xiao Lui was not idle and used his ranged skills. Sea of Fire Meteor Shower. A large amount of damage suddenly appeared on the heads of the already densely packed players outside. The 9-color divine deer added another fire to set a prairie fire, and Lu Yuan simply used the Poseidon Fork skill Tsunami. After a set of skills, the area around Lu Yuan was cleared, and the skills were cooling down. He could only charge and attack with single target skills. Lu Yuan, who was riding a 9-color sacred deer and emitting dazzling light, was like a killer holding a bright lamp. God attracts everyone's attention. "Oh my god! Who is that? Chanshan Zhao Zilong?" The players on the Bright Moon City were surprised. "It's really NB. I rushed in and killed a large area. Why didn't I find this person before? Isn't it a cheat?" The players on the wall of Bright Moon Kingdom, who originally did not dare to go out to die, were now excited, as if they had seen hope, and they were all ready to take action. But no one took the lead to go out to help. The country of the Burning Sun has already made a mess of porridge. Who can bear the blow of a knife? A large area was killed in an instant. In a large area of empty space, no one dared to take a step forward, and no one wanted to return for free. City. Don't panic. No matter how high his attack is, he is still alone. Focus fire on him from a distance and enlarge the range of skills so that he has nowhere to escape. Zhao Jiuzhou gave the order while charging through the sea of people in Bright Moon Kingdom. Lu Yuan was shooting at him from densely packed bows and arrows in the sky. All kinds of thunderclouds, ice explosions, and fireballs in the sky were all condensed. Even Lu Yuan, whose defense was already very high, did not dare to resist. The 9-color divine deer understood it in his heart, and his limbs with a single exertion, he leaped far away, and with a flick of the antlers on his head, he flew away the players in front of him. Some of the skills failed, and some of the skills that could not be avoided hit the metal light shield of the 9-color divine deer. Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui were still unscathed. The two of them and the deer seemed to be in an uninhabited land, like scavengers, leaving behind a pile of corpses of players from the Burning Sun Kingdom wherever they passed. "We haven't seen you for a few days. What is this kid doing? He's so perverted." Lin Han gritted his teeth and said, "Find an opportunity to kill him." Zhao Jiuzhou calmly gave the order. Lu Yuan's target was the slowly advancing siege vehicles behind the army. As long as the siege vehicles were eliminated, there would be nothing left that could pose a threat to the city wall. As he was walking, he spotted several assassins slowly sneaking towards him from the corner of his eye. Without alerting them, they continued to rush towards the opponent's siege vehicle. With a flash of cold light, several assassins attacked at the same time. Lu Yuan was not worried yet. But the players watching on the city wall were so anxious that they couldn't help but shout.
Be careful!
Lu Yuan had already prepared. The 9-colored divine deer was
frozen for thousands of miles.
And Lu Yuan then stabbed it hard with the Sea King fork. Several assassins who thought they had succeeded were killed directly. Lu Yuan looked at CK Yin, who had not made any move in the distance, and looked at each other. Yin's heart was shocked.
Can he see me?
He was actually afraid. As an assassination profession, how could he succeed if he was afraid?
No. It's okay. It's too exciting. I want to go down and help. Let's go. Let's go. If you die, you'll die. How can you become a coward after playing a game? Brothers, play the war song.
A hoarse voice shouted. And then a piece of music that aroused everyone's blood played.
Believe in yourself.
How many times have the memories been filled with sweat and pain? Just because you always believe that you can win by fighting hard. Always encouraging yourself that if you want to succeed, you have to work hard. The blood is boiling in the arena and giants are rising in the east. How many times have the memories been filled with sweat and pain? Just because you always believe that you can win by fighting hard. As the music came to mind, many players who had been enthusiastic in the past could no longer bear it and rushed out. This was the war song played by many people when they were young in games, such as guild battles, city sieges, boss grabbing and other group activities. The hoarse voice also brought back too many memories. Now I am hiding on the tower trying to play rationally. The players in the game can no longer maintain their sanity. And the players fighting below are even more excited and proud to die. Yes. Since when did I become timid when playing games? Since when did my comrades fight hard below while I hid and watched the fun? At this moment, the players of the Bright Moon Kingdom are no longer scattered. The hoarse voice continued to shout.
Brothers, the guardians in the front row will hold up for me. And the soldiers will fill in the gaps. The resurrected players will cooperate with the output and activate the cavalry that rushes forward first.
Kill. Lu Yuan looked behind him with a smile on his face.
You have a special trait.
Xiao Lui suddenly said something.
What?
Lu Yuan hadn't realized what he meant.
You always give people hope.
Chapter 98 Black Hole of the Battlefield. Lu Yuan looked back at Xiao Lui and felt that those bright eyes were full of tenderness. And he couldn't help but feel a surge in his heart. The two of them were still in the enemy formation. And this was not a good time to have a romantic relationship. They quickly signaled the 9-colored divine deer to continue moving forward and destroy the siege vehicle first before getting down to business. The morale of the players in the Kingdom of Bright Moon is high. When a group of players fall, they are replaced by another player. It is completely different from before. Although there were players from the Burning Sun Kingdom to support the cavalry that rushed in first. But except for the main members of the guild with superior combat power, almost all of them were pulled off their horses and hacked to death with swords. Zhao Jiuzhou originally thought that he would win the final battle handsomely. But who would have thought that a Bu Dao Huan would appear in the middle of the battle? Then Lu Yuan suddenly killed from left to right, clearing an open space wherever he passed, which was simply a black hole on the battlefield. Lu Yuan rushed to the siege truck, put away the Sea King fork, took out his Yi Lin sword, and started slashing wildly. In a few strokes, he cut down the siege truck so that it could no longer run. Then he rushed to the next one. And in the Blazing Sun players behind the array had fragile professions and uneven equipment. When they saw Lu Yuan rushing towards them, they didn't even dare to block them. Some of them couldn't even break through Lu Yuan's defense. Zhao Jiuzhou watched from a distance as the chaos behind him was being stirred up. But there was nothing he could do about it. He was careless in this battle. The battlefield should have been won in the simplest way. And some tricks would not work at all. Underestimating the enemy was also the reason for the failure of this battle. Although the numbers now seemed to be evenly matched, morale was already low, and the players on his side had been frightened by Lu Yuan.
Kill. I'm going to make you crazy. I'm going to make you laugh at me. AI. Don't whip the corpse. Go over there and help. Okay. Let's relieve my anger. I've been feeling aggrieved these past few days.
The Moon Kingdom side is killing more and more energetically. In fact, most players are at about the same level. The difference lies in whether there is a leader. Momentum and united front are crucial. The hoarse voice on the National War Channel continued to shout.
Brothers, kill the leaders first. The hero of troubled times. Mythology Yaoyang and God of War Tyrant. Thief Chow, take your life and drive.
As soon as the words of the united front over there were finished, A player shouted loudly on the public channel. Everyone around him, both friends and foes, had cold sweats on their faces. This was too embarrassing, and he was forcing himself to make a scene.
Withdraw.
Zhao Jiuzhou was not afraid of losing face, and retreated decisively when things were not going well. In their minds, it doesn't matter if you die once and drop something. But if you are hacked to death with random knives, how can you convince the public if your death is ugly? In fact, it seems that the leaders of several major gangs are leading the charge. And there are many people protecting everyone. So it is not that easy to be killed. A group of well-equipped people who want to retreat is really not something that ordinary players can stop. Living players from the Burning Sun Kingdom also received the retreat order and ran back one after another. Although the morale of the Bright Moon Kingdom was high, the damage was heavy. The only advantage they had was that the resurrection point was close to the battlefield. Lu Yuan saw that there were players from the Bright Moon Kingdom who were still chasing them, and he quickly shouted,
"Don't chase them. Be careful of the enemy's counterattack."
This sentence is still very useful. After all, everyone has seen the previous results and ran back to pick up the loot. Every player with a smile on his face, and quick eyes, and quick hands can probably make a lot of money. Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui also retreated. The Bright Moon Kingdom players made way for themselves and cheered for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Oh, he was really right when he said,
"People will only respect valuable things." If it were my previous self, and I told everyone to stop chasing them, would anyone listen? Lu Yuan, you're here. You bullied us to death in the past few days.
Feng Rou obviously suffered a lot of grievances.
Boss, you are so majestic. You can charge in a battlefield with tens of thousands of people all by yourself. You are truly worthy of being my idol.
Zheng Yu flattered him as always. Zhao Xinghe came over and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, looked at each other and smiled but said nothing.
Thank you for saving me. Those people from the Assassin's Guild are so annoying. They are looking for our main force to assassinate us.
Li Tom also came over. Lu Yuan interrupted everyone's flattery and said,
"This is just a successful defense. We are actually still at a disadvantage. After all, the outside barriers have been broken. There is no intermediate stronghold. The battle line is too long, and it is easy to be attacked. Attack from behind. Yes, the 4 major enemy guilds have joined forces. If you hadn't suddenly rushed out and disrupted their rear, I'm afraid the national war would have been lost by now,"
Li Wei said with a tired face. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Lui and asked,
"What are your plans for our mission?" I inquired about the cause of the war between the two countries. It is said that the relationship between the two countries was very harmonious at the beginning. The two countries were also known as the Sun and the Moon. However, more than 10 years ago,
the two countries got married, and the princess of the Bright Moon Kingdom was attacked on her way to her wedding. It is said that the people who did it were people from the Burning Sun Kingdom.
Xiao Lui simply stated the information he had investigated before. Lu Yuan felt something strange when he heard it, and said doubtfully,
"It stands to reason that if the two countries are getting married, and the princess of the Bright Moon Kingdom is getting married, how can the Lai Sun Kingdom harm her? It doesn't follow logic. That's the problem. The whereabouts of the princess are unknown. And the soldiers and followers who fled back to the Bright Moon Kingdom all confirmed that it was someone from the Lai Sun Kingdom who did it. Where's the country of the Burning Sun? What do you say?"
Lu Yuan continued to ask.
The Lieri Kingdom said that the Bright Moon Kingdom regretted their marriage, and the princess eloped with someone. The Lai Sun Kingdom felt insulted. Originally, the two countries would not have been at war all year round because of this matter. However, during the negotiation process, the Bright Moon Kingdom envoy she died unexpectedly. The whereabouts of the princess of the Bright Moon Kingdom is unknown, and the envoy was killed again. So the war was launched.
Xiao Lui also learned this after a long investigation.
Things are fishy. I think the two of us should go see the kings of both sides and ask about the situation.
Lu Yuan said to Xiao Lui,
"How many merits have you had?" King Bai Ding, who has few merits, is missing.
Xiao Lui asked. The meritorious service during the national war was in a very conspicuous position. Lu Yuan glanced at it and said,
"More than 200,000.
Everyone also knew that the two of them had a mission, so they didn't interrupt before. When Zheng Yu heard that his boss had already achieved 200,000 merit points, he shouted,
"Boss, are you a human? We have been here for so many days, doing missions and guarding the checkpoints every day. It's only tens of thousands of merits. You think you've earned more than 200,000 in such a short time?"
Lu Yuan didn't dare to answer Zheng Yu's words. After all, If that kid started nagging, he wouldn't have to do anything else today.
It should be enough. Coupled with his performance just now, the king should be able to see it. Let's go and have a look.
Xiao Lui replied. As the loot was almost cleared, everyone walked towards the city. Li Tong looked at the people walking away and said to Fang Rou,
"Do you feel that the gap between us and him is getting wider and wider? As if there is no intersection anymore?"
Fang Rou laughed and said,
"What are you talking about? We are all friends. How can he ignore us when he becomes stronger? Aren't you jealous of that Xiao Lui?" "No. Why should I be jealous?"
"Let's go!" Li Tong felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly chased after him. At the Lisun Kingdom checkpoint, Zhao Jiuzhou and others finally retreated safely. No one would feel better after losing the battle, and everyone had a gloomy face.
"Yin, why didn't you go up and attack that kid? Did you get the money in vain?"
Zhao Jiuzhou asked angrily.
"Mr. Zhao, don't be angry. If that kid can see me, I will die if I go up there," CK Inchi said with a smile. "What are you talking to me about here? How can he see you if you are invisible? Do you really think there can be cheats in this game?"
Zhao Jiuzhou became even more angry when he heard the other party's excuse.
"I really feel that he saw me. We both exchanged glances. My intuition is not wrong,"
Yin said confidently.
"I don't care what you do. That kid ruined my life twice. If you can't solve it, don't cooperate anymore."
Zhao Jiuzhou left directly after saying that.
After so many years of cooperation, this is the first time I have seen Mr. Zhao so emotional,
Yin murmured to himself. Chapter 99 Princess of the Bright Moon Kingdom.
"It's my birthday in a few days. Will you all come to my birthday party?"
Xiao Lui said to everyone.
"Us? Who is included?"
Zheng Yu suddenly appeared.
"Why are you everywhere?"
Zhao Xinghe immediately dragged Zheng Yu back. Xiao Lui gave a rare smile and then said,
"It's rare for me to have a few friends. If you all come to participate, I can still have some fun. I will send you invitations from Zhui." The words were very general, and I didn't know who would be invited specifically. But in fact, except for Xiao Lui, who was familiar with Lu Yuan, the others didn't have such a deep relationship. So except for Zheng Yu, the others really didn't think much about it. Several people came to the palace and asked the guards to inform them. Sure enough, only Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui had the authority to enter. Entering the palace, the king of the Bright Moon Kingdom already looked a little old, and his hair was mostly white. But he was very energetic.
"Is it you two who changed the situation of the war today?"
the king said.
"I'll try my best,"
Lu Yuan said modestly.
"Thank you for your contribution to the Bright Moon Kingdom. The exchange rewards we gave are already very good. I don't know why you two want to see me. We want to understand the grudges between the Burning Sun Kingdom and the Bright Moon Kingdom. To be honest, the two of us have been entrusted by the Taoyuan Temple to try our best to avoid war and mediate the conflicts between the two countries,"
Lu Yuan said truthfully.
"Taoyuan Temple? They don't need to take care of our affairs. You two can go out."
After hearing this, the king directly issued an eviction order.
"Does His Majesty the King just want the war to continue and the people to live in dire straits?"
Lu Yuan said loudly. The king was a little silent after hearing this. After a while, he still said angrily,
"Taoyuan Temple is protecting us and allowing us to coexist peacefully. They are the ones who stand up when the mainland is in crisis. But they don't let any of our countries be too powerful and always act like bad good guys. Do they know the pain of losing their most beloved daughter? How did your daughter disappear? Do you really think that the Lisun Kingdom, which has been married to the Sun Kingdom, will hurt your daughter? Isn't that too nonsense?"
Lu Yuan told the biggest flaw in the rumors. The king still seemed to be in pain when talking about the memories. He was silent for a long time before saying,
"But the thousands of people who survived all said that it was done by people from the Lisun Kingdom. In addition, the envoy was killed. Even if I don't believe it, the resentment of the people is still there.
It's difficult to calm down, and war is inevitable."
Lu Yuan heard the helplessness in the king's words. Perhaps the real cause of the war was the reaction of the people.
But as wars continue, aren't the people suffering the same thing? Now they understand the pain of war. But the war does not end just because it is over. The war for so many years has turned unnecessary conflicts into real hatred.
The king sighed.
It is said that the princess just disappeared and no one was sent to look for her.
At the mention of the princess, the king seemed to grow older. He shook his head and said,
"I have searched many places, but there is no news. As time goes by, we cannot waste national power excessively because of these things. I feel sorry for my Rengier. I wonder what the princess's name is." Is there a portrait? We may be able to help find her.
Lu Yuan also had good intentions. Seeing an old man missing his child, he couldn't help but want to help.
The girl's name is Furong. If we can find her, the two of us will be the benefactors of the Bright Moon Kingdom, and will enjoy VIP treatment forever.
The King of Bright Moon finished with a trembling voice, and sent someone to bring the portrait.
Furong. How come I have heard it somewhere before?
Lu Yuan murmured.
You haven't heard of it in TV dramas, right?
Xiao Lui joked. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up.
Hibiscus and hibiscus ring.
Could it really be such a coincidence?
What? Have you seen my little girl?
King Jiaoyue asked quickly when he saw Lu Yuan's expression.
I heard my master mention this name before, but I don't know if it's the same person.
Lu Yuan didn't dare to speak too fully. The feeling of dashed hope was worse than no hope.
Can you two please help me?
The king said in an almost pleading tone.
Don't worry. I'll go and ask. If it's the same person, I'll try my best to help you find it.
Lu Yuan now was very happy to help. The two said goodbye and left the palace. Lu Yuan was about to ask his master Zhang Feng when a system prompt suddenly sounded.
You have an incoming call from an external voice device. Do you want to answer it? It turns out that there is a call coming in. The game compartment allows you to connect the incoming phone call via Bluetooth and answer it directly in the game.
Hey, son! If you don't come back during the summer vacation, I decided to go to your place with your mother to see you and play for a few days. Oh, why are you two so far away? I won't go back at the end of the year.
Lu Yuan was a little helpless.
You're an unfilial son. You haven't seen the two of us for months, don't you?
A deafening roar sounded on the other side of the phone.
I said, Dad, I lived with you for 16 or 17 years before college. When will you arrive? Why don't you come here to relax?
In fact, it's not that Lu Yuan doesn't miss his parents. It's just that he has to urge himself to practice martial arts once he goes back. Lu Yuan always feels that this is a harmonious society. It's enough to practice boxing and kick to keep fit. But his father insists on forcing him to practice anything. Internal strength, body skills, and so on.
Okay, I'll get off the plane at around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. See you then?
After saying that, he hung up directly. More than a minute later, I received a text message. It was flight information. It didn't say whether I needed to pick it up or not. I guess I bought the flight so early to save money. Lu Yuan checked that it was still early, and told Xiao Lui that he could just ask his master. After all, he probably didn't want too many people to know about Zhang Feng's relationship. Lu Yuan thought for a while, and sent a message to Li Tong.
My parents are coming here to see me tomorrow morning. Can you please drive to the airport? No problem. What time is it?
Li Tong replied happily.
Arrived around 8 o'clock in the morning.
Good. After a few simple words, Lu Yuan rode the 9-color sacred deer and ran towards the holy city. Because he joined the recruitment of the Bright Moon Kingdom. The resurrection point and the return point were automatically bound to the Bright Moon Kingdom. The 9-color divine deer was really fast, running at lightning speed without feeling tired at all, and soon arrived in front of the blacksmith shop.
Master, I'm here,
Lu Yuan said to Zhang Feng, who was sitting at the table in a daze.
Didn't I tell you to just call me Brother Zhang?
Zhang Feng came back to his senses.
Oh, Brother Zhang, I have something to ask you this time. Look at this portrait. Does it look like the Furong you know?
Zhang Feng took the portrait and opened it. And then his eyes wandered.
Why do you have her portrait? It's indeed the same person. Brother Zhang, do you know who she is? What is her identity? When we met her, she was in a coma. Later, she was finally rescued. But she seemed to have no memory. So she followed us around for several years.
Zhang Feng recalled.
You told me this last time. Haven't the Bright Moon Kingdom and the Lai Sun Kingdom started a war again recently? This Furong is the princess of the Bright Moon Kingdom. It can be said that the war between the two countries broke out because of her disappearance.
Lu Yuan explained.
She is the princess of Bright Moon Kingdom?
Chapter 100 Dad's Visit.
She is actually the princess of the Bright Moon Kingdom?
Zhang Feng said with some surprise. Lu Yuan and Zhang Feng looked surprised and confirmed that the princess of the Bright Moon Kingdom had indeed lost her memory. So she did not return directly to the Bright Moon Kingdom later.
Brother Zhang, don't you think it's cruel? For her who has lost her memory. Maybe you two brothers are her only support. But you two actually left her alone for the sake of so-called brotherhood.
When Lu Yuan heard it for the first time, he already disagreed with the Zhang Feng brothers' approach. But at that time, If he said it himself? Besides making Zhang Feng unhappy, what would be the use? Zhang Feng pondered for a long time, lowered his head, and said with some choking,
When I was young, I always thought that brotherhood was the most important. And I always thought that women could be more important than forging. But after these years, I realized that I had never been put it down. Maybe this is the reason why my forging level has not improved? Then you haven't gone to see her in these years? How dare I go to see her? I have secretly seen her a few times. She is simple and kind-hearted and very popular. I don't know if she has left there in the past 2 years.
Lu Yuan pulled Zhang Feng up.
Brother Zhang, let's go find her. Even if you don't want to meet her, you should let her return to her father.
Zhang Feng thought for a moment and nodded. And the two of them rode directly to the place Zhang Feng said. After leaving the holy city, we headed west, past the Gale Valley far away, and entered the desert area. Every time the wind blew, it would bring up sand, which made our face hurt.
Brother Zhang, how far is it?
After walking for so long, the surroundings are surrounded by sand. And there are some monsters that are seriously short of water at first glance.
Come on! The western region country is just ahead. We traveled all over the country in search of rare ores, and finally lived here for a while. I just don't know if she has left recently.
The two of them stopped talking and soon arrived at a small courtyard next to the western region city. Zhang Feng did not dare to step forward, so Lu Yuan knocked on the door. But after knocking for a while, there was no answer. Apparently no one was inside. Lu Yuan was a little disappointed. If she left here, it would be really hard to find such a big map.
Who are you two looking for?
A gentle female voice came from behind. Lu Yuan and Zhang Feng looked back and saw a woman dressed in simple clothes. She looked young, but judging from the reactions of Zhang Feng and the woman, there was no doubt that this person was Fu Rong. If she is really Fu Rong, she must be in her 30s at least. But the years don't seem to have left any traces on her face. Apart from her temperament, she doesn't have a girlish look. And the rest is really hard to tell.
Where have you been all these years?
With tears in her eyes, Fu Rong ran over and hugged Zhang Feng. Lu Yuan was stunned. It seemed different from what he imagined. If this were to happen in reality, wouldn't he be given a slap in the face if he didn't come up? Zhang Feng's face was also filled with tears, and he couldn't speak. He just hugged Fu Rong tightly. Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed standing nearby, so he simply walked to the side and looked around. The two of them just hugged each other and cried. Lu Yuan was waiting anxiously beside him. After all, he had to pick up his parents at dawn.
Cough cough Brother Zhang?
Lu Yuan had no choice but to interrupt the tenderness in a low voice. The two blushed before they separated, but Fu Rong's hand kept holding Zhang Feng's arm tightly. There was a very conspicuous ring on her hand, which should be the Fu Rong ring. Zhang Feng slowly opened his mouth and said to Fu Rong,
I'm sorry.
Before Zhang Feng could finish speaking, Fu Rong blocked Zhang Feng's mouth with her hands.
If I weren't afraid that you wouldn't be able to find me when you come back, I would have found you all over the world.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng hugged Fu Rong again, making Lu Yuan, an old bachelor, stand beside him, at a loss and almost suffering from embarrassment. Lu Yuan looked at the two of them, and suddenly felt that maybe this is love. There is no need to explain anything, no matter what Zhang Feng says. As long as there is an excuse, she will believe it. Right? No longer interrupting this beautiful moment, Lu Yuan whispered to Zhang Feng,
Brother Zhang, tell me about my sister-in-law's past. I will go around the town and come back to you in a while.
There are more than 50 level monsters near the Western Region Kingdom, and no players have arrived yet. Lu Yuan feels that this place is like XJ, and the clothes are similar to those of ethnic minorities. After looking at the blacksmith shop in the town to build equipment, I looked around and saw a public task notice board, which contained various scattered tasks. The most conspicuous task attracted Lu Yuan's attention.
In the ancient city in the Mirage, look for the mandala eye that can break the curse of the princess of the Western Region Kingdom. The mission reward is 10,000 gold coins.
10,000 gold coins is equivalent to 500,000 cash at the current ratio. The allure of this task can be imagined. Lu Yuan accepted the task first. The task on the bulletin board has not disappeared. It seems that there is no limit to the number of people. Whoever completes it first will be the winner. After walking around and finding nothing strange, Lu Yuan returned to the small courtyard. The door of the room was not closed, and the two of them sat cuddling together. Unexpectedly, they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, but their relationship had become closer. Step.
Brother Zhang, how was your chat?
Lu Yuan had to ask.
It doesn't matter whether you are a princess or not. I will go with you wherever you go.
Farong said to Zhang Feng gently.
Your father has aged a lot because of your disappearance. Let's go back and see him first. I promise you that I will never be separated from you again.
Zhang Feng also said softly. Farong smiled happily, and finally remembered that there was Lu Yuan next to her. So she said politely,
Have you eaten? I'll get you some food.
Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly and said,
No need. Sister-in-law, I'm full. This wave of dog food is enough.
Farong looked at Zhang Feng with some confusion and asked,
How do you entertain your friends? And give them dog food?
After a while of greetings, Farong didn't have anything to take away. So the three of them flew towards the Bright Moon Kingdom together. It must be said that Farong, who had seemed gentle and kind before, put on her armor when she left. She looks very powerful and has a heroic appearance. No wonder the two brothers are fascinated by such a woman. All the way to the royal palace of the Bright Moon Kingdom, there was another round of greetings, and the father and daughter recognized each other. But Farong seemed a bit strange and did not remember many things. Originally, Lu Yuan wanted to directly discuss the issue of the national war to see if it could be stopped, so that his mission would be completed. However, the king of the Bright Moon Kingdom was focused on his daughter. So Lu Yuan had no choice but to resign and wait for them to calm down. Come and ask. It happened to be almost time to pick up my parents. So I logged off directly and prepared to wash up. When I came to the living room, I found that Li Tong had finished dressing up and even put on light makeup.
Are you ready so early?
Lu Yuan said a little embarrassed. After all, it was because of his own affairs that he was troubling others.
Well, there's nothing going on in the game, so I'm going offline. I want to clean up the house,
Li Tong said casually while sitting on the sofa.
Well, wait for me for 5 minutes. Then let's go.
Lu Yuan entered the bathroom and started washing up. The two drove to the airport and waited for more than half an hour before finally picking up their parents.
Why are you here? What are you doing so early?
Lu Yuan's mother touched Lu Yuan and said,
My dad has sent me the flight information. Why don't I know what it means? This is my classmate Li Tong.
Lu Yuan introduced.
I guess you have a heart. Hello, uncle and auntie.
Li Tong greeted politely. Lu Yuan's mother walked over directly, looked at Li Tong happily and said,
This girl is really good looking.
Then she turned to Lu Yuan's father and said,
I said our son has good eyesight. Look.
Lu Yuan suddenly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Li Tong also glanced at Lu Yuan with some embarrassment, and then lowered his head. Chapter 101, Birds of a Feather.
Mom, what are you talking about? We are just classmates.
Lu Yuan quickly explained. Lu Yuan's father laughed when he heard this and said,
What are you talking about? We didn't say anything.
Lu Yuan's father's name is Lu Fei. Although he is 43 years old, he still has a young mentality. Sometimes he seems not as calm as Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's mother's name is Li Jingxian, and she is only 40 years old this year. Logically speaking, these two people can be regarded as early marriage and early love.
This girl is still in the same family as me. Our surname is Li, and my aunt was very beautiful when she was young.
Li Jingxian didn't pay any attention to Lu Yuan and his father.
Auntie is also very young now. If Lu Yuan hadn't been here, I would have called you sister.
Li Tong started chatting with Li Jingxian with a smile. Lu Fei hugged Lu Yuan's shoulders and whispered,
This is great. Since your first love failed, you have not had contact with girls. I thought your sexual interests had changed, which made your mother and I worry for a long time. Dad, what are you talking about? Can you look like an elder?
Lu Yuan did not expect that his father would say such words when they first met. A few people were walking and chatting. The distance was not far. Although Lu Fei's voice was low, Li Tong still heard it and couldn't help but chuckle, which made Lu Yuan even more embarrassed. Since the Lai Sun Kingdom had just suffered a defeat, they would not act rashly until they were completely sure. Moreover, there were Zhao Xinghe and others in the game. If anything happened, they would notify Lu Yuan as soon as possible. However, according to Lu Yuan's analysis, even if he is no longer there, with Farong's return, truly breaking the city may become a luxury. In fact, there were no high-level NPCs in this war, and all were fought by players. This is also because both countries are conserving their strength. If the city is really broken, the players will be the ones who suffer. After the four of them had breakfast, Lu Fei and Li Jingxian had to go to Lu Yuan's residence to have a look. Otherwise they would feel uneasy. Lu Yuan didn't want the two of them to go, because after all, they were sharing a house. If they knew that there was a woman in the house, there might be some trouble. Besides, that little girl is not as easy to talk to as Li Tong. But in the end, he couldn't defeat Li Jingxian. In order to reassure the two elders, Li Tong took them to their residence. Li Tong sent a message to Fang Rou in advance on the way. So when the four of them went home, Fang Rou also logged off the game and waited early. After all, there were elders visiting, and it was rude not to get up while playing games.
Hello, uncle and aunt.
Fang Rou greeted generously.
Ah, this little girl is so pretty. Do you two live together?
Li Jingxian looked at Fang Rou and then at Lu Yuan with a smile.
Mom, it's almost done. We just share a room. My room is over here.
Lu Yuan quickly pulled his parents towards his room. It was a normal thing. But when Li Jingxian said that, even Fang Rou felt a little embarrassed. Young people didn't care when they were joking. But it was different with their elders.
Well, it's good. Except that the bedroom is smaller. Your mother and I plan to play here for a few days. You don't have to accompany us if you are busy. Don't delay your studies by playing games. And don't delay your practice.
Lu Fei said to Lu Yuan gave a few instructions.
Two beauties. Let's go! My son is dull. Please bear with me.
Li Jingxian also said goodbye to Li Tong and Fang Rou.
I'll go accompany you. It's a rare occasion to come out and play. Your mother and I are living in this world together. If you want to join in the fun, just go and do your work. I'll tell you when we leave.
Lu Fei and his wife left just as quickly as they came. They didn't even sit there for a while. They took a brief look and left, without even letting the three of them see off.
Your parents are very special,
Li Tong said as he looked at the two people walking away.
What's so special about him is that he looks a little bit like an elder every day. I feel like your parents live so free and easy. They are also young at heart. I feel that although they don't interact much, they are very affectionate,
Fang Rou said with emotion.
Yes.
Li Tong also agreed. Lu Yuan glanced at Fang Rou and said,
You seem a little different today. What's the difference?
Lu Yuan smiled and walked home. He planned to go online first to see how the father and daughter in Bright Moon Kingdom were getting along, so that he could complete the task. As for his parents, Lu Yuan had already gotten used to them. So, it was a mysterious day.
He's saying that what you're wearing today is too conservative. Right.
Li Tong looked at Fang Rou's outfit and then said,
TCH, aren't you the same?
Lu Yuan re-entered the game and was delayed all morning. Several days had passed in the game, and the recognition of father and daughter should have come to an end. After taking a look at the friend list, Xiao Lui was still online, so he invited her to go to the palace with him.
Why are you online every day? Don't you have anything else to do?
Lu Yuan asked. Xiao Lui glanced at Lu Yuan and seemed to have some objections to this sentence.
Otherwise? Why should I go? I can't go out to play all the time. I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. I haven't heard of you going to school or working.
The two of them marched to the palace together, and Lu Yuan couldn't say a word, so he had to chat awkwardly.
The invitations will arrive in the afternoon. Remember to come when the time comes. You can't even celebrate your birthday as you wish. It's so boring,
Xiao Lui said with some disgust.
Isn't this great? There are still people celebrating birthdays. My family has always taught me how to celebrate such a young child's birthday.
The two of them arrived at the Bright Moon Palace while they were talking, and soon after the announcement, they were led to the palace. At this time, Farong had already changed into a princess dress, looking graceful and luxurious, but the smile disappeared from her face. She only smiled slightly when she saw Lu Yuan arrived, and then turned her face away when she looked at her father.
Your Majesty, the princess has been found. Can this war be stopped?
Lu Yuan asked first. King Jiaoyue glanced at Lu Yuan and said gently,
Thank you for helping to find the princess. Jiaoyue Kingdom is willing to treat you two as honored guests forever. And you will enjoy a 30% discount on all purchases in Jiaoyue Kingdom.
When Lu Yuan heard that the king seemed to be evading the important issues, he only talked about gratitude but did not talk about the war issue that Lu Yuan was most concerned about.
Your Majesty, do you still plan to continue the war?
Lu Yuan pointed out the theme directly, and the rest was of no use to him.
I don't want to continue fighting, but we can't end the war at such a disadvantage. Otherwise the Lai Sun Congress will think that we are begging for mercy.
King Jiaoyue said seriously.
Is face more important than the stability of the people? If a country loses its dignity, it will not be too far away from destruction. The war has developed to this point. Because it no longer matters what the dispute was,
King Jiayue said coldly to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was very disgusted with this kind of backbiting. In his opinion, the kings of the two countries were not worthy of sympathy, and it would be better if both sides suffered losses and perished.
What does your majesty mean?
Lu Yuan asked.
We can make peace, but we must defeat the Burning Sun Kingdom before we can talk about peaceful coexistence.
King Jiayue changed from his previous amiability and became majestic. Lu Yuan really didn't want to be with such people and planned to leave directly. Thinking of Zhang Feng who returned with Farong, he asked,
Where did Brother Zhang go who returned with the princess? Why didn't he see him? That blacksmith? I have clearly investigated what the Holy City did to us. He killed tens of thousands of my victorious troops. Who knows if he was a spy sent by me? For the sake of my daughter, I didn't do it. Convicted, I sent you away.
Lu Yuan was furious when he heard this. He thought that the kingdom of the bright moon would be a little stronger than the kingdom of the burning sun. But he didn't expect that they were the same species. He could change his attitude faster than turning the page of a book. At this time, Princess Farong heard the mention of Zhang Feng. Her eyes had already filled with tears. But she didn't say anything.
Since the king has already made up his mind, we will resign.
After the two left the palace, Lu Yuan was still very angry.
What should we do now? How about we just ignore it? I didn't expect that the king of the Bright Moon Kingdom is also a villain.
Xiao Lui also said angrily. Lu Yuan calmed down and said with a bad smile.
It seems that I have no choice but to find Zhao Jiuzhou to cooperate.
Chapter 102 Ladder Over the Wall.
What? Are you planning to help Zhao Jiuzhou defeat the Bright Moon Kingdom? Isn't this detrimental to us? Besides, there are so many players participating. We may become the public enemy.
Xiao Lui was startled by Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan explained.
Of course, I will not be stupid enough to help the enemy, but to cooperate for a win-win situation. You just let someone lose the battle, and now you are looking for cooperation with someone else. It's strange that someone can pay attention to you.
Xiao Lui looked unbelieving.
The presidents of those major guilds obviously put their interests first. People in the business world have no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. It makes sense, but I don't know if it can work. So let's try it.
Although Xiao Lui is smart, he doesn't know much about the ways of the world. Lu Yuan searched for the ID of Heroes of Troubled Times, but it showed that it was not online. After thinking about it, he searched for God of War Tyrant, and sure enough, Lin Han was online. Anyway, they were all in the same camp. It would be easy to find one. It would take a while. The friend request was approved.
Hey, isn't this a battlefield black hole? Why do you have time to chat with me?
Lin Han was the first to send the message.
What's the battlefield black hole?
Lu Yuan was confused by what he said.
Don't you read the forum? You are so popular. Every post about you is a hot topic.
Lin Han said a little sourly.
It's business. Can you contact your troubled man?
Lu Yuan didn't want to go straight to the point.
He seems to have something going on. But you can contact him. If you want to surrender, just tell me. You don't have to find him.
Lin Han's voice was a little smug.
I'm afraid you can't make the decision. Contact him for me and tell him that we have something important to discuss.
Lu Yuan was not afraid of offending Lin Han. He had already offended him before.
You, a stinky student, still look down on others.
Lin Han retorted angrily. Lu Yuan smiled after looking at it, but did not reply. Lin Han was just a little older than him. He seemed very calm and sophisticated when they first met him. The more they came into contact with him, the more childish he felt. Could it be that all that maturity was just an act? Just like Li Wei's original evaluation. He was just a bit domineering, not a despicable character. After sending the message, Lu Yuan directly opened the forum and planned to implement his plan.
What are you going to do?
Xiao Lui still didn't understand what Lu Yuan was going to do. Lu Yuan smiled evilly.
I plan to build up the power of our players. Since the two countries use us as chess pieces, then we will fill up the chessboard.
As Lin Han said on the forum, Lu Yuan was involved in almost all the popular posts.
The statue of a mysterious player suddenly appeared in Gale Village, the final of the martial arts conference. That man actually did such a thing?
On the battlefield of the national war, a black hole swallowing people was discovered.
The protagonist of these posts was all a man named Bu Dao Huan. Lu Yuan was a little surprised after reading it. He didn't expect that he was so famous. Lu Yuan didn't bother to read the content inside. Most of them were just clickbait, flattery and the like. So he directly opened a post himself, the content of which was, The conspiracy of national war.
Recently, many players have begun to participate in the national war. Needless to say, the war situation is tragic. Some people are happy and some are sad. Originally it was just an official plot event. But I discovered a shocking conspiracy. In each battle, both sides only sent their own low-level soldiers. But no high-level NPCs participated in the battle. The players suffered heavy losses, while the two countries only lost some soldiers. Although meritorious deeds can be exchanged for various items and equipment, it cannot offset everyone's losses. In fact, the two countries have not been injured at all. If the city is really broken, we players will probably suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I propose that everyone work together to supervise and only attack each other's NPC soldiers and not kill each other, so that the two countries are forced to cease the war. Otherwise, everyone will always be consumed in this endless war and be treated as a victim.
Lu Yuan made a short post and wrote down all his thoughts on it. Since his ID was very famous, players soon responded. Some of them agreed and felt that the players had suffered heavy losses. Others slandered Lu Yuan,
saying, "Jiayue,
the country is about to be defeated. So I am posting here to disturb people's hearts." There were both good and bad words. And for a while this post became the focus of the game.
I'm talking about Lu Yuan. You have a way of doing it. You've become a hot topic all of a sudden.
Lin Han sent another message.
What do you think after reading this?
Lu Yuan asked back.
Aren't you playing tricks? Are you? Although what you said makes sense. You can just sit back and ignore it. But you took the initiative to step forward. Isn't it for some benefit?
Lin Han obviously agreed with that statement. But he didn't believe that Lu Yuan would busy work in vain. Of course, Lu Yuan had his own plan. By dragging the two sides to make peace, his mission would be completed, and it would not affect everyone's achievements. If the two kings hadn't given Lu Yuan such a bad impression, he really wouldn't want to do this.
I wanted to ask you yesterday. Your equipment is pretty good. Did you make it yourself? And that sword. It doesn't look ordinary at first glance.
Xiao Lui asked from the side.
Well, I delayed for so long this time because I was practicing forging intensively. Under the guidance of my ancestor, I finally succeeded. How about you help me create one when you have time? No problem. But you have to find the materials yourself. And I can't make cloth armor. Your magic robes can't do it. But you can make metal light armor. Selecting some magic items on top of the materials should also be suitable for mages.
Lu Yuan said truthfully.
Then it's settled. I won't let your help go in vain. If it's money, I don't need it. I collected so much money from you for no reason last time.
Lu Yuan struggled with Qian last time for a long time.
Talk about it later.
The two of them had nothing to do but wander around the Bright Moon City. As Lu Yuan said, it would be difficult for people on both sides to get away to do other things until the national war ends. Lu Yuan simply went to the merit exchanger to see what he could exchange for. After all, he already had more than 200,000 merit points. Killing enemy players would get much more merit than killing NPCs. Opening the list, I found that there were so many things that could be redeemed, including various ore materials and rare level equipment. But Lu Yuan didn't like these. What tempted Lu Yuan the most, and what Lu Yuan lacked the most now, was experience pills. I exchanged all the more than 200,000 merit points into experience pills, and after using them all, my level was directly raised to level 45. This huge amount of experience points even made Lu Yuan wonder if he had done something wrong in preventing the national war from continuing. If he had just grinded for a few rounds, it would not be a problem to reach the top of the level rankings. I don't know what the players from the Burning Sun Kingdom would think if they knew that Lu Yuan was treating them as monsters here. Xiao Lui saw that Lu Yuan had upgraded to 5 levels in a row and asked quickly,
"How high can your attack and defense be now?"
Lu Yuan disclosed his character attributes.
Not happy.
Level 45 warrior. HP, 56,640. Attack power, 26,955-27335. Physical defense, 21240. Magic defense, 21240. Strength, 4,595. Stamina, 4,370. Intelligence, 1,280. Spirit, 1,375. Agility, 1,543.
This is my Yilin sword. It has no enhanced attributes. After the equipment is strengthened, the attributes will be improved a bit.
Lu Yuan added,
Your basic attributes have been improved so much? No wonder some ordinary players can't resist your normal attacks. I have no chance of winning against you now.
Xiao Lui took a brief look and said, I don't intend to be your enemy. Why do you have to confront me?
Chapter 103 Players Agreement.
Brother Lu Yuan, I heard that you are looking for me.
Zhao Jiuzhou suddenly sent a message. Lu Yuan was a little surprised when Zhao Jiuzhou became so familiar with him. It can be said that he has always been on his opposite side. This man is really deep in the city.
Well, I wonder if you saw my post.
Lu Yuan asked.
I think what you said is quite right. It's just that there are so many players. It's difficult to control them. Once there are those who cause trouble, the fight will be even more chaotic. Brother Lu Yuan may be targeted by then.
Zhao Jiuzhou said directly. Something went wrong.
What if several major guilds jointly speak out? Players who are found to have broken the rules of both parties will be hunted down by all the major guilds. Ordinary players may not dare to touch your majesty. The only difficulty lies with you major guilds.
Lu Yuan already had a plan.
Where is your bright moon kingdom? As far as I know, there are mostly scattered people. I'm afraid the most difficult thing is the people on your side.
In his words, Zhao Jiuzhou seemed to be very confident in his management and kicked the ball back to Lu Far. Lu Yuan has also considered this issue. The reason why he asked the Liang side first is because the other side is the key to this war. Although his side is difficult to manage and is always at a disadvantage, it should not be difficult to persuade if the stakes are revealed.
I will solve the problem here. Your Sun country has always been at an advantage. I'm afraid giving up is the hardest thing. If you don't agree, then I will have no choice but to fight to the end.
Lu Yuan didn't show any weakness. Although we were talking about cooperation, if you don't have enough bargaining chips, why would anyone cooperate with you? Wouldn't it be nice to just kill them all? Country of the Burning Sun.
What do you think?
Zhao Jiuzhou asked the presidents of several major guilds around him.
That kid is very strong. But after all, he is alone. We only have one city left. I'm afraid our players won't agree to make peace now.
Zhang Yaoyang from the mythical guild said straight to the point. Lin Han was originally the main combatant. But after reading the forum, he felt it made sense, and could only express his concerns.
Although he is only one person, even a group of US can't defeat that person. I don't know how he became so perverted, but I have fought against him. And his terror is not limited to his excellent equipment.
After listening to Lin Han's words, CKE himself agreed.
Originally, I don't accept anyone, but I can't kill him. He seems to be able to see me after being invisible. If the assassin's invisibility is broken, he will lose the opportunity to strike first. It's hard to get another chance. He's scarier than he was in the ring. Are we going to give up all the advantages we have gained just because of him? How can we convince the public?
Zhang Yaoyang said still unwillingly.
That's the one who almost wiped out our entire army last time. Have you forgotten? He not only brought combat power, but also gave the opponent morale and united the opponent.
CKE still had lingering fears. Zhao Jiuzhou thought for a while and said calmly.
What the post on the forum said makes sense. We are indeed regarded as free thugs by these two countries. Although meritorious service has many benefits, those who get the benefits are either lucky or high-end like us. Players, there are already a lot of complaints in the guild. And if all these losses are subsidized by the guild, I'm afraid it won't be a small sum. What do you mean? Mr. Zhao?
Ian echoed.
We have indeed been tied to this national war for too long. If we become a tool of war between the two countries, that is not the result I want. As the boy said, which country does not have a few high-level NPCs, but they did not appear on the battlefield? When the city is finally broken, I am afraid there will be heavy casualties. I have ignored this before. I agree with the proposal for players on both sides to cease fighting and only grind system soldiers to gain meritorious deeds.
These masterminds studied for a while, and then they all agreed to Lu Yuan's proposal. After all, it was a win-win proposal. No one wanted to have their guild's vitality seriously damaged after the national war.
Brother Lu Yuan, we have decided, and we will follow the plan you mentioned. I hope everything goes well for you.
Lu Yuan received the message from Zhao Jiuzhou and felt that it was faster than expected. On a battlefield with so many people, it was really resolute to make a decision so quickly.
Okay. Happy cooperation.
Lu Yuan replied officially and ended the call. Lu Yuan has already summoned the main players on his side. After all, there are too many ordinary players, and it is impossible to summon them all.
Brother Wei, what do you think of this proposal?
Lu Yuan asked. Li Wei showed an awkward smile.
Well, Brother Lu Yuan, Just call me Brotherly.
Before Lu Yuan could realize what was going on, Zheng Yu and Zhao Xinghe burst out laughing.
Well, okay, Brotherly. What are they laughing at? Don't worry about them. They may be crazy. I think this is a good suggestion. We are already at a disadvantage. Although your arrival has eased the situation, ordinary players still cannot withstand such a cruel war. It is not easy for them to get a few pieces of equipment.
Li Wei analyzed carefully.
Yes. There is really no point in continuing to fight like this. The little merits won are not enough to replace the equipment.
As the president of the guild, Lien Hongchen was probably helpless by the complaints of the members.
Why should we fight? I originally wanted to bring peace to this troubled world with a spear in my hand. But it's a pity that my spear was exploded.
Yang Yanchao shouted proudly at first. But after that he felt a little aggrieved. Everyone was also confused by the scene, and didn't know what to say.
If it's true what you said, why bother fighting? Serving as cannon fodder for system characters? You're not playing a game. You're being played by a game. All members of our Wang Trading Guild express our support.
Chunfeng Poang was the first to express his stance.
Come on. Just your 10-member guild. And all the members. It's quite grand.
Zheng Yu fell into his old habit of nagging again.
You kid. You need to clean up again. Don't you? Then if everyone agrees, let's announce it on the National War Channel. Try to gain the understanding of ordinary players. And if anyone violates the rules, we will hunt them down together. Okay. I will send someone to announce it on the National War Channel 24 hours a day. And everyone will post on the forum to express their position.
Once the decision was made, everyone acted quickly. Lu Yuan asked about the situation in the Sun Country. It was unexpectedly fast, and almost everyone reached an agreement. It seemed that the management of the major guilds was really in place. What else can the guild do besides agreeing? Once Jiayue's side was publicized, it was recognized by most players. Only a small number of troublemakers decided to disrupt the war situation and let the war break out again. The two sides are on opposite sides. Once someone fails to abide by the agreement, the war will definitely break out again. At this time, he can see that he is experienced. Zhao Jiuzhou seems to have thought of this a long time ago and sent people to start posting announcements on the World Channel.
Once a disruptive player is discovered, everyone should gather fire and kill them instantly. Don't start any disputes. Otherwise, they will be dealt with the same as the disruptor. Players who do not abide by the agreement will be permanently hunted by the major guilds.
As soon as this announcement was made, people with crooked thoughts were worried. The pursuit of the major guilds was no joke. Lu Yuan also admired Zhao Jiuzhou even more. He just had a suggestion, but the other party perfected all the details. Lu Yuan and Zhao Jiuzhou had met several times, and the other party seemed very mature, and there was nothing excessive in his behavior, and he had been trying to win over him. But Lu Yuan always felt that he was not the same person as him. Chapter 104 Heading to the Western Regions. In the Internet age, information is the most developed. When the players reached an agreement, they only summoned the soldiers sent by the system, and no longer killed each other. Players who caused trouble were also directly targeted by everyone. As time went by, no one dared to cause trouble anymore, even though they had few merits. But everyone no longer suffered losses, but instead had stable profits. Lu Yuan doesn't want to compete with these players for credit. Now he just waits for the two countries to be unable to hold on, and proposes peace talks.
That's it.
It's time to do something else. Others have the same idea as Lu Yuan. Apart from exchanging experience, merit is really not of much use to these people who use money to clear the way.
Boss, what are we going to do next?
Zheng Yu asked.
I want to go see Zhang Feng first. I don't know how he is. You can find something to do on your own. I went to the Western Region country before, and there was a mission there, but it seemed to be quite difficult. The current level is not high. If you know if it can be done, we will study it after I finish my work.
Lu Yuan decided to visit Zhang Feng first. It was a big blow to see him again after a long separation, and then separate again. Who doesn't want to see lovers finally get married? I rushed all the way to the Holy City blacksmith shop, and saw Zhang Feng already drunk in broad daylight, with a frown on his face, and a very painful expression.
Brother Zhang, why are you drunk in broad daylight? Brother Lu, you are here. I really regret now that all these years have been wasted.
Zhang Feng said drunkenly.
Did King Jiayue break you up? He went too far.
Lu Yuan suddenly felt that he had done something wrong, and he should have directly helped the Lai Sun Kingdom to destroy the Bright Moon Kingdom.
Her father only asked me 2 questions. Where have we been all these years? Have I taken good care of her? I was speechless. I had no face to stay by her side.
Zhang Feng felt even more painful when he thought of this. It turned out that King Jiayue did not think Zhang Feng was a spy, but was just angry that he had not taken good care of his daughter for so many years, which was understandable.
Brother Zhang, you are a descendant of the god of Craftsman lineage and a master craftsman at the pinnacle. You should cheer up. If you are still troubled by the past, then you will regret missing the opportunity now. No one but you can give sister-in-law for unhappy.
Zhang Feng was stunned by what Lu Yuan said. After a while, he suddenly realized that he was the one who couldn't let go of the past. His eyes gradually returned to clarity.
Yes. Who else can give her happiness except me? Why have I been stupid again?
Thank you, Brother Lu.
After that, he ignored Lu Yuan and ran directly out of the blacksmith shop and rode towards the Bright Moon Kingdom. After reading the relationship story of these two people, Lu Yuan also felt a little emotional. He had never experienced this, so he secretly made up his mind not to leave any regrets in the future, and to be a person who dares to love and hate. Now that Zhang Feng's matter has been clarified, Lu Yuan no longer has anything to let go of. It's time to continue exploring new maps. This national war has been delayed for too long. He needs to go to more places to collect some rare materials and strive to get there as soon as possible, breaking through the bottleneck of forging. Who doesn't want to see how powerful the artifact is?
Xinghe, what are you doing? How about we go to the western region country to check out the mission?
Lu Yuan first sent a message to Zhao Xinghe. After a while, Zhao Xinghe replied,
Xiao Yuanzi, go ahead. I have something to do here. I have met the woman who makes me attracted, and I want to accompany her. Oh, you kid makes your heart flutter with everyone you see. I wonder which woman will suffer.
Lu Yuan teased.
Go, don't talk nonsense. I'm serious this time. This is fate destined by God.
Zhao Xinghe replied foolishly.
Okay, go ahead and play. I'll ask others.
Lu Yuankai didn't believe how long Zhao Xinghe could hold on. Although he was not the kind of scumbag who had many boats, he really had a lot of women. Although according to Zhao Xinghe, he took every relationship seriously. But is our feelings divided into too many parts?
Zheng Yu, what are you busy with? Are you going to do a mission? Okay, boss. Where are we meeting?
Zheng Yudao is really Lu Yuan's biggest fan. He is always available and always happy every day. After thinking about it, he didn't want to call someone unfamiliar, so he sent messages to Li Tong,
Fang Rou, and Xiao Lui respectively. As expected, they didn't have anything important to do, and they were all going to check out the mission that Li Yuan said might be difficult.
What on earth is it? We should find a doctor. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to fight the boss without battery life,
Lu Yuan suggested.
Well, let me name one,
Xiao Lui said casually. Just like that, Ruma Chufeng also joined the team, and the group gathered together to prepare to go to the western region country.
Lu Yuan, my war horse is too slow. Can I ride with you?
Fang Rou looked at Lu Yuan's 9-color sacred deer and was a little eager to try. Lu Yuan took a look and saw that Li Tong was riding a pure white war horse, without a trace of hair on its body, and it was not ordinary at first glance. Xiao Lui was riding a red horse, which was taller than everyone else's horses. Lu Yuan's first impression was that it looked a bit like a red rabbit horse. Zheng Yu rode a pure black purebred horse. The worst thing was Fang Rou's horse, which was not even as good as the horse like Mu Chufeng.
Well, okay, lest you be left behind,
Lu Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Tong looked at it and said directly,
I will give you a better horse when you get to town. No need. Maybe one day I will meet a sacred deer and catch it as a mount,
Fang Rou said happily as she sat in front of Lu Yuan. Humph, Xiao Lui snorted and turned her head to the side. Zheng Yu and Ru Mu Chufeng next to them looked at each other and snickered. Lu Yuan informed them of the general direction, and then walked in front of the team to lead the way. The speed of the 9-color divine deer was obviously higher than that of other war horses. Even the excellent ones were not as fast as them. After a while, they opened a small distance. Fang Rou was sitting in front of Lu Yuan, shouting happily, as if she was shouting out all her depression. As happy as a child. The few people following behind were also a little envious of the mount, not to mention its beauty and speed. Just the attractiveness of the colorful light shining all over its body made everyone envious. Even Xiao Lui, who has always been arrogant, is a little tempted. If he can buy it, he will have to buy this 9-color sacred deer, no matter how much money he has.
Hey, Can you please stop moving?
Lu Yuan said to Fong Ro in a low voice.
What's wrong? Don't let people move anymore. It's been so many days, and it's rare to go out for a drive. Look at this vast desert. How ba.
Just as Fong Ro was about to express her emotions, a gust of wind blew sand into her mouth. In fact, it wasn't that Lu Yuan didn't want Fong Ro to move, but the saddle was not big to begin with, and Fong Ro twisting back and forth really made him feel a little strange. In the game, it happened that the sun was setting, and 6 people, 4 horses and 1 deer were galloping in the desert, which felt a bit heroic.
The desert is solitary, and the sun is setting over the long river. What a beautiful scenery,
Lu Yuan said with emotion. Fong Ro smiled and said,
I think we should be like. The sun sets in the west, and the heartbroken people are at the end of the world.
Chapter 105 Mirage. When Lu Yuan and others arrived at the Western Region Kingdom, it was already late at night in the game. The whole city was deserted. There were only some NPCs, who looked like they were on duty, and were drowsy in the store. The players hadn't arrived here yet, so business was naturally slow. Possibly hot. It was a bit cold in Shiyu City at night, and the wind and sand blew by, giving people a desolate feeling. A few people walked to the bulletin board first, since Lu Yuan had already taken over the task. He led several people to take over the task this time.
This kind of public task can be shared after forming a team. It doesn't have to be accepted by everyone.
Li Tong mostly completes tasks in teams, so she has quite a lot of experience in this area.
Oh, you're all here. Look at this mission. To break the princess's curse. Judging from the gold coins given, the mission is definitely not simple. There is also the mirage, which is the refraction of light. How can it be entered?
Lu Yuan listed out the key points of the problem.
I wonder if you're stupid because of your studies? This is a game world.
What's impossible? Don't use common sense to infer.
Fong Ro seemed to be still immersed in the excitement of galloping in the desert, and said excitedly,
That's right. Maybe the NPCs I've been in contact with recently are too smart. Everyone has flesh and blood and their own past stories. I actually forgot that this is an illusory world,
Lu Yuan said with some surprise.
For us, it is a virtual world. But for them, it may be the real world. Who knows whether our so-called real world is the virtual world in the eyes of others?
Xiao Lui finished speaking with great imagination, which coincided with what Lu Yuan had been thinking recently. Several people also thought about this word thoughtfully.
What kind of tongue twister are you talking about? It seems to make some sense.
Zhang Yu didn't want to think deeply about it and just treated this paragraph as a tongue twister.
Okay. It's just a game. It's not archaeology. I think too much. I'm happy.
Fong Ro was too lazy to think about these illusory questions. Zhang Yu agreed with Fong Ro's words and agreed.
That's right. Happiness is all. Look at how happy Comrade Fong Ro was in my boss's arms just now. She screamed with joy and felt like she was going to heaven.
Several people looked at Zhang Yu awkwardly, speechless.
It's normal for a dog to be unable to spit out ivory, but it will taste bad in your mouth.
Fong Ro ran over and punched Zhang Yu several times and said angrily. Lu Yuan's mood was a little awkward, so he quickly changed the subject.
Well, let's wait until dawn to go to the palace to ask about this mission, and then decide how to set off. Otherwise, we will run around without a clue and probably get lost in this desert.
Li Tong also quickly agreed.
Yes. Let's find out the situation first, and then go search for it.
Zhang Yu was chased back and forth by Fong Ro, and shouted at an inappropriate time.
Boss, you don't care about my sister-in-law. You see? She is done.
It's okay not to say it. After saying this, Fong Ro chased him even more fiercely. She even took out a dagger and was ready to get serious. Xiao Lui looked at Li Tong and then at Lu Yuan, and said somewhat sourly,
Mr. Lu, your luck with women is really good. All the beauties around you are in love with you. No way.
Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, Zhang Yu happened to run over and said,
Does Miss Xia have any admiration for my boss? This kid really deserves a beating.
Lu Yuan caught Zhang Yu immediately, and Fong Ro rushed over immediately, and the two of them worked together to clean up Zhang Yu. Xiao Lui and Li Tong looked at each other in confusion and didn't know what to say for a while. They could only smile like a spring breeze and watch the excitement, but they didn't dare to speak. As they laughed, the sun rose in the game. The sky gradually became brighter, and the city of Western Region began to become lively. Originally planning to go directly to the palace, who would have thought that the 4 women in the team would actually go shopping for various accessories? exotic clothes, and specialty foods. Lu Yuan did a rough calculation and found that some of the items in the game were almost as luxurious as in real life. Taste it.
Why do you always wear mall clothes when you are not fighting? And then change back to armor when fighting? When you wear clothes, you don't just cover the appearance. And the effect of the equipment is not non-existent.
Lu Yuan previously discovered that on the battlefield, most players won't wear shop clothes to fight.
Because fashions can be damaged. Swords can easily cut through them. Although the equipment attributes are still there. If the fashions are broken, they will be gone immediately. So female players do not dare to wear fashions to fight.
Li Tong explained. Western Region City Palace Gate.
Brother, please let me know. We are here to inquire about the adventurers from the Princess Curse mission.
Lu Yuan said to the guard.
Okay. Wait.
The Imperial Palace of the Western Region Kingdom cannot be compared with other countries. It is just larger than other houses and covers a wider area. The entire city is built of loess and gravel. And the Imperial Palace is no exception. After a while, the guard came back and invited everyone to walk inside the palace. When they reached the palace,
the guard motioned for a few people to enter. And then he returned to his post. There was an old man sitting at the top of the palace. And several ministers were standing in the palace. Before Lu Yuan and others could speak, the king of the Western regions asked,
Have you adventurers accepted the mission of rescuing the princess? Yes. I wonder if you have any specific clues. I, the princess of the Western Region Kingdom, have been affected by the curse of sand. Her body's water loss is more than 10 times higher than that of normal people. In addition to drinking a lot of water every day, she must soak in water to prevent her skin from drying out. I pity my little daughter who is honest and young. But something like this happened.
The king of the Western regions became more and more sad as he spoke.
How did you know that it was the curse of sand? Have there been any cases of this disease in the country before? The national master told me that the Western region worships the desert goddess. And she is the messenger of the desert goddess. She told us that the goddess lives in the ancient city of Mirage. And only the mandala eyes inside can save us. My daughter, where is the ancient city? It is said that heading west out of the city, in the vast desert, only those who are destined can see mirages and enter the ancient city. Traveling in the desert is difficult. So please be careful. Brave men.
It can be said that after leaving the palace, I didn't get any useful information. I probably just walked west and slowly looked for clues.
Row. I bought you a horse. The stables were refreshed quite well today.
As soon as he left the city, Li Tong traded a white purebred horse to Fong Ro. Fong Ro glanced at Li Tong and reluctantly left the 9-colored divine deer. The group of people didn't walk very fast this time, because they were mainly looking for clues. However, after walking for a long time in this vast sea of sand, they didn't see anything strange. They even thought they were spinning in circles. Zheng Yu was tired of leaving and complained.
No wonder this mission gives so many gold coins. I don't know if there are high-level monsters in the ancient city. Looking at the monsters around here, who are over 50 levels, it is estimated that the level of the monsters in the ancient city will not be lower than level 50.
Lu Yuan analyzed it. In the entire team, only Lu Yuan has the lowest level of 45. Xiao Lui is about to reach level 49. And the rest are all around level 47 or 48.
The boss is the lowest level. But it turns out that only the boss is the most powerful. Does it mean that being handsome also has the bonus of strength?
Zheng Yu started to talk about his magical skills again.
Your flattery is pretty good.
Fong Ro gave Zheng Yu a thumbs up.
Look. What is that?
Li Tong suddenly pointed to the right front and said. Sure enough. In the direction of Li Tong's finger, an upside-down ancient city appeared in the sky. Several people cheered and ran straight to the right. Chapter 106 City in the Sky. As the saying goes, they ran to death in Washan. This time, Lu Yuan and others finally understood why. They ran for 2 or 3 hours. But looking at the ancient city in the sky, it was still not far in front of them. And it seemed that the distance was not that far away. No closer. After advancing for a while, everyone was exhausted. So they stopped to rest.
It's a bit weird. With our speed, we should have arrived already. But why don't we feel that the distance is not getting closer?
Lu Yuan asked.
Boss, you don't even know this. Yet you still ask us. Is it really an illusion? Is it the same as reality? Just refracted by light?
Xiao Lui didn't have any idea.
It's over. It's over. The 2 smartest experts in our team have no idea. I think we can go back.
Zheng Yu spread his hands and said.
Who said they are the smartest? Are we stupid? I think you are the stupidest. Go forward for another hour. If it's still not there, then think of a way.
Lu Yuan ignored their bickering and said directly. As a few people continued to move forward, the ancient city in the sky disappeared, and only large clouds covered the sky.
Look, there's a big pit in front of you.
Lu Yuan took the lead and was the first to see a deep pit on the ground. The most surprising thing is that there should not be a deep pit in the desert, because the fluidity of the sand will definitely fill it up. But the sand around this pit seems to be stationary.
It seems that there is always upward airflow in this pit, so the sand around it does not want to flow down.
A few people came closer and saw clearly that there was indeed airflow rising in the deep pit. It didn't seem to be very strong, and no wind was heard.
Boss, do we want to jump down and give it a try?
After Zheng Yu finished speaking, he moved cautiously towards the edge of the pit, intending to see how deep it was. It was so incredible that a pit of more than 100 square meters suddenly appeared in the desert, and everyone became curious.
Be careful. The sand doesn't flow downward because the wind blows it. But it doesn't matter if people step on it.
Before Lu Yuan finished speaking, Zheng Yu slipped and rolled directly into the pit.
I'll wipe!
Zheng Yu shouted and fell directly into the pit. 3 seconds later, he was blown up again, but not to the edge of the pit, but directly into the sky. As he flew higher and higher, he finally disappeared into the clouds.
What's wrong? Even the call prompts that the connection is in a special state.
Lu Yuan said anxiously.
It's okay. It's a big deal if you die once. You're here to be kidnapped, since he was blown away, and the ancient city he saw before is also in the sky. Could this be the key to entering the ancient city?
Xiao Lui analyzed calmly.
I'll jump down and try,
Lu Yuan said and walked forward.
I'll go too.
3 voices sounded at the same time.
If you want to die, just die together. What are you afraid of? This is much more exciting than a roller coaster.
Fong Rou was not afraid but eager to try. Several people jumped up and were blown into the sky. The airflow seemed not big, but showed no signs of weakening at all. It kept flying through the clouds. The whole process took several minutes. In addition to having difficulty controlling the balance of the body, the rest was difficult. No problem. After passing through the clouds, I saw an ancient city suspended in the sky above my head. When I was about to reach the ancient city, there seemed to be a gravitational force there, which directly sucked everyone towards the ancient city. The sudden change caused several people to fall to pieces. 8 elements.
I said, are we standing with our heads down now?
Fong Rou said while rubbing her, but
I didn't feel like I was standing upside down. It seems that the gravity of this suspended ancient city is even greater than that of the one below. I just don't know how it can keep it from falling. Why is Zheng Yu missing? The location should be about the same.
Lu Yuan looked around but couldn't find Zheng Yu.
Run quickly, there are ants.
Zheng Yu's voice came, and then he saw him running over in a panic, saying out of breath,
Run quickly. There are ants. What's so scary about ants? Just crush them to death.
Fong Rou looked at Zheng Yu with disdain and said. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw black covering the surroundings of several people, and gradually shortening the circle. Each of the ants was more than 10 centimeters in size. Looking at this black area, there were estimated to be tens of thousands of them.
Such a big ant.
Desert Army Ant Level 50 HP 100000. Monster attributes: spits strong acid, cuts flesh and corrodes bones, leaves no grass growing wherever it goes. Weak point: is afraid of fire. Lu Yuan's eagle eye skill was able to see the monster's attack methods and weaknesses, which was an unexpected bonus.
Get ready to fight. Ants are afraid of fire. Xiao Lui will focus on the attack. The others will protect her and use some group attack skills appropriately.
Lu Yuan quickly distributed the tasks, and then summoned the 9-color sacred deer. After all, the sacred deer also had fire skills. The health of these marching ants is relatively small among the same level, but the advantage is that they are numerous. If there is no fire spell in the team, it may be difficult to kill them in a group. After being surrounded, they will probably be directly submerged in the ant colony. Xiao Lui was also unambiguous. A sea of fire was directly placed at the feet of everyone, and then a large range of skills were released centered on himself, because the marching ants had shrunk the circle to a very small size. At this time, it will be difficult for archers and assassins to show their strength. They should help share some damage as much as possible, and then use some group attack skills. These people have cooperated many times, and it goes without saying that they can cooperate with each other tacitly. If there are army ants that are too close, Zheng Yu will directly knock them away and taunt them to prevent Xiao Lui from being hurt. The doctor is like a spring breeze. In addition to adding blood, he also put some large areas of poison to help the monsters. Needless to say, Lu Yuan added all the metal light shield and earth blessing to Xiao Lui. The fire here was like a prairie fire, and the ice was frozen for thousands of miles. They were released in turn, and the damage was also very high, although everyone has been trying hard to resist. The army ants are endless, and there is no end in sight.
Why are there so many ants? Isn't this ancient city just an ant nest?
Zheng Yu said helplessly, as he looked at the endless swarm of ants.
How did you provoke these ants? I just saw a big ant swaying here and there. I had never seen such a big one before. I gave it a hammer, and then the ant ran away. Who knew that after a while, a large group came?
Zheng Yu was also a little helpless.
Look at the wall over there. Is there a particularly big ant?
Lu Yuan looked in the direction. Others couldn't see clearly, but he could see clearly. Desert Army Ant Commander level 50 boss with HP 5 million. Monster attributes, super strong acid. Commanding endless ant colonies to help you fight.
You have to kill that boss. Otherwise we won't be able to defeat all the army ants. They were all summoned by it.
Lu Yuan told everyone the information he saw.
Don't you think it would be good to use these army ants to gain experience?
Chapter 107 Queen Ant.
Using these ants to gain experience? It's uncomfortable to see them so densely packed.
Fang Rou obviously didn't like Xiao Lui's idea. Li Tong said calmly.
This ant should have the lowest health among level 50. And he is naturally afraid of fire. So he can kill it very quickly. I just want to see if it has more ants or our medicine.
Xiao Lui said with some dissatisfaction. The desert army ants were still rushing forward desperately. And the strong acid attacks they spat out were blocked by everyone, trying their best to ensure Xiao Lui's safety. The surroundings were completely surrounded by a sea of fire. Because of the team formation, the skills would not cause harm to a few people. Even the corpses of ants that are refreshed cannot match the frequency of death.
Master, can you release my daughter? This will speed up her growth.
The nine-colored divine deer suddenly uttered human words. Except for Lu Yuan. No one present knew that just Lu could talk. So they all looked at him in surprise.
Just call me Lu Yuan. Don't call me Master. It feels weird.
Lu Yuan quickly explained. And then let the deer out. The little deer had a very low level just after it was born. The 50-level monster experience can be described as rich for it. It soon reached more than 20 levels. And the experience of everyone also increased like a shutter. But it needed there is too much upgrade experience. And it is not possible to upgrade in a short time. The 4 women present all showed affection when they saw the deer. As expected, women have no resistance to this furry and cute little animal. After persisting like this for an hour, suddenly there was a commotion in the ant colony behind. And a huge creature appeared. Desert Army Ant Queen level 50 boss HP 10 million. Monster attributes. The producer of desert army ants. Its tentacles emit ultrasonic waves, causing confusion in people's thinking. It can eat the ant colony to restore its own blood volume. Weak points. And tail.
Don't usually queen ants only stay in the ant nest. This one actually ran out.
Lu Yuan first disclosed the attributes of the queen ant, and then casually made a common-sense comment.
Look at the queen ant's big butt. She is still producing ant colonies. This speed is faster than the machines on the assembly line.
Zheng Yu pointed at the queen and exclaimed.
Vulgar.
Xiao Lui was really speechless for Zheng Yu, an outspoken person, and could only hold back these 2 words.
It seems that we can't continue to fight. We have to kill the 2 bosses first before they get overturned in the ditch.
Lu Yuan decided to be more cautious. After hearing this, Xiao Lui responded.
Okay. Let's move while using skills. Leave the boss to us. Just keep ensuring that no ants can enter the area.
Li Tong's attack on these small army ants was not very effective, but he could finally use it against the 2 boss.
Let's kill the queen first. Although she has thick health, her movement speed is slow. If she is killed, the ant colony will be almost gone. Now, let's attack the commander.
The few people who cooperated tacitly received the order. Needless to say, they released their skills while moving towards the boss.
After closing the distance, I rush forward. These monsters won't hurt me if they hit me. Just give me extra blood occasionally. I'll take care of the boss. Zheng Yu will protect them. Just do your best to deal damage from a distance.
Seeing that the distance was close enough, Lu Yuan began to charge up 1000 army kill. This skill was the earliest he learned, and the most damaging group attack skill. The cooldown time was not long. The key is that the higher the power, the more powerful the attack will be. The farther the distance. It is simply a magical skill for melee professions. Lu Yuan launched an attack at the Ant Queen. A figure flashed in front of the Ant Queen. The army ants on the path were knocked out of most of their health by this attack. If Lu Yuan's equipment had been strengthened, all of them would have lost their health. It is possible to kill these army ants instantly. Blood burning. Use your highest damage single target skills while your health is full. Because the queen ant is so big, except for a small head, the rest of her body is almost entirely the tail, which is almost transparent, like a big cocoon. 2832-89760. The first one is the negative effect of the skill, losing 5% of your health. And the second one is the blood loss of killing the queen ant with one knife.
Oh no! This attack!
Zheng Yu yelled, and then continued.
I feel that I am a bit redundant in the team. I am the boss. I can resist an attack. If this knife hits me, it will kill me. I just realized that you are redundant. Hurry up and block the ant's saliva. And stop playing tricks there.
Fong Rou teased.
I won't argue with you because you are my sister-in-law. Look at how gentle my sister-in-law Li Tong is. She keeps fighting monsters silently without saying a word. She is not as unruly as you.
When it comes to chatting, Zheng Yu is really like no one. Enemy.
This sister-in-law and that sister-in-law. You really think that your boss is a piece of cake? If you talk nonsense again, I will throw you out of the sky.
Fong Rou was not to be outdone.
Okay, let's fight the monsters first. You're still talking nonsense at this time.
Li Tong really didn't want to hear the two of them bickering there. Lu Yuan was carrying the boss in front. Although there were many army ants around him, he didn't feel it was difficult at all with the doctor behind to add blood. Although he was low level, his equipment was a level 50 epic set. Lu Yuan, who was calmly grinding away the boss's health, suddenly started hacking away like a convulsion.
Oh no! He was hit by the chaos skill. Fortunately, we are relatively far away. Otherwise I would have.
Before Xiao Lui finished speaking, Lu Yuan charged towards Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was stunned on the spot before he could react.
It's over.
Zheng Yu shouted. A white light falls. Purify. At this most critical moment, Ruma Chunfeng released a purification for Lu Yuan. And then, he recovered. Zheng Yu was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. If the knife went down, he would probably lose his skin even if he was not dead. Coupled with the attack of the ants around him, he would definitely not be able to hold on.
Boss, I was wrong. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Don't hit me.
Zheng Yu started nagging again for the rest of his life. Lu Yuan did not talk to him and continued to run towards the boss. Apart from producing this massive amount of ants and the chaos skills that could cause some trouble, the queen ant had no special abilities and was destined to fall. The commander of the desert army ants next to him only relied on these army ants to create some threats. His super acid only caused more damage and did not pose a threat to Lu Yuan. With the last wave of ants eliminated, Tom finally returned to the surrounding area.
Start picking up the loot,
Lu Yuan said after heaving a sigh of relief. But this time it seemed that his words had no effect. Several ladies went to watch the deer. Only Zheng Yu and Lu Yuan were cleaning the battlefield. But picking up trophies and other things was Lu Yuan's favorite thing to do.
Boss, it's a special piece of equipment,
Zheng Yu said, holding up an egg-shaped object. Chapter 108 Mysterious Palace.
What special equipment?
Lu Yuan asked. Desert Army Ant Egg. Special equipment level 50. Rare quality. Additional skill, Ant Army Summoning, which can instantly summon 100 Desert Army ants to fight for the player. The health of the marching ants is 1/3 of the player's health, and the cooling time is 30 minutes.
This equipment is better for their crispy professions. It can block damage at critical moments,
Lu Yuan said after reading it.
We want to equip it, but the level is not enough. You can wear it first.
What Li Tong said was true.
Well, after completing this mission, I will hand it over to you. I think our Chinese medicine doctors are the most suitable for this equipment.
Lu Yuan thought briefly and said. Rumu Chufeng was a little surprised. He looked at Xiao Lui first and then said in a low voice.
You don't need to consider mine. Just allocate it to you.
Xiao Lui smiled and said.
Young Master Lu, you really give both rain and dew.
Forehead. Lu Yuan was speechless, feeling that he didn't say anything wrong.
Let's go! Go take a look at the most conspicuous palace over there. I guess the key is right there.
Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Li Tong came to the rescue and said. Lu Yuan thought to himself that he would not team up with so many members of the opposite sex in the future. It would be really troublesome. Everything he did seemed to be wrong. The group of people walked towards the palace, but did not find any monsters on the way. It seemed that the entire floating island was only filled with army ants.
Just keep those pieces of equipment that were exploded just now to give benefits to the gang members,
Lu Yuan said to Li Tong as he walked.
Isn't this bad? Don't you all need it?
Li Tong said a little embarrassedly.
It's okay. We are all our own people.
Several people came to the palace. The palace was as high as 5 or 6 floors, and it was unusually majestic. Unlike the dilapidated surroundings, the palace was relatively well preserved, and its former splendor could be vaguely seen.
Let's go in and have a look.
Lu Yuan walked in the front and opened the way directly. Sherman and Zhengyu, who were more than 3 meters high, had to work hard to open a gap. A group of people entered through the crack in the door, and then a strange scene appeared. First, the door suddenly closed on its own, and then the braziers on the walls of the palace lit up one by one. Although it was not very bright, it was enough to see clearly what was going on in the palace. The palace was not the hall as imagined, and no monsters were seen, but long and narrow passages. After a few steps forward, several forks appeared. After investigation, they found that this was a large maze.
All the coordinates on the map are gone. It's impossible to find the way by looking at the map,
Xiao Lui reminded.
It would be fine if it were just a maze, but it would be difficult to add some secret passages and monsters. Look at the top of your head. Can we refer to the painting above to determine the position?
Li Tong said, pointing directly above. The maze passage is only 1 meter wide from left to right, and the walls on both sides are about 3 meters high. Only a small part of the painting on the roof can be seen. Although it is difficult, it can barely be used to confirm the location.
Why don't we climb to the top of the wall and walk on it? Don't we have a clear view? You two build a personal ladder with your hands and send me up. I should be able to go up by jumping with all my strength,
Fang Rou said to Lu Yuan and Zhengyu. In terms of agility in the entire team, Fang Rou is definitely the best. And with the help of the two of them, jumping more than 3 meters high will definitely not be a problem. Fang Rou stepped on the two men's hands and jumped hard. With this momentum, she could jump up to 5 meters. However, when her body reached the height of the wall, there was an air wall above it. Fang Rou's momentum was too strong, and she was hit violently. Almost knocked her unconscious. The whole body was numb, and could not move at all. The limp head fell down. The height of 3 meters was not very high, but if it fell headfirst like this, it would bleed to death even in the game. Lu Yuan didn't have time to think about it. Adjusted his position, and quickly pushed out with a palm, pushing Fang Rou on the back, sending her flying horizontally, resolving the crisis of her head falling, and then rushed over to hug her, intending to turn around. He tried to slow down his momentum, but the passage was too narrow and his standing was unstable, so he had no choice but to fall to the ground like a meat pad. The two fell to pieces, and everyone rushed forward to help them up. Unexpectedly, Fang Rou rolled her eyes after being hit, and she had obviously fainted.
Can you still be knocked unconscious in the game?
Zhengyu asked curiously.
I drank too much in the game before, and even lost consciousness.
Lu Yuan also got up after falling hard and said,
Would you like to take a photo as a souvenir?
Zhengyu said with a bad smile. Finally, under Li Tong's angry eyes, he had to give up.
What's next? It seems that we can only use the stupidest method to slowly find the exit.
The few people waited there for a while, and Fang Rou also woke up. She opened her eyes and covered the top of her head with her hands. She frowned and said,
I tricked his monkey and killed me.
When she saw that everyone was surprised at how she said dirty words, Fang Rou said blankly,
Who are you? Why am I here?
Li Tong patted her shoulder and comforted her.
Okay, don't pretend to have lost your memory. Get up and go.
Fang Rou suddenly shouted, pointing to the passage ahead, obviously frightened by something.
Isn't this girl knocked unconscious?
Zhengyu looked at the empty passage with confusion.
A monster crawled over just now, and it was very fast,
Fang Rou said in shock.
Everyone, be careful. There may be monsters in this place.
Lu Yuan didn't doubt it. After all, this was a monster area. Then he directly took out the
natural taunting face
equipment and put it on his face. Although everyone thought it was funny, they also knew that Lu Yuan was afraid that the monster would suddenly rush out and hurt other people. With this taunting mask, ordinary monsters would naturally attack him first.
Let's go. Let's judge the location based on the painting on the roof. Judging from the current situation, it should be in the middle. Should we go to the left first? Or to the right first?
Lu Yuan asked everyone for their opinions.
Boss, look, there is a button on the wall. What is it for?
Zheng Yu found a raised button on the wall and pressed it directly while asking. Boom! With a loud noise. The walls on both sides moved together in the middle. Although the speed was not fast. It was only about 1 meter wide after all.
Run forward quickly!
Lu Yuan shouted. Pulled up Fang Rou, who was still sitting on the ground with a confused look on her face, and hurried forward. We ran to the nearest fork in the road. And before we had time to think about it, everyone rushed to the right, and the walls came together. After a few seconds, they slowly separated and returned to their original appearance.
Don't use your mechanisms blindly. It will kill people.
Lu Yuan was also a little frightened. This kind of inexplicable danger was much more difficult to deal with than fighting monsters.
Be careful.
Several people shouted to Lu Yuan at the same time. As his back tightened, Lu Yuan felt that his back was entangled with some creature. And the effect of the eagle eye was triggered again when he glanced at it from the corner of his eye. Desert Ghoul level 52 HP 400000. Monster attributes, extremely fast. Living in a dark area. The damage caused by being bitten by fangs and claws is difficult to heal, causing bleeding, weakness, and fear of light. There were already 3 monkey-like monsters behind Lu Yuan, but they had no hair at all. They were more than 1 meter long and very thin. Their claws and teeth were shining coldly, and they looked extremely sharp at first glance. They opened their bloody mouths and aimed at Lu Yuan, bit the neck. When several people reacted, more ghouls had already rushed over. The passage was narrow, but these ghouls moved extremely quickly whether on the wall or on the ground. On the contrary, it was difficult for Lu Yuan and others to move due to the narrow space. Use your full strength, because Lu Yuan was wearing a mocking mask. His whole body was wrapped in ghouls in an instant, and he was struggling hard.
The monster was afraid of light, so he turned on all the equipment special effects, and Xiao Lui set fire to it.
Lu Yuan's mouth was blocked by the ghoul, and he could only make a whining sound. But everyone still understood. Turning on the equipment special effects, Lu Yuan was wearing a very colorful armor and emitting the unique golden light of epic equipment. Although the light was not dazzling, the ghoul on Lu Yuan was still scared to move away.
Pooh!
A strip-shaped object as thick as a finger came out of Lu Yuan's mouth. Lu Yuan finally regained his composure and stared angrily at the group of monsters in front of him. Chapter 109 Genius Girl Xiao Lui.
Boss, what is that thing you spit out?
Zheng Yu was so nervous that he didn't seem to pay attention to the monster, and his focus was actually on the small stick-shaped object.
I don't know. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. When I put it in my mouth, I bit it off.
Lu Yuan didn't pay attention.
Could it be?
Zheng Yu burst out laughing.
What is it?
Fang Rou's curiosity was aroused when she saw it being so funny, and the other 3 women also looked at Zheng Yu in confusion. Lu Yuan was startled, as if he had thought of something, and quickly interrupted.
Okay, let's fight the monsters. There are so many ghouls. Are you still chatting? Okay, stop talking. Stop talking.
Zheng Yu quickly rushed forward with his big axe. Although the passage is narrow and there are some restrictions on movement, it is still very easy to defeat these monsters. Lu Yuan and Zheng Yu are blocking the front of the passage, and a few women are attacking from behind. These ghouls obviously do not have the number of desert army ants. It was cleaned up in a short time.
Pick up the loot and keep moving forward.
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he went to pick up the loot. Only Zheng Yu was sneaking there and didn't know what he was doing.
What are you doing?
Fang Rou asked. Among the people present, only Fang Rou could talk to Zheng Yu. After all, both of them were extroverts.
I'm looking for which part of the ghoul this is,
Zheng Yu said excitedly.
See if that's what it is?
Fang Rou pointed at the ghoul's crotch and said,
Ha ha ha. It is indeed.
Fang Rou didn't think much about it at first, but when she figured it out, she laughed and cursed, then turned around to pick up the loot.
What are you doing? I won't take you on a mission next time.
Lu Yuan was furious when he saw that he kept holding the thing in his hand. Zheng Yu was so frightened that he threw away everything in his hand and hurried over to help. Except for some silver coins dropped by the ghoul. There was almost nothing particularly good, because the monsters died so densely. He picked them up in a short time.
Go on! Pay attention to the paintings on the ceiling.
The maze is very complicated. You turn left and right when walking, and you can't tell where you are going. The few miscellaneous soldiers you encounter on the way are simply cleared away.
What should I do now? It feels like everything is the same wherever I go, and there is no clue to the paintings above my head.
Seeing that continuing like this was not an option, Li Tong asked first.
Even if I want to go back now, I can't find the way. Let's keep moving forward. I can probably still remember the route. We are not taking the same route. We have almost seen all the portraits above our heads. It is a story. It should be the story of the desert goddess. When you see the intersection,
try to go to the right. The ending of the portrait may be exported.
Xiao Lui suddenly said.
You remember?
Lu Yuan was a little surprised.
Didn't I tell you that I have a photographic memory? Your memory can be compared with that of an elderly person.
Xiao Lui did not show any pride. He was just telling you a very ordinary thing. Through the areas one by one, they are all presented irregularly in front of the eyes. And even the order is reversed. Finally, it is possible to put these together into a complete painting through memory. You can imagine the difficulty.
We first walked to the right. And now we are still going to the right? What about the area on the left? After going around for so long, we have already gone around to the left. However, the passages are all the same. So you can't tell the direction clearly. Keep walking. We are almost at the end of the painting.
Xiao Lui said calmly.
You are really a genius. I originally thought that good-looking girls are just vases. But I didn't expect that everyone in our team except Fang Rou is so awesome.
Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Lu Yuan looked at Zhang Yu with some pity and said,
You really know how to talk.
A figure flashed by, and Zhang Yu was kicked in the butt. His center of gravity was unsteady, and he fell to the ground. Then Fang Rou stepped forward and kicked her without a trace, shouting hysterically,
I'll kick you to death. You idiot.
Smelly talker.
Lu Yuan and others didn't want to meddle in this business, and walked forward as if they didn't see it. Zhang Yu really liked to joke, and made himself very embarrassed every time. No wonder he was so rich, and didn't have a girlfriend. After walking around in circles for a few more times, he finally reached the end of the maze. It was Xiao Lui's guess that it was the end. But it was a dead end.
There is no road. Where to go next?
Lu Yuan was also confused by this maze. If it weren't for Xiao Lui's guidance, such a large maze would have to go back and forth countless times, especially while fighting monsters and moving forward. I forgot where I came from just now.
It should be right here. This painting ends here. And look, isn't it the palace painted at the end?
Xiao Lui explained. When everyone looked up, it really looked like the palace. Although the lights were dim, the paintings looked very clear. Even with the passage of time, the paintings did not fade at all.
What is the content of this large painting? It feels like a story.
Lu Yuan also looked at it carefully and felt that it was a series of developments. Xiao Lui directly told what he saw.
The story is roughly about a girl who accidentally obtained the Eye of Mandala and gained powerful power. Later, she was revered as the goddess of the desert. She is probably worshipped by the Western Region Kingdom now. This is also the desert goddess. The desert goddess is kind-hearted and protects the residents of this desert area. However, one day the most beloved man of the desert goddess betrayed her and joined forces with foreigners to steal the Eye of Mandala and gain powerful power. When the desert goddess was not paying attention, the man stabbed the desert goddess in the heart with a special dagger. When the desert goddess fell to the ground and was about to die, she thought that the people she trusted the most had betrayed her. And she finally became a demon and condensed her resentment into a heart. The demonized desert goddess became even more powerful. She lost her mind and destroyed the entire town. In the end, only this palace was left, which was later sealed here by the Taoyuan temple. Pa pa pa! Wonderful! Wonderful!
Remembering the clapping, everyone was shocked. It turned out that it was Xingyu who had just been cleaned up and was standing at the back. After hearing this, he actually applauded. Everyone was helpless. After all, they were all friends, so they didn't have much to say, so they just let him play tricks.
But there is no road here. What should we do next?
Li Tong asked the key question now.
Look for any mechanism. There is a button here. Is it a mechanism?
Zhang Yi discovered a little bulge on the wall again.
No, don't move yet.
Everyone shouted in unison. But it was still a little slow. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, he pressed down the bulge. Rumble. The stone wall where everyone was walking suddenly closed inward. When everyone had no way to retreat, and when they thought they would die, the stone wall at the end of the road rose upwards, opening an upward passage. When everyone walked in, the wall slowly closed, and the way back was cut off. Everyone had no choice but to walk upward along the passage. Chapter 110 was obtained with no effort at all. Everyone walked along the upward passage and finally arrived at the second floor of the palace. The second floor was very spacious, with several thick pillars supporting the top of the palace. There were no monsters in the palace, because it is relatively open. It is brighter than the first floor. There is a small platform about 1 meter high in the middle of the palace. Behind the platform is a desert goddess statue over 4 meters high. The statue is made entirely of sand, but remains solid.
Look at the stone on the small platform. It should be the eye of the mandala.
Right, Fong Rose said, pointing to the small platform in front of her.
It should be. But the second floor is too empty. How could such a valuable thing not be protected by a monster? If we guess correctly, if we move the mandala eye, the statue should be the boss.
Lu Yuan said, with many years of game experience easily analyze it.
Then go take a look. There's no point in waiting here,
Zheng Yu suggested. This time no one refuted him. Anyway, the blame would be beaten sooner or later. So it was useless to be afraid. Zheng Yu walked to the stage and held the mandala eye with both hands. The stone mandala eye was the size of a frying pan. Judging from Zheng Yu's exertion, it must be very heavy.
Can you do it? After lifting it for a long time, the stone didn't move at all.
Fong Rose stimulated.
Come on! Come on! This stone seems to be integrated with the palace and cannot be picked up at all.
Zheng Yu gave up after being laughed at and simply let them take it, preparing to see the joke.
Let me try it!
Lu Yuan couldn't leave this kind of thing to a woman. He held his breath secretly and lifted it up easily with both hands. However, due to the excessive force, he almost fell backward. If this was in the real world, he would probably with his waist flashing. The mandala eye seemed to have lost its weight and was held by Lu Yuan with one hand.
This thing isn't heavy either. I used too much force and almost missed me.
Lu Yuan looked at Zheng Yu and questioned whether he was still playing pranks. Lu Yuan, who was still looking relaxed, suddenly felt a pain in his head and almost fell to the ground. A set of pictures appeared inexplicably in his mind.
An old man fought with a demon god. The demon god was torn into 8 pieces. With 2 eyes, the limbs and body were separated, and the demon chanted a spell, and these scattered bodies flew into the distance, thus escaping the disaster. The old man apparently also ran out of energy and fell heavily from the sky to the ground,
stabilizing his body. Lu Yuan discovered that what happened was just a thought. But he seemed to have seen an entire battle. Although he felt a little strange. He didn't know why. So he could only explore it later. Rumble. The mechanism was triggered again, and the entrance to the passage was sealed. Then a large group of snakes crawled out of the hall out of nowhere. The snakes were not too long, but each one had 5 heads, and the speed was extremely fast. Due to the large number, they spit out messages together. The whole hall echoed with a hissing sound, making people's scalp numb. Of the 6 people in Lu Yuan's group, only Lu Yuan and Zheng Yu could still stand in front normally. Of the other 4, 3 were hiding behind Lu Yuan, and only Ru Mu Chafeng was hiding behind Zheng Yu. As expected, women are afraid of snakes. 5-headed snake level 54500000. Monster attributes, extremely fast. Attacks with poison. The poison can also be ejected through the teeth for long-range attacks. Weak point. Head.
I tell you guys, there's not much room to hide in this place. Let's start the fight.
Lu Yuan put the mandala eye back on the table because of the prompt.
This item cannot be put into the backpack under special circumstances.
Facing this tidal wave of 5-headed snakes, Lu Yuan was helpless and had no choice but to put on the mocking face mask again and rush forward.
I will be the main resistor. Zheng Yu will use group taunts to share some of the damage for me.
Lu Yuan gave simple instructions. The poison of the 5-headed snake is indeed very strong, and Lu Yuan's blood volume continues to drop. Fortunately, the poison does not overlap. Otherwise, no matter how thick the blood volume is, it will not be able to withstand the attacks of so many snakes. Soon everyone's skills will also be exhausted. Release it. 500,000 HP is quite a lot. But everyone's attacks are also very high, and the cleaning speed is not slow. The situation is quickly stabilized. After all, everyone present is the true elite player in the game.
There are enough snakes, but one snake has 5 snake heads on it. The sound of spitting out the snakes really makes me feel uncomfortable.
Fong Rou hid behind and threw darts, saying unnaturally,
Yes, it's really uncomfortable. There's no need to be so real in this aspect.
Li Tong also agreed. Xiao Lui and Ru Mu Chufeng didn't speak. And judging from their faces, they didn't feel comfortable either. When the mobs were almost cleared, a 5-headed snake boss appeared. This boss was 6 or 7 meters long. Most of the snake's body was twisting on the ground, and its head was more than 2 meters down in the air. The brain is also more agile. 5-headed snake lord level 55 boss HP 30 million. Monster attributes: it has both poison and wind attributes. It can spray poisonous mist. With the help of wind attribute diffusion range, it can launch wind attribute magic attacks. It has no obvious weaknesses. With a blood volume of 30 million. I didn't expect this sensitive attack monster to have such a thick blood volume.
Zhengyu, go behind the monster. The two of us will draw hatred from each other. In this way, the monster's attack will be less effective because it turns back and forth.
Lu Yuan formulated a simple tactic. This time Fang Rou also overcame her fear and rushed forward to speed up the output together. After all, for a boss with such a thick blood volume, if someone paddles, it will take until the next year to fight. Everyone who has experienced strong winds and waves feels that they are not very interested in this kind of ordinary boss. The only thing that threatens everyone is the spread of poisonous mist. After mass poisoning, the burden on doctors instantly increases. However, under Lu Yuan's signal, once the poisonous mist spread, everyone ran away, leaving only Lu Yuan alone. After the poisonous mist dissipated, he came back and continued the attack. After all, Lu Yuan's offense and defense were the highest among the group.
Li Tong, mainly shoot the head in the middle.
Lu Yuan found that although the 5-headed snake had more heads, the one in the middle was obviously the main brain, and had lost more blood after being injured. Zhengyu took his giant axe and kept cutting the 5-headed snake's tail, and finally broke off the tail as expected. The boss lost his balance instantly, and the 5 snake heads stuck to the ground.
Hit it quickly while it's sick and kill it!
Zhengyu shouted crazily while holding an axe. Naturally, Lu Yuan and others would not let go of such a good opportunity. Lu Yuan saw that the snake teeth on the middle head were larger than the rest, and he had an idea.
Knock out the teeth of the snake head in the middle, and make a pair of daggers for Fang Rou.
Everyone was very considerate and attacked the snake head together. In the end, the boss died with hatred and all his teeth were knocked out.
I will keep these snake teeth first. When I go back and find suitable ores and inlay them, they should become a pair of natural daggers. The toxin must be very strong,
Lu Yuan said confidently. Fang Rou said excitedly.
Thank you.
Boss also released a rare level 50 wind-type staff with additional attributes related to wind-type attacks.
What is this? Snake skin?
Zhengyu picked up a special item on the ground.
This seems to be fashion?
Lu Yuan looked at the attributes and was confused.
Well, it should be special fashion. The kind not sold in malls. Some monsters can transform into human forms and wear clothes.
Xiao Lui seemed to have paid special attention to the introduction of fashion.
You'll know if you try it,
Fang Rou said generously. There are no level restrictions for special costumes, and there are no attribute bonuses except changing the appearance. The only benefit is that it is special. But just because it is different from others, it may be worth more than the equipment.
Not suitable for children. Not suitable for children.
Zhengyu shouted while looking at Fang Rou, who had finished changing her clothes. Chapter 111 Ghost Guard.
Stop yelling there. Why is this inappropriate for children?
Fang Rou was a little dissatisfied. I saw that the fashion was simply a piece of snakeskin wrapped around the body. A tight-fitting tube-top dress. The skirt tightly wrapped the legs, and the figure was perfectly presented. It is actually a good skirt for a woman, but for a man. But it's a bit sexy. So it's normal to say it's not suitable for children.
Don't relax yet. The crisis is not over yet.
Lu Yuan changed the subject and turned his head away.
TCH. Straight man of steel.
Fang Rou changed back to her own equipment.
It would be more sexy if Li Tong wore it. After all, she is plumper than you.
Xiao Lui commented without fear of seriousness. Fang Rou looked at Xiao Lui, and then turned to look at Li Tong. She was not angry, and said with a smile.
Okay. You have big breasts. You have a point. Let me wear it for you. Be careful. The monster is coming,
Lu Yuan reminded. Everyone followed Lu Yuan's gaze, and saw that there was indeed a giant holding a square sledgehammer in his hand. The palace trembled with every step he took. His whole body was muscular. At first glance, he looked like a meat shield type boss with rough skin and thick flesh. Spirit Guard level 55 boss HP 50 million. Monster attributes, tank type boss. Main control stun. No obvious weaknesses.
50 million HP, looking at his physique. He can beat me this time.
Zheng Yu slapped his forehead and rushed forward after speaking.
Finally, here comes a normal monster. This journey has been so frustrating for me.
Fang Rou was not afraid when she saw the giant. And she also rushed forward. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. And then he charged forward, attacking first and slashing at the guard. This spiritual guard is obviously not a good person. His level suppresses everyone. And his defense power is even more amazing. Although there are no instant skills. But the continuous control. If he uses all the skills, there will be no one except Lu Yuan can tolerate it. At first, the guard just casually smashed the ground with a sledgehammer. But as his blood volume dropped, his attacks became smarter. Everyone seemed to be fighting too easily this way. It was Lu Yuan who was always taking the damage. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that they were now fighting the boss at a higher level. Careful, Lu Yuan shouted. But it was too late. The guard stomped his left foot on the ground, instantly knocking down Zheng Yu and Fang Rou, who were unprepared. Then he raised the sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it down in the direction of the two. Based on previous observations, as long as one hammer hits, the player will be attacked 3 times in a row, during which the player being attacked will remain in the air. Zheng Yu could barely resist. But Fang Rou was different. It was very likely that she wouldn't be able to get her blood back. Lu Yuan had no time to blame. He had already retreated to a safe area, so he could only take the risk to save Fang Rou.
I'm going to rescue Fang Rou, and I'll give Zheng Yu my full milk later.
Lu Yuan was accumulating strength on the spot. His target was not the guard but Fang Rou. The most effective method at present was to close the distance and pull her away.
Thousands of armies kill.
Lu Yuan put away his weapon the moment he activated the skill, turned into a figure, and went straight towards Fang Rou. He caught Fang Rou, who was still floating in the air, with both hands, and used the remaining momentum to rush directly to the other side.
Grow Zheng Yu's blood with all your strength. If you resist a wave of attacks, it should be over.
Lu Yuan gang stopped and shouted quickly.
Put me down. Isn't it enough?
Fang Rou whispered to Lu Yuan.
Be careful. Why are you still wearing fashionable clothes? The skirt is too short.
Lu Yuan put down Xiaorou and rushed forward to help Zheng Yu share the hurt,
taking advantage of everyone and making sarcastic remarks.
Fang Rou said with a slight blush. She saw the boss coming out before, and it was easy for her to perform her best without paddling. In a hurry, she forgot to wear fashionable clothes.
Zheng Yu, you draw back the blood. I will resist,
Lu Yuan said to Zheng Yu, who had just fallen to the ground. Lu Yuan took the hatred and moved to avoid the attack of the guardian. Whenever it stamped its feet and tried to knock him down, he jumped up to avoid the vibration on the ground. Sure enough, he would not be knocked down. The most threatening continuous floating hammer attack can be completely avoided as long as you hide at a safe distance. For this type of boss with thick blood and high defense, the most important test is to have a human shield that can fully withstand damage, as well as the team's output capability. Zheng Yu and Fang Rou saw the pattern of dodging from behind, and both came back to help with the output. They also avoided according to the monster's mechanism. This time, the scene was no longer chaotic, and the health of the guardians continued to decrease.
Boss, the big hammer in the boss's hand looks extraordinary at first glance. It would be great if it could be dropped.
Zheng Yu looked at the guardian's big hammer with some envy.
It is difficult for this kind of boss to produce epic equipment. The epic weapons exploded by special boss and world boss are the best. Once the level is high, rare level weapons will no longer be mainstream.
It's not that Lu Yuan is crazy, but seeing that the hammer is a rare level weapon at best, as long as he has good materials, Lu Yuan is confident that making an epic level weapon will not be difficult for him.
Be careful. The monster is about to go crazy.
Xiao Lui saw that several people were a little relaxed, so he hurriedly warned. Xiao Lui felt a little helpless towards these people, although the equipment was considered to be elite and mainstream. When it came to professionalism, it was really far behind. Too many mistakes lead to too many accidents, which makes me, who pursues ultimate output and perfect positioning, very uncomfortable. But it's hard to blame anyone. The only one who can impress Xiao Lui is Lu Yuan, that's all. After the Guardian's blood volume dropped to 30%, he went crazy. He threw the sledgehammer in his hand and collided directly in the hull. The speed was very fast, and there was no clear target. Fortunately, Lu Yuan and Zheng Yu had no blood. It's thick, but those in the back row look a little embarrassed.
Try to hide behind the pillar and let him hit the pillar.
Lu Yuan quickly told everyone to make use of the terrain. Sure enough, the guard could only lock on people. But the things on the path seemed to be beyond the scope of his thinking. He bumped into a thick stone pillar. His head was a little dazed. But he didn't stop. Turned around and rushed to the other side. Just like this. After climbing 4 pillars, the guard finally sat down on the ground and fell into a coma.
I'm dizzy. Fight quickly.
Everyone ran to the ghost guard. And all their most damaging skills were used. Fong Rou jumped on the boss. Jumped directly on the monster's head. And directly pierced the ghost guard's eyes with a dagger.
Don't offend anyone. Don't offend women. This sentence is quite right.
Zheng Yu looked at Fong Rou, who was furious, and said with emotion. By the time the guardian guard recovered from his dizziness, his blood volume was almost at the bottom. And he finally fell to the ground unwillingly. Sure enough, the big hammer exploded out of the loot. Unfortunately, it was a level 55 rare equipment. And Zheng Yu couldn't equip it now. There is also a skill book, Continuous Strike. The guardian's skill is to hammer the ground 5 times in a row. It is also considered a powerful skill, and is directly assigned to Zheng Yu.
We are now approaching level 10 and fighting monsters. I hope we won't be careless for a while. Otherwise we might be killed immediately.
Lu Yuan said somewhat seriously.
I know. Why is it so bad?
Fong Rou said with a pout. Before he finished speaking, the sand layer on the surface of the desert goddess statue fell off. And he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 112, Desert Goddess. The huge statue of the desert goddess moved, and the outer layer of sand gradually peeled off, revealing its smooth skin. The armor on its body seemed to be made of flowing sand, which looked extremely soft, but one could not doubt its defensive power. Wearing combat boots and a combat skirt that didn't reach her knees. If she hadn't been huge, no one would have thought she was the boss. Desert Goddess Special Boss Level 55 HP 100000000. Monster Attributes? I can't see the monster's attributes with my eagle eye skill. And it's also a level 55 boss. This Desert Goddess is not a human shield monster, but actually has twice the health of the Guardian. The Desert Goddess stretched out her hand and instantly condensed a staff made of sand. The mandala eye that had just fallen to the ground floated into the air and flew towards the top of the staff. Several yarns extended from the staff. Fixed on the staff, the Desert Goddess spoke.
Greed will only bring endless disasters. Despicable humans should die.
Everyone had heard the story of the Desert Goddess on the first floor, so they were not surprised when she said this. After becoming a demon, she no longer considered herself a human being.
It was said before that she was stabbed in the heart and died. Later, she got a demon heart. Maybe the heart was her weakness. Li Tong, you mainly shoot her heart.
Lu Yuan analyzed. After all, the Desert Goddess is tall. Only archers can hit a certain point accurately.
Okay, the mage can have 100 million HP. Everyone should be careful.
Li Tong replied. Zheng Yu rushed forward to fight the monster, and then shouted something shocking.
Boss, her underwear is also made of sand.
Abnormal. Shameless. Satyr.
Can you be normal? You always say such nonsense.
Lu Yuan said helplessly. Immediately after, Lu Yuan also charged over, grabbing the Desert Goddess's hatred together. But he couldn't help but look up.
All men are indeed the same.
The 4 women behind agreed. Zheng Yu said unconvinced.
It's natural to raise your head and look away to show respect. Don't insult us. Okay. Be careful. This is a special boss.
Lu Yuan didn't want to talk about this kind of problem. The attacks of Lu Yuan and the 2 were not blocked. But Li Tong's bow and arrow and Xiao Lui's single attack were both blocked by the sand shield summoned by the Desert Goddess. Every time an attack reaches the Desert Goddess, a sand shield always appears at the right time, blocks the attack, and then disappears. The heart is especially well protected. The only ones who can cause damage now are Lu Yuan and Fong Rou. Apart from Zheng Yu's ability to draw some hatred, the damage caused is almost negligible. When Xiao Lui saw that single target attacks didn't work, he directly used group skills. This time it really worked. Although the damage of the Sea of Fire was not high, it was very sustainable. Most of the meteors and fire showers falling from the sky were still blocked by the sand shield. But the sand shield was obviously limited. This time, Li Tong's arrow hit the heart of the Desert Goddess without any obstruction. As expected, the heart is her weak point, and it will appear every time she hits it. Critical damage. Sandstorm. The Desert Goddess waved her staff, and the wind and sand began to rage. A sandstorm instantly blew up in the entire hall, Everyone was suffering continuous damage, and their sight was blocked, and they could not see each other's positions clearly.
Fong Ro retreats and joins them as much as possible. You guys recover your health together. Zheng Yu and I will fight for a while.
Lu Yuan had no choice but to let Fong Ro, a fragile person, go back to the doctor first. Otherwise she might not be able to withstand the blood volume.
Sand is afraid of water. Where is your Poseidon fork?
Xiao Lui reminded in the team channel. Lu Yuan also thought of this. Although he didn't know if it would work, he had no better way. He took out the Poseidon fork and used the skill on the weapon directly. Tsunami. The waves appeared instantly and rushed towards the desert goddess in front. Because they were in this sandstorm, the scope of the waves was reduced a lot. But they still attacked the desert goddess not far from him. The desert goddess was hit by the waves. While she was injured, the sand on her body was also wetted and fell to the ground in chunks, only to reappear in an instant. The sandstorm only paused for a short while and then continued to rage again. Lu Yuan saw everyone's positions clearly and directed the general direction in the team channel, using as many group attack skills as possible. The damage caused by the sandstorm was not very high, but sight and sound were blocked, and the only way to communicate through text was through the team channel, which caused a lot of trouble for everyone. The desert goddess is more at home in this sandstorm. Not only is her speed faster, but her attacks are also stronger. However, this desert goddess was originally meant to benefit the people, so she doesn't have many killer moves. Most of them are based on skills such as defense and control. If it weren't for the level gap, everyone would probably be more relaxed. Everyone's field of vision was limited, and they could only see a range of about 1 meter in front of them. All aspects became sluggish, and it was difficult to evade the skills released by the desert goddess.
Miss Xia, you release the meteor shower and draw out its sand shield. I'll use my secret skills to see if I can interrupt her sandstorm.
Li Tong said to Xiao Lui beside him.
Okay, but if you don't have a field of view, can you lock it?
Xiao Lui replied quickly, and released the meteor shower directly according to the position given by Lu Yuan. Li Tong first shot an arrow and found the approximate direction, and then directly used his secret skills. Divine arrow piercing the heart. Since the weak point is the heart, my secret skill can restrain the desert goddess. Fortunately, the skill only needs to lock onto the enemy's body. If I aim at the heart by myself, it will be impossible to hit in this situation. As a golden light flashed, a huge amount of damage appeared. The sandstorm suddenly stopped, and the desert goddess knelt down on one knee. Her heart was indeed her vital point. If her heart had not been severely damaged during her lifetime, the desert goddess would not have been so strong after she became a demon. Although the magic power helped her replenish her heart. The heart is after all the most important organ of a person, especially one that is so easy to replace. It happened that this secret arrow skill attacked the heart, causing the desert goddess to be seriously injured.
Hit quickly and try to hit her heart.
Everyone quickly attacked while they had vision. But Li Tong could only stand there and watch, because she had just used up her secret skills and could not use any skills or attacks.
If it releases a sandstorm later, it will be in trouble. The cooldown time of my secret skill is too long, so I can't strike again.
Li Tong quickly said to everyone first, before she finished speaking. The desert goddess had obviously slowed down. The sand directly formed a ball and wrapped herself in it. Everyone's attacks hit the sand and could no longer cause harm to her.
Is this a mage? It's harder to beat than a big human shield,
Fong Ro said breathlessly. The sand ball suddenly emitted spikes, and the few people who were still attacking were stabbed and lost a lot of health. Quicksand. Everyone didn't notice at first that the entire hall was covered with sand, and the desert goddess hiding among the maracas actually released a skill. The feet of several people sank, and they fell directly into the quicksand. Fortunately, the sand was not deep, and they could only control their legs, but none of them could move. Sand rain. A sand rain began to fall in the sky, and everyone was in crisis again. Chapter 113 Fong Ro's Determination. Sand rain began to fall from the sky, and the sand stabbed several people like needles in a continuous stream. If this skill was fully used, no one except Lu Yuan would be able to withstand it. The frequency of attacks was much higher than that of the HP increasing skill. Effect? Lu Yuan had no choice but to summon the 9-color sacred deer. The sacred deer came out without any instructions. He grabbed Lu Yuan's arm with his mouth and pulled Lu Yuan out with a flick of his head.
Help pull the others out,
Lu Yuan said to the 9-color divine deer, and then took the lead to attack the boss. Several people came out with less than half of their health. They quickly took drugs and added blood to the group of,
like a spring breeze,
and their health was restored.
This has only knocked down 30% of her health. 2 skills almost wiped out our team. This guy has too much control.
Zheng Yu sighed with emotion after the disaster.
After all, the level difference is too big. There is nothing we can do about it.
Li Tong was also a little sad. In terms of equipment, this team can be said to be ranked among the best in the entire server. If this team cannot beat the boss, I can't imagine how ordinary players can still play. Although everyone who had regained their freedom was still being attacked by the sand rain, they could withstand it by taking blood medicine and the doctor's blood recovery.
Have you noticed that the sand on the ground is getting thicker and thicker?
Xiao Lui quickly reminded.
Yes. If this desert goddess uses the quicksand skill in a while, I'm afraid her whole person will be buried.
Fong Rou responded.
What should I do? It's hard to hit her heart. I always keep a sand shield to block my arrows.
Li Tong couldn't hit her and asked quickly.
I'll come. Lu Yuan and Zheng Yu. You too. Send me up according to the passage, and I'll stab her in the back.
Fong Rou said decisively.
It's too dangerous.
Lu Yuan responded while outputting.
If this continues, we will have to destroy the group. Let's try it. We don't have time. Hurry up.
Fong Rou made up her mind this time. She was paddling almost all the way. Who wants to be a useless person in a team?
Okay. Come on. Li Tong. You can attract the boss's attention. We're coming from behind, so be careful.
After Lu Yuan said this, he immediately stopped attacking. When the boss hatred was pulled over remotely, he and Zheng Yu stood directly behind the desert goddess, and the two set up a hand ladder. Superior. Fong Rou ran quickly, this time even harder than when she was in the passage. As she ran, her body became transparent. The assassin's first attack after becoming invisible would have a bonus. Fong Rou did not forget the details at the critical moment. Lu Yuan stepped on the hand ladder with his right foot, and the two of them pushed upwards. Fong Rou jumped into the air, and everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Rou. Fong Rou opened her body in the air, and used all her strength to stab the knife in the back of her heart that she had already aimed at. Backstab. The desert goddess was in pain, staggered a few steps and began to shake wildly, trying to throw Fong Rou off. The boss's heart was severely injured, and his spells were temporarily stopped.
Li Tong, please continue shooting her heart,
Xiao Lui reminded, and he continued to use fireballs to attack the heart of the desert goddess. A chain of arrows. 5 arrows were shot in a row. Since there was no sand shield to block it, the arrows only hit the target easily. She was attacked from both front and back. The desert goddess could no longer hold on, and knelt on the ground again, obviously falling into a weak state again. This time, everyone was too lazy to talk and started attacking with their strongest skills. The desert goddess, who had been hit hard twice in a row, had an even lower defense. After a while, she was beaten to less than 50% health by everyone. The desert goddess was once again wrapped in maracas. Those who had been fooled once would not suffer again.
Quickly retreat. Move as much as possible. Don't be controlled again.
Quicksand. Sure enough, it was still the same routine. Several people had been prepared to keep walking and jumped away as soon as the sand loosened under their feet. Only Zheng Yu was controlled because his agility was too low. The desert goddess stood up again, and the sky continued to rain sand. Only Zheng Yu was controlled, so he was rescued easily this time.
Do it again,
Fong Rou said firmly. Everyone followed the same routine again, and Fong Rou flew forward again to prepare for an attack. But a sudden change occurred. The desert goddess was well prepared this time. A big fist made of sand knocked Fong Rou away with one punch. Fortunately, there was sand everywhere on the ground, so there was no blood loss due to subsequent falls. Ru Mu Chafeng hurriedly ran over to restore Fong Rou's blood. Half of Fong Rou's body was sunk into the sand. She was lucky not to be killed instantly.
Bah!
Fong Rou spat out a mouthful of sand and continued.
Come again. I'm afraid it's difficult to succeed in a sneak attack. The boss is already on guard.
Lu Yuan planned to grind away the monster's remaining health.
Only by attacking her heart can you have a chance of winning. Don't forget that this is a special boss, and usually has a big move,
Fong Rou said decisively.
Okay then. Xiao Lui will deal group damage to attract the sand shield,
and Li Tong will continue shooting at the monster's front heart to attract her attention.
Lu Yuan also knows what the best way is now.
Superior.
Fong Rou turned invisible and accelerated her run-up. She jumped high again and stabbed the desert goddess in the back. Unexpectedly, this desert goddess was multitasking. And she was a thug made of sand. She immediately grabbed Fong Ro in her hand. Her big hand clenched tighter and tighter. And Fong Ro's health bar continued to drop. Whoosh! A golden light flashed. And a fork suddenly appeared on the back of the desert goddess. It was Lu Yuan's imitation, Poseidon's Neptune fork. It turned out that when Lu Yuan saw Fong Ro being controlled again, he had an idea and took out the Sea King fork and threw it at the back of the desert goddess. The desert goddess was so focused that she didn't even dodge and was hit directly. The big hand in the sky dissipated. Fong Ro fell from the sky, and Lu Yuan caught her. Shouldn't you spin a few circles at this time? Fong Ro still had the heart to joke after the disaster. Attack her front. She will be weak again. Lu Yuan seized the time and shouted to everyone. The desert goddess knelt on her knees this time, supporting her body with trembling hands. She was even weaker than the previous 2 times. Zheng Yu. Nail it. Lu Yuan shouted to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu understood this and changed the weapon in his hand to a big hammer. He jumped up high and activated his shaking the ground skill, and hit the Neptune fork with 1 hammer. After all, the Sea King's fork is an epic weapon. After this powerful hammer, it instantly penetrated the heart of the desert goddess, and the desert goddess was directly nailed to the sand on the ground. Although it looks pitiful, after all, the positions are different, and there is no time to think too much about the situation of either you dying or me. Kill. Everyone once again rallied to attack. This time, the desert goddess was at the end of her strength. Her defense dropped significantly, and her health was less than 10% after a while. Why? Why? All greedy humans. Go to H.L. Hand of the Void, ultimate meaning, burial in the sea of sand. The desert goddess roared in despair, and used her last 2 skills desperately. A giant hand appeared out of thin air beside everyone, pulling several people together and unable to move. The sea of sand under their feet surged towards everyone, burying everyone, and finally formed it has the shape of a pyramid, and the lives and deaths of several people are unknown. Chapter 114 Birthday Invitation. A team of people were all charged, and the health bar continued to drop due to the gathering sand. Finally, the skill was completed, and the sand in the entire hall formed a pyramid shape, burying several people in it. As the skill was about to take shape, 2 voices came. Miracle Dr. Miracle Hands of Rejuvenation. Ultimate meaning, Shura / I saw a faint green light oozing out of the formed pyramid. The health bars of the people who were about to die had continued to drop, but their health levels had all returned to full, and they were still counteracting the damage caused by the sand burial. A figure rushed out. Lu Yuan could not move at first, but was dragged out of the sand burial range by a Shura / Fortunately, the skill would be activated as soon as it was locked. A perfect golden arc flashed, and the desert goddess could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Her body turned into fine sand and merged into the sand in the hall. Everyone who was buried by the sand also regained their sight. It's so dangerous, Li Tong said, patting his chest. Your blood-increasing skill is so powerful. Why haven't I seen you use it before? Zheng Yu praised Ruma Chunfeng. Mysterious skills have long cooldown times and serious side effects. Isn't it a waste if you don't use them until the critical moment? Rumu Chunfeng explained with a smile. Lu Yuan was also impressed by this little girl who didn't like to talk much. She could calmly observe the health of her teammates and release the appropriate skills in a timely manner. There were many dangers along the way, but he didn't see how panicked she was, and even made everyone he takes good care of his health. And I have to say he is a master. There are no explosive weapons. This boss is so stingy, but he has 2 skill books. Zheng Yu rushed over and looked at the loot. Hand of the Void. A giant hand appears out of thin air and pulls the enemy towards you. As the character's ability improves, multiple giant hands can appear and pull the enemy to a designated location. You can learn it at level 50, and there is no occupation limit. Mystery Thick Burial in the Sand Sea. A special skill that summons the surrounding earth elements to seal the enemy inside. The sealed enemy will receive continuous damage. There is no limit to level or profession. These 2 skill books are not restricted occupations. Who wants them? Lu Yuan asked. Xiao Lui first expressed his stance. I give up. I will only learn fire skills and specialize. That's easy to handle. Let's assign the Hand of the Void to Lu Yuan. The warrior profession happens to have a force displacement skill, which is more beneficial to future development. As for that secret skill, it would be most appropriate to give it to Zheng Yu. After all, the Guardian has a high earth affinity, but he is too cheap and I don't want to take advantage of him.
Fong Rou took the initiative directly and teased Zheng Yu.
Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Don't be familiar with me. That's fine. Can I spend money to buy it?
Zheng Yu said with an apologetic smile.
Who cares about your dirty money? It's great to be rich,
Fong Rou said reluctantly.
Stop making trouble. It's better to leave this place as soon as possible,
Lu Yuan persuaded.
Okay. Give Lao Lu some face today. If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful, and I will tear your mouth apart.
Fong Rou was just teasing Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu got the secret skill and was very happy. Then he said something mean.
Boss, look, I called her sister-in-law, and she agreed. Well, Zheng Yu, you are asking for a beating. I just finished talking to you, and you are so talkative.
Fong Rou continued to chase Zheng Yu and start beating him. Lu Yuan ignored the two people's nonsense. The desert goddess turned into fine sand and disappeared. And the mandala eye also fell to the ground. Lu Yuan picked it up and did not feel that there was any strange power on it. Lu Yuan said to Xiao Lui,
You are a mage. Can you see what magic power this has?
Xiao Lui's face froze after taking it. Apparently, he saw the same scene as Lu Yuan did before.
Except for seeing one scene, I didn't feel any special power,
Xiao Lui said calmly.
Let's go back and hand in the mission,
Lu Yuanyan suggested, as there was nothing special to do.
Fong Rou, stop making trouble. Let's go out.
Li Tong quickly stopped Fong Rou, who was still chasing Zheng Yu. After picking out the rest of the medicines and the like, they left the palace.
How do we get down there?
Zheng Yu asked a question from his soul.
Yeah, you can't jump down. Right. Then you'll have to fall into pieces.
Fong Rou also echoed.
Look around. Maybe there is some kind of teleportation array.
Lu Yuan thought for a moment and suggested. Several people searched separately, not daring to go far, in case the monster spawned, or something unknown appeared, so they could take care of it.
Lu Yuan, what do you think this is? It's such a big ore,
Xiao Lui shouted. Lu Yuan took a closer look and saw that it was an earthy yellow ore. Although it was not as big as the Wushan cold iron essence that he had picked, it was obviously different from ordinary ores. He directly hit it with his Yilin sword, and the ore broke out of the ground. It didn't look big, but it was very heavy. It was obviously very dense. The name of the ore was Essence of Sand.
It's strange that the sand is scattered, but it can produce such metal ore?
Li Tong was a little confused.
The world is full of wonders. Let's look for this kind of ore everywhere. Try to mine as much as possible, and help you build some equipment when we go back. This ore looks good.
In this way, the group of people worked separately, and soon obtained dozens of pieces of ore. It was a bit difficult to find them. Lu Yuan counted 87 pieces in total.
It's almost enough. Except for Zheng Yu. The rest of the people can't actually use it too much. After all, they are mainly light armor. The gravity of this island is greater than the ground,
so the density of the ore is obviously very high.
Lu Yuan saw enough. I am very satisfied with having so much ore.
There's still no way out. Let's jump down.
Yeah.
I don't know why the return skill is not allowed here. Perhaps we can only jump to the edge of the sky island. Try not to scatter, and rely on the airflow of the black hole below to buffer the speed.
Lu Yuan could only make this last resort. Everyone was convinced by what Lu Yuan said and jumped down together holding hands. Because we were in a game, everyone was not too afraid of death. At most, they would lose some experience. The reality of falling from the sky was indeed a bit exciting. When everyone got faster, they worked together to paddle to the airflow, stabilize their speed, and then paddled out together. In this way, they returned to the ground dangerously.
It's so exciting. I want to do it again.
Fong Rou looked excited without any discomfort. Xiao Lui and Li Tong pretended to be calm and stood aside as if nothing had happened. The most miserable person was Zheng Yu, who was kneeling on the ground with his arms supporting his body, and was retching.
There is no danger. Our resurrection point is not in the western region country. Let's continue on our way.
Lu Yuan took the lead in riding the 9-color sacred deer, preparing to return.
I think I can just hand in the task and go alone. So I will go back to the city directly. The invitation said it has been delivered and should be in your unit mailbox.
Xiao Lui planned to go back to the city directly.
Lu Yuan, my brother just sent a message saying that the Kingdom of Bright Moon and the Kingdom of Burning Sun are ready to negotiate peace.
Li Tong shared the message he received.
Then I won't go either. I had a lot of fun today. I'll cook some special dishes for you to try tonight.
Fong Rou also planned to go back to the city directly.
Sister-in-law, can you cook? You are so virtuous and kind.
Zhang Yu flattered.
You're such a poor person. You talk so much that you always call me sister-in-law. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm leaving.
After that, Fong Rou started to return to the city. In a blink of an eye, only Lu Yuan and Zhang Yu were left. Zhang Yu said,
Boss, your mount is faster than mine. I think it is most efficient for you to hand in the task yourself. Shall I go eat first?
Lu Yuan was a little helpless. It seemed that he was the only one to do this hard work. More than an hour had passed since he ran to the western region country to hand in the mission, and Lu Yuan was called off to have a meal.
I have received the gold coins, and we will share them equally among the 6 of us.
Lu Yuan said first. After all, 10,000 gold coins is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of RMB, which is not a small amount.
It doesn't matter. Just don't leave me behind when making equipment.
Li Tong said with a generous smile.
Come on. Let's have dinner and see how good I am at my cooking. I didn't see it. You can also cook. And you look like you have all kinds of colors, flavors and tastes.
Lu Yuan explained in admiration.
That's natural. It's embarrassing to ask you to cook all the time. You have to share the burden occasionally. This is an invitation for the 3 of us. I guess Mr. Lu is the only one they want to invite.
Right? Li Tong took out 3 invitations and said sourly. Chapter 115 The Demon King's Eyes.
Well, Fong Rou's craftsmanship is really good.
Lu Yuan did not directly answer Li Tong's words, and had no way of answering, so he had to change the topic.
That's natural. I don't take action easily.
Fong Rou said proudly.
You worked so hard to defeat the boss today. It's really impressive.
Lu Yuan praised.
Who wants to be a drag after paddling all the way?
Fong Rou is also a woman with strong self-esteem.
Lu Yuan, you are going to attend a birthday party tomorrow. It is probably a very formal occasion. What are you going to wear?
Li Tong asked concernedly, fearing that Lu Yuan would be embarrassed.
I didn't think about it. Just wear clean clothes.
Lu Yuan said casually. Li Tong shook his head after hearing this and said,
That won't work. Dressing up to attend is a sign of respect for the organizer and a kind of etiquette. The invitations are so high-end, so the scene should be big. Don't lose face to Miss Xia.
Well, you're still thoughtful. It doesn't matter. Just go buy something casually tomorrow.
Lu Yuan is considered a semi-rich man now, and he doesn't really care about spending some money.
Great. I haven't gone out for a long time. Although the game is good, it gets a little boring after playing for a long time.
Fong Rou was very happy.
There is basically nothing to worry about in the game. I will go up and hand in the national war missions later, and I can finally relax for a few days.
Lu Yuan was also relieved. These days were either special training for blacksmiths, group competitions, and then national battles. His nerves were always tense, and he felt a little tired. After dinner and going online again, Lu Yuan directly divided the 10,000 gold coins into 6 parts, and sent them to everyone via email one by one.
What are you doing? Can we go to Taoyuan Temple to hand in the mission?
Lu Yuan sent a message to Xia Lui.
Okay. See you in the holy city.
Xia Lui simply replied. After the 2 met, they headed southwest. Because the mission of Lu Yuan and the 2 had been completed, the mission prompted the coordinates of Taoyuan Temple. It really made people curious about this mysterious organization. When they came to the coordinates, the palace was right in front of them, but there was an invisible barrier blocking it. Since the 2 of them had a mission, a crack appeared in the barrier, and they were able to enter. In the palace, Momonosuk stood on one side of the hall, with 2 men and 1 woman standing beside him. Sitting on a large chair in the middle was an old man, who was old but energetic.
Are these the 2 people you selected?
The leading old man looked at Momonosuk and asked.
Yes. These 2 are not only powerful, but also very capable of doing things. The first contribution to the peace talks between the 2 countries under the bright moon and the burning sun should be this beautiful one.
Momonosuk replied. Lu Yuan was shocked after hearing Momonosuk's words. Do they even know about this? Can NPCs see everything in the game for them?
Yes. You are young and promising. What reward do you 2 want?
The old man said kindly. This was the first time I heard that rewards could be chosen by oneself. Lu Yuan didn't know what he wanted for a while. He could make equipment and the like by himself. So apart from the artifact, it didn't seem to be very attractive to him. And asking for an artifact as a reward wasn't too big either. Reality. Lu Yuan glanced at Xia Lui. She was also confused and couldn't think of what reward she should ask for.
It is a blessing for me and other juniors to be able to help restore peace between the two countries and share some affairs for Taoyuan Temple. I can just give you any reward.
It can be said that Lu Yuan pays great attention to his speaking skills. With Taoyuan Temple in his hands like this, they can't get any bad rewards.
I think Momonosuk has told you before about the matters related to Taoyuan Temple. The 4 people present are Momonosuk, Peachman, Monosuk, and Peach Joy.
Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui exchanged glances. The name was too casual. Just hearing the name Momonosuk sounded familiar and pleasant. When combined together, it simply means
helping others. This national war is also to test the abilities of the chosen ones. Although we do not want to see the country destroyed and the family destroyed, survival of the fittest has been a principle since ancient times. I'm glad that you two have been recognized by Taoyuan Temple. Things that are inconvenient for us to do in the future will be entrusted to you. Of course, some strong people will be selected in the future so that you can complete the task better. Although the national war between the two countries is over, I have turned it into a dungeon, so that the dead soldiers will not be wasted and I can give back to the players.
The old man summarized the recent events. But the more Lu Yuan listened, the more strange he became. Is this still an NPC? How do you still know about dungeons, and how you know how to give back to players?
Old man, I have something unclear. We have just completed a mission. The princess of the Western Region Kingdom was cursed, and she asked to find the Eye of Mandala. We didn't find that the stone has any special power,
but we all saw one. The scene, and the mandala eye always feels weird.
Lu Yuan has not forgotten the previous mission. Maybe it is an intuition.
You went to look for the Eye of Mandala? Hey, what is supposed to happen will always happen. Even if you don't go, others will get it sooner or later.
The old man said with a sigh.
Does the mandala eye really have any secret?
Lu Yuan asked.
Perhaps you should have come into contact with demons. The mandala eye was just an eye of the demon.
The old man fell into memories.
Is it possible? Are you the old man who fought with the demon?
Lu Yuan asked as if he had thought of something.
Exactly. It's a long story. Since you have all been in contact with each other and are destined to be together, I will tell you the whole story.
The old man said calmly.
All ears. When I first came to this world, don't ask me where I came from. If there is a last resort in the future, maybe we will meet in another way.
The old man just started, and hurriedly stopped the two of them from questioning. Lu Yuan and the other two smiled and said,
Okay, just keep talking. We won't ask.
The old man also smiled and continued.
When I came here, the order was very chaotic. The guy who ruled here was the demon kid. He was decisive in killing. Anyone who did something wrong would be executed. Of course, the so-called wrong things may just be what he thinks are wrong. The whole world is judged by his view of right and wrong. This is obviously unreasonable. So I decided to overthrow his regime and create a new world. I tried all my methods and took all the advantages. But in the end, I fought to the death of both sides and beat his body to pieces. But his technique was very strange. His soul broke out of his body, and he broke through the space and escaped to what is now called in the demon world. Body parts are scattered all over the place. Anyone who gets his body parts will inspire powerful power. And my ability is just to strengthen the seal. More than 1,000 years have passed, and the demon world has developed many believers. But they can't get close to me to set up traps. Those special areas. But they will still confuse people in this world to find the body parts of the demon emperor. I guess that once all the body parts are collected, the demon emperor will come again and be even more powerful than before. I am no longer his opponent. So I place all my hopes on all of you.
The old man told the general story, and Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui seemed to understand somewhat. But this was obviously what really happened.
Then the mandala eye we got. Could it be that they were deceived by them?
Xiao Lui reacted.
Oh no. He must be the national advisor of the Western Region Kingdom.
Lu Yuan deduced after running through the clues. Chapter 116, The Real Number 1 Paradise.
Oops. It must be the so-called national master of the Western Region Kingdom. And the princess's curse may be just a spell cast by the national master. Now I'm afraid the mandala eye has fallen into the hands of the demons.
Lu Yuan analyzed.
The desert goddess was also sealed by you. Right? Why not just destroy the mandala eye? Although our Taoyuan temple is very powerful, we are not allowed to participate too much in the disputes. This is also the agreement I made with the demon king and the demon emperor. We can only limit the harm when ordinary people are harmed. People in the human world cannot be eliminated directly. Otherwise they will be jointly attacked by the two families.
The old man explained.
But hasn't the Demon Emperor been defeated by you?
Lu Yuan was confused.
The reason why demons are scary is not how powerful the leader is, but that everyone can become a demon, as long as they cannot control their inner malice, greed, and negative emotions. Everyone can become a demon. Now the entire film, the mainland, seems peaceful. But in fact, there are still many demons.
The old man explained patiently and answered all questions.
Who is the Demon King? The Demon King is a dragon. He may be a being that may challenge the divine throne. The truly powerful monsters are all in the peak forest. In order to avoid direct conflict with humans, that large forest was specially divided into its for monsters. It belongs to a special zone. So be careful if you go there.
He understood everything he needed to know.
But Taoyuan Temple actually stopped mentioning rewards, which made Lu Yuan a little embarrassed. He had known better than to just order something.
Do you need our help to collect the Demon Emperor's body?
Lu Yuan guided, to see if he could receive any tasks.
It has no effect. Demons are very sensitive to those body parts. Even if you collect them all together, you can't save them because they will attack in groups. And we can't take those parts in. It can be said that the resurrection of the Demon King is a matter of time. You just need to keep getting stronger and defeat him again when the time comes. That's it. Well, if nothing happens, the two of us will resign?
Lu Yuan really didn't have anything else to ask.
Okay. If you have anything to do in the future, you can come to the temple. But it won't help you too much. After all, the temple must be fair and won't give too much special care to any player. Grandpa, our rewards haven't been given yet.
Xiao Lui didn't feel embarrassed and made it clear. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how to mention the reward.
Ha ha ha. Okay. I haven't forgotten. Since this little friend is a descendant of the lineage of the god of Craftsman, there is no shortage of equipment. However, he has fallen behind too much at this level. So I will give you some experience.
The old man finished speaking and waved his hand gently. And the white light on Lu Yuan's body continued to light up. And he even upgraded 5 levels in a row to reach level 50. You must know that Xiao Lui, who is number 1 in the level rankings, has only just reached level 49.
Grandpa, you are partial. You let him easily surpass me at the level we have worked so hard to practice.
Xiao Lui complained unhappily after being robbed of the first level.
Level does not represent everything. Equipment, skills, and your own perception are your true strength. As for you, I will give you a skill.
The old man did not see any action, and a skill book was asked to Xiao Lui flew over. Xiao Lui was overjoyed after receiving the skill book and stopped complaining about the old man. Taoyuan Temple stated that if there is anything that requires players to take action in the future, they will be contacted. After a few chats, Lu Yuan and the two left Taoyuan Temple.
What skill book did you get?
Lu Yuan was a little curious.
I won't tell you. Oh, okay. You are so boring. Why can't you ask me again?
Xiao Lui was speechless.
You don't want to say it. Aren't you annoying if I ask?
Lu Yuan was confused.
Let me tell you. G-Dragon Control Technique. Summon a dragon according to its own attributes. You can control or let it automatically attack the target. The fire dragon can exist for up to 5 minutes, or disappear when the blood volume is exhausted. The cooling time is 10 minutes.
Xiao Lui proudly announced the attributes of the skill. Dragon is the strongest creature, and the skills related to it are of course very strong. Originally, after level 50, he could learn the fire dragon technique, which summons a fire dragon to hover in a designated area, a group damage skill. And this dragon control technique is obviously much more advanced than the fire dragon technique.
Your skill is really quite strong. If you use it properly, almost no one can get close to you.
Lu Yuan was not envious, but was very happy for her.
How about it? Let's compare notes.
Xiao Lui regained his fighting spirit.
Why do you love fighting so much?
Lu Yuan was helpless. Xiao Lui wanted to compete with him every time.
Didn't I tell you? Others are acting coquettishly with you. But I just want to challenge you.
Xiao Lui said calmly.
How about something bet? What if you won't challenge me anymore after I win?
Lu Yuan wanted to directly prevent this kind of incident from happening again.
Okay. If I win, you have to do something for me. What's up? If I don't tell you now, you have to agree first.
Xiao Lui said a little shamelessly.
Okay. Come on. You can't win anyway.
Lu Yuan was very confident. He was wearing level 50 epic equipment, and the weapons in his hands were made by his ancestor himself. However, Xiao Lui's equipment was obviously not as good as his own. and even the level was not as high as his own. Lu Yuan took out the hand of the void exploded by the desert goddess and learned it directly. Just in time to try out Xiao Lui's skills. The two opened the sparring option. One advantage of this option is that the blood volume of both parties will not be cleared, but one drop of blood will be left, without death penalty. The two distanced themselves, and after the countdown, the sparring began. Domain Scorching Sun. Extreme Dragon Control Technique. Xiao Lui was very decisive and directly released the domain skills. With the blessing of the domain skills, a thick fire dragon sprang out from the magic circle in front of him, which was 10 meters long. It accelerated towards Lu Yuan as soon as it took off. Lu Yuan was also unambiguous. He released the 1,000 army kill that had already been charged up, and used the Something Blood Armor skill plus defense. And he ran into the oncoming fire dragon. The fire dragon did very high damage. If it continues to be entangled, it would be really difficult for ordinary people. I can't stand it. But Lu Yuan is not an ordinary person. Lu Yuan had already thought of a plan. His 1,000 army killing did not aim at Xiao Lui, but moved slightly away. After hitting the fire dragon, he still broke through. Then a big hand appeared in the air, and Xiao Lui was directly hit. Pulled to Lu Yuan's side. Blood burning. Lu Yuan, who had more than 56,000 HP, could imagine the power of the burning blood slash. Xiao Lui's gourd cover was directly cut through, and he also lost a large amount of HP. The fire dragon summoned by Xiao Lui came from behind. Lu Yuan ignored it, and a smile appeared on his lips. Mysterious Azura slash. Xiao Lui, who was so close in front of him, could not avoid it. The fire dragon hit Lu Yuan's back. The damage was not enough to kill Lu Yuan instantly, but a golden arc cut through the sky, sealing the victory.
It doesn't count this time. Your equipment is too far ahead of mine. I will fight you again when I reach level 50.
Xiao Lui lost, but he was not angry, but was cheating.
Why are you cheating? I'm just cheating. What can you do to me? Who asked you to bully others with such good equipment? Okay. This is indeed a winless victory. Let's fight another day.
Lu Yuan said nonchalantly.
What are you going to do now? It's still early. I plan to go to my ancestor's place to study the enhanced equipment to see if it can be enhanced to 15 stars.
Lu Yuan didn't hide it either.
Well, okay then. You've received the invitation. Don't be late.
Xiao Lui also planned to do her own thing.
You collect some fire-type production materials, and when I finish my work there, I will help you build some equipment to try.
Chapter 117 The Patriarch comes out. After Lu Yuan said goodbye to Xiao Lui, he went straight to Nanshan. Last time was urgent, and he didn't ask Yi for advice on strengthening. Now he has nothing to do. If he can break through to 15 stars of strengthening, he will almost be ready to start his career.
Master Patriarch, I'm here again.
Lu Yuan entered the courtyard and saw Yi playing chess with the old man. He felt a little embarrassed that he always bothered them.
Well, here we come. Master Uya, I came here this time to strengthen my practice with the equipment.
Lu Yuan directly stated his intention.
Okay, I'm motivated. I'm much better than your master. Come with me.
When Yi heard that Lu Yuan was here to practice forging, he stood up and stopped caring about the chess game.
Master, it's not finished yet. It's over,
Uya said and walked to the backyard. The old man watched the chess game carefully for a while, then slapped his forehead and said,
Wonderful! I am ashamed of myself. I am ashamed of myself.
Lu Yuan followed Yi to the backyard, released the mother and daughter of the 9-color divine deer, and then the two entered the forging room.
Master Uya, I'm still at the primary stage of strengthening. Although I can barely reach 13 stars, through the improvement of forging, I found that my strengthening method is also wrong.
Lu Yuan summarized his shortcomings in strengthening.
Learning without thinking is useless. Thinking without learning is dangerous. If you can sum up your own shortcomings, it proves that you are talented.
Yi nodded in approval and said,
Please also ask the ancestor for advice. Actually, strengthening is much simpler than forging, but most people don't know how to do it. Please tell me first, what is strengthening?
Yi asked.
My master Zhang Feng told me about this. That is, using strengthening stones to enhance the properties of equipment is called strengthening.
Lu Yuan's standard answer.
That old boy. Doesn't he think about anything else except picking up girls all day long?
Yi said angrily.
It's not easy to blame him. If you are still trapped in love at your age, Grandmaster Uya shouldn't blame him.
Lu Yuan quickly came to Zhang Feng's rescue. Yi nodded and said seriously,
Fortunately, he has a good vision. Let's get back to the topic. Strengthening stone is a special kind of ore. It can be dissolved in all things, but it is different from all things and can strengthen equipment. The reason why the defense and attack power will be increased after strengthening is because strengthening stones can make up for the weaknesses of weapons and equipment. What weaknesses can there be in a perfectly crafted high-end equipment?
Lu Yuan was a little confused.
For a sword, the most easily damaged part is the blade. But the blade is the most difficult to strengthen. The next thing that needs to be strengthened is the guard and the tongue. Although the sword body is tough, it can also be strengthened. The stone is strengthening and improving. And the blade is the most difficult to strengthen, which is what you call 15 stars. In the past, we just strengthened it directly. But there weren't so many explanations.
Lu Yuan felt that the forging techniques of his ancestor had subverted what he had been exposed to before.
Don't be restricted. Craftsmen must have their own ideas before they can break through the limits.
Oh, you saw what Lu Yuan was thinking.
My own opinion? Actually, there is no standard for strengthening. Didn't I teach you to observe before? If you feel that the weapon or armor needs strengthening, just strengthen it.
Lu Yuan looked at Yi half understanding. Yi was not in a hurry and took out a piece of armor and put it on the chopping board.
Look at where this armor needs to be strengthened.
After Yi gave his instructions, he looked at it quietly and stopped talking. Lu Yuan looked at the armor carefully. It had a unique shape that made it extraordinary. Every detail was handled perfectly, and the joints were seamless. His eyes lit up, and Lu Yuan suddenly figured it out.
The joints. The vital parts of the body. Focus on strengthening them, and the rest will be perfect. Well, that's right. Strengthening does not require strengthening all places. You only need to find a few key places. You can even give up some places and only focus on strengthening a few points. Okay, I understand. Grandmaster.
Through this example, Lu Yuan finally understood what Yi meant. It can be strengthened in a balanced way, or it can be strengthened by focusing on one point. But if it is strengthened at one point, it will definitely be more difficult. And it is a pursuit of the limit. Practice. Just like the sword blade is the most difficult to strengthen. But what will be the effect if 15 times of strengthening are all on the sword blade? Maybe the added attributes won't change, but they are actually sharper than the balanced enhanced weapons. Lu Yuan doesn't have many strengthening stones in his hand now. Only some elementary strengthening stones that were exploded when fighting monsters. The auction house is still in a situation where the strengthening stones are monopolized. I don't know who has such a big appetite to increase the explosion rate. In this case, it can also sweep the auction house.
Grandmaster Uya, I think I have figured it out. But there is a shortage of strengthening stones recently. I can't even buy them. I can't practice to a large extent. Our lineage of god craftsmen will be short of strengthening stones?
Yi looked at Lu Yuan with an angry look on his face.
Master Uya, do you have a strengthening stone? How could I stock up on those things?
Lu Yuan was a little disappointed. He thought Yi was so tough in his words. What reserves does this lineage of craftsmen have?
Come on! Follow me down the mountain. It's time for your useless master to stand up for him.
He walked out of the forging room directly. Although Lu Yuan didn't know why, since it concerned his master Zhang Feng. He followed him out actively. Lu Yuan came to the backyard to put away the 9-colored sacred deer mother and daughter. He saw Yi taking out a dagger and throwing it into the sky. The dagger enlarged and floated in the air. Yi grabbed Lu Yuan and stood on top of the dagger.
Master Uya, are you flying with a sword? Are you a cultivator?
Lu Yuan said with a look of disbelief.
This is not about cultivating immortals. I just need this function. So I made an object like this. Hurry up.
Yi finished speaking calmly and commanded the sword to fly out. Fei Jian was very fast and soon arrived at the Bright Moon Kingdom. Uya ignored the guards completely and fell directly into a restaurant. When he entered the restaurant, he saw Zhang Feng sitting at the table having a drink. This time he was not drunk, nor did he look decadent.
Brother Zhang, you are here.
Lu Yuan was the first to go over and say Lo.
Why are you here? Let's have a drink together. This is the ancestor of our lineage of god craftsmen, Patriarch Uya.
Lu Yuan introduced. Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he saluted with great joy.
Zhang Feng, pay homage to the ancestor. Yes.
Yi said yes, and then said,
Follow me to the palace.
Yi didn't have a good look towards Zhang Feng. After saying that, he walked out of the restaurant first. When the three of them arrived at the palace of the Bright Moon Kingdom, They were stopped by the guards. Oh, he was not unhappy at being blocked. He said calmly.
Go and report. Just say that Yi is here. Master Patriarch, what are you doing here?
Zhang Feng asked cautiously. Yi didn't look directly at Zhang Feng and said casually.
It's not in vain to use your blacksmith shop. By the way, I can help you arrange your marriage.
Zhang Feng was flattered.
Master Patriarch, are you asking for help in my marriage? I'm helping you. But we're not begging him. He's begging us.
Yi said calmly. Chapter 118 Disciple. You have finally realized it. Grandmaster Zhang Feng and Grandmaster Liu Yuanyuan pretended to be cool. They didn't feel any discomfort, but felt very warm. It seemed that the Grandmaster was really protecting his shortcomings. Although he was dissatisfied with Zhang Feng's actions on the surface, he still came to help. His disciples and grandsons came forward. Zhang Feng was even more moved at this time. He had never enjoyed this kind of treatment since he started. He only heard from his master how awesome the lineage of the god of Craftsman was. But except for his reputation as a blacksmith, he didn't know how awesome the others were. Not long after, King Jiayue actually came to pick him up, followed by a group of soldiers, who lined up to welcome him. Logically speaking, the king should come out after the soldiers lined up. But King Jiayue, who was already quite old, couldn't wait to come over first.
Senior, I never thought I would see you again in my lifetime,
King Jiayue said respectfully to Ouya. Yeah, Yi responded with a hum.
Senior, please go in first and talk. Okay?
The king did not dare to neglect.
No. I wonder if you have any advice for me. Senior?
The king quickly asked.
My worthless disciple wants to marry your daughter. I heard that they are in love. But you are standing in the way.
Yi didn't say too much. But King Jiayue listened very seriously.
Is he a member of your sect? I have never heard of it before. Since they are in love, I will naturally not object. Senior, please rest assured. Well, there's nothing else to do. I'll leave first.
After Yi finished speaking, he motioned for Liu Yuan to follow, and then said to Zhang Feng,
You go in with him. I want to use your blacksmith shop.
Thank you, Master Patriarch. You can do whatever you want with the blacksmith shop.
Zhang Feng thanked him respectfully. Yi took Liu Yuan and flew towards the holy city without any delay.
Grandmaster Ouya, why does King Jiayue respect you so much?
Liu Yuan asked curiously.
I saved his grandpa. Even if it didn't happen like this, I've never met anyone who wouldn't give him face even if I said a word.
Yi said confidently.
Grandmaster is mighty. So what should we do with Brother Zhang's blacksmith shop?
It's not just to earn you some strengthening stones.
The two came to the blacksmith shop in the holy city. Yi instructed Liu Yuan to go to the window, and then sent away all the system NPCs.
You practice here. This is the only place you can strengthen. It's enough for you to practice. You can strengthen it however you want.
Yi said generously. Liu Yuan felt moved in his heart that his ancestor came out of the mountain for him. After that he had lived in seclusion for nearly 1,000 years. Before I had time to think about it, the players behind me had already lined up, all yelling about why it was so slow today, and why there was only one window to strengthen. This is the second time that Liu Yuan works part-time at the blacksmith shop. This time is different from the last time. The last time was for getting started, and this time it is to experiment and learn new ways to strengthen the skills. Ever since he learned to observe patterns, Liu Yuan could no longer find it difficult to synthesize enhanced stones. He was also able to synthesize high-grade enhanced stones with ease. But he had not yet tried synthesizing super-enhanced stones. The first strengthened weapon I received was a high-level weapon. Looking at the long knife in my hand, I felt that there were flaws everywhere. There were too many imperfections. If I wanted to strengthen myself, 15 times would not be enough. It could be completely strengthened. It takes 30 times to strengthen the equipment in front of you to perfection. He casually strengthened the most fatal shortcomings of this advanced weapon. And they were already strengthened to +10. When he was about to continue, the players outside had already given up, making Liu Yuan extremely uncomfortable. However, after strengthening this weapon, I also earned 4 intermediate strengthening stones and 10 primary strengthening stones, which was a huge profit. What he took over next was a rare level purple dagger. Sure enough, rare level equipment looked much more perfect than high-end equipment. However, in Liu Yuan's eyes, it was still full of flaws, and he had been casually enhanced to 10 stars. This time, the outside players did not give up, but continued to attack 11 stars. Of course, Liu Yuan was happy. The dagger was relatively small. The very serious shortcomings had been strengthened before. This time, Lu Yuan decided to strengthen the overall toughness of the dagger. If it were enhanced by the previous method, Lu Yuan could not guarantee success. The current method does not require watching the pointer to cater to its frequency, but relies entirely on his own eyesight to observe the texture of the weapon and observe the toughness of the weapon metal. This made Lu Yuan more relaxed, and his success rate was higher. Lu Yuan didn't know if it had anything to do with his ingenuity, but the 11th star was successfully strengthened very easily. Players outside continued to put in strengthening stones. They were obviously very strong players. Lu Yuan couldn't ask for more. He wished that this player could directly strengthen them by 15. Observing the dagger again, Lu Yuan found that except for the blade, there was no need to strengthen the rest of the parts. He started to strengthen the blade from 12 stars. There is no doubt that subsequent strengthening will increase the difficulty. But once it is successfully strengthened to 15 stars, then the dagger's sharpness will not be weaker than ordinary epic weapons. Although it is just a feeling, Lu Yuan is not unfounded. After acquiring the passive skill Eagle Eye, not only can he see things clearly, but even when he looks at the weapon, its sharpness has been digitized. After thinking about it, he no longer hesitated and directly broke the high-grade strengthening stone into small pieces and started beating it on the blade. No wonder Ouya said that strengthening the blade is the most difficult, because if the force is too strong or the beating is uneven, the blade will be damaged. The sharpness may cause equipment damage. After the forging was completed, strengthening seemed to have become much easier. Lu Yuan could control his strength very accurately, and could clearly see the strengthening stone integrated into the weapon. The feeling of having everything under control is really wonderful. As Ouya told himself, his proficiency is enough. What is missing are the details and methods. After mastering these, strengthening becomes a matter of course. It was not difficult to achieve 12 stars. The player outside was also very courageous. He continued to put strengthening stones, and began to strengthen 13 stars. Lu Yuan was also a little excited. It had been a long time since he had strengthened such high-level equipment, and he still used this method. There was no pointer-assisted strengthening method at all. Whatever you are protected will be restricted. What can shelter you from wind and rain can also keep you in darkness. Lu Yuan always remembered this sentence. Without the auxiliary pointer prompts for strengthening, he seemed to be strengthening more easily. I picked up the dagger again. This time I was more confident. I continued to strengthen the blade. My movements were smooth and smooth. It was smoother than when I strengthened 12 stars. I succeeded in strengthening 13 stars. Lu Yuan realized more deeply. What is the difference between strengthening and forging? It turns out that strengthening is just to make up for the deficiencies in forging. Even if there are no deficiencies, it can still add to the perfect work. Ouya sat on the tea table in the back and nodded repeatedly, saying to himself, "Disciple, you have really realized it." Chapter 119 Strengthen 15 Stars. Are you still strengthening it? Lu Yuan asked, looking at the players, who were jumping for joy outside. Lu Yuan, who had a perfect hand, didn't wait for the player to strengthen again for a long time. He was actually more anxious than the owner of the weapon. But most people have 13-star weapons. Who dares to challenge a higher level? That player was no exception. He ignored Lu Yuan and skipped away with the weapon. Lu Yuan, who was originally in good condition, was pushed to the limit, so he had to continue to take over the low-level enhancements. In the first half of the night, Lu Yuan encountered the highest enhancement of 13 stars. But in the second half of the night, business became booming because the success rate of enhancement was particularly high today. And soon the World Channel began to flood the screen. Although some people didn't believe it, there were still many people who came to try it. Later, they found that the success rate was almost 100%. And the door of the blacksmith shop became more lively. Lu Yuan also deducted more and more strengthening stones from it. Because of the strengthening and synthesis of low-level equipment, Lu Yuan could complete it with almost 1 or 2 strengthening stones, and the rest went into his backpack. This is not unreasonable. Although he deducted the strengthening stones from the players, it increased their strengthening success rate. Hey, isn't this little brother Lu Yuan? The blacksmith seems a little special today. A familiar voice came from outside the window. Lu Yuan looked up and saw that it was Zhao Jiuzhou. Brother Zhao, are you here to strengthen your equipment too? Lu Yuan said low. I heard that the success rate is very high today. I recently got a new weapon, so I came here to try my luck. Zhao Jiuzhou didn't hide anything. Okay, let me take a look at the weapons first, Lu Yuan said politely, although I don't have a good impression of this Zhao Jiuzhou. He is greeted with a smile. So I can't be too unkind. The clever thing about Zhao Jiuzhou is that he can't see through his thoughts. And he doesn't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. Dare to give the weapon to himself for strengthening. This city is beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Since I'm a kid here, I'm too lazy to hand over strengthening stones every time. Here are 2,000 high-level strengthening stones. If you are above 10 stars, you can help me synthesize special strengthening stones to strengthen them to avoid accidental equipment damage. If it's not enough, tell me. I'm giving you the strengthening stone.
Zhao Jiuzhou was so generous that he wasn't even worried about Lu Yuan blackening his strengthening stone.
In this case, it's better to obey orders than to be respectful. How many stars does Brother Zhao plan to strengthen?
Lu Yuan must first know the opponent's goal before he can start strengthening.
15 stars.
Zhao Jiuzhou seemed to be talking about an insignificant thing.
Alright. Please wait.
Lu Yuan took an epic-level thick-backed long knife from Zhao Jiuzhou. He was a little excited after receiving such a big job. He calmed down and observed the long knife intently. Epic-level weapons have become perfect and have no obvious shortcomings. All they have to do is strengthen each key point. The long knife is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The back of the knife is about 2 fingers thick. The blade is snow white and shiny. And the blade is sharp just by looking at it. The hand guard is in the shape of a gold ingot. And the handle is slightly curved, making it easier to slash. Comfortable. This knife is an outstanding piece of work wherever you put it. After scanning it carefully, Lu Yuan decided to strengthen the handle and guard with 5 stars. Strengthen the blade with 10 stars. And strengthen all the blades with 15 stars. The most important thing is the strengthening of the blade. Although it will be difficult to strengthen the blade 5 times in a row. With special strengthening stones, there is no need to worry about the weapon being damaged. Lu Yuan, who was in the top 10 stars, did not use the high-level strengthening stones given by Zhao Jiuzhou. He directly used the primary and intermediate strengthening stones that he had withheld before. After strengthening to 10 stars, he put the weapon aside and began to synthesize the special grade strengthening stones. Ever since he learned to observe the texture, fold, forge and refine, synthesizing strengthening stones is a piece of cake. Special strengthening stones are not a problem for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan even only needs 3 high-grade strengthening stones to steadily combine them into a special strengthening stone. The remaining 2 pieces went into Lu Yuan's backpack. After a while, 400 special grade strengthening stones were combined. Lu Yuan kept the remaining 800 high-grade strengthening stones for himself. After all, the result was the same. Zhao Jiuzhou did not lose anything. If someone else combined it, 2,000 stones could be combined to produce 300. A special strengthening stone is a sign of excellent character. This was the first time for Lu Yuan to use the special strengthening stone. When he strengthened it to 11 stars, Lu Yuan even felt that using the special strengthening stone was a bit wasteful because it was too easy. How many players dare not further strengthen their weapons after +10? If they knew that Lu Yuan thought strengthening their weapons to 11 was childish. I wonder what they would think. Lu Yuan didn't stop at all, and directly strengthened to 13 stars in one go. At this time, the world channel seemed to have exploded. Could it be that there was a loophole in the system today? A large number of equipment with 10 stars and above were successfully enhanced, stimulating more players to come and watch the fun. Staring at the +13 star epic equipment in front of him, Lu Yuan was a little confused. He didn't know whether the opponent was an enemy or a friend. If he really succeeded in strengthening it to 15 stars, he would undoubtedly increase the enemy's combat power. Suddenly, Lu Yuan was overcome with cold sweat. How could he have such thoughts? He was a craftsman, and all he faced was equipment. How could he get mixed up with other things? What Lu Yuan didn't know was that Yi had already stood up behind him and stared at Lu Yuan nervously. Just now, Lu Yuan suddenly became unstable. The most fearful thing about ingenuity is the inclusion of selfish thoughts during forging. Otherwise the ingenuity will be destroyed and no progress will be made. Yi looked at Lu Yuan's back and nodded secretly.
It is rare to wake up so quickly. There are countless temptations, selfish thoughts, and grudges in the world. But as a craftsman, he can only think about equipment when forging. The ancestor has nothing to do. I'll teach you. You have to explore the rest of the way on your own. If you have anything to do, go to Nanshan and follow me. I'm going to go out and relax.
When Lu Yuan heard the words coming from behind, Yi had long disappeared when he turned around. So he had to bow 3 times to show respect. His eyes returned to the long knife. He was very excited when he hit 14 stars for the first time. He divided the strengthening stone into small pieces. His eyes flashed, and the hammer in his hand fell as fast as lightning.
Ding! Congratulations to the player, the heroes of troubled times, for successfully strengthening the Snow Dance Mad Saber to plus 14 stars.
The world channel is already buzzing. This is the first 14-star weapon in the server. And it is also a level 50 epic weapon. This hero of troubled times may be the first person in Taiyuan. Zhao Jiuzhou's eternally unchanged expression showed a trace of emotion. He had been strengthened many times, and he had never even reached 13 stars. This time, he was directly strengthened to 14 stars without failure. No one could believe it. Lu Yuan didn't care what was going on outside. Now he had entered a state of selflessness, and all he could see was the long knife in front of him. When he looked at the blade again, the blade seemed to emit a ray of light, stinging Lu Yuan's eyes. He could hear the sound of the blade cutting through the air without using his ears. The blade was no longer a single one, and 3 or 4 shadows appeared in trembling shapes, which is difficult to capture.
Is this the 15-star enhancement? The blade seems to have reached its limit, and it doesn't want to break through anymore.
Lu Yuan tried hard to concentrate, but he still couldn't see the blade's body clearly. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered the mural in Nanshan Courtyard. Since he couldn't see through any of it by staring at it, he looked at the whole painting. So that's it. No matter how you dodge the blade, you are always on top of it. With a flash of light in your eyes. Ding 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 dang dang, several hammers fell.
Congratulations to the player, the heroes of troubled times, for successfully strengthening the Snow Dance Mad Saber to plus 15 stars.
Chapter 120, Competition to Recruit a Bride? Lu Yuan resisted the waves of dizziness, handed the weapon back to Zhao Jiuzhou and said,
"This is your weapon, and there are remaining special grade strengthening stones."
Zhao Jiuzhou took the weapon, and he couldn't control his expression at this time despite his emotion and anger.
"Brother Lu, I will give you the remaining strengthening stones. In addition, I will ask someone to transfer 5 million to your account."
"Thank you. We will cooperate with you more often in the future. Well, I have exhausted too much energy, so I won't chat with you anymore,"
Lu Yuan said, and left the blacksmith shop window. Zhao Jiuzhou was ecstatic while holding his Snow Dance Crazy Sword. After all, this was the first 15-star equipment in the entire server. Its significance was profound. The first guild was established by the mythical guild first. The first full-star weapon was finally obtained by himself. Take it. Not to mention 5 million renminbi. Even 10 million for this weapon is still worth it.
Gongzi, I will transfer 5 million to Lu Yuan's account soon.
Although Zhao Jiuzhou was excited, he did not forget the promise he just made.
Okay. Received.
I don't know what connections these people have. Their home addresses and private accounts don't seem to be secrets at all. Lu Yuan felt like the world was spinning. It was obvious that he had consumed too much energy again. But he didn't faint this time. He must have improved his mental strength again. I was finally able to strengthen the equipment with full stars. This sense of accomplishment cannot be described in words. I am afraid that I really fell in love with forging. The world channel has already exploded. At this level, an epic weapon with full stars appears. Even if it is called an artifact, it is not an exaggeration.
Mr. Zhao, what is your secret to strengthening? Brother Zhao, can you teach me how to strengthen your skills to my younger brother? President in B. President B587. We are the largest guild in troubled times.
Although Zhao Jiuzhou was too lazy to pay attention, he silently watched the messages sent by everyone. He was all-powerful in them all. But after entering this game, he never had a chance to show his face. He was sabotaged every time. This time he finally stood up. At the top of the Taiyuan, Lu Yuan called the system NPC guy back to the window and simply logged off. It would be a while before dawn, so he quickly had a good sleep. Players came in an endless stream to strengthen their equipment. I heard that the success rate today was high, and I couldn't believe it. This time, 15 stars were successful. I don't know how many people's equipment will be reset to 0 today. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yuan was forcefully woken up by Fanro.
What time is it? You still can't get up?
Lu Yuan still felt a little groggy when he opened his eyes. Logically speaking,
the state in the game should not be brought into reality. But he didn't cheer up today. After all, Lu Yuan is a person who has been exercising for more than 10 years. Not like this.
Huh? What's wrong? Didn't you agree to go shopping today? What time is it? You still stay in bed. The sun is shining on your buttocks. Okay. Right away.
Lu Yuan patted his head and sat up, muttering to himself.
How could it affect real life? My head really hurts.
After briefly washing up, Lu Yuan came to the living room, looking groggy.
I rarely see you so lethargic. Why are you sick?
Li Tong asked with concern.
I strengthened a 15-star weapon yesterday. It consumed too much energy. I still have a headache even after I went offline and slept.
Lu Yuan said listlessly.
Did you strengthen that weapon yesterday? I saw the uproar on the World Channel, but I didn't expect it to be from you.
Fong Rou said with a surprised look on his face. Seeing that the two of them had finished cleaning up, Lu Yuan also took the time to wash up. After washing his face, he felt a little more awake. The three of them drove to the mall. Lu Yuan was considered wealthy now. When he went out, he looked at his phone and saw a transfer message. Zhao Jiuzhou was indeed trustworthy and transferred 5 million to Lu Yuan. He probably wanted to strengthen it later and leave a good impression. Although he helped his opponent strengthen his equipment, the experience he gained could never be lost. And there were so many strengthening stones left, which was also a big gain. After all, it was too difficult to buy some strengthening stones now.
You said that now that technology has developed, it seems that no one has any secrets. Personal privacy can be easily investigated.
Lu Yuan was really surprised recently. Even if his address was found out, even his own accounts were investigated thoroughly. Li Tong didn't show any surprise.
These are nothing to a businessman with business all over the country. If I want to investigate you, I can even find out what you eat every day and what brand of underwear you wear. Is it that exaggerated? Of course. You are a man and no one will check your underwear.
Li Tong seemed to be in a relaxed mood and joked about Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan bought a suit casually and spent the rest of the time shopping with his two girls. He said that it was still early anyway and it was rare for him to go out and go shopping. Although it was a dinner party, the three of them had a simple meal before setting off. The experience Li Tong taught everyone would not be full even if they went there. So it was better to finish eating and go through the motions.
Boss, why are you here?
Zheng Yu stood outside the gate and said Lo.
Why don't you go in?
Lu Yuan asked in the car.
I don't know anyone, so I'll be waiting for you outside. Stop the car first.
There is a special parking lot outside the courtyard that is very spacious. There is only one security guard directing the parking, and there are not too many staff.
Isn't this courtyard too grand? I didn't expect there to be such an antique house now.
Lu Yuan sighed as he looked at the house in front of him. The entire courtyard gave Lu Yuan the feeling of a former palace. Although it had been renovated, it still retained its antique charm.
Let's go in. Why are you standing outside?
Fong Rou entered the courtyard first. There was a person checking the invitation at the gate. It didn't feel as grand as expected. Everything seemed very simple.
Boss, have you prepared any gifts?
Zheng Yu asked in a low voice.
Well, Li Tong specifically reminded me to bring a gift.
Lu Yuan replied.
I didn't bring it with me. I told my dad that it was a friend's birthday, but he asked me to pay him directly. There is no one who writes a gift account at the gate to collect money.
Zheng Yu rubbed his head in embarrassment.
You are really tacky,
Fong Rou said with disdain. In fact, it is quite difficult to choose a gift for someone of Xiao Lui's level. She lacks everything, especially money. For someone who can spend millions to buy equipment, who can say that she is short of money? Fortunately, Li Tong and Fong, the two of them, avoided the embarrassment.
You are here.
A beautiful little girl greeted Lu Yuan and others.
Who are you? I am like spring breeze in the game. The lady asked me to wait here so that none of you will be bored. Miss, you are so beautiful.
Zheng Yu greeted him with a flattering look. Fong Rou rolled her eyes.
You are quite a grown-up person. Are you disgusting? Can't you be normal? Mr. Lu, the young lady has encountered something troublesome and wants to ask you for help. I wonder if you can lend a helping hand. What is it? If you ladies can't do it with your strength, it will be difficult for me to complete it. Right. The head of the family suddenly told the young lady yesterday that he would find a suitable husband for her today. However, the young lady does not want her marriage to be arranged. So she wants to ask Mr. Lu for a favor and will not pester Mr. Lu afterwards. I'm afraid I won't be able to impress your family master. Right.
Lu Yuan didn't know how to refuse, so he could only say this.
I'm afraid you are the only one who can help, because today there is a fight competition to find a bride.
Chapter 121 Vanity Fair.
What? A competition to recruit a bride?
Several people said in surprise at the same time.
Well, yes,
came a clear voice.
Miss, come out. Linger, go and do your work. I'll talk to them.
Xiao Lui stepped forward and said. Her graceful figure is wrapped in a well-fitting cheongsam, which lacks the overly mature charm, but adds a touch of purity. Xiao Lui is even more beautiful in reality than in the game. She is best described as a lady. Xiao Lui walked up to the four of them and said,
Thank you for coming to my birthday party. Miss Xia is so beautiful today.
Li Tong said generously.
Thank you for the compliment. Let's go inside and sit and chat.
Xiao Lui said to everyone calmly and generously.
Wait for me. Sorry for being late.
Zhao Xinghe saw everyone and hurriedly caught up. Lu Yuan said with a smile.
Xinghe is quite mysterious recently. What are you busy with every day? I recently met the most beloved woman in my life.
Zhao Xinghe said happily. Xiao Lui nodded and said low to a few people before walking towards the inner courtyard. The house covers a large area and is decorated in a simple Chinese style. The furniture is all made of solid wood. However, some technological products have somewhat destroyed the antique feeling. There is nothing you can do about it. After all, you still have to pursue comfort in life. When he came to the banquet hall, Lu Yuan was a little shocked. Dozens of tables were neatly arranged in the banquet hall. Each seat had a table card with his name written on it. There was a stage at the end, and a huge screen was playing some scenery. Picture? It's not that Lu Yuan has never seen big scenes, but he never thought that anyone would prepare such a large banquet hall.
Let's go. I'll take you to your location first, and then we'll talk in detail.
Xiao Lui led the way. Lu Yuan and others were seated on the far right of the first row. There were 5 tables in the first row. The big table in the middle was obviously reserved for the most important people. The 2 tables next to it should also be occupied by elders in the family or people with status. For a person of high status, being able to sit in the front row obviously gave Lu Yuan and his party a lot of face.
Tell me, what's going on?
Lu Yuan asked as everyone sat down.
I didn't know about the competition for marriage before. My father just informed me at short notice today. I really don't want to be used as a bargaining chip when it comes to marriage. A competition to recruit a bride?
Zhao Xinghe couldn't help but exclaimed. And then he felt a little rude and apologized.
I'm sorry. Please continue. I don't want my marriage to be decided hastily. Although the people who can come today are either rich or noble, and the people who can participate in the competition are all people with background and inheritance. I just don't want to be manipulated and treated as an object. Fight for it.
Xiao Lui looked bitter.
But you're not that old, so there's no need to rush to marry you off. Right?
Lu Yuan asked confused as he didn't understand what was going on between these families.
Because my family is a martial arts family. I am the only girl in this generation. My family's kung fu has always been passed down to boys but not to girls. As I get older, I am afraid it will be difficult to master the kung fu. So I am a little anxious. It is too young and does not comply with the law. Age. And you are not marrying me off, but marrying into my family.
Xiao Lui explained.
Son-in-law?
Zheng Yu interrupted from the side.
To be honest, I'm only proficient in boxing and kicking. My dad always asks me to practice kung fu, but I've only scratched the surface of palm skills.
Lu Yuan said modestly.
I've thought about it, and only Mr. Lu can help me. If Mr. Lu really wins the competition, you can learn the techniques, but I just don't want to be manipulated, and I won't pester you.
Xiao Lui looked a little uncomfortable. Speaking naturally.
How happy it is to be entangled with such a beautiful girl.
Zhao Xinghe saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward and hurriedly warmed up the atmosphere.
Praise Mr. Zhao more.
Xiao Lui smiled slightly.
I said, can you please stop calling me
young master?
It feels like I've returned to ancient times. It's so awkward.
Zheng Yu complained.
How can this matter of marriage be a piece of cake? If I win, but end up not being with you, wouldn't it ruin your reputation? And your family will definitely feel disgraced. And I will become a sinner.
I have read a lot of movies, TV dramas and novels like Lu Yuan's. But I didn't expect that I could actually experience this kind of thing. And I spoke out the key points with full experience.
Am I not good enough?
Xiao Lui asked. Li Tong and Fong rose sat aside and watched the development of the situation quietly. They felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. But they had no position to stand up and say anything. They could only wait and see how Lu Yuan answered. Many people have already taken their seats in the hall, and the staff have begun to serve tea and water. However, the hall is not noisy. Everyone is chatting in low voices. It is obvious that the people visiting are very qualified.
Brother Lei, who do you think that kid is? And he's sitting in the first row. You and Miss Xia are childhood sweethearts. But I've never seen her so close to you.
The young man sitting in the middle of the second row said to Lei Bing said.
Don't use Xiao Lei's little tricks here. She is free to contact whomever she wants. I, Lei Bing, am a narrow-minded person.
Lei Bing looked indifferent, but felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. While the two were chatting, an imposing man came over and sat down directly without paying attention to the two of them.
Hey, isn't this the eldest son of the Lin family? You are quite old. Do you want to compete for him?
Xiao Lei obviously didn't have a good deal with this man.
What's the point of coming here early? The outcome has already been determined. I advise you not to waste your efforts, lest I hurt you and harm our peace. Lin Lan, you see there is no wind in the house, so don't be afraid to spread your tongue and talk nonsense here.
Xiao Lei obviously did not have the palace of his father, Xiao Jiuzhou, and was already irritated.
Ha ha. My brother is really like this. Wherever he goes, there are always enemies. Let's calm down our anger and make money by being harmonious.
Lin Han walked over with a smile and sat next to his brother Lin Lan. Lin Lan didn't seem to buy Lin Han's account.
What are you doing here? An illegitimate child? It's embarrassing.
Lin Han smiled slightly and did not refute, as if he had not heard anything. He picked up the teapot and poured Lin Lan a cup of tea. He smiled and said,
Dad asked me to make more contacts. After all, those present today are leaders from all walks of life. You have to work hard.
Ah, brother.
On the other side, Xiao Lui was still waiting for Lu Yuan's reply. Before he could answer, Li Wei and Li Jingbai came over.
Long time no see. I didn't expect you guys to come to the banquet.
Li Jingbai was a little surprised to see a few people present.
Miss Xia is even more beautiful than in the game.
Li Wei extended his right hand to say Hello.
Sorry. I'm not used to touching the body of the opposite sex.
Xiao Lui nodded, but did not shake hands with Li Wei.
Uh-huh. It's okay. It's okay. I didn't expect us juniors to be placed in the first row.
Li Wei didn't feel embarrassed and casually changed the subject.
Originally you were in the second row. I knew that you knew each other, so I arranged a table for you.
Xiao Lui said bluntly. After deciding, he looked at Lu Yuan and said,
You think about it. I will add your name to it.
Go up. If you really don't want to take action, then forget it.
Xiao Lui finished speaking calmly, greeted everyone one by one, and left first.
Long time no see. Sister Jingbai.
Lu Yuan said Hello.
Ha ha. Yes. I have been too busy recently to see you. Are you familiar with Miss Xia? It seems that our seats are so close to the front because of you.
Li Jingbai wore a sapphire blue dress, showing off the mature charm of a woman with every smile.
Oh, isn't this brother Lu? I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Thank you so much yesterday.
Xiao Jiuzhou also came to the scene. He originally planned to sit down at the middle table, but unexpectedly saw Lu Yuan and came over to say Hello. Call. Xiao Jiuzhou is one of the top figures in the business world, and the person who asked him to take the initiative to say Hello must be extraordinary. Lu Yuan's table instantly became the focus. When Xiao Lei saw his father coming, he also came to Lu Yuan's table and was curious about who it was. Xiao Lui personally led the way, and his father went over to say Hello in person. Lin Han was an old acquaintance of these people, so he stood up and walked over. Lin Lan and Lei Bing, who were present, saw this and simply followed.
Dad, you are here. Do you know each other?
Xiao Lei came over and greeted Xiao Jiuzhou respectfully.
Well, you should learn more from Brother Lu. At such a young age, you are already very talented and capable.
Xiao Jiuzhou taught his son, while not forgetting to praise Lu Yuan. Life is so dramatic. The relationship that might have been enemies turns out to be related inexplicably.
Hello.
Xiao Lei didn't dare to have other ideas after hearing what his father said, so he stretched out his hand to say Hello to Lu Yuan.
Xiao Lei, did you hear that? Mr. Zhao calls him brother, but you have to call him uncle.
Lin Lan came over and sarcastically said. Xiao Jiuzhou glanced at Lin Lan, but didn't care. He laughed and said,
Everyone has his own opinion, but the eldest son of the Lin family is really domineering. You juniors are chatting, and I have to sit down.
After that, he fought with Lu Yuan. He said Hello and turned around to leave. Lin Han glanced around everyone. His eyes stopped on Fong Rou and said,
Little girl, we really meet each other everywhere in life. The second young master of the Lin family really likes to be as knowledgeable as a little girl.
Li Wei had obviously dealt with these people, and his conversation was not polite.
My good-for-nothing brother has really bad eyesight.
Lin Lan didn't seem to pay attention to the people present at all. He glanced at Fong Rou and said calmly,
Who needs your judgment?
Fong Rou was aroused.
Oh, it's quite wild and interesting.
Lin Lan looked at Fong Rou again with a playful look. Fong Rou was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Li Tong, not daring to speak anymore.
Is this the style of your Lin family? You only get along with weak women.
Lu Yuan couldn't stand it and said coldly. Just when Lin Lan was about to have a seizure, he saw that the head of the Xia family was already seated. In order to maintain his appearance, he glared at Lu Yuan, turned around, and returned to his seat. Lin Han laughed and said,
Brother Lu, don't be angry. I was just talking casually. But this is not in a game. Don't think that you can ride 1,000 horses with one horse.
When Zhao Lei saw everyone leaving, he said low and returned to his seat. After all, his father called him brother, which made him really embarrassed.
My name is Lei Bing. Your performance during the National War was very impressive. But if you want to steal lure from me, then we are enemies.
Lei Bing is quite upright in his actions and does not hesitate in his words. After everyone dispersed, Lu Yuan shook his head and said,
This upper-class social circle is really tiring.
Chapter 122 Ainli? Lu Yuan looked at the people leaving inside.
This kind of socializing is really tiring. Just get used to it. Are you going to help her?
Li Tong looked at Lu Yuan and asked. I don't know why. But when he heard Xiao Lui asking for help, Li Tong felt very sad. He felt like something that belonged to him had been taken away. It wasn't until this moment that Li Tong knew what he was feeling.
I haven't thought about it. I don't know how to refuse. But how can I help with this kind of thing?
Lu Yuan was a little distressed.
You are such a bad person,
Fong Rou said angrily. The banquet hall was almost full, and each table was filled with 10 people. However, no strangers came to Lu Yuan's table, which couldn't help but add a bit of mystery. A middle-aged man came to the stage with a microphone and began to speak.
Hello everyone. Welcome to my Xia family. Today is my daughter's 20th birthday. I believe everyone has heard of the marrow cleansing sutra passed down by the Xia family. When practiced to a high level, this exercise can cleanse marrow and cut bones, prolong life, and has a bonus to all types of exercises. My Xia family has always passed down the inheritance from male to female, and we cannot stop the inheritance in this generation. I am taking this opportunity to find a suitable husband for my little girl. Young talents from all walks of life should not miss this opportunity.
The guests present stopped being quiet and began to talk. They were obviously very interested in the marrow cleansing sutra. However, there were also many simple businessmen who were happy to watch the excitement. After all, the Xia family did not just come.
Marrow cleansing sutra? The world's martial arts originated from Shaolin. Now that technology is so advanced, is there still a martial arts world?
Zheng Yu was a little surprised.
Just because you don't know, doesn't mean you don't have it. Isn't your boss also a member of the world?
Fong Rou still looked angry when she mentioned Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan, do you know the marrow cleansing sutra?
Li Tong asked. And everyone else also focused their attention on Lu Yuan.
I heard my dad mention it. This is a top-notch secret book. It can really cleanse the marrow and cut bones, remove toxins and impurities from the human body, and prolong life. It's just a trivial matter. The key is that with the help of the marrow cleansing sutra, no matter what martial arts you practice, you will make progress. Extremely fast.
Lu Yuan told everything he knew.
In other words, you are also interested in this martial arts?
Fong Rou seemed to be even more angry.
I'm not very interested in practicing martial arts. My father forced me to practice these few times. I haven't even practiced any of my own internal martial arts.
Lu Yuan didn't lie. Lu Yuan had never practiced his own internal skills. However, Lu Yuan's Jianquan palm technique was not as incompetent as he said, and he only became a master after being tested.
I asked why Miss Xia is so powerful in the game. It turns out that she has a foundation in martial arts, so her reflexes and combat awareness are naturally better than others.
Li Wei saw that something was not right between his sister and Fong Rou at the table, so he quickly changed the subject. Unexpectedly, when he mentioned Xiao Lui's anger, he became even more embarrassed. Although Li Jingbai didn't know what happened, she guessed that they were almost inseparable. She was afraid that her two sisters were jealous.
If your guess is correct, the old man sitting at the big table in the middle should be the oldest generation of the Xia family. Look at his energy level. I'm afraid most young people can't compare to it. The effect of this martial arts can be imagined.
Lu Yuan said to everyone. A layman watching the excitement. An expert watching the door. Zhao Xinghe and Zheng Yu looked at each other, obviously not understanding anything like that.
Boss, what you are saying is too mysterious. I feel like you are acting in a movie.
Zheng Yu muttered.
Hey, finish it quickly so that I can go back to accompany my dear.
Zhao Xinghe suddenly said in an infatuated voice.
Old Zhao, I've never seen you like this before. What kind of woman can charm you like this?
Lu Yuan looked a little surprised when he saw Zhao Xinghe. At this time, there were already people competing on the stage. They were all young people, and there seemed to be no rules. The person in charge of the Xia family would judge the points. If you win 3 games in a row, you can take a rest. It will be counted as promotion, and then enter the final competition. Although there are many people present, there are not many people who are really suitable. Most of them are young people with family martial arts inheritance. In this era, martial arts is gradually being ignored. There are not many who are truly masters, let alone a bunch of young people. While watching the fight on the stage, Zhao Xinghe said sweetly,
Her name is Autumn Water. Just like the poem in the name of my game. Autumn Water embraces the Milky Way. Her appearance makes all spring breezes passers-by.
Okay.
The meal hasn't started yet. Let's spread the dog food first.
Zheng Yu couldn't stand it when he saw Zhao Xinghe's nymphomaniac look.
If I have a chance to meet that girl, she actually captures our playboy's heart,
Lu Yuan said with a smile. And everyone laughed too. The fighting on the stage was quite intense. And all kinds of Chinese martial arts also appeared, such as Xingyiquan, Mantis Fist, Monkey Fist, Tombe Fist, and so on. The funniest thing was a drunken boxer who lost and shouted,
I didn't drink today. If the banquet started earlier and I drank a pound of liquor, I wouldn't be able to kill you or me.
Everyone burst into laughter. But Xia Lui's father shook his head. Even if such a person won the competition, he would not be the son-in-law he wanted to find.
I am the heir of Lei Bing's Thunder Palm. Please give me some advice.
Finally, I met an acquaintance. It was obvious that the table in the middle of the second row was today's seated player. And those whose status were inherited were all selected. The Thunder Palm is mainly fast and swift. And the palm technique is sharp and not sloppy at all, beating the opponent steadily.
This Lei Bing is a master, with sharp palm skills and solid steps. He has mastered the essence of palm skills,
Lu Yuan commented. After Lei Bing won 3 games in a row, he went down to rest. The people at the same table seemed to have made arrangements. They did not meet at the beginning, but took turns to play.
I am the successor of Zhao Lei's Zhao-style Tai Chi. Please give me some advice.
Tai Chi is all about artistic conception and state of mind. Zhao Lei is obviously not very mature yet, but he has learned the essence. Not only does he use softness to overcome strength, Zhao Lei's Tai Chi also has a touch of ruthlessness, adding some grappling elements. Not only does he defeat people, but he also removed the joint easily.
Brother Zhao, your Tai Chi is a bit too harsh. Ha ha. Brother Lin, thank you very much,
Zhao Jiuzhou said without caring, directly treating the sarcasm as a compliment.
Lin family. Lin Lan's 13 deadly swords. Please enlighten me.
Lin Lan took a wooden sword and said. Lin Lan's sword struck at vital points, and his opponents had no ability to fight back. Most of the people who came to the scene did not bring weapons, so those with swords always suffered a bit.
Brother Lin, I think your 13 deadly swords are really ruthless.
Zhao Jiuzhou counterattacked the first army.
Oh! Ha 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 ha. Brother Zhao deserves the award.
Lin Feng also imitated Zhao Jiuzhou and said,
Ha 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 ha.
The two looked at each other and smiled. And the people around them also laughed. The field was full of juniors competing. But everyone at the table was also competing secretly.
I'm Ainli. There's no need to waste time. Come up as many people as you want.
Suddenly a young man in black came up on the stage and shouted arrogantly.
Beat me first and then talk.
When the young man in the ring heard the other party's arrogant words, he raised his hand and rushed forward. However, Ainli's clothes were not even touched, and he was knocked unconscious with one punch.
Who is this person? It seems that he is not on the list. Who invited him?
The head of the Xia family asked the people around him.
It is true that I have not invited this person, and I have never seen him come in at the door.
The people around him quickly replied.
I told you. Don't waste your time. Miss Xia will be mine today.
Ainli stood on the stage and laughed loudly and shouted arrogantly. Chapter 123 Uninvited Guest. Xia Lui's father walked onto the stage and shouted at Ainli.
When I choose a son-in-law, Xia Rui, In addition to being excellent in martial arts, he must also have good moral character. An arrogant and ruthless person like you should leave as soon as possible. Is this my father-in-law? Kung Fu is a killing skill. If you don't fight the enemy quickly in battle, why don't you wait for the opponent to show off?
Ainley bowed deeply to show respect, but he retorted in words.
We didn't invite you. It's rude for you to come uninvited.
As an elder, Xiao Rui couldn't compete with young people in front of so many people. Ainley was not in a hurry and said with a smile.
My father, Yin Tianzheng, and Uncle Xiao have been acquaintances for a long time. I guess it was a bit rude for you not to send an invitation to my father for such an important event. Right. Humph. Those evil villains. Who would want to associate with him?
Xiao Rui put his hands behind his back and turned his head to the side.
Brother Xia, we have known each other for many years. I didn't expect you to comment on an old friend like this behind your back. It's disrespectful and disrespectful.
There was no one in the banquet hall, but a voice came from the banquet hall. Lu Yuan stared at the entrance and said to himself,
This man is a master and has very high attainments in internal skills. Xiao Yuanzi, did we go to the wrong set?
Zhao Xinghe asked in a low voice.
Yes. Boss, what is this all about? The food hasn't been served yet, but there is quite a lot of drama.
Zheng Yu also agreed. Xiao Rui snorted coldly.
You are pretending to be a ghost. Now that you are here, come out!
Although this sound was made through a microphone, the sound floated out far away. At this time, a man also dressed in black walked in, with a resolute face that looked decent, but his eyes were sharp and murderous.
My son is about the same age, has a handsome appearance, and has superb martial arts skills. Since your Xiao family has publicly selected a son-in-law, why aren't you qualified?
Yin Tianzheng walked to the main table in the hall, bowed deeply to the old man of the Xiao family, and then faced Xiao Rui without any intention of giving in. Xiao Rui was just about to say something when he saw his old man wave his hand and fell silent.
The visitor is a guest. Since Tianzheng is determined to get married, let's give his boy a chance.
Xiao Hao, the old man of the Xiao family, spoke, and everyone naturally had to obey.
Mister, come and sit. Xiao Hao waved his hand. Yin Tianzheng walked to Xiao Hao and was about to sit down when Xiao Hao said,
Sit there. These 2 seats are reserved for my old friends.
Yin Tianzheng didn't care and went straight to the empty seat on the other side and sat down. Ainley on the stage became even more arrogant. He put his hands behind his back and said loudly,
Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?
Originally, all the people with mediocre kung fu had been eliminated, but now another strong person came. No one wanted to make a fool of themselves on stage. For a while, no one answered, and Ainley became even more proud.
Humph. How can I allow my lure to be defiled by someone like you?
Lei Bing walked to the stage and said coldly,
Hey, give it back to you, lure. I think you just licked the dog until you have nothing left.
Yin Tianzheng said sarcastically with a smile without caring.
Look at the palm.
Seeing this, Xiao Rui shook his head and said to the head of the Lei family at the table,
Brother Lei, Mr. Lei has mastered the essence of Thunder Palm. He had great hopes of winning the championship, but a few words have thrown him off his feet. I'm afraid.
Lei Peng nodded and said,
Yes. It's time for him to practice his mental state when he goes back.
Then he waved his hand and said to his men,
I will send the young master directly home later.
The fight on the field was fierce. Lei Bing's Thunder Palm technique was quick and not sloppy at all, but Ainley dodged left and right. After fighting for several rounds, Ainley did not throw a punch.
You are no match. Let me give you 10 moves first.
Ainley said sarcastically.
Humph. Try my move. Dry Thunder opens the sky dot.
Lei Bing shouted, lunged forward and pushed out with both palms. The two of them passed each other, and Lei Bing fell to the ground clutching his stomach. 2 people from the Lei family helped Lei Bing off the stage and carried him directly out of the banquet hall. When Lei Peng saw his son's defeat, he did not become angry. Instead, he calmly said to Yin Tianzheng,
Brother Yin's earth fist is really vicious. He hit the dog with just 1 punch and fell to the ground. Brother Lei, thank you very much. The Thunder Palm technique is well deserved. Your son has mastered the essence. It's just that the mental aspect still needs training.
The main table was chatting, and everyone at the table except Lu Yuan was stunned.
It was obvious that Lei Bing had the upper hand just now. So how come it was Lei Bing who fell down in a flash?
Fan Ro asked anxiously.
Originally, the 2 of them were evenly matched. But Ainley said some dirty words, and confused Lei Bing's heart. His steps were messy. The last move seemed to be fast, but in fact, it was full of flaws.
The reason why Lu Yuan can calmly analyze and follow everything he encounters, it is inseparable from the training given by my parents when I was young.
I think today is not a birthday party, but more like a martial arts competition.
Zheng Yu looked impatient before, but this time the fight was fierce, and he became excited. Lu Yuan felt a gaze looking at him. Following the feeling, he saw that it was Xiao Lui sitting next to his grandfather. He did not look at the ring,
but looked at himself, with a hint of resentment and despair in his eyes. Lu Yuan felt helpless. It seemed that the big family also suffered from the big family. Although they had enough food and clothing, they didn't have much freedom.
Is there anyone else?
Ainli fought several battles in a row, but showed no sign of fatigue. Lin Lan and Zhao Lei are the only young people in the audience who have never seen their faces.
You come first or me first?
Lin Lan asked first.
Brother Lin, are you afraid of failure? Then let me go first.
After Zhao Lei said this, he stood up and went on stage.
Am I afraid? I'm afraid you won't have a chance.
Lin Lan stepped onto the ring first. Lin Han looked at his brother's back and shook his head.
Zhao Lei, you are indeed the son of the Zhao family. You can use this provocation in seconds.
Zhao Lei smiled without saying anything, and turned his gaze to the stage. Zhao Lei is not lacking in any kind of woman. But if he has a relationship with the Xia family, the family's career will make a qualitative leap. Not to mention the top-notch skills. Of course, Xiao Lui, as an accessory to the Marrow Cleansing Sutra, is also the best among women. It really kills 3 birds with 1 stone.
Do I need to get you a real sword? I'm afraid your wooden sword can't hurt me.
Ainli sneered when Lin Lan came to the stage holding a wooden sword.
Stop talking rubbish to me. Do you think I'm that loser from the Lei family?
Lin Lan danced a few sword flowers casually, and coupled with his handsome appearance, he felt a little fairy-like.
I gave that kid 10 moves just now. Seeing that you are much stronger than him. That's good. I'll give you 9 moves. That's a lot of nonsense. Then just stand still, and let's see if my wooden sword can hurt you.
After Lin Lan finished speaking, he moved with his sword and stabbed out with a sharp sword. Ainli said he was arrogant, but in fact, he did not dare to resist. He continued to dodge left and right, observing Lin Lan's moves and routines, waiting for the opponent's flaws. The 13 life-destroying swords attack people's vital points. The 2 sides go back and forth, and the fight is evenly matched.
The swordsmanship is sharp, but the changes are not enough. Your swordsmanship is not good enough.
Facing Lin Lan's sword that stabbed his heart, Ainli showed no intention of dodging. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and a black aura visible to the naked eye came out of his fist. He punched the tip of the sword with 1 punch. Chapter 124 Earth Fiend Fist. Ainli punched Lin Lan's sword with a black fist. If this was a real sword, Ainli would not attack like this. After all, the wooden sword itself is not particularly strong. Even with the bonus of sword skills, the attack power is not, it will be greatly reduced. Ainli leapt on his inner strength and used the Disha fist move Black Tiger pushing the mountain. The wooden sword broke inch by inch. Lin Lan could no longer stop his momentum, and his right arm directly collided with Ainli's fist.
Stop!
Someone shouted loudly in the audience. But Ainli obviously had no intention of stopping. How could the sword practicing arm be as strong as the boxing practice? Lin Lan's right arm was directly fractured. Ainli punched Lin Lan in the chest again with his backhand, sending Lin Lan flying backwards and falling to the ground. Lin Lan covered her right arm, but did not scream. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. When she was helped down, she just gave Ainli a vicious look.
This Lin Lan is quite a man. He didn't even cry out in pain after being beaten like that. Moreover, he can still afford to lose. He loses the battle but not others.
Lu Yuan commented. Zhao Xing has said to the people at the table with a shocked look on his face.
Did you see his hand shining? The black one?
Li Tong obviously saw it too.
It's too mysterious. Today has refreshed my outlook on life.
Zhao Xing couldn't calm down for a long time.
Boss, can you show off?
Zheng Yu looked at Lu Yuan expectantly. Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly and said,
My father asked me to practice internal strength, but I never practice it. So apart from my boxing and kicking skills, I can't release my energy.
The situation has exceeded expectations. Of course, the Xia family also likes to join forces and find a good in-law. Obviously, the Yin family is not their ideal candidate. Moreover, once this Marrow Cleansing Sutra falls into the hands of such a person, I am afraid it will help the evil. In this harmonious society, the laws are already very sound and people's safety is guaranteed. But there are still some dark sides that are just out of reach of ordinary people. When interests are involved, these people always do things unscrupulously, and their methods are outrageous. So they are rejected by most people. And the Ian family is one of them.
Brother, you have to be careful.
A girl of 17 or 18 years old next to Zhao Lei said with concern. Zhao Lei fondly touched the little girl's head and said,
It's okay. Although his boxing skills are sinister, they are also strong and strong. Our Tai Chi is just in conflict with it.
Zhao Lei said that. But he still knew what level Lin Lan was at. It seemed that he could hardly be his opponent. But he couldn't back down at this moment. Zhao Lei came to the stage and said before Ian Li could speak,
Your Excellency is superb in martial arts. I admire you. But you don't have to let me do it. Just attack here. I'll also see what's so special about your Earth Fist.
Place.
Seeing that the other party had taken the upper hand verbally, Ian Li smiled slightly.
Then be careful.
Ian Li's all-out attack was very fast, and the two sides began to fight. Zhao Lei used softness to overcome strength, and the fight was back and forth for a while, and no one could do anything to the other.
I didn't see it. Zhao Lei, who seemed to be the weakest, actually fought well.
Fong Rou commented.
Tai Chi is all about leveraging strength and overcoming strength with softness. Although the offensiveness is not ranked too high, the defensive counterattack is indeed unmatched.
Tai Chi is not a secret martial art. In addition, Xianquan Pom and Tai Chi Bagua also have something in common. Therefore, Lu Yuan can be said to be a well-rounded person. It is possible to learn it during simplified Tai Chi military training. However, if you want to practice it well, you must practice it in actual combat. It's time to defeat the enemy, and they will have to put in a lot of effort there.
You are quite good at practicing Tai Chi, but you have too many redundant movements and always want to take advantage. If your martial arts skills are not as good as yours, you will catch them. But it is of no use to me.
Ian Li strolled around the court while talking, said to Zhao Lei while fighting.
Although Brother Ian is very powerful, he is not qualified to comment on my martial arts.
When it comes to talking nonsense, Zhao Lei is not inferior to Ian Li at all.
Turn around. Move. Block and beat.
Seeing Ian Li's flaws, Zhao Lei turned around and quickly flipped his right fist forward through his chest. This sudden force was intended to catch Ian Li off guard. With this punch, Ian Li would definitely be full of flaws, and he would be sure to win. But who knew that Ian Li deliberately lured the opponent to take the bait? He turned slightly sideways and used the
black tiger drilling in the forest
move, getting close in front of Zhao Lei and punching the opponent in the stomach. Seeing that he had been fooled, Zhao Lei quickly withdrew his fist and slapped Ian Li's fist with the palm of his left hand downward. However, the punch was so fast that although it was knocked off course, it still missed Zhao Lei's left rib. The two sides passed each other side by side. Ian Li was a little surprised by Tai Chi's quick changes of moves and the measured advance and retreat. Zhao Lei, who was in extreme pain in his left rib at this time, was surprised by the tricky attack of the Disha fist, which hit the flesh. Just when he was about to continue the attack, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his left rib, and he clearly felt an evil energy attacking his body. Zhao Lei is not stupid. He knows that he can't win. If he continues to show off, he will probably be carried out. Zhao Lei clasped his hands in his fists and said calmly,
Brother Ian is very powerful. I am willing to be the weakest.
After saying that, he endured the pain and walked out of the ring gracefully. Ian Li also clasped his fists and said,
A man who can take things up and put them down can be considered a handsome man. Zhao Jiushou glanced at Zhao Lei and nodded. He knew he couldn't beat him, but he didn't lose badly. His son had finally made some progress.
Brother, are you okay?
Zhao Yihan quickly helped Zhao Lei sit down.
It doesn't matter. I can still hold on.
Zhao Lei gritted his teeth to hold back the pain.
Is there anyone else?
Ian Li shouted arrogantly. Everyone present looked unhappy. Only Yin Tianzheng looked at Xia Hao with a proud expression. Facing Xia Lui's desperate eyes, Lu Yuan sighed. He really couldn't stand by and watch this situation happen. Lu Yuan stood up and took off his coat, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and walked onto the ring. I thought it would be a normal dinner, and I bought a formal suit. Who would have thought that these people were all prepared in advance, and their clothes were all suitable for fighting? Only I wore big leather shoes and a suit and went on stage. At this moment, all the eyes of the audience were focused on Lu Yuan, a young man who had never made a move. judging from his fair appearance and formal attire. Most people were not optimistic about him.
This kid really couldn't hold it back,
Lin Han muttered softly. Zhao Lei heard Lin Han speak and asked,
have you ever seen him take action? There were some misunderstandings before. My subordinates are not my opponents. I don't know what their true strength is,
Lin Han commented. When Ainley saw someone coming up to the stage, he sarcastically said,
is there no one here? Why did you call a security guard to come up directly?
Lu Yuan didn't care at all about the other party's ridicule. He rolled up his sleeves and unbuttoned his shirt. He smiled and said,
I don't want to be defeated. I'll wait for you here. You can rest for a while. Ha ha. Why do you need to rest after cleaning up these greenhouse flowers? Your body didn't even warm up just now.
Ainley tilted his neck, making a sound of bones cracking, and said indifferently,
then come up. I'll give you 10 moves. I don't know how high the sky is. So go to HL.
Chapter 125 Qianku and Palm vs. Earth Demon Fist. Lu Yuan knew that Ainley was very thoughtful, so he preemptively harassed him with some trash talk, knowing that he would never rest, and to show off his magnanimity.
I don't know how high the sky is. Go to HL.
Ainley shouted loudly, kicked his feet, and used the
double dragons going to the sea
move, and attacked fiercely with his fists. Since leaving home, Lu Yuan has rarely made any moves. The last time he fought with Lin Han's men in the hotel, he only used fists and kicks because his opponent was too weak. Through the observation just now, Lu Yuan knew that this person was fierce and powerful, and did not dare to be careless. He had been prepared at all times from the moment he took the stage. Lu Yuan's opponent attacked with both fists very fast. It was obvious that Ainley actually wanted to fight quickly. After all, after several battles in a row, who knew if there would be anyone else after Lu Yuan? Fast speed means great power, but it is difficult to change the move. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, pushed out his right palm quickly, pushed Ainley's left fist aside, turned 360 degrees, and hit Ainley's chest directly with his left elbow. Good. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but cheer. In a fight between Lightning and Flint, Ainley charged too hard and suffered a big loss. He quickly retreated to prevent Lu Yuan from taking advantage of the victory to pursue him. Ainley patted the clothes on his chest twice with his hands, and said with a smile,
good boy. If you don't retreat, you advance instead. Where can you follow your master? Qianku and Palm Lu family. Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan is not in a hurry. This Ainley is still the target of public criticism. Everyone present regards him as an uninvited guest. The longer the time, the better for him. Moreover, this Ainley has obviously practiced internal martial arts. If he attacks rashly and gets hit a few times, he is afraid that if you can't hold it back, the only way is to win with moves.
Qianku and Palm? Why didn't anyone tell me when someone from the Lu family came?
Xiao Hao suddenly said after hearing this.
Father! That table was filled with guests invited by Luo'er, so I didn't ask any questions.
Xiao Rui quickly explained. Ainley stood on the stage thoughtfully, then smiled sinisterly and said,
I have heard about the Qianku and Palm a little bit, but the Lu family has never heard of it. It doesn't matter. Some things just need to be beaten to be remembered. Like what?
Lu Yuan didn't want to talk too much nonsense. But this Ainley was really capable of ridiculing people, so he couldn't help but reply a few words.
Just like a dog.
When Zheng Yu heard that his boss was arguing with someone on stage, he quickly shouted to help. The entire banquet hall burst into laughter. In the first confrontation, Ainley not only lost his moves, but also his momentum.
A good boy. You know how to use your words. See if I don't beat you all over the place.
After all, Ainley was young and energetic. When he had the advantage before, he had clear and quick thinking and some clever tricks. Now that he was laughed at by the whole hall, he suddenly felt that he couldn't hold it in his face and became angry.
This guy is amazing. I thought he had better luck in the game, but I didn't expect he had some background. The key is to know how to use his power to turn everyone in the banquet hall into his potential backing.
Zhao Jiuzhou was very scheming. Everything was concluded in his eyes, and Xiao Hao's reaction just now was enough to show that Lu Yuan's background was not simple. The audience was discussing, but there was no pause on the stage. Black arrogance erupted from Ainley's hands again. It was obvious that he had used all his skills. The Disha fist kept changing its moves and attacks, and he had the upper hand for a while. Lu Yuan didn't practice any internal skills, so he didn't dare to confront him head-on. He had to dodge in a panic and retreated backwards. He was about to approach the edge of the ring, and was in a critical situation. Ainley took advantage of Lu Yuan's flaw, and after punching, he quickly changed his move to the black tiger shaking claw. The fist turned into a claw, and he grabbed it horizontally. Lu Yuan's shirt was scratched with 3 fingerprints, and his abdomen was scratched with blood. He simply dodged in time, and was just a scratch. Some flesh bruised. Lu Yuan saw his own blood flowing out. Although the wound was not deep, he felt a sinister aura entering his body.
You can't retreat now. You will be at an absolute disadvantage when you reach the edge of the ring.
Lu Yuan thought secretly in his heart.
What's wrong? Aren't you very proud just now? Fight back.
Ainley kept his hands on his hands and began to disturb Lu Yuan's thoughts with his mouth.
I told you I would give you 10 moves. Is that enough?
Lu Yuan didn't show any weakness. The more attacks there are, the more moves there will be. When there are too many moves, flaws will naturally appear. Lu Yuan saw the gap between Ainley's punches and struck out with a palm, hitting Ainley directly in the chest. Although Lu Yuan has not practiced internal skills, his palm strength is very strong. Ainley was beaten and took a few steps back to stabilize his body. There was also a dull pain in his chest.
Is it just these 2 strikes? My earth-shaking fist has many and unpredictable moves. I advise you not to resist tenaciously. Next time it won't be as simple as shedding some blood.
Although Ainley suffered a loss, he directed his attention to Lu. He was far away bleeding, barely keeping himself from losing face.
You dare to claim that the changes are unpredictable even though the number of Earth evil spirits is small? The sun, moon and stars belong to the universe, and the changes in the heaven and earth belong to the heaven and earth. You, the gang Earth evil, also belong to the heaven and earth. The universe encompasses all things. Today I will let you know what it means to be outside the world and to have others.
Lu Yuan became serious. The palm of his right hand was upward, and the palm of his left hand was downward. The palms of the 2 palms were in the shape of holding a ball. The Qian palm mainly attacked, and the Kuan palm mainly changed. The Yang force hit people like withering and tearing, breaking bones and tendons. And the Yin force hit people. It can damage the lungs and intestines, leaving no trace on the outside and causing death. This time Lu Yuan launched a direct attack, stepping on the Qiankuan step. It was not very fast, but it was unclear where the next step would be. The steps under his feet were dizzying, but the palm techniques on his hands seemed normal. Not to be outdone, Ainley picked up his fist and started to attack. Unexpectedly, the seemingly motionless palm actually had a suction force, and he directly moved his fist to the side, instantly transforming into countless palm shadows that were hard to distinguish between the real and the real. Ainley had no way to avoid it, and was directly hit by a palm in the chest again, and he fell backwards. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan's left leg had been stretched forward behind Ainley, and a big but sat on his feet. Lu Yuan took advantage of the victory to pursue him, turned his palms into claws, and grabbed Ainley's throat, and said calmly, "We will fight until the point is reached. If you can't beat me, I will give in." The people in the audience applauded. This battle showed their strength without losing their grace. It can be said that they won quite beautifully. Lu Yuan stood up and stretched out his hand to pull Ainley up. Unexpectedly, Ainley kicked his legs on Lu Yuan's lower abdomen. He stood up again and punched Lu Yuan's chest with black fists. Lu Yuan flew backwards. Ainley still wanted to pursue the killer, but the Xia family in the audience had already stood up to stop him. But suddenly it was too late, so he had to shout loudly, "Stop!" Just when Ainley was about to succeed, a glass flew over and hit Ainley on the head, abruptly interrupting his forward momentum and causing blood to flow out. At this time, Xia Rui had already rushed to the ring and supported Lu Yuan. Everyone in the Xia family also surrounded Ainley and stared at him angrily.
Are you bullying me because there is no one in the Lu family?"
Following the sound, a couple walked into the door of the banquet hall. The woman looked anxious, but was pulled by the man and walked to the main table step by step.
Junior Lu Fei and his wife Li Jingxian pay homage to Mr. Xia.
If these 2 people are not Lu Yuan's parents, who can they be? Chapter 126, Lu Yuan's abdominal muscles.
Brother Yin's son has indeed inherited the fine traditions of your family, and is as sinister as ever.
Lu Fei looked at Yin Tianzheng coldly and said,
"Brother Lu is not bad when it comes to insidiousness. 2 juniors competed, and you plotted against them."
Yin Tianzheng twisted the facts and bit back.
"Ha ha ha. Why haven't you seen me for several years? Are you still blind from practicing martial arts? Humph. You bullied my son in a round-robin battle today, and the win is not honorable. Miss Xia family has no chance with my son. So let's say goodbye.
Yin Tianzheng distorted the facts and saw that things were not going well. So he got up and wanted to leave.
You hurt my son, and you want to run away like this?
Lu Fei saw that the other person wanted to run away. So he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to take action. At this time Xia Hao stood up and said,
There are many guests today. Please give me some face.
Lu Yuan nodded, waved his hand, and went to look at Lu Yuan on the stage. At this time, Li Tong and Fang Rou were helping Lu Yuan from left to right. And Xia Lui was also anxiously checking the wounds in front of Lu Yuan. Zhao Xinghe and Zheng Yu originally came to the stage first. But they didn't expect to be squeezed directly by the three women. Went behind. Xia Rui was so angry at this time that in full view of everyone in the arena. Such a despicable thing happened under his nose. And he still failed to protect Lu Yuan. Who should have won?
Although your martial arts foundation is good, you are narrow-minded and cruel. It will be difficult for you to become a big man in the future.
Xia Rui glared at Yin Li and said,
Kung Fu is used to kill people. How can you be ruthless and ruthless? Will you be merciful on the battlefield? Although I am young, I don't have the final say on whether I will be a great person or not.
Yin Li still said hard.
Lear, let's go! Miss Xia's family is not lucky enough to have entered our Yin family's door.
Yin Tianzheng finished speaking coldly and walked out in a swaggering manner.
Why are both of them so shameless? If I can't beat them, I'll go up and give him a slap in the face.
Zheng Yu couldn't stand it anymore and muttered. Yin Tianzheng turned around and glared at Zheng Yu, snorted coldly, and Zheng Yu quickly covered his mouth in fear.
Mom and Dad, why are you here?
Lu Yuan forced a smile while holding back the pain.
If I don't come, I'm afraid your life will be lost,
Lu Fei said angrily, obviously dissatisfied with the Xia family's failure to fulfill their responsibilities, and then tore off Lu Yuan's clothes and took a look at his injuries. The 3 scratches on the abdomen were not serious. They were just scratches on the skin, and the wounds were not deep. The most serious injuries were the 2 punches in the chest. The 2 dark fist marks were on Lu Yuan's chest. I feel a slight chill.
Brother Xia, can you borrow a room?
Lu Fei said to Xia Rui.
Whatever Brother Lu said. Just leave it to me. You 2 are guests. Go and reminisce with your father. I didn't take good care of Mr. Ling this time. I'm sorry.
After Xia Rui said sincerely, he left from Lu Fei took Lu Yuan in his hand and helped him to the room.
There is no problem with the Xia family's Kung Fu method in healing injuries. Whoever told this kid not to practice Kung Fu properly, let him have a taste of the pain.
Lu Fei comforted Li Jingxian and said, The husband and wife are not procrastinators. It is normal for martial arts practitioners to get injured. Although they feel distressed, they cannot lose their etiquette. After all, it is not just themselves who are represented when they go out. Lu Fei and his wife came to sit next to Xia Hao. It turned out that these 2 seats were reserved for the 2 of them. This sudden visit to Lu Yuan was also because they were invited by the Xia family. First, they came to witness and reminisce about the past. The second is that he hopes that the descendants of the Lu family can also participate in this contest to recruit a bride. However, when Lu Fei and his wife saw that their son was already accompanied by 2 confidants, they didn't want to embarrass Lu Yuan, and they couldn't refuse Mr. Xia directly, so they didn't show up for a long time and didn't know how to explain. Who would have thought that this kid would get into the ring by mistake? Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh that his son was doing better than he was before, and he was actually involved with 3 beauties at the same time.
I'm sorry about your father,
Xia Hao sighed.
Mister. At this time, the staff had begun to serve the food one after another, and the banquet hall gradually returned to its previous atmosphere. Chatting began, some talking about the fight just now, and some businessmen passing business cards to each other.
If I had abandoned my sectarian views and taught your father the marrow cleansing sutra, maybe he would.
Mr. Xia still had a bitter look on his face.
My father said that he is at the end of his life, and even if he gets the teaching, it will be difficult for him to survive. Mr. Xia shouldn't worry too much. Our 2 families have been friends since our ancestors for many years. This time, our son wins because we are closer to each other.
Mr. Xia said with a smile on his granddaughter's face.
Haha. Let them handle the younger generation's affairs by themselves. Let's have a drink together. Mr. Xia.
Lu Fei started to laugh, remembering the look in the eyes of the 3 women just now, and let him handle his son's emotional disputes by himself. After a while, singing and dancing began on the stage. Like a gala, Xia Rui also came back and sat down and said to Lu Fei and his wife,
Master Ling's health is not serious. I have eliminated the poisonous energy. He may be a little tired and has fallen asleep. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Luor still has his my friends are with me. So I will come back first. Thank you, Brother Xia. Come and have a drink with me.
Lu Fei raised his glass and drank first as a token of respect.
Oh, please drink less. My son is injured. And you are not drinking carelessly.
Li Jingxian whispered. But she was only worried and did not mean to blame. There were nearly 20 people at the main table. But Lu Fei seemed not to have seen them, didn't know them, and didn't care. The people at this table could be said to be big guys from all walks of life. They seemed to be used to this kind of occasion, and they only communicated with the people around them.
Boss is so handsome. He actually knocked down the guy with a black hand in just a few blows. He was really despicable, and actually carried out a sneak attack.
Zheng Yu chattered on.
Still thinking about it.
Please keep your voice down. Don't you see that Li Yuan is in pain? The patient needs to rest. Do you understand?
Fong Ro couldn't bear it after being muttered by Zheng Yu. And she almost roared.
Sister-in-law, I didn't say it. You were the loudest.
Zheng Yu muttered again. Outside the guest room door, Zhao Xinghe, Zheng Yu, and Li Wei looked at each other.
Zheng Yu, you kid caused us to be pushed out.
Zhao Xinghe wished he could beat this talker to death. Li Wei smiled and said,
Brother Lu, just be fine. There are too many people, and it does affect your rest. Come on. Let's go have a drink or two.
Several women in the room were trying to help Lu Yuan wipe the blood on his abdomen. Although the wounds had been bandaged and the blood stains had not been treated, they had never served others. In the end, Li Jingbai volunteered. After all, he was older and was better than a group of children. Powerful. Just like that, Li Jingbai used a dry towel, dipped it in some alcohol and began to wipe it. There were 3 other women around him, and the 4 of them stared at Lu Yuan's abdomen seriously.
Sister Jingbai, what's wrong?
Fong Ro couldn't help but ask when she saw Li Jingbai stopped with her hands.
I didn't expect this kid to look so thin, but his abdominal muscles are quite strong.
Li Jingbai couldn't help but say. Xiao Lui and Li Tong blushed and turned their heads to the side.
Really? Let me touch it.
Fong Ro reached out her little hand with excitement, touched Lu Yuan's belly twice, then looked at Li Jingbai with eyes wide open with excitement, and nodded crazily like a chicken eating rice. Chapter 127 Fong Ro's voice.
Sister Jingbai, why are you following her around?
Li Tong said with some dissatisfaction. Fong Ro said nonchalantly,
Don't be angry. How about you two touch me too?
After saying one sentence, Xiao Lui and Li Tong looked at each other. And finally Li Tong said seriously to Fong Ro,
Let him sleep quietly for a while. It's not like you haven't seen how strong Li is.
None of the 4 girls wanted to go out to attend such a banquet. A good birthday party turned into a social banquet. No wonder Xiao Lui said that it would be really boring if not a few of her friends attended.
Miss Xia, did you already know that this would happen?
Li Tong broke the silence and asked first. Xiao Lui shook her head and said guiltily,
No, I only found out yesterday. If I had known that my life was in danger, I would rather sacrifice my own happiness in life than harm him.
Everyone could hear the sadness and sincerity in Xiao Lui's words, and they could all understand the sadness of a big family who couldn't choose their own marriage.
No matter what, you won anyway. Lu Yuan defeated the competitor and is already your fiancé,
Fong Ro said with some dissatisfaction.
When I begged him, I said I wouldn't force him, no matter what my family said. Since I'm tired of family rules, how could I let him shoulder the responsibility for me?
Xiao Lui said this with some bitterness.
When you say this, I appreciate Miss Xia a little. I believe you can also see that you are not the only one who has a crush on Lu Yuan. Although Li Tong doesn't say it, I can see that she likes Lu Yuan. As for me, although I also have a crush on Lu Yuan, I will not compete with my best sister. There are thousands of good men in the world, and I believe there will be someone who can replace him. I hope you two can compete fairly.
Fong Ro felt a little bitter at the end. Can anyone really take his place? In his mind, the scene of Lu Yuan standing up for him in the hotel and knocking down several big men in an instant, the scene of giving him the best weapons in the game, the scene of the martial arts competition in the game venting his anger for him and teasing Lin Han. These scenes have long been in Fong Ro's mind. Take root in my heart. How could anyone replace him? That time when I was drunk, I didn't go to get my clothes. I thought about it, but my reason told me that I couldn't do it. My best sister met him first, and my best sister had admiration for him. Love, friendship, and friendship are both important to Fong Ro, and who saw her turning around and laughing, with tears on her face.
Fong Ro. You actually.
Before Li Tong finished speaking, Fong Ro covered her mouth and hugged her silently.
Well, I think if you three all pursue Li Yuan, Fong Ro might have a better chance.
Li Jingbai couldn't stand it anymore. The atmosphere was a bit too dull. When the three women heard the sound, they all looked at Li Jingbai, waiting for the next step.
I met him quite early in the game. He also told me about his previous relationship experiences. In fact, it's not his fault that the relationship is so dull. It must have left a shadow.
Li Jingbai couldn't help laughing when he said this. A sound.
What shadow?
Seeing everyone's interest, Li Jingbai started talking directly, regardless of Li Yuan's previous words about keeping it confidential.
So for someone who is relatively dull when it comes to girls, only Fong Ro's personality can seduce her. You two are too introverted. You are both so introverted and keep everything in your heart. In the end, I'm afraid you will be attracted without Fong Ro. Others snatched it away.
Li Jingbai concluded after telling Li Yuan's experience.
I didn't expect that in this day and age. There are still boys whose love lives are completely blank.
There was a knock on the door, and Xiao Lui's father Xiao Rui, Lu Yuan's parents, Zhao Xinghe, and Li Wei walked in. The women quickly moved out of the way and stood nearby, saying H, low quietly and listening to the elders talk.
Thanks to your son being present this time. Otherwise our Xiao family would be really embarrassed.
Xiao Rui said sincerely to Lu Fei.
This kid is not up to par. I told him to practice more, but he didn't listen. He only learned some tricks. He has learned a lesson this time.
Lu Fei said angrily when he saw Li Yuan who was still sleeping. Li Jingxian angrily slapped Lu Fei and said,
My son is injured, and you are still blaming him. Lu, come to meet your Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. They will be your parents-in-law from now on.
Xiao Rui called her daughter with a smile.
Xiao Lui has met Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu.
Xiao Lui hurriedly said H, low.
She looks so much like her mother. It's a pity that my eldest sister passed away early.
Li Jingxian saw Xiao Lui and thought of her old friend.
Why are you saying these sad words?
Lu Fei said somewhat reproachfully.
It's okay. It's been so many years. Luer's mother is weak and doesn't like to practice martial arts. Otherwise, I would let Luer practice martial arts to keep fit since she was a child. It would be a hardship for my daughter. Luer has been unable to urinate since she was a child. I admit defeat and think that I am no worse than boys. But I am just a little too competitive. That's not right. This kid only had a chest injury. And after Brother Xiao's treatment, he is no longer seriously injured. He shouldn't be still sleeping.
After Lu Fei said that, he stepped forward to check and found that Li Yuan's pulse was stable and his breathing was normal. He was indeed asleep. Then Lu Fei did something that stunned everyone present and shook Li Yuan awake.
You kid! A group of people are worried about you. So you can sleep here.
Lu Fei said seriously.
Dad, you're here. I've been feeling dizzy since this morning. The bed happened to be quite comfortable. So I just slept for a while. Why are there so many people here?
Lu Yuan asked in confusion.
Brother Lu, don't be too harsh on your children. You only use moves to defeat Yinli, who is both internal and external. He is no longer as powerful as the Lu family.
Xiao Rui came to the rescue and said. Li Jingxian didn't say anything. He pulled Xiao Rui and signaled not to interfere and continued reading.
This time, you know that there are people outside the world. Right. If you don't mess with others, others will mess with you. Now that you have entered this circle, it is impossible to stay away from it. I have passed on our family's inner strength and mental skills to you have it on your phone. And there are some lessons left by your ancestors. Practice well by yourself, and I will check the results next time you come.
Lu Fei continued to say in a stern tone.
Dad, what was sent to my mobile phone? Don't you need to get a secret book for inner strength and mental skills? Are you too hasty?
Lu Fei looked surprised.
What age are you in? You still need to keep up with the times when you still have martial arts secrets. The electronic version is so convenient. Aren't you afraid that the information will be leaked? Do you think the reason why Chinese martial arts is not so popular now is just because of social harmony? It is because the sectarianism is too serious, which prevents martial arts from being able to flourish. If anyone really sees it, it is fate.
Lu Fei thought it over.
I understand. Father!
Lu Yuan also felt that his father was right.
Are you still a child?
Lu Fei suddenly asked again.
Dad, why are you asking this?
asking such a question in front of a room full of people. Lu Yuan suddenly felt that he couldn't stand it.
Yes or no?
Lu Yuan could only blush and nodded. Chapter 128 The Final Stubbornness. Seeing Lu Yuan nod, Lu Fei continued, regardless of how many people were in the room.
Our Qianquan Sutra is a top-notch mental method that covers all things. Practicing it as a boy will get twice the result with half the effort. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will be beaten for the rest of your life.
Bachelor, you can do whatever you want when you reach the 3rd level. Dad, can you wait until no one is around to talk?
Lu Yuan was a little helpless at the propriety of his father's words. Seeing Lu Yuan's embarrassment, Zhao Xinghe took the lead and said,
Uncle and Aunt, you guys chat. I'm leaving now. I'll see Lu Yuan another day.
When Li Wei saw this, he also said,
I'll leave first. My father is still outside with us.
Then he said to Li Tong,
Father asked you to go home and stay for a few days.
Li Tong also saw that Lu Yuan had to recuperate at Xia's house for a few days. So he nodded and followed everyone out of the house, saying as he walked,
Ro, I will send you back first. And then I will drive home.
Fong Ro nodded. Obviously Li Tong had something to say to herself.
By the way, where did Zheng Yu go?
Li Tong seemed to remember that the most nagging person was missing.
He drank too much and was assigned to the guest room. Miss Linger next to Miss Xia is helping to look after him.
Zhao Xinghe said with a smile. Li Wei also smiled and said,
He keeps drinking. Who knows if he drinks too much or Xinghe has a good drinking capacity.
Fei Fei in the house continued to teach his son.
The universe of heaven and earth has come into being from nothing. Everything needs to be understood slowly. Don't act too hastily. From understanding to understanding. From understanding to understanding. When you see through everything, you can even step through the void and become immortal. Dad, isn't it a bit too fantasy?
Lu Yuan heard something about immortality and felt it was false.
Just practice by yourself. Your Uncle Xia has already planned to teach you the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. First do the physical training. Then practice the exercises. Step by step. We will leave tomorrow. You stay here for a while, and don't cause any trouble to your Uncle Xia. Don't be lazy.
Lu Fei warned.
Why don't you stay a little longer and leave after just a few days?
Lu Yuan was a little reluctant to leave. Lu Fei looked at his son and thought to himself.
You have so many girls around you. And now you are married to the Xia family. I don't want to get into this muddy water with you. You can handle the emotional matters yourself.
Naturally, I couldn't say what I was thinking, so I had to make up a reason.
Your mother saw that you had been away from home for a long time and had some pets. After being away for so many days, the neighbors have been helping to take care of her. We must go back as soon as possible. What are you raising?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously when he heard that he missed his pets.
Raised a few pigs.
Everyone in the room except Lu Yuan and Lu Fei laughed out loud. Of course Li Jingxian knew what Lu Fei was thinking, but he didn't expect to make up such a reason. Lu Yuan felt a little unhappy when he heard this. Not because he was replaced by pigs, but because his parents actually started raising pigs to make money in order to support him in school.
Mom and Dad, I have made some money recently. I will transfer it to you when the time comes. Don't work too hard.
Lu Yuan suddenly said sadly. Xia Rui was stunned and asked in confusion.
Brother Lu, what happened to your family? How come you are short of money? No, don't worry.
Lu Fei waved his hand and smiled.
It's okay. Uncle Xia, I can already make money, so there's no need to worry.
Lu Yuan didn't want to be favored by others.
Let me tell you, your family has a rich heritage. You own several mountains, and you have rich real estate. There are mineral veins in the mountains. How can you be short of money?
Xia Rui murmured.
Uncle Xia, did you recognize the wrong person? Where do I have those things at home?
Lu Yuan became more and more confused as he listened. Lu Fei saw Xia Rui's confused look and said,
Brother Xia is just laughing at him. He raises a girl richly but a son poor. He really didn't tell him about the family affairs. Mom and Dad, you two have a mine at home, and you didn't tell me?
Lu Yuan was so emotional that his wounds were affected. And he said with a grin,
It's not like you are short of food and clothing. What you have at home is our ancestors' business. You still need to struggle in life.
Lu Fei said coldly.
Okay. You can rest. I won't come to see you tomorrow. After you, I'm also at ease with Uncle Xia's house.
Xia Rui also walked out, but turned to Xia Lui and said,
Lure, you stay and take care of Xia Yuan.
Xiao Rui knew that his daughter objected to the arranged marriage at home, and was afraid that she would reject it and deliberately let the two of them be alone together. Cultivate feelings.
Okay, uncle and aunt. Don't worry. I will take good care of Lu Yuan.
Xiao Lui said obediently. Xiao Rui was a little surprised. When did his daughter listen to him so much? Xiao Lui closed the door, walked to Lu Yuan's bedside, and said apologetically,
I'm sorry. I didn't know things would develop like this. If I had known it was so dangerous, I wouldn't have let you take action. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't let me help, I won't watch you fall into the hands of that despicable person. You bet your life on me. How can I bear to let you lose?
Lu Yuan looked a little lost. Xiao Lui said seriously. Xiao Lui chuckled.
You're still innocent. You're so good at flirting. What are you looking at? Is it dirty anywhere?
Xiao Lui was a little overwhelmed by what he saw. Lu Yuan came back to his senses and said with some embarrassment,
I was just wondering why such a beautiful girl loves singles so much. Am I beautiful?
Xiao Lui said with a smile.
Well, it's even more beautiful than in the game.
Lu Yuan praised unabashedly. Xiao Lui smiled happily when she got the affirmation. From Lu Yuan's own curiosity to disrupting dozens of people in the World Guild just a few days after the game was launched, to the few days of getting along with each other in the FTY God's Cult Tower, in order to protect himself, a hug and a knife block. But later I just didn't want to see myself explode. So I gave up the arena competition and epic equipment. The dazzling performance in the national war brought hope to people. And the calm command again and again. This series of experiences, Xiao Lui has long been recognized. This time, he turned the tide again, which can be said to have changed Xiao Lui's fate. He was injured. When he saw Lu Yuan being knocked away, he even felt like he was about to lose him. At that time, he finally understood that he could not lose him. She has already fallen in love with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuanyuan and Xiao Lui just smiled. They didn't know what they were thinking. Although they didn't want to disturb them, they couldn't bear the discomfort. So they had to whisper,
Do you have any male friends at home who can help me? What's wrong?
Xiao Lui asked.
I want to go to the toilet. But my chest really hurts, and I need someone to help me.
Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed.
It's okay. Let me help you. There's a bathroom in the guest room, which is not far away. Isn't that convenient? You are a patient now, so you don't need to worry so much. Okay. My legs are fine. It's just that my chest is seriously injured. I don't dare to exert any force. Just help me up. I can walk by myself.
Lu Yuan even wondered if his sternum was broken. He felt terrible pain when he moved. Xiao Lui has been practicing martial arts since childhood. Unexpectedly, despite his excellent figure, Xiao Lui is actually quite strong. After helping Lu Yuan up, although Lu Yuan said that he could walk by himself,
he still put Lu Yuan's arm on his shoulder. He wrapped his hand around Lu Yuan's abdomen and walked to the bathroom. Xiao Lui put down the toilet seat and said,
You sit down and get on. I'll go out first.
Lu Yuan shook his head and said seriously,
Being standing up is my last stubbornness.
Xiao Lui smiled amusedly, helped Lu Yuan stand firm, then walked out, looked at his hands, and said to himself shyly,
The abdominal muscles are really good.
Chapter 129 Holy City Blacksmith Shop. Lu Yuan opened the Qiankuan Jing that his father passed down to him. It was like an e-book, which made Lu Yuan feel a bit amateurish. He also said that if the world is powerful and immortal, it must at least have a decent packaging. Among the hardcover secret books category,
the Heart Sutra of Qian and Kuan, the 3 links of Qian and the 6 sections of Kuan, is all-encompassing and is the source of all things. It represents heaven and earth, yin and yang. Qian represents yang. Kuan represents yin. Qian means easy to understand. Kuan means simple energy. Grasp the change and simplicity, and you will grasp it. The way of heaven and earth and all things. First practice the universe and recognize yin and yang. Practice it to a small degree to know the heaven and earth. Practice to a medium degree to connect the heaven and earth. Practice to a great degree to grasp the universe. The poets of all ages will vomit their lungs and liver, and it will be difficult to clear the universe.
Although Lu Yuan was physically inconvenient and could not practice for the time being, he decided to recite the Qiankuan Sutra first. It was not convenient to log into the game. After a while, he felt sleepy and fell asleep. Early the next morning, several caregivers came in to wash and wipe Lu Yuan's body. It was the first time in his life that he was being served like this. He was somewhat unaccustomed to it. But young people are very adaptable. Not to mention the presence of several young and beautiful caregivers. Waiting. The only thing that embarrassed Lu Yuan was that Xiao Lui had been watching from the side.
Well, there's no need to wipe it down there. I can do it myself.
If no one was watching, I would just close my eyes and be casual. After all, there was an acquaintance next to me, so I was embarrassed.
Grandpa has told me that we must take good care of Mr. Lu. You are a patient now, so don't worry so much.
Okay.
You go down,
Xiao Lui ordered. Lu Yuan and others were relieved when they went out.
You don't need to arrange for someone to take care of me. I'm much better today. I think I can resume operations tomorrow. Well, my father asked me to teach you the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. Originally, I was not qualified to learn it. But because my mother was weak and died early, my grandfather was afraid that I was not in good health. So he broke the rules of passing on the Marrow Sutra to you. The family rules passed down from daughter to daughter made me practice it since I was a child. Since you have inherited the family's martial arts, why are you still anxious to find a successor?
Lu Yuan was a little confused.
Although my family loves me very much, they have always favored sons over daughters. My mother has been in poor health after giving birth to me, and my father refused to marry me again. So I had no choice but to find a son-in-law who could take a long time.
Xiao Lui didn't agree either. Concealed explanation?
It's strange to say that the older generation usually has many brothers and sisters. Don't your family have any branches? Our family is now considered a single generation. Grandpa and father don't seem to want to mention it. It is said that there was a catastrophe decades ago, and Grandpa was the only one left in our family. Later, my father had no brothers or sisters. How do we study? I'm lying down. Do you feel a little uncomfortable sitting down?
Lu Yuanping lay still, looking at Xiao Lui, who also felt a little uncomfortable. Xiao Lui thought for a while and said,
I have a way. Just wait a moment.
After Xiao Lui finished speaking, he walked out of the guest room directly. During this period, Zheng Yu came around again, and then said he was going home. It seemed that he still felt a little hungover. It was obvious that he drank a lot of wine yesterday. After a while, Xiao Lui brought 2 gaming helmets.
Let's enter the game first,
and then I will teach you. This will be more convenient. You are still smart. Once I enter the game, I can move freely.
Lu Yuan's eyes also lit up. Xiao Lui closed the curtains, locked the door, and then came over to help Lu Yuan put on his helmet.
What are you doing?
Lu Yuan asked puzzledly.
It takes several hours to play the game. I'm tired of sitting and playing. Although you are officially my fiancé, it is still not etiquette to let others see me lying on the same bed with you.
Xiao Lui explained.
Road. Oh, I'm sorry for you. It's nothing. Just don't make things difficult for me in the future.
Lu Yuan didn't understand what Xiao Lui meant, but he was put on a gaming helmet directly. After scanning his pupils, he entered the game directly, reappearing in the Holy City blacksmith shop. Zhang Feng has returned, and Princess Furong is also with him.
Brother Zhang, has your matter been resolved? Well, thanks to the help of our ancestors, Furong's father did not make things difficult for us. Furong also said that everything should be kept simple, and did not want to be extravagant. So he came back with me directly.
Zhang Feng looked at Furong beside him with a look of affection.
That's good. My forging skills have improved again. This time my wish is fulfilled. You have to work hard and don't be surpassed by me.
Lu Yuan said half-jokingly.
There is one thing I want to tell you. Furong and I plan to live in seclusion. This blacksmith shop is regarded as the inheritance of the god of Craftsman lineage. I will give it to you. I thought that with Furong in my heart, I would return to forging wholeheartedly. But from the moment we met, I found that besides her, I could no longer hold anything else in my heart. Fortunately, I have found a good successor for the god of Craftsman lineage, and it will be up to you to carry it forward in the future. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the ownership of the Holy City blacksmith shop. Brother Zhang, what are you doing?
The system actually forced Lu Yuan to inherit the blacksmith shop.
Don't refuse. This is my last contribution to the lineage of the god of Craftsman. There is nothing to worry about here. If you are busy, you can hire a manager. Just make excess equipment and sell it in the blacksmith shop. In addition to giving it to the saint apart from the taxes in the city, this place can be considered a huge profit.
Zhang Feng has decided to leave.
The green mountains will never change, and the green waters will always flow. I look forward to the day we meet again.
Lu Yuan no longer declined. Everyone's choice is different. His ancestor has devoted himself to forging for thousands of years. Zhang Feng chose love. Everyone has his own life, and the game world is no exception. As OE once said through everything,
maybe we feel like this is an illusory world. But for us, this is the real world.
Zhang Feng and Zhang Feng seemed to be just waiting for them. After explaining this, they took Farong and left directly, without telling Lu Yuan where they went. Maybe they wanted to put aside their worldly affairs completely and not be disturbed. Lu Yuan simply made an appointment with Xiao Lui to the inner room of the blacksmith shop. Since this place was private, he was not afraid of outsiders coming in.
You mean this place belongs to you?
Xiao Lui said in surprise.
Well, yes. Brother Zhang took his wife into seclusion.
Lu Yuan still felt a little regretful.
You are a rich man now. The Holy City is a neutral town and a transit point for multiple cities. It is the first city for players to leave the novice village. So many players will stay here most of the time. The blacksmith shop here can be said to be the most important part of the game. The busiest among them.
Xiao Lui always strengthens his equipment, so he knows a lot.
Yeah, but Brother Zhang means a lot to me. It can be said that he helped me a lot in the early stages of the game. I still can't let him go. You actually have feelings for a fictional character? It should be considered a friendship. Both a teacher and a friend. Come on. Let's teach you martial arts first. And we'll talk about the rest later.
Chapter 130 Lu Yuan's Crisis.
The Marrow Cleansing Sutra is divided into 6 chapters. The Unbeginning Belchi chapter. The 4 False Synthesis chapters. The All Saints Return Together chapter. Things and I are consistent. The Walking, Standing, Sitting and Lying chapter. And the Marrow Cleansing and Restoration chapter.
Xiao Lui began to give Lu Yuan explains. Lu Yuan listened to Xiao Lui's explanation carefully and asked questions directly if he didn't understand something. The Marrow Cleansing Sutra belongs to Buddhist martial arts, while the Qianquan Sutra belongs to Taoism. Buddhism and Taoism have similarities. He has been practicing palm skills since he was a child. I haven't practiced internal skills yet, but I understand the mysteries involved, and learning it can be considered as getting twice the result with half the effort.
I didn't expect that your understanding ability is so strong. There are many things that took me a long time to understand when my father taught me.
After teaching Lu Yuan, Xiao Lui found that Lu Yuan was actually more talented than herself.
The Qianquan Kung Fu is about embracing all things. So what you were talking about doesn't seem too difficult. Although I haven't learned the Nigong Heart Sutra, I have been proficient in the external Kung Fu since I was a child. When I saw the inner Kung Sutra yesterday, it felt like it came naturally. With less words in your mouth, less things on your mind, less food in your belly, you will naturally sleep less. With these 4 things, you can live forever. When practicing this method, you must remember these points.
Xiao Lui added. As Xiao Lui explained, Lu Yuan took up his posture and gradually began to operate according to the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. Xiao Lui did not expect that he could still enter Samadhi in the game. Maybe the game relies on the brain to issue instructions, but practicing Qigong also requires the mind to direct the flow of Qi. Xiao Lui took a look at Lu Yuan's body offline and found that although Lu Yuan was lying down, the exercises were indeed running in his body. He checked back and forth several times and found that there was nothing wrong. So he silently watched Lu Yuan practice in the game. It was afternoon in a blink of an eye, and Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes.
The Marrow Cleansing Sutra is really mysterious. Within a few hours, I feel like my body has become lighter. The game doesn't feel like anything. I've tried it, but it doesn't increase attributes or anything like that.
Xiao Lui had also tried running skills in the game before, but had no effect.
I don't know. It just feels very strange. The attributes have not increased, but it feels very refreshing.
Lu Yuan expressed his feelings.
Let's go offline and eat. You are still injured and need to replenish your nutrition in time.
Xiao Lui said with concern.
You go first. I need to find a housekeeper first. Otherwise there will be no one to manage the blacksmith shop.
Lu Yuan decided. Xiao Lui went offline to prepare lunch, while Lu Yuan went to the Holy City Tavern. The tavern is a special place with some special events and special people. Lu Yuan planned to go and see if there was an NPC suitable for managing the blacksmith shop. I can't stay in the blacksmith shop forever. Entering the tavern, bursts of noisy sounds came from the tavern. The biggest difference between a tavern and a restaurant is the environment. There is a mixture of people here. Basically no one eats, and most people are as drunk as mud. However, there are always some other places to listen. Less information. Lu Yuan came all the way to the bar, casually ordered some drinks,
and asked the bartender, "Are there any talents who are good at management recently? Preferably those who know how to forge." The bartender rolled his eyes and thought for a moment. Then said slyly, "The most important thing in the Holy City Tavern is talent. Although they all look like drunkards, they are not ambiguous at all when working." Lu Yuan was still waiting for the next step. But the bartender stopped abruptly, stopped talking, and looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. Lu Yuan flicked a gold coin over, and the bartender caught it neatly, and continued without looking. Zhang Feng of the Holy City Blacksmith Shop left, and transferred the shop to his apprentice. "Are you the new successor of the god of Craftsman lineage?" I had expected that you would come looking for a manager, so I deliberately spread the news. Look at the fat man lying on the table over there. He was the first to come. He is very talented in management, but he is a bit drunk and was kicked out by his boss. When I get out, there are no salary requirements, as long as I have food and drinks. Being drunk is not good. It can easily cause trouble." Lu Yuan shook his head. "The thin man over there is good at calculations, good at running a household, and is especially good at business. He made a lot of money for the grocery store owner before, but later decided to change jobs because of salary issues." The bartender continued, "Any more? There is also a blacksmith over there. It is said that he has 2 brushes, but he has a bad temper. He can't survive in the blacksmith shops in major towns. I heard the news and came here. But let me tell you, he is very rude. I didn't even bother to introduce him." "Okay. Thank you. I'll go talk to them." Lu Yuan came to the housekeeper. Before he could say anything, the housekeeper took the lead and said, "Hello, boss. Are you looking for the housekeeper? I am a genius who knows how to make money. Don't miss me, otherwise you will regret it." Lu Yuan was surprised by the shrewdness of this thin man. He estimated that he had been following him since he entered the tavern, and his eagle-eye skills also saw his basic information. Butler Afu is a rare person who is good at calculation and management. He can always bring unexpected gains to the store, but he is very ambitious and likes high wages. "How much salary do you want?" Lu Yuan didn't listen to Afu's introduction at all and directly told the key. 5% of sales. Don't you want a fixed salary?" Lu Yuan was surprised by Afu's decisiveness. "The first blacksmith shop to enhance all-star equipment. If the publicity is in place, I am confident that I will monopolize the entire industry." "Okay. I'll leave it to you to manage. Do you have the confidence to manage that bad-tempered blacksmith over there?" Lu Yuan also said, "He has a bad temper, but he does have some strength. If he makes good use of it, it will be miraculous." Afu seemed to have everything under control. Lu Yuan simply used the system to draw up an agreement. There were system constraints, and the NPC would not cheat or play any tricks. "Thank you, boss, for your trust. If possible, I hope you will come to the blacksmith shop every once in a while. If the success rate is high, more talents will come to strengthen and make it. I'll leave that person to you to negotiate. By the way, I'll collect rare ores in the blacksmith shop. The rarer the better. This authority is also given to you." The reason why Lu Yuan didn't talk to the bad-tempered blacksmith himself was because he also saw his message. Blacksmith Lao Lu, a rare level, professional blacksmith, has superb craftsmanship, cannot communicate with others, has a bad temper, and gets angry when he cannot express his ideas. So he is ostracized by everyone. Let Afu take care of the blacksmith Lao Lu, and he will save his worries. Both of them are considered talents. With these 2 people in charge, they will have no worries. After all, it is a blacksmith shop for nothing. As long as there is income, it will be fine. Lu Yuan is very open-minded. After I quit the game and took off my helmet, I felt some foul smell coming from me. What's going on? I didn't expect that practicing in the game would have effects in the real world. Your practice time is short, but it has begun to show results. The impurities are expelled from the pores and all absorbed on your skin, so there will be some smell. Xiao Lui has already opened all the windows and doors for ventilation. Lu Yuan moved his body and felt that his chest was much better, but it still hurt when he exerted force. After all, it had not been 24 hours before he could recover enough to prove the magic of the marrow cleansing meridian. "I've already filled the bathtub with water. Let me help you get in," Xiao Lui said thoughtfully. "No need to hold me up. I'm making you smell bad. Just call someone for me." Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed. After all, the smell came from him. "You were hurt for me. How could I dislike you? Besides, come on," Xiao Lui said and reached out to help Lu Yuan up.
Lu Yuan's chest was the most seriously injured, and his abdomen healed in less than a day after applying the medicine. He didn't know what kind of special medicine it was. Lu Yuan was in the most pain when he stood up. After standing up straight, he felt relaxed and slowly. As long as you don't exert any force on your upper body, you'll be fine. Lu Yuan came to the bathroom, and Xiao Lui went out and closed the door. Standing in front of the huge bathtub, Lu Yuan thought to himself, why would there be such a big bathtub in a guest room? It would be so convenient if I could take a shower. After all, I felt a heartbreaking pain in my chest whenever I bent over. He took off his clothes with difficulty and stepped in. The water temperature was just right. It seemed that Xiao Lui had adjusted it carefully. When he stepped forward with both legs and sat down, the injury on his chest suddenly touched him, and a heartbreaking pain hit him. His feet slipped all over his body. Fall backwards. I'll wipe. As soon as the sound came out, the back of his head hit the wall of the pure porcelain bathtub, and he slid into the bathtub and fainted.